This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
All right, we almost did it. None of us are in the right
So
spot.
close, so close.
All right, it's Friday. Hope it calms. Welcome to the show. We almost had a flawless start, but it's all good. Hope everyone's Friday or week went well. Hope everyone's Friday.
Yeah, it went okay. We made it, right? We're alive.
Yeah, we did it. We made it. Let me swap these cameras up. Start off with the quick opening shot. It is Friday. I mean, that's always.
Hold on, I gotta pour first.
Yeah,
Talk a bit.
same. So we'll move these. But yeah, it's sorry, trying to talk and do things at the same time. My brain does not work multitaskily. If that's a word. Yeah, I don't know. It's always a good way to start the weekend. Having some drinks, bullshitting. But
I started yesterday.
The what?
I started yesterday.
Oh, wait, you haven't stopped?
I did stop for a little while, yeah. But I thought the weekend start yesterday for drinking.
Oh,
Okay. I deserve a 4-day weekend, even though I don't get a 4-day weekend.
okay. There you go.
Everyone deserves a 4-day weekend.
I agree. I
I honestly think that 410s is the best work week.
Oh,
I would
agree
take
with that too.
410s
Yeah.
over 5/8 anytime.
My favorite thing is 3 6s.
3 6s?
Yeah, that's my favorite work week.
I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, you think?
I'm confused. What?
3
18
6-hour days. That's all I'd like to work.
Oh, okay.
3 6s.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Then we're gonna
is that
ask for what we
Satan's work
want.
week?
That's things. Oh, I didn't even think of that.
I thought that's what you were getting at.
Oh.
Like,
Damn, that's deep.
did you find something out about yourself?
I did apparently. Yeah. What the fuck? Satan's work week.
Oh,
Fuck.
yeah. See, like 410s, but having to work weekends.
So you mean like a 10-hour day? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
4
4 10-hour days.
4 10-hour shifts
So you get
for
3
40
days
hours.
off.
Then you get 3-day weekends every week and get still 40-hour
Instead
pay.
of
That's
5
not
8-hour
bad.
days.
Like
That's not bad.
it's only 2 extra hours each day, and you have a whole extra day off. So it's
Still
kind
40
of like,
hours in a week.
should
It's still
be-
40 hours.
4 half days. That's it.
4 half
Yeah.
days? I could do that.
yeah, I'd be down
I
for
mean,
that.
what else are we doing?
I'd like to just not have to work.
I'd like to work 2 to 3 days a week. That's it.
Can I just
I
get
want,
paid
I want
to
Monday and
not
Friday
work?
off for sure. And then sometimes I want Wednesday off.
I
don't
think
think
at the
I'm asking
beginning
too
of the
much.
week, you should give me a list of things that I have to do. And if I get them all done, I'm going home.
That would be the
I'll see
absolute
you next week.
optimal way of doing things. LB, you are 100% correct. You know how productive people would be if they could do that?
So much would get done on Monday morning.
Fuck yeah. Now, it won't work in every business thing, but that model works. You know what? We should start a business and use that as our model.
We're only open Monday morning for 3 hours.
That's it.
That's
Monday
it.
morning,
If
3
you-
hours.
If you haven't gotten us then, don't bother. See you next week.
That's the dude.
But we get a lot done those 3 hours.
That's
I
the
mean,
dude
so
way of
much.
life. Dude,
Hey, we got Kale Eagle Eye and Mr.
really?
Redline with us.
Mr.
Didn't I
Redline's
just-
here.
Congratulations, Mr. Redline. I didn't want to rat you out on the weird comms you were on. 'Cause I know you.
So you rat me out live on stream instead?
Yeah,
There's
I'm
only
okay with
16
that.
people here. I wouldn't worry
What
about
the
it.
fuck?
I'm okay with that part.
Yeah, I thought I saw you recording something on the
Congratulations,
in the
Redline.
cesspool. I
Very
thought
happy for you.
What are
Well,
we
there was going to be
congratulating
a
about?
trial. There was going to be a trial, and then there wasn't. And yeah,
okay.
that's what happened.
What kind
Like
of a trial?
You were gonna go. You got arrested?
A preliminary trial.
Oh, but they decided, fuck it, you're getting it.
I was at prison yesterday, actually. Speaking of,
Wait, huh?
So
Should we
you
do
got
opening shots
location.
first?
Yeah,
Does
let's,
it
let's,
get
do,
enough
let's do
for
the
you?
opening shots first, and
Let's do that. Let me pour another. You guys, I already did. I already had 2 drinks.
so yeah, we're gonna do shots to CCP Nocturne. She's leaving CCP, or has left CCP. So first
On her own, or did she get fired? What happened?
No, she didn't get fired. I think she just is moving on to something else. So
Oh,
yeah,
good luck
it
to
didn't sound like she was getting let go. She just found something
I
else.
mean,
to
you
do.
don't get a cake for people that you're firing, so.
Yeah, that's
Unless
yeah.
you
They
buy
did
it
make her a
yeah, you
sweet
do.
cake.
It's
Yeah.
just you don't
If
want
you
to
buy
eat
the
that.
cake yourself, you can have a cake whenever you want. Put
That's
whatever
true.
you want on it.
But yeah, no, it was a
Okay,
really
but
cool
like-
cake.
You don't get a cake for someone that you are firing.
I do.
Oh, unless
Hey,
you're like a
there
real
you
go.
dick boss and you
cake,
make
but
them
I-
a cake and it says you're fired on it.
Oh,
give
that's a
them
Quick
that.
staff, quick staff meeting, everybody. Come on
Yeah.
into the break room. We got a
God,
cake.
that would be.
Jacob's fired. Fuck him.
You know that
Yeah.
cake would
Everybody,
be like against the wall or in the boss's face or something.
I would
after
make Jacob cut the cake. Cut your cake. Hand everybody a piece, and then
God.
pack your shit and get the fuck out.
It's like, oh no, that's Jacob's piece. It says fired on it. It's like the
This sounds like Office Spaces with what's his face.
God,
The
what a
guy that
terrible
keeps
place to
taking
work.
His red line.
Red swing line stapler.
I've got one of those.
My wife has one. She ordered it at work, and it sits on her desk. It's hilarious.
Mine's upstairs on my desk.
But yeah, so farewell shots to Nocturne. Hope
Yeah.
everything goes well wherever you go. But
Good job at CCP, and good luck in your next endeavor.
it is.
Did they really only make those after that movie? That's interesting. Well, we bought one after the movie. I know that. We bought it because of the movie.
Whew.
Oh, I didn't take a drink. Sorry.
Yeah, real quick, prison.
Well-
Yeah, tell the prison story.
So I was going to prison for work. I was not there incarcerated. So
Recently?
yesterday, it was like one of those max security. It's not like a little side. It's max security prison. There's murderers and shit in there. I was going there to work on the water systems, and to get in there with COVID and everything, it's like you have to send in tons of paperwork. They have to do background checks, all this stuff, vaccination cards, everything. So I got everything all sent in. Should have been good to go. They told me to meet the corrections officer I was supposed to meet up at the spot. So I went up there and didn't know what door I was supposed to go in because visitation is pretty much generally closed unless you have special invites or whatever. I don't know. And so I asked one of the guards that was walking around. I was like, "Hey, where do I go?" And so he pointed me up. He's like, "Up the hill, up to that building. Go into the door that says public access." I'm like, "Cool." Go in there. Getting checked in. They literally have to check. I had to bring a list of every tool, fitting part, everything that was going in, and everything had to come back out unless it was marked down by the officer escorting me that I used it. So got all that all checked in. The person I was supposed to meet with wasn't there. Well, wasn't up at the desk. Like they said they were going to be waiting for me. So I was like, well, I'm supposed to meet with this person. And they're like, oh, well, they're over in this area. I'll just take you over there. I'm like, okay. They take me over there. I start working on the machine. They're like, oh, they'll go get them. And while I'm working on the machine, someone comes in and was like, did you do your COVID screening? I'm like, well, I don't know. I checked in at the front desk and did what they told me to do. And they're like, you can't be alive. And then they send me over to the admin area. And they start ripping into me for not coming into the correct door and doing a pre-screening. And I guess you have to do like a rapid COVID test right there on the spot and wait for the results before you can go to the facility. I was like, I didn't fucking know this. No one told me that. The person that was checking me in didn't tell me any of this. So how the fuck am I supposed to know? They were actually like yelling at me. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck
You
you.
should have just known. Damn, what the hell?
You almost got a free room there.
I know.
You almost got a free room.
I was like, holy shit, I'm in trouble when your employees didn't tell me what I need to do. That's a little pissed off.
It's best not to get pissed off at the
Yeah.
guards when you're in prison.
But I guess I got a free COVID test, came up negative. I'm good. Nice.
That's good.
Yeah, sorry guys, I didn't get my free complimentary prison guide map.
Yeah. But anyway,
Leave him a bad review on Google.
I should
On Yelp.
give him a Yelp review. Did not like this prison. 1 out of 5 stars.
The bathrooms were clean, but the staff are real dicks.
Yeah. But anyway,
So,
What else?
Oh, that was.
Oh,
funny,
Redline,
dude.
tell me about this trial. What the fuck are you doing?
Someone made a mistake and was
You
punished
took advantage of it.
Elaborate.
and wanted a trial. So I gave him a trial. And he didn't show up.
So did you find him in contempt of court?
Yeah.
Is there a warrant out for his arrest now?
No. He's gone.
So, did you beat him?
Gone where?
Yeah.
Like you yeeted him out the airlock or what?
The fuck's
Space.
Yeah.
going on here? You spaced him. Jesus. Don't work for Redline. He'll fucking space your ass if you're late for fucking work.
You ever watched The
Fuck.
100? I floated him.
Floated him. I did like that show. That was really good.
I haven't seen it, but I heard it was good.
It fucking is.
There's something new every episode. And it's like, eventually you gotta run out of bad shit that's gonna happen to these people, right? But you never do.
think. You never do.
You
they
thought
go
wrong.
to another fucking world and it's bad shit happens there too.
You talk about spaceship stuff?
Get some spaceship stuff.
It's not a lot. It's not.
It's not a.
I'm waiting
like,
for next
there's
week.
not a whole
Next week
lot.
is going to be exciting.
Yeah,
That's
because
my
we have,
call.
we
It's my
have a
prediction.
fucking meetup next week. It's gonna kick ass.
Right, yeah. We can throw that out there real quick. Next weekend is the Eve Iowa meet.
Eve Midwest.
Eve Midwest.
Midwest.
It's in Iowa.
It's in Iowa. It's in
Yeah.
beautiful Altoona, Iowa.
It was funny.
Redline's coming now that he got promoted.
You think so?
He promised me. You
going?
promised me.
Who promised you?
You did.
What do you mean? The only
2
reason I
weeks-
go to Iowa is to
2
get
weeks
hard
ago-
Mountain Dew.
You can come here. You can stay with me. Have a good time. Drayton already backed out, so you can have his spot.
Yeah.
What's a hard
Drayden, you're
Mountain
like
Dew?
3 minutes away.
3 minutes. What?
What?
He's like 22 hours away. Yeah.
Rain's
So-
3 minutes away. I'm
Drayton's
like,
gonna be there.
I'm like
Delana's
12
coming.
I'm about
Delana's coming.
1,200
Okay.
miles away from him.
Red line
My-
for the Australian.
my
What the
bad.
fuck is hard Mountain Dew?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what Ivy thought too. Ivy was like, I think she was traveling down to Arizona or something. Or she was like going by Iowa. She's like, "Hey, you're in Iowa, right?" I'm like, "No, the other I state. I'm a long
Illinois?
Idaho."
Oh, the not real state one, the one that's getting
yeah.
absorbed by Oregon.
Potato
That one?
Potato
Actually,
place.
no. Oregon was hoping to get partially absorbed by Idaho.
What?
Same with
You don't want. You
there
don't
was
want
there was like counties, a lot of eastern Washington counties and northern Oregon counties were wanting to join Idaho's as a state.
Vlad, is there a date for NOLA? I'll go if I know the date is. Ackrott's supposed to be coming to Iowa too, but he said he won't do it.
There's a bunch of I states. There's Indiana,
Yeah, that's it. Iowa,
think-
Indiana, Illinois, Idaho.
Idaho.
Idaho. Ackrott, you did say. You said you'd come.
We didn't figure out what a hard Mountain Dew is yet.
What is a hard? Oh,
What is
yeah.
that?
Has that come out yet?
It's
Yes,
it's a seltzer.
in your fucking state, dude. Go get some and send it to me.
Wait, it only came out in Iowa?
Like 30 states.
Oh.
And all of them are 12 hours away from me.
Iowa's not 12 hours away from you.
Iowa, Tennessee, and Florida.
Aren't you in
It's like
Michigan?
alcoholic Mountain Dew.
Yeah,
It's like
same
Baja
makes sense.
Blast, but it
It-
gives you the spins.
Which makes sense because there's nothing to do in Iowa except
I don't
drink,
think
so.
it's that hard of a. It's just a hard seltzer that Mountain Dew. It's Mountain Dew flavored
Thank
White
you,
Claw.
Glad. It's like White Claw.
It's
Yeah.
called
It's a
hard
seltzer. Yeah,
Mountain Dew.
it's a hard. Well, yeah, it's hard
It's
Mountain Dew. It's a
disgusting.
seltzer.
It's disgusting. You can just say it.
Oh, it's like Mike's Hard Lemonade, but it's Mountain Dew.
Yeah, it said it's a hard
Which is
seltzer.
it?
So it's like a White Claw. It's like the. It's not like the Budweiser seltzers because actually no, because those are seltzers. So yeah, it's like that with Mountain Dew flavored.
How much alcohol is in it?
Probably
At
not
least
much.
a little bit.
I would assume like
5?
2 to 3%.
5%?
No, it's gonna be 2 to 3%. It's gonna be.
You might as well be drinking apple juice.
That's what I told you. It's gonna be mild. I don't
It's
know what.
seltzer. What's it supposed to be?
Yeah, it's a seltzer. It's
I don't
like a
know.
beer, but fruity flavored, but Mountain Dew flavored instead of beer.
My wife says to Google it.
Yeah, they had like 5.
And
They have
Google
like the
it.
regular Mountain Dew, Code Red, Livewire, Baja Blast, and
Your wife must be a lot of fun to have conversations with.
And
Fucking
down here
Google
we
it
have,
is.
Don't
We
talk
got
to me.
one
Don't
Google
talk
it.
to me. Google it.
Yeah,
How dare you try to make conversation? Just
Yeah,
fucking Google it.
She's friends with my
why
wife.
Google
Thanks a
when
lot,
you can
Mrs.
just
Redline.
argue on
Appreciate it.
speculation. That's the best way to go.
She's flabbergasted, by the way.
Flabbergasted.
5%. Okay, James Carl looked it up. It's 5%. That's more than I thought.
That's
it
not
would be.
bad.
That's like
That's
a
beer. No,
That's like a decent beer.
that's 10 proof. So yeah, 10. That's beer.
It's beer. It's a better
Beer.
beer. I mean, like
Beer-
Budweiser's like 3% or something like that. So
Beer's
it's
6%.
it's more than like
Good
your
beer's 10%.
yeah. That's all right.
Called Hard
And if it's
Mountain Dew or Mountain Dew
the one I
Hard.
saw, it said sugar free. Oh, Budweiser's fine. Okay, I didn't think that. It said I saw one that said sugar free. I'm like, sugar free and Mountain Dew shouldn't go together, in my opinion. The whole point of Mountain Dew is sugar and flavor. But I don't know. I hope they have not sugar free ones, and I might try one. See how it goes. But Reds. Oh yeah, I've had Reds Apple Ale. What was it I remember a drink I was.
Hey, go uptown and get some hard Mountain Dew and try it and tell me if it's any good. I don't know. They sell it in
Yeah.
Iowa apparently.
Don't come back
Research
with
live on air.
Don't come back unless you have it. I want a fucking 3-page report on it. You'll do it and like it, mister.
Get the hard Mountain Dew and a lab coat.
And a lab coat. Yeah, get a lab coat.
A bib.
Lab coats are fun.
We can find a lab coat somewhere, I think.
Yeah,
Or
uniform.
scrubs. Scrubs work too. You look like a weirdo, but that's okay.
Scrubs are. I mean, the doctors wear lab coats.
And scrubs.
Well, scrubs if they're in like a surgery. I mean, if doctors just come up to like when you're sitting on the clinic chair, they're not going to come up in scrubs really. But
When you have a kid that's over 21, that's what you do. You send them on missions like that.
yeah,
That's a good mission.
It's a good mission. For a 22-year-old, this is a perfect mission.
yeah,
Right?
What else are you gonna do on a Friday night?
right. You want to get into the Twitter thing? Or
I
you wanna save
drank
that for
hard
later?
Mountain Dew and felt like I was staring at God.
We should save the Twitter stuff for the end. I think we'll do
Okay,
the
okay.
community beat,
Twitter
or
stuff.
no, let's do the fucking stupid sale.
What Twitter
What's
stuff?
Oh, yeah. There's good Twitter one. Yeah, sale. It's what 15% off of
15% off Omega.
Skill Injector,
in the
Omega.
NES until 6 March.
yeah. Oh, Omega. Okay, I thought it was skill. There's a sale on skill injectors too for the friendship.
There
week,
is,
isn't there?
yeah, there is one too for Friendship
Okay.
Week. It ends on the 28th of Feb, so you've missed it.
Oh, well, that's fine. I don't use.
Are you
skill
talking about the Get
injectors.
Wealthy one, or which one are you talking
I
about?
tried them once, but I didn't want to get hooked, so I stopped using them.
Right.
I
It's-
get hooked. I get hooked.
it's,
fast and hard.
I don't know. I'll get you a link for the sale. Hold on.
Thank you. Do that, please.
Yeah. So
It's in the
store-
chat.
See, the thing is, like, I get it. The sales are for the thing I don't like. It's like here's a sale to get 50% off of an Omega. But it's like if I have a recurring subscription, can't you just apply that sale to my next subscription?
Right?
I'm a resubbing character. I want 15% off. So it's like by having it auto renew, I don't get the sale. That's weird.
Oh,
Well, I
Kind
have-
of makes
we
you
have a
want to
shot
like
do.
unsub and then resub with that. But
We have a shot to do.
oh,
I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Don Ria's birthday. So happy birthday, Don.
Oh,
happy
birthday,
I know
Don.
she's not watching or care, but
No.
happy birthday, Don.
Happy birthday, Donaria.
Dawn. But the community beat.
Community beat. The beat
For-
on the community.
First part was kind of neat. Was it?
Is this another community beat I'm not in?
Yeah, you're not in this one.
Son of a bitch.
Wait, are you low put on Reddit?
No.
Okay, then no, not you. So low put. Well, I don't know. Or low put's the one that posted the graph of profit and all this. I don't know if it's actually him that put the ship up, but so someone took a Raiju, put it on the Hypernet for a raffle with 512 nodes available to purchase. And they made this whole graph of and like equation and everything, calculating the best sweet spot to do it to where because he was hoping to buy a number of his own nodes, hoping to sell nodes, make a bunch of money, and then win his Raiju back. That's the ultimate goal. But then he was also calculating like there's a chance he won't win it back because he's not buying all of his nodes, and so he's like, okay, if I don't win it back, I could still make this much money.
What
if-
the fuck are you
So
talking
he
about?
ran through all this math, came up with all these equations, and was hoping to do it, and he put all this work into it, and someone who bought 5 nodes ended up winning the Raiju. So they got a Raiju for like 2.3 billion. So that's not bad.
And what's it worth?
About 150.
150 billion.
Roughly?
Allegedly.
That's a
Allegedly.
good return on your investment.
That's pretty good. That's a
That's
pretty good year's work.
Yeah, it's pretty good return on investment.
I'd just turn around and sell it. I mean,
You know, what I would trade in my Titan for it.
it'd be cool to have a Raiju, but I would die in it in a second because I'm terrible at PvP.
Oh,
so
I'd never fly
Yeah,
it.
me
Yeah,
too.
I could
yeah,
never.
it's- well,
fly
that's the thing. Is like, if I'm not gonna fly it, why do I? Then if I'm one of those people, like
Yeah.
if I don't use it, I get rid of it. I don't.
I'm to the point now that I don't know
I'll
I'll fly my Titan. It's worth so fucking much.
I mean,
now.
there's people that like in their hangar, they'll have just tons of containers full of modules, full of shit everywhere. Me, it's like I buy the fleet ships on contract, and I might have like a couple dozen mods sitting around, and that's my main hangar. That's like all I got in there. It's like I have the ships that we're using, and maybe a couple side ships that I might use on my own, doing random shit. And that's it. It's like I'm one of those people. Like, if I used this, I haven't used this ship in like 3 months. Sell it. I don't want to keep shit I'm not using.
I can see that.
So if I got one
got
a ship that was
tons of
worth
shit.
that
I
much,
get-
I'd fucking sell it in a heartbeat.
I
I just
get
put it right
ridiculous
back up on the
amounts of
hypernet
ships,
and raffle it off and just make all the money.
Hundy P.
What's up?
I said Hundy P, 100%. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'd rather have 150 billion than one frigate that I would have blown up in about 1 hour, or the second someone saw me. But I don't know. Some people like to collect shit.
I like to collect ship, but that's a little pricey to have that kind of a ship in your museum of ships. You know, that's a little pricey.
The other thing on there was Eve Modesu. Is that how you say it? Eve Modesu.
Yeah, I think so.
That's how it's spelled. I hope I'm saying that right. But I've seen him before. So he basically does.
He makes anime girls
He
out of
makes
ships.
anime girls out of ships. Anthropomorphizes the ships into waifus, essentially. So
Yeah.
some artwork of his they put up
It's
there.
it's weeb shit.
It's weeb shit.
You like the weeb shit?
You like the weeb
And
shit?
you'll like this.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out. It's like looks like. I think the one on the left's the Naglfar. Then you got Revelation, and then I couldn't figure out the rest.
So I think these are
I
because
think
that's a
the-
structure blowing up behind them, right? That's a
right.
refinery
And
that's
I
exploding.
think the middle one, I was thinking Triglavian because triangle thing, but it's not.
I think
red,
the
so I
the
don't think
waifu
so.
on the right is the Triglavian, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
and I think the rest are bombers. So I think the one on the left is a hound, and then there's a purifier,
Oh.
and then
maybe.
Mantic.
Oh, the
is
Nemesis.
the
Yeah,
Lente
you're
one?
right. Yeah,
and then the
the
Nemesis.
Probably.
So I think those are bombers that have blown up the bombers and a
Look how smart
Kiki
You are, LB. You're
that
smart.
have blown up the.
I was
the
trying to
thing.
figure out. I was like the one on the far left. It had the little thing sticking off the side on the boxes. It looked like the Naglfar gun emplacements because they're kind of on
Yeah.
those little cubes and they stick off the side.
I think
don't know.
those are like torpedo launchers. Like if you look at a
Yeah,
bomber.
yeah. It's I
the
think you're
torpedo
right.
launchers
It's
on it?
definitely houndish.
I don't know. Only Modesu will be able to tell us for
Yeah.
sure.
Then other than that,
But
just
would he tell us? Would he tell us? He might keep that to himself.
No, you
That's
see-
right. Maybe he'll just leave it up to your interpretation.
That's right. That's right.
Then they had Friendship Week highlights.
I do like the top one. It's just a clip of him. There was a follow, and it was it was like one of those like Bart Simpson things, like Mr. Hugh Janus. So he's like, "Oh, thanks for the follow, Mr. Hugh Janus." Ah, fuck. Like the second he said it, he caught it. So, and then you have Torvald just simping on Convict.
That is
Doing
funny.
what?
Hey, Rayo, thanks for the sub. He's just Torvald just gushing on Convict's bald head. Loves it. Then you
I
have
like
stream
community being. I
Brisk
think it's a
Nom.
good fucking thing. I'm glad they do that.
There's Brisk Nominate and Merkle Chan. Yes.
Rampage Inc. Yeah.
Oh, Rampage. Yeah. So they were doing their thing, and Brisk doing the leg lift, no pants thing. So hitting up that stuff.
They're fun guys.
Yeah. The partner spot. So at first I thought this was like announcing a new partner. Is Steve Verduca? I was like, he's been partner. I thought for a long ass time. But
Long
like,
time for
I think they're
Fuzzworks,
just
yeah.
mentioning like, hey,
They are,
go to
yeah.
Fuzzwork if you're new to industry. because he does a bunch of third party
He does.
stuff. So.
He has some great third party.
I've
stuff.
never
He really
used
does.
any of it.
I don't either, but it's amazing.
I don't do enough industry to like
Is it-
really use any tools like
Okay.
that. I used to use one way back in the day, and I forget what it was called. Back when I was actually doing like T2 production, I was it was during the AFK TARs. I was doing like just kind of sideline Ishtar production, and I used it was a really good site. Like you just put in your skills, you saved your character thing with the API. Back then it was still using API stuff, and then it would tell you like, oh, to make this many of these ships, you need this. With your skills, you need these materials. And then it'd tell you exactly everything. So I could just go to Jita, and I'd already have my shopping list there, and you could actually like, it had a way to connect from the site to the thing, so you could like copy and then paste, and then it would just give you the shit on the buy list, and you could buy it all, ship it out, and then it would also connect to like the Jita price lists and stuff, so you could see like it'll generally cost you this much to buy it, you'll make this much selling it, so here's your profit margin. It was a really cool site, and I don't think it's been updated for years because I haven't done industry for years.
I remember making one of those
Oh,
in
good
bloody
shit.
Excel years and years ago. I used to pull the API data and shit. That's fucking hell.
Yeah, it was I don't know how to do any of that shit on Excel, but yeah, this guy is just a third-party site that you used, and like he did all the work for you, essentially, or whatever his coding is on there. It was awesome, visually good too. It wasn't like some clunky UI either. It's pretty nice and clean. But yeah, I guess Fuzzworks is good shit. So if you're doing industry, use that, I guess. That's the beat.
Community Beat's a pretty fucking cool thing. I'm glad they do it.
It is
That's
cool.
Good beat.
It is a good.
No,
beat.
no pulse this weekend.
That's because you can't top Last Pulse, right?
Yeah.
Is that
That's
because
right.
it's a dead game?
No, it's because we
Oh.
were
Yeah,
mentioned
we
last
were on
time.
the Pulse last week.
So now you can't have another one. There'll probably never be another Pulse. They fucking. I
Yeah,
mean, that's top.
we're apparently the official sponsor of EVE or EVE Midwest.
You damn right we are.
Yeah. I was like, I don't think we even mentioned any of that. We were just talking about EVE Midwest, and then they just came out. It's like, oh, and EVE Midwest is coming up, sponsored by Open Comms. We're like, oh, is it? Sure. I mean, of
yeah,
course it
I
is.
did all the
Yeah, we're
work on it.
sponsoring the thing.
Fuck yeah, we're getting credit for it, baby. I got
All
fucking.
right, what's
I got,
what's the
I got
Twitter stuff?
badges. I don't know what that is.
We're not there yet. Hold on.
Stickers. We're gonna have fun, play games, get really, really drunk. I know it's hard to believe.
Yeah, at the end, really.
You want to talk about this 150 bill Praxis that was lost?
Yeah.
I'll put the link in chat.
Let's talk about it.
There it is. So if you look at it, pretty standard Praxis fit, right? I don't know. How do you fit a
I'm
Praxis?
terrible at
Is that-
fitting. I only
Is that a
fit
Praxis
shit.
fit? That looks like a Praxis fit. All the slots are filled, and it's
Yeah.
seems like it makes sense to me. Sure, looks good. Praxis fit. So why is it 150 bill?
The fucking escape bay, dog.
Because the Raiju is in the escape bay. That's
Right.
right. Redline. Very good.
Oh, that's what.
So, like, where are all these people getting Raijus from? Did someone just pump some out and sell them?
No, I think
think
didn't they just give them
I think
out?
they had some sort of tournament where they gave them out.
Yeah, they,
Right,
and
right,
I think they
no,
just
I-
got.
I know
think
where
they just
the-
got their prizes.
Yeah, I
think
know
they just
where the
got it.
initial BPs came from. I'm just saying, I mean, normally when an alliance wins an AT ship blueprints, they maybe make a couple for themselves, and then usually don't see a bunch getting sold off all over the place. Maybe a couple, but
They threw a lot more out on this tournament, right?
did they?
Yeah, and the cool thing is because of all the prosperity, more people can afford to buy them.
That's true.
I can't.
You'd think with more prosperity, they would just end up being worth more, though. Because like the value
No.
shouldn't be any less. It just the numerical value of ISK is less, but the overall value of the ship should be the same. So you'd think they would just inflate the price of the ship for sale.
Nah, that's
That'd be
not how
shitty.
prosperity works.
Oh, well, I'm not an economist.
You gotta,
Me
you gotta
neither.
hear-
And
you
I
gotta
don't
hear
think
this. Hold on,
Redline
hold
is
on,
either.
You gotta hear this.
I'm not
Hold
sure,
on, hold on. Listen.
You don't have to be an economist to know how prosperity works, okay?
Is this the great prosperity?
Okay. Is it like you don't have to be what is it? It's a political scientist to understand how like World War III would start?
Right? I mean, everyone on Twitter.
You can just
knows
have a
that.
Twitter account.
Yeah,
If you have a
every-
Twitter account.
Did you have a Twitter account? That's
Everyone
all
on
you
Twitter
Good
knows
point.
exactly what's going on and what will happen, right?
need.
Is this the Twitter stuff?
So we're
No.
getting into the Twitter stuff
No,
now.
no. Twitter stuff is not dealing with anywhere in the real world.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, we kind of don't want to do talking about any kind of real world politics. Just even if it's not like what's going on right now, it just spirals into garbage very quickly. So
I was
we generally
hovering
avoid
over
all
the
of that.
leave button.
No, we're not
I
going to
don't
talk
know
about
anything about
Yeah,
IRL
no,
stuff.
no real world politics.
Thank goodness. We don't need to talk about Ireland just
Well,
because it's
is
St.
that
Patrick's
fucking
Day
Praxis-
coming up.
Come on, let's get back to the Praxis fit. Was that
Yeah.
Praxis fit actually a good fit then? Besides
I
the
don't
fucking
know, it's
stupid.
a
Yeah, it
PvP
was
fit,
heavy
too.
missile
I don't
Torpedo,
think
that's
it
what
is,
we
wasn't
fit
it?
him, right?
It's
I
a
don't
heavy
use the
missile armor
Praxis for
fit.
ratting, so
No, it's
Praxis.
I am
torpedo.
garbage.
But
I'm
the
garbage.
Raiju got away.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it got away.
Then what's the 150 billion then?
Because it
the
was still
Raiju drops,
in the
the
ship.
Z kill board doesn't filter
yeah,
it out.
because when the battleship blows
okay,
up,
so it
the
just drops. I
frigate
get it,
pops
okay.
out and it doesn't know if it dies or not. So it
Yeah,
just
so the guy didn't
assumes.
actually lose 150 bill.
He just got to fly 150 bill away.
Yeah,
I saw some people saying that this is actually a ruse cruise. This guy
the
had his
RMT.
friends pop him
Oh, popped his
So
own
that-
ship to make it look.
to make the kill board look good.
Oh,
We'll put this
That's
Raiju
shitty.
in your Praxis. We'll pop the Praxis. It'll be 150 bill
Then
kill.
we'll kill your Raiju, and you won't.
Kill board
Will it
green.
be accidental though?
Wow.
do
They
people
were in
actually
low
care
stakes
about?
in
I
the
would have locked that
bubbles.
fucker up and shot it.
I mean, individual PvP pilots, I could see worrying about their kill boards because that's a little bit more of an accurate representation. Bigger alliances actually worrying about their kill boards, I don't get it. Like, it's almost impossible to be in the red, I would think.
I fly a monitor. What the fuck's a kill board?
Yeah. But I mean, like, full alliance, I don't know. It's just, especially with personal kill boards. I mean, you go on like 3 fleets. Even if you lose your ship, all 3 fleets. If you get on like 10 kills per fleet, you're like way in the green. 'Cause you're like plus
Yeah, but
30
these are
ship
like-
kills for like 3 losses.
These are Tama dwellers we're talking about.
You know what? For someone who doesn't like alliances using Z kill or liking Z kill board stats, you sure do know a lot about them.
I mean, I know how it works. Doesn't mean that.
Hmm.
Interesting. Yes.
You can't see me, but I'm stroking my
Yes,
chin.
Quite right.
God damn. This is
Wait, so you're not eating a banana, Redline? God damn it, I was
Nope.
lied to.
Oh,
was
you
still
need to
wondering
get
what happened.
online. Get on.
Redline
Redline
eating a
today.
banana. What is
He needs
this?
his potassium. Get your
I
potassium.
missed that show.
What show's that?
All right.
What?
Oh.
Huh?
Okay. So there's a guy on Twitter. His name is Mac Guy.
Here's the Twitter stuff,
link
Redline.
We'll link a tweet here. Hold on.
Is it drama?
It's drama. It's
Kind of.
it's kind of it's. I don't even know if
It's
I
not
call
really
it
a
drama.
drama.
It's just
more
like
a Twitter conversation.
it's a
that
tantrum.
kinda- yeah.
and not even a tantrum. It's just you'll see.
So there's the initial tweet, and if you don't know Mac Guybo, he's got a YouTube channel and everything. Let me see. Hold on. He's a pilot in A Band Apart, which is Rick.
That's Javix.
It's
Yeah.
Javix's group. So he's a low sec kind of pirate dude. But he makes a lot of content based on kills he gets in high sec in like what's he in? Thrasher? Yeah, he's in a Thrasher. So he goes out and he looks for like people who don't understand what they're doing and move stuff, really expensive stuff in a really shitty ship. For example, large skill injectors in a rookie ship, or Plex in a cargo hold in a rookie ship, or implants not even injected in your pod, but like in your cargo hold in a shuttle. These are just examples, and like they're pretty pricey fucking kills, and a lot of time he gets pretty good loot drops too. So he's made kind of a name for himself doing this in high sec, and sometimes he'll get sassy remarks on his YouTube videos. I'm trying to find his YouTube channel, but like, fuck.
I like sassy fucking shit. That's fun.
So if he's killing his own stuff, how did this Aiden the Gamer guy get mad at him?
So he's not killing his own stuff. He's
Oh, he's
God.
oh okay. When you said he's
He's killing other people. So what he'll do is he'll cargo scan someone, and he'll be like, "Oh, look at this fucking nerd with
Gotcha.
5
That's
large
where
skill
okay.
injectors and a fucking,
I was
Pivot."
confused. I thought you were saying that he was using an alt of his to pack ships full of stuff, and then just to like pad his kill
No.
board and make it look
He
like
uses
has some
he
juicy
uses an
kills.
alt to grab the
To
loot,
the
right?
stuff. Got it. Okay. Now I'm on page. Now it makes a little more sense why he's pissed off. I was like, who's this other guy then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's his YouTube channel. I found it. Hold on.
So this Aiden the Gamer guy.
Yeah.
The name sounds familiar.
That guy about
I've
cargo
heard the
scanner.
name
What's his
somewhere.
name?
Aiden the Gamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him from somewhere too.
So anyways,
sounds
this
familiar.
in the tweet we have here, there's a remark here by Daniel Ringler on YouTube who disagrees with his non-consensual PvP style. And then the thing sort of devolves from there. And you can see when like Aiden the Gamer gets involved, it turns into like kind of a monkey shit flinging
Yeah, it's
scenario.
it's
But the basic argument is, hey, look at the cool things I gank in HiSec versus, hey, there should never be any PvP whatsoever in HiSec.
I just love the back and forth and the Gamer's like 3 kill zone seal clubber big PvP. He just starts freaking out on it's like, are you trying to type a bash in your face? And the Gamer's like, PvPer, pew pew ship go boom, me big player, wanna boom boom little seals, me great PvP. And it goes on like that.
And like, you can't argue with someone like that. It doesn't matter what you say. You're just
That's
like,
right.
oh yeah, whatever.
Big
well,
PvPer.
dude.
Ook ook. I like he's like, it's not a PvP game. And someone's like, wait, Eve's not a PvP game? Is that what you're saying? He's like, yeah, you turned it into one. CCP just went along. That's how far I got into this thing so far. I'm like, wait a sec.
Yeah,
no.
then you're just like, I'm scrolling away. That's enough.
Yeah. Wait. Have I
You
been
have 2
wrong
choices
this whole
with these.
time?
Your choices are get involved and then like waste your entire afternoon tweeting bullshit at some fucking dummy on Twitter,
That
or
happens.
scroll away. I fired a couple shots and then I scrolled away.
Do that old drive-by.
Yeah, drop a gif or a meme and then fucking see ya. I'm out. Not engaging with you. But like, what do you think of the argument though? Like, should there be PvP in HiSec or no?
I think
Yes,
the way that
sure.
PvP is in HiSec is fine. Honestly, I mean, I don't live there. I know that there's a lot of people that don't want to PvP at all, but you know what? Most of those people don't get shot. Aside from the occasional miner that gets ganked in a belt, or the freighter that is carrying way more value in it than it should,
And
or
in high
the
school, just to save a few people is not worth it, right? I mean, there is actual gameplay that PvP gameplay in HiSec that happens.
yeah, or you got
Consensual and
the
non-consensual, and to end it all based on just a few people who whine that'd be stupid.
yeah, well, and then was it the incursion runners or the the high end mission runner? Like they'll have some blingy fit stuff. I mean, other than that, I mean, I've never been ganked in HiSec, ever.
Oh,
I've only died once in HiSec I died once in HiSec because early on I
For
didn't
sure, right?
understand the difference between criminal and suspect, and I thought suspect was like free reign to shoot someone. Not so.
Yeah, I've done that as well.
And then another one where I took my jump freighter into HiSec thinking I was on my neutral alt, and I was not. I was on my war decked null sec alt or main character. That didn't go well.
No, that sucks. Yeah,
Yeah.
that happened to Rafe once. It was
Yeah,
funny.
so that was, but I mean, other than that, it's not like HiSec is some wild west where there's ganks happening left and right. I mean, Code will gank some people here and there. That's about it. And then there's the Wardex, but that's not really ganking. That's active open PvP. So,
Right.
and the thing's like when you gank someone, they're gonna die. Concord's gonna kill them. So if you're not carrying anything valuable, then you're probably not worth ganking unless you're flying a ship that's super valuable because of, like I was saying, the, bling fit marauders for incursions and stuff. People would probably blap those if they know that you're there. hoping to get.
Or you're an
payouts
asshole.
on the
People just
loot.
don't like you. Then you
And then there's
Burn.
Burn Jita. I mean, you have to.
Remember fucking Hulkageddon? That was awesome.
Yeah, like stuff like that, like events, and I guess people that don't know what's going on are a little susceptible to that, but I don't know. I think high sec PvP is not a common thing, and I think it's fine the way it is. But
Do you think ganks drive new players away?
Yes, I think it can. I think it can. I
it
don't think
can
it does.
if it's
but I think
past
it
the level
can.
of like
Does
a
that make
one-off
sense?
gank. I don't think so. But if it gets to like I don't know if I'd call it harassment, but almost like where like they're repetitively ganking.
No,
and
I think
when it gets to a point of griefing, that's the word I was
I
trying to come up
disagree. I think a one-off gank can drive someone away, but
with.
if
If
it
it's their
does,
first day, sure.
if it does, they probably shouldn't play Eve. If one time you get ganked one time, it makes you so mad you don't want to play the game anymore. This game isn't for you.
I mean, if it's like their first or second day, maybe I don't know. You know what? Maybe they can implement something where it's like, unless
don't get
you
ganked the
initiate,
first,
if you
second day,
initiate
yeah.
PvP, then it turns off. But maybe the first 3 days or 5 days you play,
And I think that's fair. Yeah.
maybe the first like 3 to 4 or 5 days that you play, that you're
Almost perfect. but it's
immune
not even
to
close.
combat.
Almost.
If you're in high sec, I don't know. I mean, whatever they want to do. But so I mean, I could see if it's like you just start playing and someone comes and ganks you. That's pretty discouraging, maybe. But people that have been playing for a while, if you're getting ganked over and over and over and someone's griefing you, then yeah, I would see
Well,
that driving
that's a
people away.
totally different story, though. I'm talking, hey, Teabagger, I'm talking about one-time ganks driving players off. That's what you're talking about.
I don't
right,
think
Toby?
that's
I think that can happen, and I think
possible,
if it does,
but I don't think
then
it's common.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think it's common, but I think if it does drive them off, then this game wasn't for them in the first place. So I mean, I'm fine with that.
Right. So if you get ganked in like your second day,
Fix the
Right.
game. There you go. Got it. Yeah.
what have you accomplished in 2 days that you've lost that you cannot regain?
Right. I mean, at that
Your
moment, it
Cormorant?
feels like a lot, probably because you
Right.
did some work for it, but like in the grand scheme, nothing really. Yeah.
When I first started playing the game, I came over to this game from WoW with a bunch of other guys, right? And there was one other dude that got into Eve as much as I did right off the bat. He was totally into it, and he thought he's going to be a space trucker, right? Within the first month, that's what he's going to do. But stupidly, he put all his eggs in one basket, and he did get ganked, and it drove him away from the game. I get it, but he's more one of those personalities that would have happened to him again and again and again had he stayed, and he would not have been happy. He wouldn't have liked it. He liked the aspects of Eve, except that part, and that's part of the game, right? I mean,
Right. Loss has meaning, right?
yeah, he lost his meaning. Where he came from a game where loss did not have meaning. You had to fix your equipment or whatever. That was it.
Yeah.
And that's what actually hooked me on the game, right? Was the loss is real thing. I love the harshness. That's why I've stayed with Eve. I've loved the harshness.
I
of
think
it.
that's the only
Very
part of
good.
it that like actually causes the shakes, because even if it's not like financially huge for you, the fact that you're gonna lose something, it's
Yeah.
like very 50-50. Well, not 50-50, it depends on the scenario, but you know what I'm saying. It's like every time you go out, there's a chance you gotta buy new shit or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, especially like any kind of solo. I mean, if it's like a bigger fleet fight, I don't know if the shakes are much of a thing anymore. But like if it's like small
it still is
gang,
for me.
Solo and small gang.
if
Yeah.
it's small
Okay.
gang, or I mean, I love it. It's like getting into like if you're doing Logi or something. But like I mean, small gang or solo. I mean, every time I'm sitting there like, even if you know you're gonna kill them, like, oh,
Even
caught
if
this
you're-
guy.
even if it's a
It's
big,
like I
huge
caught
fight.
you catch a hauler, a T1 hauler, and you're in like some Tech 2 cruiser. Like he's not getting away, but you're like, like freaking out.
Endorphins.
Even a massive 1,000 on 1,000 person fight. If my shit looks like it's gonna get pushed in, I get that.
Yeah, if it
exhilaration of
starts
I-
getting
yeah.
tight.
But what, Dom? What are you flying in those fleets?
Whatever the doctrine ship is usually. I don't do Logi. I just do the doctrine ships. I used
You're
to do
missing
command
out.
ships. I used to do the command ships mostly.
Do you do
Um,
capital ships at all?
Oh yeah, I'll fly capitals. Yeah,
Logic's where all the fun work is.
I love my
unless
super. I
you're doing
fly
a
my
structure
super all the
shoot.
time.
If
I
you're doing a
love my
structure,
super.
if you're doing a structure shoot in your Logi,
Butt
then you're
pucker,
just
exactly,
you're
T-Bag,
literally
right?
doing nothing. But
No, I-
Welcome to a half hour watching Netflix. Yeah.
yeah,
I've used my Titan once in combat, just once. but I did use it. You know, so I'm happy with that. I like command ships. This is my favorite ships, especially command destroyers. Those are my favorite. I've lost lots of them.
Although the one time I will
enjoy
say
those.
that Logi can be interesting on a structure shoot is if it's you're going in
Shooting back.
on short. If you're going in on with short range ships and you're going against a Keepstar with a PDS or something, then it's Logi time. It is then it kind of becomes difficult because everyone's taking damage and everyone's broadcasting and you're just kind of like cycling through. I've been in fleets where they just like, okay, we would actually like have people like divvy up the Logi section where it's like, okay, the first 3 people you're gonna be just cycling through the people named A through F, and then the next 3 people you're like G through M, and so that you're just kind of cycling through all the names in your on your fleet, trying to just
Oh god.
juggle reps and stuff. And like I've been in fleets where it's just like we'll just be sitting in the PDS for like 5 to 10 minutes shooting the thing. It's like, holy fuck, we're running out of cap. FC FC danger
tried
close.
this logistics thing during the Delve War where you literally needed a mathematical equation to work out which people to add to your fucking watch list.
Yeah.
And every person was in a squad, and each squad had a Logi and work out which. And it was like 200 squads. It was fucking hell.
One thing I wanted to say about the high sec ganking aspect, which I mostly agree is a fairly important thing to do in this game, or to retain, but I think it's slightly too cost effective.
Doggo.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean cost effective?
I think the fact that you could take a bunch of next to nothing value like catalysts or whatever and just wreck some very large, very tanky, potentially ships. I think it's a little bit too cost effective for what you get out of it.
I put the equation into the Twitch chat. That was the equation for the watch list for Logi.
What the fuck? I would get that wrong 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I'm fine with like, hey, pick these name
What in
ranges,
the
but if
hell
like
does
if I
that
gotta
mean,
sit there
Dale?
and do like algebra on a fleet,
Yeah, no, explain that. What's that mean?
So that was how you worked out which DPS to put on your Logi watch list when Progod was like trying out this new thing.
I'm not saying I
He's
can't
a
figure
smart
out the.
dude.
Like,
I won't take it away from him. The guy's a smart dude, but man, that's overthinking shit, I think.
No, Rain, I'm not saying I can't figure out the math. I mean, it's simple addition and multiplication.
I am
but I'm
bad,
just saying,
Rain.
I
Quit
don't
making
want to
fun
of
have
me.
to do that in a fleet.
Quit bullying me, Rain.
Say
Quit
it to his face.
Jesus,
The
Rain. quit
medical
bullying me.
condition, Rain.
Fuck.
Fuck off.
The medical condition, exactly. Fuck, you've met me. You know that fucking is the
Yeah,
problem.
no, we don't watch this, but the thing is, like, if everyone started taking PDS damage at the same time, generally everyone's going to be getting to 50% shield or armor at the same time, and then you just like, bleh, just like the whole thing just spits out broadcast.
Always
So what
broadcast shield
happens is-
damage. No, always broadcast shield
No.
damage. Always
So if you're on a
broadcast on shield
PDS,
damage.
what happens is as you start taking damage, you broadcast for armor. So then Logi knows, okay, prioritize shield, but if there's no shield, you just start repping the armor. And then some folks will say, oh, nobody repped me, now I'm at 50% shield, so they broadcast for shield. And that's when you start repping the people who need it the most. You guys are really bad at Logi. I don't know how you guys survive fleets.
I don't.
not-
feel-
I-
That
I
sounds
know
more
Logi.
complicated than
I
just.
count on people like you knowing what the fuck they're doing.
No, because I may be flying Logi, but that's how you have to broadcast as a DPS or literally any
I
other
don't
ship.
broadcast. I just expect you to watch
What we
me.
did is we just did what I said. Is like, hey, these people, you watch
I
this
die a
group,
lot.
these people watch this group, and then we told people don't broadcast for taking damage because we'll just be constantly topping everyone up. But if you get down low, then broadcast. And then we get these occasional broadcasts where it's like, oh, hey, that person needs help, and everyone just like give them a quick zip of shield or armor, and then they'd be good, and then we go back to what we were doing, cycling reps, and it generally worked. I mean, the only time it started getting
That's why I fly command ships, so I don't have to fucking worry about broadcasting. Somebody's watching my ass, right? It's their job to watch.
yeah,
my
I
ass.
mean,
Yeah,
if,
that works
if
too.
you're one of those,
What? Maybe that's not how that works.
yeah, if you want to just
Is that why I
always
die all
be
the
on
time?
watch list, fly
What the
command
fuck?
ships, but then you just
Why
doing nothing.
am I on a watch list if you're not fucking watching me? That's
That's
bullshit.
You
why we
also
take out
still
the
have to
80
broadcast.
ships.
That's bullshit.
Make
I don't
everybody
want-
broadcast.
What?
I would
That
never want to
seems
fly
bullshit
command
to
ship
me.
though, because you know what you do? You just
We yell at our command, so we'll put them on watch lists, and then the first person who notices them dying before they rep just screams in global to have them broadcast.
Yeah.
We've saved a lot of command ships that way.
Command ships die fast, though. I mean, it's just a
Yeah,
fact.
I
Everybody
just-
goes after them because
Well,
you
they
have
get
to.
targeted first, but I mean,
Yeah.
just what you do, you anchor up and you turn on boosts, and then you just sit there.
Teabagger makes
it's
me do
even more
command shift,
boring than
maybe fucking
F1.
ease me out to
Like I
drive.
think command ships are the most boring role in a whole fleet. I would never want to do
that
it.
bullshit. I love them. They're fun.
You just cycle
yeah, and
boost.
I
That's
got
all
guns,
you
that's
do.
what
You just turn on boost modules and then just wait until the FC tells you to turn them off.
That's not right. Yeah, Vlad's correct. I am on some watch lists, that's for sure. I'm always on everybody's watch list, but somehow it seems like all my fucking allies seem to shoot me too. I don't understand that.
I think like, one of the more fun thing in Logi though is like if your fleet's not getting primaried, but you see that the other fleet is, and then you like zoom in, you try to like figure out like that person's getting shot in the other fleet, so I'm gonna lock them up and try and rep them, and that person. So you can't get broadcast. You just have to be visibly aware on the battlefield of who's getting primaried in your allied fleets.
That really sets like good fleets apart from bad fleets is when Logi are like giga-brained and do that. And that's why like a lot of times, at least like with my groups, it's like Horde and CMPL, where there's almost always one person who has like one group who has to warp in first to, kind of be the meat shield. And then it's up to the other Logi wings. I know PL does it because we will rarely warp in first because we usually don't have the most people. So we'll usually sit back and do like long range stuff, and so all that's really within range to do anything for Logi is allies, and so we'll actually zoom in on them and have people either like link the name or say the name, and then we'll like focus primaries to try and rep.
Yeah, it's harder to do. I think what a lot of people though, the reason why a lot of people don't see it and can't do that effectively is they have potato mode on, which takes off. You don't get to see the enemy's missiles and artillery and like the gunshots. You don't see who's taking the damage. But I never turn all those off. I always have them on, so it's like obviously that guy's the primary because there's like 200 lines from that fleet going on to this one ship, so that guy's getting shot.
Well, the other thing too, and a lot of people don't realize this, right? So like with the monitor is a target painter, and you can turn off all those effects without turning off the target painter, and it's very obvious to see because an FC's broadcasting and target painting their target that they're calling, and that's like it stands out like I don't know, like a sore thumb. So you can really easily just say, oh, here's a target painter. There's a bunch of fire going everywhere, but you follow the target painters.
Yeah. No, the downside though is when I do that sometimes I'm like, oh, that guy's getting shot, I'm gonna rep him, and I like lock him up and start repping, and then I look and I'm like, oh, he's still dying with it, and I look, I'm like, oh, he's like 72 kilometers away. My reps are hitting him for probably like 10 HP a cycle, so I'm not really helping. I'm trying, but I'm not doing anything really. Especially with the diminishing returns on the reps now.
I mean, that's where I mean, like if you were the main Logi wing, that would be bad if you were that far away. But since you're just extra reps, that's where I'm a very strong. Helps. Like I'm very anything helps. So like even if our allies bring armor fleets and you're in shield, like you may be able to rep like 300 shield or whatever, but that's an additional 300 damage that they have to shoot then. And so it always seems like it's like a kind of like you can't really win in that instance, but you can still help inch your team ahead further.
Yeah. Or the also when I fly, everyone like they brings their horde drones for Logi. I always have like if I'm a shield rep ship, I will bring armor, and usually I'll have like 3 armor bots and a couple hull bots.
Yeah,
and,
you are good people.
And if I'm in an armor Logi, then I just bring all hull bots. That way, it's like, okay, well, we can rep this guy's shields up, but if he's into half armor, he's still more vulnerable. And then it's like, well, I'm going to stick my fucking armor bots on him. And then it might take 5 minutes, but I might get him back up tip top, and then he's good to go. But lately, though, in a lot of the fleets, back when like Munins and all that shit were going on, it's like, it stopped being effective because everyone had, there's the smart bombs everywhere. So I'd like, oh, go get them, Logi bots. And like that fleet, the allied fleet would like smart bomb my armor drones away. I'm like, well, fuck. Then you don't get help. Damn it.
Yeah, fuck you.
It's like, turn your smart bombs off. Let me get my 3 armor bots on there. I don't care about the swarm of DPS drones that are on you guys.
So back to high sec PvP.
Right.
What if they did take high sec PvP away?
I think they should.
Code would
what?
Why?
Cry.
No.
I don't think they should, but I don't think he's saying like whether they should or like what if they did.
All right.
What's the outcome?
So there should be systems in EVE Online in high sec that are completely safe. Not all of them but
Yes.
some of them should be completely safe. And they
Which
should
ones?
be where
Systems?
market hubs happen. So Jita, Amar, also like the newbie systems.
I mean, trade hubs are a player construct, though. Don't get me wrong. I know they've leaned into them over time, but like that's us. That's not a CCP thing.
That's okay. It's in their game,
Starter
so it can be.
systems. Well, I'm just saying, but like think about the logic behind it. Starter systems make sense. They had full control and they created those, and that was all intentional and stuff. Trade hubs,
Trade
we
hubs are
choose
usually
how that
like,
works.
I mean, look at Jita. It's like a freaking.
Are you like?
it's
Are
a
you coming at me
connection of,
from
like,
a
so many
lore
ways.
angle?
No, not necessarily. Just the logic of it. I don't see why a trade hub should be immune to it, but also trade hubs are a player construct. That's not like a CCP,
The thing though is,
intended thing. They just adapted to it.
so if you're going to allow high sec PvP, I think a lot of the war deck system is based around catching people going into the trade hubs. So if you eliminate PvP in the trade hubs, that takes away a
then
whole
you eliminate
aspect
PvP in
of
the
the
trade
game.
hubs.
And like, I understand like war decks are not the most.
It doesn't. I mean, war decks in
Common.
market hubs are stupid. Like, how do you fucking even counter that shit? If you're undocking a little hauler from Jita and you get blapped by 10 tornadoes, they're at war.
You have to have neutral alts. If you're war
See,
deck,
that's
you can't
stupid,
take
though.
your mains in there.
Forget that. That's dumb.
Why not just use an insta unduck, like most traders that are worth their
They'll
salt do?
they'll see that you undocked and went off to a thing, and they'll just
Well-
watch you at the gates. The second you go through a gate, they're gonna catch you on the other side. Like you're not.
I mean,
gonna
if
get
you have
away.
wars and
just
you're
saying-
running around on a hauler,
Wait.
then like
Are you
You're
saying
asking-
that war targets are hunting haulers?
Yeah,
Is that what we're saying?
I mean,
Well,
I'm
you're
pretty
at
sure
war.
that's what happens.
yeah. If you're a war
Right.
target,
So what happens
then-
when you leave the trade hub? You're still going to get shot.
Possibly,
Probably,
but
Taking
not
away-
on the
If you're in a-
undock.
If you're in a hauler,
Look,
Taking
check
away
this out.
PvP.
Check it out.
maybe in
This
a
is what
cloaky
you're
hauler, you
doing.
might get
You're
away.
taking away PvP that you can't like reasonably avoid, you know? So think of it this way. If I'm undocking in something and I'm fully fit to warp off and to do everything I need to, but for some reason I am caught by something random and I just get popped, like where's my choice in that?
Well, your choice was that
Undocking
you
was your
brought
choice.
you were under a war deck and decided to go there anyway.
So I
You could
decided
use a
to
neutral
undock
alt,
a
or you could
spaceship.
bring some friends and be like, "Hey, I refuse to get on an alt, and I want to go to Jita while we have a war deck on. Like,
But
can
see,
a
here's the
handful of
thing,
you guys
though,
come and escort me? I guess
is
you could do
that-
that.
Undocking, people say that when you undock a ship, you are consenting to PvP. And I
Based on
don't
the
think
game
that's
mechanics.
true.
I think the wording on that. Okay, so I would say you're not consenting.
use a
to
different
PvP,
phrase?
But you are undocking, and you should understand that whether you consent to it or not, you are at risk of.
Can we use a different phrase other than consent?
No, it's a fucking
yeah,
word.
Yeah, I like
Okay,
the- I like
use
the
it in a
distinction.
non-video game context.
I consent to you signing on my behalf as my power of attorney.
I
You'll
consent
need to sign
these
this consent
cookies.
form.
I consent to another.
Well, your parents will,
pour of
youngin.
whiskey.
Let's
I know
use a
you're just
different
gonna go
word.
scribble on it.
I like the risk word. You
Anyways,
are understanding
whatever.
the risk.
You are
of
not
potentially getting
inviting
blown up.
somebody to engage in PvP content. It's stupid. Consent is a great word because it means giving permission. You're
No,
not giving
because it's-
permission.
The only time
for
it's really
people-
used is for like sexual assault, and I really don't think like
That's
adding it to a
absolutely
video.
not true.
I mean, okay, when you say consent, what do you think of? Because I definitely don't
I
think,
think
you mean
of giving
consent to
permission
power of
because that's what
attorney.
the word means.
No.
Yeah, it's
Anyways,
just
no.
synonymous with
So
permission.
when people undock, I don't think they're giving permission for people to engage in PvP with them. I don't think
I
that's a
agree.
thing.
Right, but like I said,
But the
it
game
doesn't- you don't
mechanics
have to
would-
be
would
giving
argue that
permission
it
or
is.
not.
Well,
The
they don't
fact
though,
is
because
that
Citadels, you
it-
undock, you're tethered.
the fact is that
Yeah, and you can be bumped.
well, hold on, whether you give permission or not, it's a possibility, and it can happen with or without your permission. And therefore, if you're undocking, you have to understand that someone could blow you up whether you like it or not. And if you really don't want that to happen, and you're completely unaccepting of that happening, then you can either just never undock or don't play. But
You could be a
the
station.
risk
crew.
of PvP is in the game, and
Which are two fantastic
It's a lot
options,
less-
right?
it's a lot
I
less.
mean,
likely
one'll
in
get you
hindsight.
rich, and the other one will save you a lot of heartache. So I think they're decent options.
They seem terrible. Anyways,
You may not be,
my
be
point
into either of
is,
those. Everybody has their own playstyle.
is that there does kind of need to be some like level of safety in some place. Now
the safety is
that
But there
that
is, isn't there?
safety,
Isn't there? There
Not
is a level
really.
of safety.
Here's-
Yes.
There is
In the
with
starting
Concord.
zones, you can't do shit.
Here's
like
my
that,
thoughts.
whereas-
What if Concord was vastly faster?
No, but in the very,
Police
very
are always
starting
going to be
zones, you can't do
reactionary
anything
for the
stuff,
most
right?
part.
I
But what if
think
they were vastly faster? So that it would take like an inordinate, whatever, an exorbitant amount of effort to do like petty ganks.
I think Concord. I mean, that's the whole point of the security system difference in high sec.
The timing, right?
Right. I mean, like,
But
a
we've also
0.5
come
is
a
gonna
long
take
way as
longer
far
than a
as
1.0
game
but,
hardware and stuff.
I mean, they already like scram you instantly. Or I don't know if it's a scram, but it's
After
it's
20
at
some
least
odd
a warp
seconds and a
disruption.
0.5,
So like,
that's
you
enough
can't
time to
warp.
have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, I mean, like
Oh, I like to have.
and generally the difference between a 1.0 and a 0.5 system is what you get a few like if you're in
It's
a
like 10
catalyst
seconds.
you get like what 3 or 4 maybe probably 3 to 4 extra cycles before you get blown up. I mean, that's the thing is it's safe enough in high sec. I think LB and I were talking about this earlier. I think, or maybe we were just talking about earlier on the show, is that in high sec ganks do happen, but it's not super common. It's not like everyone's getting ganked in high sec. Some people get ganked here and there.
Okay, but hear me out. Like, you have a massively multiplayer video game where people can just randomly kill each other anywhere in the game. How many games like that have you played that don't have some sort of safe zone
That's what
where
starter
like
systems are.
the punishments are super severe and immediate?
Maybe make that the
and,
starter
like-
school zones.
Isn't the starter systems like you're not allowed to gank and things in there? Like that's
You're
a
I mean,
not,
sure.
You're not
Mission
allowed
level.
to gank the new players. You're not allowed
and
to
that's at least 4
You're
systems.
not allowed to grief new players. Now, there's no mechanic in the game that prevents that, but it is a. If
It's
you're
petitionable,
if
if
you're
nothing
sitting
else,
there ganking brand new players as they come out and are figuring the game out, and you're just sitting there hunting them and ganking them, you could get reported and banned. But I think, like I was saying earlier, maybe they introduce a thing where if you're brand new to the game, you get a 3 or 4 day period where you're immune to PvP.
That would
But
be
now,
terrible.
if you engage in
Here's-
PvP yourself, then you forfeit that protection. But that at least will give you a, while you're figuring shit out and you don't know what the game is, people aren't going to come and grief you.
Here's the thing: when you make vast amounts of space like that, I think beyond something minimal like 4 starter systems, which there's not a lot of motivation for anybody to stay in crab or do anything long term in, you're just encouraging botting and things like that.
Yeah,
You
that's
can't
true.
you
And
can't
I would
have
also-
space without risk in this game.
I would
because
also
it
give
will be
the thing where, like,
exploited hard.
If you go into low sec from high sec, even if you're under that protection window, should probably give you where like you'll lose your protection if you're going out into PvP viable zones. You don't get to keep that. You don't get to fly through low sec immune to PvP. Like, so, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not
I'm
saying
not a
that
game developer,
nothing could
so
be
here's the thing.
adapted in the
I'm just
system,
spitballing
but I
ideas.
think most of the foundations of the system have to remain. Like I
I have an adjustment to my initial
fair.
thing. What if we took 1/3 of the systems that are high sec systems right now and allowed them to remain high sec systems and made every other system low sec?
That'd be interesting for cramming density
It's like
around.
the opposite of what you
I
just
would-
said, basically.
I would only do like that if they did a faction warfare update and added that as part of the change.
Ray,
Yeah,
I'm
like
100%,
the-
100% with you. I
but I-
agree. It
I
would
feel
work
like
if
the-
they did that. Yeah.
Wait, so say again, like what systems are swapping?
I mean, they already took
So,
a bunch of
Like
them away
2/3
from-
of high sec
because it's
basically becoming
Triglavian
low
stuff,
sec.
so
Yeah.
it's not unprecedented.
Right?
Right? It's not
guarantee-
And it would be low sec, or there could be
Triglavian space or
just
some other space.
a small group of systems controlled by the players that get taken into a safe zone where things are plentiful and bountiful, but they're also worth nothing, next to nothing.
So,
I mean, isn't that the
wouldn't-
starter systems?
No, not really,
I think so.
I don't.
because
I
you
don't
don't
know if-
interact with you don't interact with other players that aren't just as new as you in starter systems. Like, you need to have
There's a
interaction
lot
with
of
other
potential,
players. Like,
too.
if that guy that I ran into when I was flying through space didn't give me a billion ISK, I would have never bought a Caracal.
And that was based on him ganking me and feeling bad because he saw I was like 3 days old.
If
Boom.
you reduced high
Human
sec
interactions.
to like a third of the thing is, like, all the people that are generally in high sec don't want PvP. So if you made 2/3 of high sec low sec where PvP is viable, you're just gonna have a
They would just clamor to the
condensing
other
of
high
all
sec
those
systems, yeah.
people into the last
Uh-huh.
third
You'd probably see a lot more
of high
ganking.
sec, and then high sec is just going to be flooded with people, and everyone's
a
gonna
smaller
all the high
pond
sec
with
players are
just
gonna
as
complain
many
that
fish.
there's
So?
too many people in all the systems and they don't have enough space for shit. And that is the majority of the majority of players in this game are in high sec.
I don't think there would be any sort of resource constriction or anything, or I think there's plenty, just abundance going on in high sec as far as the actual raw volumes. That being said, if you put that many fish in a smaller pond, there's going to be more ganking. You just made
no,
the
but
forest
he's
more
saying
rich and more
if high
popular.
sec is like no game, if he's saying like reduce the space of high sec, but make
In
it
conjunction
PvP,
with making
PvP
it
immune.
Yep.
So you can
No,
condense high
that's
sec
broken.
down to about a third of what it is, but no one can PvP in there. Everyone that was in high sec is going to all move to that third of, and then low sec is just going to be much more vast than it is now, and probably even more empty because now you have
No,
3 times the space and probably the same amount of people that want to live in it.
It's true.
I don't know, man. I feel like if there was a good way to make low sec a lot more viable, like if you could earn money by participating in faction warfare and
I mean-
not just like a little tiny bit of money, and not like LP, but actual real money, well, not real money, game money, you know?
Yes.
I'm sure
just
I'm sure there's a lot of ways faction warfare could be improved
I
upon.
think that's been.
I
a thing
don't
for a long
see
time,
making
is ever-
high sec a Candyland or something. I don't know how to best describe that, but like I don't see that being viable. Like, how are you supposed to?
well,
How are
my
you supposed
server
to interrupt
stopped.
other people's logistics and stuff like that? Who is everybody? How many people are complaining about this?
Nobody.
the people that
What are
are
you talking
getting ganked once in a
3
while.
guys on Twitter.
Yeah, yeah, these guys on Twitter.
I thought the Twitter stuff was gonna be like spicy,
It was
and I
funny.
read through the entire thread,
I
and
think
there
I
was just
agree with Valamore though.
it was
Low
just
sec's not
silly
the word for it.
people saying silly things.
Was LB's drive-by any good?
No,
No,
it was
Oh.
they're just
bad.
goofs.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is
I
like,
don't know what's bad. You're bad. Shut up.
I am bad. That's why I know it's bad. It takes one to know one, dude. Literally.
Calls them like a season. It's well
with Valamir and Ferengi saying isn't faction warfare actually quite lucrative? I think it can be if it's done right, but
So faction warfare is lucrative if you do the faction warfare missions. Doing the
right.
actual
you do
faction,
faction
warfare portion of
warfare-
it is no good.
But I think the thing is, low sec is this weird ass space where you have PvP, but some of the tools that make PvP easier, dictors and shit like that, you can't use. So, and then you also have the gate guns. So sometimes, gate camping, you have to gate camp in something that can either tank the guns or you have to spider tank and juggle the gun aggro. I mean, there's skills to that and people do it, but I'm just saying it's the way that PvP is done in nullsec is not really the same way it's done in lowsec. It's a different style. The space is different. I don't know.
Mechanics are slightly
Why?
different. Yeah.
Like you have the
Space
faction
is
warfare
different.
stuff.
The ships are different. The
Yeah.
The
pods
fact
are
that
different.
the fact
Everything
that
is
everybody
different.
runs blingy
Everything-
pods and
Whole
thing.
different kind of
It's
space.
such a different thing, and I think most people are not really interested in the gameplay that is in lowsec, and
Because
that's
it's dog shit.
as long as I've played this game. Lowsec is like this outlier that not many people want to deal with, and most people in high sec see it as the outer barrier that they don't go into, and people in nullsec see it as this weird midland zone that they have to get through to get to the trade hubs if they're going there.
I venture to say that the implant and lack of bubble thing is probably one of the biggest exacerbators of what's wrong with lowsec. And the reason I say that is because you've got your somewhat, like elite considered groups that for many, many years now have controlled most of the sources of income there and will just helicopter dick upon any competition that shows up in lowsec to where they've overfarmed their area and nobody wants to be there.
Yeah, it's also a weird,
And there's not a lot of recourse. You can't catch up to those people very easily.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, since you can't bubble camp the gates, there's no real solid way to protect the gates, essentially, from certain types of ships. Like, sure, you could, hold off. If you have enough people, you could hold off against certain types of groups coming into the gates. But, I mean, there are certain ships, unless you have, like, insta-lockers or various things like that, there's ships that are just going to get through, and you can't blockade them. And in nullsec, you have the whole, we own this space, we have it controlled, and it's safe to mine here, it's safe to mission here, it's safe to rat here. Lowsec, you have this weird thing where, like, no one really owns, maybe certain groups have, like,
No one
control of
owns the
certain
beach.
systems, but, like, it's like
It's
this
God's
weird,
beach.
it's, like, there is no solid, like, we control this and it's safe for our people to do stuff here. You have, so it's dangerous to go out, like, low sec mining, I can't imagine there's that many people that do it that often. I know they do, but to me it feels like mining and ratting in low sec is super sketch.
Yep.
So
I think there's a
don't know
lot
how
of
you
different
make the
factors at
space
play
good.
there, though.
But it has to be done, right?
As
Doesn't
long as
have
I've
to be-
played
it
this
has to be
game,
done,
low
right?
sec has always just been bad
Don't get
space to be in
ganked, right?
generally.
Don't be bad.
I won't say as long as I've played, but it's definitely gotten worse and worse over the years to where it's like there's not a lot of movers or shakers there anymore.
It's always been that.
It used to be a great place for like little weekend content. You'd go and you'd fuck around with the people who were actually doing faction warfare, but from outside of it, so you were just pirating, I guess. But
Yeah, and I
there
guess
used to be a lot more
I guess
activity
bad
for
is,
sure.
is a good term to use. Like I mean, there are people that really like the gameplay in low sec. So Joe Hill, I know that's I probably didn't word that correctly, but as long as I've played low sec above any other type of space has been called for to be improved and have much more incentive to want to actually fly in that space. And it just really, no matter what CCP tries to do, it just feels like it just is never that space that people really want to be in, other than
Did you
a
guys-
handful of outliers.
Did you guys do opening shots?
We did
Yeah.
for Nocturne leaving.
We did.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna miss her. I was gonna say you should do a shot to like the 10-year anniversary of Faction Warfare Death.
Death.
Oh.
Yeah, may it rest in
Oof.
peace, dude.
I wish, when I first started playing Eve,
Was that like
I
day
was- I
two
got
after
in-
it
I was
came out
into
or
Faction
something?
Warfare a lot. I thought it was great. They just didn't. It's once again, one of the many things CCP didn't finish.
So
Right. So Faction Warfare's got a great start. Just
I think a big part of it, if you remember, and I don't know how many people will, but in the very beginning, a lot of people it was exploitable, so to speak. And a lot of people made a fuckload of money out of farming the LP in questionable ways. And
Are you talking
it
about
wasn't
way
super
back
well
or
enough
this
thought.
last
Yeah,
week?
or in the early times. And I think they
I don't remember-
overcorrected, honestly.
think they
I think they were like, oh god, people are just pouring ISK into the game because they figured out, some kind of creative ways to go about this.
Well, the mechanics of it used to be stupid, right? It used
Well,
to be
and
boring
it wasn't well enough thought out, I think. Which
Yeah, it wasn't
nothing's ever going to
executed.
be. You put it in front of us, and we're going to try to find ways to
Oh,
break
for
it.
sure,
But
absolutely.
but like I said, I think they might have overcorrected to the extent that at this point, it's only like people who that's what they're looking for out of their gameplay are really going to do. I don't know that I'm not going to say you'd be destitute doing it, but like I don't know that it's like vast riches anymore. And maybe it's it could be respectable for all I know. It doesn't seem like it because there's not very many people doing it.
Yeah. You're not wrong. I mean, it's one of those
So
things.
we should do a shot too?
Me.
No,
What?
maybe. Why you?
Why not
Explain
me?
why you.
Why not me?
He's got you there, dude.
I mean,
Lock
you got
you
a good
for
point.
yourself real
You
quick,
got
Dom.
a good point. Shots for Dom.
Shots for Dom.
Here's to Dom.
Here's to
Well
me.
played, sir.
To was it drink more and have more fun?
So wait,
Drink
LB,
more,
did you have
more
something
fun?
before that?
Exactly.
Have-
Drayden,
have you
I
been-
love you.
Have you been holding on to your
Fucking-
resolution?
Was I here last weekend?
You weren't. What
Just
were you
'cause I
doing?
couldn't
Drinking
make-
more and
I
having more
couldn't-
fun?
I couldn't make it home. I was drinking and having more fun.
There you go.
Okay.
A man of his word.
Oh fuck yeah, I am.
We should drink to the new host of the Sunday show on Talking in Stations.
Oh,
Who dat?
Is it
Rain.
announced
It's
officially?
Rain.
Oh shit.
Rain?
Yeah.
Can we tell people now?
I guess I don't.
I mean, we just
Damn.
did, didn't we?
Too
Just
late. We
dropped
just
a
did.
bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Rain.
Well,
Well,
we
thank
couldn't
you.
figure
That's
out from the
awesome.
last Sunday show. She was there hosting it. So
I could have
Yeah,
been a guest
well,
host.
No, but
That's
she's,
right.
she's
Now
the
it's
new
known.
face.
Well,
of
in
Talking
defense,
Stations.
there have been like a lot of hosts of Talking in Stations, but I was asked to kind of step up and be sort of like the main host.
Yeah,
So
the new face.
yeah, so taking over, just allowing, kind of just running the Sunday show. But obviously, there's other hosts and people who do stuff on Talking in Stations.
I have noticed they've gotten quite a staff, quite a few faces anyway. I feel like the
they
last
have
few
quite
times
a
I've seen it.
staff. They really do have a lot of even
Yeah.
people in the background. They got a lot of people that do a lot of work over at Talking Stations.
I know it's
And
not
I will
popular
not
with those
ever
B
talk bad
guys,
about that. I love Talking Stations.
but I feel like they do a lot of work over there.
They
I-
really do.
it's-
Yeah.
I
And
really
I
like.
I'm an Imperium guy, and I love Talking Stations.
Yeah, but
Matter
Dom,
also-
you're not really. You're a man of the
Ah.
people.
Whatever. I
been
like
fun seeing-
Matter, although I've always loved him to death. I just love that.
Yeah.
guy.
It's been fun, like, seeing behind the scenes too, because like news will come out, and so like I know with a lot of other groups and just like me being, like my social discords, so someone will present something, like it'll be like a kill mail or a battle report or a patch, and people will be like, what are your thoughts? And then there's like almost always someone who has like intimate detail of what it's talking about in TIS, like all the back channels. And I love that because I'll be like, I have no idea who this person is, but they very clearly know the subject matter, and then I can just ask them questions.
Sure.
Because I'm used to having to hunt people down and try and find out who knows what.
Now you got people that help you do it.
That's fair. You know, I've never like joined their little newsletter thing, but I remember back during the war, Matterall talking about it a lot, and it sounded pretty cool as far as an idea goes. Like it was like a daily, like, you know, find it on your doorstep paper, just talking about like the shit that happened yesterday or something, you know, little blurb about everything from what it sounded like. I don't know. It was cool.
No, it was good.
It was a cool sounding idea, I should say. I didn't
experience
experience.
Newsletter, and it for the most part it was just the news, right? It did good until he stopped doing it. It just kind of petered out after that, right? But he did a great job when he was doing it. It was awesome. Redline liked it.
What?
You haven't said anything in a while. I thought I'd throw you under the bus.
There you go.
Don't do that. That's rude.
Well, you said you'd come out here, and now you're not gonna. That's
Don't
what
stand
you
in the
said.
road, bro.
Wait, Redline was gonna come to
He
Eve, Iowa?
promised me. He promised me he'd come.
What the
but he
fuck,
didn't.
Redline? You literally live in the Midwest.
I know.
Yeah,
he
he's pretty
is
close
in
to
the
it.
Midwest. It's on the map. It's on our little
If I
fucking
lived
map
that
thing.
close, I would go.
Yeah, Drayton would
How
come.
close am I?
12
What
hours.
city is it?
We're- Aren't you
Big
in
city
Michigan?
near
Des Moines,
you.
Iowa area.
12 hours, I would drive.
Des Moines?
Yeah.
Desmond.
Des Moines.
It takes me 14 hours to
Des
go to Buffalo,
Moines.
New York, so I know you're within 10 hours from here.
12 hours we could drive to like Niagara Falls.
No,
7
14
hours and
14
3
hours in Niagara
minutes,
Falls. That's
dude.
where my brother-in-law
7
lives.
hours,
There you
3 minutes,
go.
you're not going to go, dude? What a...
In and out. Quick
7
adventure.
hours,
rather-
Redline? Like, you could
Seven
show up, have a
hours?
drink,
You
and
got a free
leave.
place to stay?
I
Why
would
you
rather
not go?
die.
Rain, are you
If
encouraging drinking and driving?
I was 7
No,
hours from
I said
Dom, I would
8.
just come by every weekend or every like
Redline,
Hey,
bring your
drink
wife.
is
I
drinking
want
and
to
driving.
meet
a
her.
month or something. That's
Redline, bring your pets too.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm telling you, you got a free place
Yeah,
to
that's
stay.
not
Wait a
that
minute. If you're
far.
trying to convince him to travel, telling him to travel 7 hours each way with pets sounds like a worse selling.
I also told him
Bitch.
to bring his wife, so I don't know.
No.
Like
Oh,
7
his
hours.
wife
Double
travels
deal
easier.
breaker, dude.
Like I said, if I was 7 hours, I would just go out there like once a month for like a weekend or something.
Well,
But
a minute ago it was
that's
every
not that long.
weekend, so
Des Moines, yes. That's where we're having a meetup next weekend.
I'm
Des
20.
Moines.
I'm like a 25-hour drive. That's why.
Let me get you the fucking thing.
Wait,
you're
I've
not a 25-hour drive.
Or
Just fly,
it's like
dude.
18 hours or something.
Just come out. Come
Whoa,
on,
what are
man.
you,
I'll
Mr.
take you up.
Moneybags?
Flying to Des.
It's
flying
roughly
to
the same
Des
cost, I'm
Moines-
sure, in gas.
Well, it is now. Flying to Des Moines is like $500 or $600 just for a flight.
Yeah,
It's too
That's rough.
expensive.
How
How
It's
did
like
you
half
beat
the
me
price
to
to
it, Rain?
drive.
Jesus
rough.
Christ.
I have
That's
200
my fucking
tabs.
site.
You have 200 cats?
Tabs.
Okay.
I
Tabs?
hoard
Like
tabs.
open browser tabs?
Yeah.
Oh, I got
tabs,
some
tabs.
tabs.
Oh,
I
that's
got some
hard on
tabs
your
you
RAM,
should
girl.
take. I got some tabs.
I know. I
Is
just
it
download more
Chrome
when I
tabs?
need it.
What do you have like?
There you go.
Do you have like Elon Musk
problem
RAM?
solved.
LSD tabs.
Yeah, so I have like 50 Chrome tabs and like 200 Firefox ones.
How do you have? Like, how do you even know
Up
what
at all
tab to click
times?
on?
What the hell?
Well, so like if you open a new tab and type what you need, it actually pulls it up for you. You can say jump to tab.
Why don't you close tabs?
No, okay, so people told me that
Why don't
once.
you make
One time,
bookmarks?
so one time people
Right.
people
don't you
no,
make
'cause- okay,
bookmarks?
so here's
Yeah.
my defense, right? So people sent me like
Yeah.
screenshots once, and I opened them in like 20 tabs, and I just kind of left them. And then someone was like, "Oh my god, the screenshots are deleted." I was like, "What are you talking about?" And so like when you click the link again, the screenshots had been disappeared, but I had saved them because the tab was open, and you can just right click save even if it's deleted.
How much spy work or like
Well,
shaming
it's
are
'cause
you
it's in your-
doing?
so
Dude, it was a lot.
Your defense on
She's
She
got
having,
does a
enough
lot of
to cancel all
shaming.
of us.
She
You're
shames me a lot.
your defense
every-
on having 200 tabs open is so that you could potentially save screenshots that have been deleted.
So you guys make fun of me. So my
Which
profile
there's also
thing,
common workarounds.
my profile Twitch thing is was from a screenshot that I had saved. I put it on a business card once, another screenshot I had saved, and then I lost it because like I couldn't find it in my files because I did save it. My emotes are out there somewhere. I can't find those either. That made me mad.
It sounds like you just need some like good storage habits.
Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta show you.
Yeah,
guys.
if it's here's the thing: if you think it's a screenshot or a picture that might disappear, just save it right then and there. Then you can close the tab. And you
Then I have
it.
to remember where
Drop
I
that
saved
bitch
it,
on
and
a
I
cloud.
hate
Just
folders,
have
and then
a-
I hate trying to
just
search my folders.
Have
If I just
one
have a tab
folder.
open, then I click through them.
Then you just rape
Wait,
your
wait,
RAM
you
all
hate
day.
having to search through folders, but you're willing to search
So like,
through
wait,
200
wait, right
tabs.
here. So the Midwest thing, right? So I saved that tab. Dom sent it to me right there. That Imgur link that was from Dom. Like that's one of my tabs. This one is a PowerPoint I've been working on. This other one is a gear set in farming and Final Fantasy that I didn't want to forget.
I mean, I'll
Sounds-
admit that I keep like probably 20 to 30 going at any given time because of same thing, like little ideas of like, oh, I was working on this, I'll come back to it or whatever, things like that for a couple days until I have to restart or something.
One to three tabs is about as many as I have open at a time.
Whoa.
See, that
I couldn't even
triggers me.
function with that.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you do
Wait.
all day at your computer if you don't have 20 tabs to browse through?
I
play
have
games.
8 tabs open right now just to talk about this.
I
stuff.
have.
Drayden, how many
One of them
tabs do
is
you
a
open for?
picture that I just clicked on.
How many tabs do you open for porn though?
I don't watch porn on my computer
Oh,
Who does
because I
that?
don't
It's weird.
trust.
Drayden, do you have
I'm
your
the only
email?
person who touches my
Drayden, if
computer.
you have your email login on your phone, you might as well watch it on your computer because they link together.
I don't
and
watch
so-
porn on my phone either.
What do you watch it on?
I have a tablet that is not connected to any logins that I have associated to me. It is
Drayden,
like
it's still
factory.
hooked
What
to your
kind of weird
Wi-Fi.
porn do you
Oh,
watch?
thank you, Rain, for
It is a
linking that. That's
factory.
badass, isn't
It is
it?
basically
I did good.
factory
That's a
reset
tab.
status tablet that I use to watch porn because then I don't have to worry about it. Oh, I got a virus.
Do you have like a
Factory
stand or
reset. I don't
something, or
give
do
a
you have
fuck.
to hold it while you're doing it?
What porn do you watch where you're getting fucking viruses?
I'm not. I'm just saying I don't have to worry about like.
He's worried about
is
people
this site
following him.
shady? Although I generally only use like 2 or 3
Here,
sites.
okay.
There's a handful of
Is
very
anybody in this
reputable
group-
free sites.
I've seen the movie Flash Gordon. Right?
Yeah, sorry, dude. This is a weird conversation. Sorry, I
It's
just
very,
tab it.
okay, has anybody ever seen Flash
Oh
Gordon?
wow.
No? Yes?
No, I haven't seen Flash Gordon.
No.
Jesus,
No.
I'm fucking am talking to you people anymore.
I bet he's quick though.
Show us your show the thing. What do you got?
No! You
Fucking
seen
do
the
it.
movie Ted?
No, I
Yes.
actually haven't watched that.
Little teddy bear.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was okay. Mila Kunis, she's a winner.
Badass singer, Flash Gordon, fucking.
Look at that
trading card.
haircut. Yeah.
But if you haven't seen the movie, it doesn't make any sense. Never mind. Fuck off.
Okay.
Looks like he was all American then.
It's a movie. It's not fucking real.
I don't know. It looked
Well,
like an
the
all
person
American
is real.
sports
That
card
That looked
thing.
pretty real to me.
Yeah, that's a real
Yeah.
person.
I saw you
What's
holding it
that?
and everything. Was that green screen?
Manic.
No, it's
Manic
fucking.
finally
Dude,
showed
they're
up.
getting so skillful.
The deep fake.
What's up, Manic?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, wait, speaking of normal
Oh,
topics.
you guys weren't born. That's why. Never mind. It was 1980 when the movie came out. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was
actually,
one.
I actually
So
wasn't
no.
born.
You weren't. That's what I said. Yeah,
Yeah.
you weren't born.
So I was linking Dominarch swag in the chat, but I also got confirmation from CCP that they have sent swag. I have like the
Oh,
tracking
nice.
number and everything, so I'll get here.
Sweet.
Cool. Yeah.
And that
'cause
also wait,
Good.
so it's
I'll
physical
drink
swag
to
and then also
Swift
like
and Aurora.
Well, they said
and
we're
then
gonna get
also
skins,
skins.
right?
Yeah, skins. But we're also getting physical swag, I
Oh,
think.
did they send the backpack thing?
Yeah,
the
I think they
fanny
got them.
packs?
fanny packs. Yeah, yeah. We can
Oh,
give those
I-
out. That's awesome.
I don't know if it's new swag or like some older stuff that we've seen from last
So
year,
you asked
but
for the size
think-
of something. Are we getting shirts?
I think so.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. So
Not
yeah.
you.
So I
Just
like that
Rain and
CCP
I, because we did
Well,
all the
send
work.
it to me, ass.
Yeah, I like that. CCP. Any meetups that are big enough. And
No, this is really
Not about
cool.
it's not about
they're
being
sending
big, it's
actual
about
swag for it.
having yeah, it's not about being big, it's about actually just putting an effort and getting folks
organized.
together.
I'll say. Yeah, I guess
That's-
it's not the size, it's the
It's
organization.
the story of my
Not to
sex
toot
life.
my own horn,
Something
but this is
slightly
the
more
fifth-
than
this is
yeah,
the
me and
fifth-
my friends in the
This is
area
the
went
fifth
to a bar.
Eve meetup that I've organized. And then Rain, you and I have done 2, right?
Yeah, we did the one in Iowa City and then this one.
No, we did one other one too. Remember Ames?
Oh yeah, I consider that some of the other dudes that had help.
It
So-
was you. You and I did all the work. What are you talking about?
I thought one of the dudes made the reservation
No.
for us.
No,
oh,
I
okay.
did that. Yeah.
I don't know if y'all remember,
Wait,
but like
one
last
reservation?
year or maybe 2 years ago, they made a comment. CCP put out that they were going to try to start being more, supportive of the player meets and things like
They have
that.
done a
and
Yeah, they've
great.
done really
and from
well.
what I've
great
seen so
job.
far, they've hit the last few, and they're doing really well. I mean, granted,
sure.
we're having less than we used to, but you know
Well,
what
they're
I'm saying.
giving out
Like,
the free skin thing alone is a huge improvement over. Now,
dude,
to
those
be
partner
fair,
skins, that's
you
like
have
the
to- you
cheapest,
have to
easiest
tell
thing,
them
and it's
about it.
awesome. People
you have
love
to
that
tell
shit.
them. You can't expect them to find out about it and then come approach you.
Oh, absolutely.
You've got to tell them about it, and they're very
As you
receptive,
should. You're
right?
organizing
Yeah,
a fucking meet.
for sure.
Yeah, that's cool. It's,
Even just like the community beat too, like they're helping promote it because it's really hard to get the word out, especially for. I mean, we've run into for the Midwest meetup. We've run into a lot of people who are like, "Oh, I haven't heard about this," and it's like we've been like screaming from the rooftops, and so the community
Well,
beat has been
on,
huge.
on shows that maybe
after the polls
uh,
came out and
200
mentioned it,
people
I think
see,
I saw
right?
like
I
at
mean,
least
it's-
10 to 20 new people in the Eve Iowa chat.
I mean, in most people's defense, aren't those the quote unquote flyover states?
yeah, the best
Fuck
ones.
you, dude.
We are
I mean,
the
like
best ones.
Chicago's here too, right?
Yeah,
Who?
fuck Chicago.
Fuck Chicago.
Yeah, fuck Chicago.
Iowa is the
Dude,
place
it's
to
a
be.
fun touristy place.
Chicago's a piece of shit.
Dude, we're
It's a
doing
horrible-
Nando's
Isn't
when
it
we
called
have
the
it in
Windy
Chicago.
City?
It's a horrible hole. It's a
The name
fucking
of it?
shit.
There's a bean and an
What do I
aquarium.
want to get blown away?
Yeah, but it's
We can also
famous.
also go get murdered too. It's like it has everything.
Oh,
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a lot of content there.
Fun.
Yeah, I remember.
Emergent gameplay.
Fuck, what was it? I think I was flying when I was flying to Toronto. Flew over. I don't normally fly over the Midwest. And I just remember like looking out the window because I actually had a window seat, and I remember looking down when it was. I couldn't tell. I was like, I don't know if I'm over Nebraska or Iowa or like Illinois or something, but there's a lot of fucking flat green shit down there. It's probably corn.
No, it's not probably.
It is.
It's corn.
It is corn.
It's
Yeah,
corn.
Corn and soybeans.
So I was like, well, that's either Iowa or Nebraska. I don't know which one.
Iowa, Nebraska, South
He
Dakota,
said-
Illinois,
But
Indiana,
South Dakota doesn't
Missouri.
do that much corn farming, does it?
I said
Oh,
I
it's
expected the
decent.
Rocky
Kansas.
Mountains to be a little rockier than
Kansas.
this.
Kansas is
Michigan,
wheat,
Ohio.
Kansas is
John
John
Denver's
Denver's
full.
full of
Ohio,
shit.
yeah, Ohio's got tons of fucking Indiana, Kentucky.
Well, no, I knew I wasn't that far east
Wisconsin.
because I was flying to, I guess Toronto, but no, it
We should do
wasn't.
Wisconsin because then we could have cheese.
Oh, I love cheese.
Can you
The
not bring
Goons-
cheese
the
to
Goons
this
have a
meeting?
Wisconsin meetup every year.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
a
know
good
what-
idea.
Well, we used to do the
Yeah,
Milwaukee
just bring
meetup. I used to be part of that. Yeah.
Rain,
It's
do you
like,
not
hey,
travel with cheese? You seem like a cheese connoisseur
All right.
in my
Did
experience.
you ever hear about the New Orleans incident?
No.
So
The
we-
way
it
you
was
bring some
Saturday night.
cheese?
No, it gets better.
Is
So
there cheese
Saturday
in Missouri? I
night,
love it.
3 a.m., we were all just like trashed in like the community room. Everyone just kind of like half awake, half asleep, like having energy but not enough to go back out. And I'm like, dude, I want string cheese. And one of the guys went out and like bought all of Walgreens string cheese and like set it there on the table. And everyone was just like, cheese. And
That's
like we ate the
fantastic.
string cheese. And then like 20 minutes later, someone brought pizza and everyone was like, pizza.
It's
We
covered in
just demol-
cheese.
dude.
Yeah, we just demolished the food. It was the best thing
So
ever.
for
cheese
New
and-
Orleans this year, Rain, we should drive down, make it a fucking road trip.
Oh, I
Dude,
don't
road
know.
trips are fun.
Road
But
trips are
you spend a lot of
blast.
time. I'm
It's
just
a
gonna
day.
say,
It's 12.
I-
It's 14 hours. It's one day of traveling. We got.
Yeah, but that's an
If you
extra day
split
of
off, yeah.
travel that I could be flying and not, or like doing work.
You don't have that much time off. You just take
yeah,
the
but
extra
think of
day
the
off.
memories.
I don't have a lot of time off.
on
I
the
only
road
get 2
trip.
weeks
Come
a year.
on.
Because
Two
road
weeks
trips
a year.
are
Pretend like you're
always
working from
memories.
home. We'll do. Yeah,
Oh shit!
We could do your fucking.
Oh, Riot Rick, thanks for the
Right,
sub.
Rick with the sub.
Do it in the car.
My
it's
executor is here to snoop.
Jake.
Hey, I need a connection.
Everybody, put on your bow test.
fine. we can do it through my.
I've kind of liked
work
doing.
Fuck slice.
That's a recurring opinion.
I kind of like the whole. That's what I decided. I might have to start doing.
You have
more
an extra day to
road
gank and
trippy-
high sec if you fly. You
I might have to start doing more road trippy stuff because driving
road
down
trips,
to
man.
Salt Lake this last year was
It's a lot of fun, isn't it?
it was all aside from the blizzard that.
If you had
terrified
somebody
the
with
fuck
you
out of
though,
me.
if it was two of you, right, it'd been a lot of fun, isn't it?
Well, no, even just the drive by
Cake and
myself
I,
was
when
fine.
Cake
Like,
and I drove
I
out to
don't mind
Vegas
driving
this year, we
myself,
had a
but-
good time.
I mean,
You do a lot of driving though, Drayden.
I drive
Like
a lot
most
for
people
work.
are not comfortable with that.
Yeah,
amount
that's the
of
thing. Like
driving,
a lot of people are
I
like, oh,
guess.
it's so much driving. Me
Road
and
trips are a ton of fun. Driving by yourself for many, many hours at a time. You're just like, you're like Stockholm.
I have
You're like,
ways
oh, this
to-
is
Nah,
great.
it's not
This
that
is
bad.
fun.
I drive 7 hours sometimes. in
Yeah,
one day.
average day. At work for me-
Sometimes, not every day at work.
Average
yeah,
day
I
of
drive
work.
about 7 hours
Yeah,
sometimes.
average day for me is 5 to
I live
7
in
hours on
Iowa.
the freeway.
I do cases in Nebraska.
5 to
Wisconsin,
7 hours
Missouri,
on the
Minnesota,
freeway. How
all
much?
the time.
Wait, an average 8-hour day of work, you spend 5 to 7 on the freeway?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it for sure.
You're just being paid to drive at that
pretty,
point. Just
pretty
go
much.
into
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm saying.
logistics.
Like,
There's
an
been
What the
average-
times,
fuck? I
there
want
have been
that
times I
job.
go to the
And-
what the
hospital.
fuck is your
and work
company
for
even
20
doing?
seconds.
Yeah,
I
an
swear to
average-
God, there's sometimes I go and I operate the laser for 20 seconds.
Yeah,
And
an
have
average
7
day
hours-
for
and
me
have
is like
7 hours of driving.
average day. For, no, not yeah, 5 to 7. So average day for me is about 2.5 to 3 hours out to a place, work for a couple hours, 2.5 to 3 hours back. That's
Yep,
that's
same
an average
here.
day work for me.
Same here. Yeah. I drive
Um,
from Des Moines to Omaha 3 times a week.
Yeah, just for work, I put about 65,000 miles on the work vehicle a year.
Like next week on Monday, I've got to go to Lee Summit, Missouri, which is about 3.5 hours away, one way, for one case, which will take about 40 minutes. Then I'll turn around and come back.
Yeah, so that's why people are like, oh my god, this is a 7
That's
hour
why.
drive.
That's
For
why
me,
your
it's like, it's
medical.
only
That's why
7
your medical
hours?
costs are so
That's-
much. Is because of
that's
people
nothing.
like me.
I mean, like shit. I could drive fucking from here to where I could drive from here
You
to
go all the way
Florida if
down
I
to
wanted to.
Portland
It'd be
sometime,
fine.
right? But
It's
you go
just,
to
I
Portland,
used
right, for work. You've got.
I used to go from
10 hours
Houston to
away.
Sacramento every summer for work during high school,
Oh.
and it was like a 28-hour drive.
That's a long one.
It's brutal. And
Every
you shouldn't
day?
do it.
Kinda-
Just don't.
It's hard to do every day.
Yeah, I mean, like
I didn't do it every day. I did it at the beginning and the end of the summer, but it was
My thing's like I'll stop.
That's a
when I
long
need
way,
to,
dude.
But,
That's it, though.
I think the longest drive I did straight was I was helping a friend move to Phoenix from up here, and she was like, "I'll drive for the first bit," and she got to like Butte in Montana, which is about 4 or 5 hours
4
away.
hours away.
And
She's
then,
like, I'm tired. You want to take
well,
over?
I woke because I was like, I'll just nap while she's driving. Then, and I like woke up and we're like pulled over to a rest stop. I'm like,
Oh, she just
she-
like
she
was
was-
like nap time.
She was sleeping. I was like, okay, well, I mean, if she's
I
tired,
mean,
that's fine.
honestly,
But I was
in her
like, hey,
defense,
it's like if
better
you
safe
could have
than
just
sorry.
woke me up and I'll just drive, and you can. And she's like, we almost went off the road. I almost crashed us. I was like,
Oof.
fuck, I was asleep.
Thank you for
Don't-
pulling
don't get-
over, friend.
Like, so
That's my problem too. Is I fall asleep at the wheel easy, and I don't mean full on asleep. I
don't.
mean like long blinks. You know what I mean? If I'm driving for hours and hours, I get into that zone where I'm like,
Yeah.
and it
You're
worries
doing
me
the
after a
long
couple
blinks,
times.
That's bad.
yeah,
That's
the
so
long-
After a
bad.
couple times, I'm like, okay, you gotta like stop, like pull
Yeah.
over, do something.
I'm-
but
I'm
like
good
it
at-
has to happen a couple times where I'm like, oh, this is bad. Thankfully, nothing's ever happened. I do remember one time I passed like a U-Haul or something that was like just on the shoulder, like as I was coming back, and I was like, oh fuck, and then I was like, okay, no.
Yeah,
don't
no,
do that anymore.
I'm usually really good at. I mean, I generally just don't fall asleep or get like drowsy when I'm driving because.
What do you get enough sleep or something?
What?
I said, what do you get enough sleep or something?
What a
No,
nerd.
I don't. I get about.
I've
4
never
hours
done that in my
I
life.
sleep about 4 hours a night. That's my
Oh,
sleep.
gross. That's awful.
Yeah, it's
but
pretty bad.
I will nap from time to time, but the thing is, like when I'm driving, like I can tell if my mind's starting to. Before I start like doing the long blinks, I can tell if my mind is shifting to that like mundaneness, and then I'll change up. So if I'm listening to a podcast or something, I'll be like, okay, this is getting. I got to change something up. So then I'll switch it to like music, which then if and I'll just switch it to like loud music because it's got to be loud because even loud music can put you to sleep if. I switch to music that like I'm into, and then I'm like I start getting into the music, doing that, and then after a while I'm like I'm kind of bored with this. Then I can go back to
Do you dance in your car a little bit?
listening to like an audiobook. I have an Audible subscription, so I'll listen to an audiobook, and then I'll listen to that, and then that will. So I mean, I change the second I start feeling that there's like a dip in alertness, I change up whatever I'm doing in the vehicle, and then that
I just
usually will
call
bring
my
me
mom.
to. But if it doesn't,
Talking to someone
then that's
definitely
when I'll
helps,
pull
yeah.
over
Like,
to a
Mom,
rest
I'm
stop. and I'll
tired, so she'll just talk to me.
Yeah, but there's times where it's like,
I
oh,
talk to
well,
myself.
this
Good
isn't
mom.
working. Then I'll find a rest stop, pull over, and I'll take a nap for like 20 minutes, and then I'm good to go after that. So
That's my problem too. Is I can't take short naps.
No, I can't. I do the same
If I
thing,
shut
man.
down, my body's
I'm
like, I'm gonna
jacked
take
up.
what I want, and I'll see you in a bit. And then usually like a normal sleep amount later is like that wasn't a nap. You're an
I
asshole.
I don't sleep well sitting up. So like
rock.
if I like sit there and I can nap and
But
I'll
what's
doze
one
off
thing
for
the
like
Army taught me is I can sleep anywhere.
yeah I'll doze
Hey,
off
man,
for like
carry
10 to
good
20
load.
minutes and then I'm like up because I'm like up because I'm sitting up and it's not comfortable for me to sleep that way and I can't
a
lean the
certain
seat
set of
back because we have
skills.
like in the work van we have like one of those cage racks right behind the seat so I can only lean it back like 3 inches so I'm basically having to like sleep mostly straight up and that doesn't work very well for me so.
Dude, LB, I imagine you could fall asleep at any time you need to because you
Anytime,
maybe had to.
anywhere. Gravel
Yeah.
parking lot. Good night. See you in 8 hours. Whatever.
I've fallen asleep on heavy machinery, kind of dozed driving.
No, I have a hard
Anybody
time
wants
getting
sleep?
to sleep,
Wants
and once I
sleep?
get to sleep, I have a hard time staying asleep. It's like 3 to 4 hours is as much as I can stay asleep in one shot, and then I'm up and
Goodness.
I'll still
And
be
you don't
tired.
take naps
but
or anything?
I do take naps occasionally, so I'll get about 3 to 4 hours of sleep a night, and then like every 2 or 3 days, I'll take a nap for like an hour or two. That's my sleep schedule.
How long does it take for you to set your internal alarm clock?
There isn't
You know what I
one.
mean? You don't have an internal alarm
What do you
clock?
mean?
I my thing is like I
Set it.
sleep
But
when
I
I'm
have
tired.
an internal alarm clock where if I wake up at the same time 3 days in a row, then that's it until like I purposely reset it.
No, mine's
So if I set my alarm for 5:30 in the morning, let's say, for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, on Thursday, if I don't set my alarm, I will wake
Still
up
get
at
5:30. Yeah, same here.
oh no, I don't have.
Yeah,
one
that
of
doesn't work out
those.
for me.
My thing is like I sleep when I'm tired and I don't when I'm not. So if I get to sleep at 9 p.m., I'll probably be up around like 1 in the morning and then I just won't be able to get back to sleep. If I go to sleep at midnight, I'll be up around 4. And that's just how it works.
That's rough.
So it doesn't matter what time the clock says. It matters like how long has it been since I went to sleep. That's generally when I'm going to wake up. And then I'll wake up and be like, oh, I'm still so tired. I don't want to get out of bed. But it's like, I could lay in bed for the next 4 hours. I'm not going to get any sleep.
Really?
Yeah. That's
But
insomnia.
you just said you're tired.
Well, I know. That's insomnia for you. Like, just because I'm tired doesn't mean I can sleep.
I don't know if that is insomnia, but maybe.
Well, no, it is.
I'm no doctor.
Insomnia is you can't...
You were just now sleeping.
People
I
have
don't
the
think you're
misconception of
insomniac.
thinking like insomnia means you don't sleep because you're not tired. Like you just don't get tired. No. It's the opposite. Like you're very tired and you just can't sleep. Imagine being so tired you just want to go to sleep.
You can't fall asleep.
Right, but you said you just woke up, and now you
Imagine
can't.
sleeping.
It's
Yeah,
can be anything.
that's
can't
the
get to sleep,
shitty thing.
can't
Insomnia
get sleep.
sucks. It does. It's like I'm tired. All I want to do is fall asleep, and you just can't get to sleep.
You've been popping that melatonin?
I haven't, and I need to do that. I want to at least try it and see if it works.
Oh, it absolutely works.
I've heard a lot of people say it does. I don't know. So I
definitely
keep
does.
wanting to do it.
I'm not gonna
just
say it does
never
for everyone,
Remember
but
to
it does.
go to the supplement store and go get some. I need to do that. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. See if it works.
I mean, you can get it at like a Walmart or like a Walgreens or something.
But my
It's
thing
just
is, I
an
want to
over-the-counter.
try it on a weekend when I don't work because I don't want to
Yeah.
be experimenting.
Well, and
then,
also,
like, be on the
Anything
road
like
and
that,
be
start
like,
out with like half.
because like I said, like
Melatonin won't knock you out like real
Okay.
sleep pills will.
but I'm just saying, like,
No, it just helps you get drowsy and like not out.
I've got tested and tried and true methods to like not fall asleep on the road. I've
Whoa.
been doing it for like the last 20 years, but
Booger sugar, you
I
say?
don't want to
Crazy.
experiment with medically induced sleep while I'm trying to drive.
Just
So
just my
I'm-
buddy who.
I want to
sells
make
it
sure
me.
I know what I'm doing and know what the effect is before I just like, oh well, it's Monday, time to go to work. Hopefully, I don't like get just pass
Right,
out
no,
while
that's-
I'm driving. It's
That's
I
absolutely.
don't want to do that. So I would rather do it on a weekend.
You know what's really good to help you stay awake? Sudafed. I didn't realize this.
What?
And
You need to go to sleep.
Last
You
week
need to go to
Friday, I
sleep.
did. Yeah,
No.
it will help you
Okay.
stay awake.
You can abuse some
No,
Sudafed. Be careful with that.
Sudafed actually knocks me out.
So I was
Like
super
an
sick
amphetamine
last
or
week.
something in that.
Yeah, so I was super sick last week, and so my doctor was like, "Take Sudafed. If you don't feel good by Monday, we'll give you an antibiotic."
Oh,
So I'm taking Sudafed, and on Friday, didn't sleep till 6 a.m., and I'm like, I can't sleep. Then my coworkers were like, "Yeah, it's a stimulant. You're not supposed to."
Yeah,
I was like, "Oh, that explains why I literally didn't sleep at all on Friday."
Yeah, no, I take it back. No, I was. You said Sudafed. I was thinking Benadryl. Man, I just said Benadryl knocks me
Oh.
out. Benadryl will actually put me to sleep.
Yeah.
Like most
And
medication I
that's-
can take and not feel drowsy.
that's easy on
Benadryl-
you.
Yeah, I take Benadryl. Like 30 minutes later, I'm like, oh, I'm so tired.
Which melatonin's easy on you too. That's naturally occurring in your body. But,
Well, yeah.
Don't they
Chamomile
use,
tea?
It's,
So is DMT. DMT's
Well,
well, sure.
DMT is
DMT, I don't think is gonna put you to sleep though.
DMT doesn't put you to sleep. DMT is what gives you the when you have dreaming. Like when you dream, that's DMT. in
If
your
you came out here,
Also
I could
when you're
get-
born
I
and
got some
die.
DMT right now.
Yeah, but
You guys ever done mushrooms?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
I love mushrooms on my pizza.
I can give you mushrooms.
That's
on
good,
pizza.
right?
I like them all sorts of places.
But no, melatonin is like the natural thing that your body releases to like when the lights go when it starts getting late at night and like it's getting darker outside and you start getting that I'm tired feeling. That's melatonin. That's your body releasing melatonin. And then when you wake up and when light comes out and you kind of wake up because of light and stuff like that and your body starts. That's cortisol. Is what your body releases to counteract the melatonin. Cortisol is it's not adrenaline, but it's almost like a type of adrenaline, but milder or something like that.
It's like the mayonnaise of adrenalines.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Mushrooms are so
Yeah,
fucking gross.
that's
You
a
get the
good-
hell out of here, man.
LB, you're actually right. That's exactly
There's a
right.
fungus
It's like
among us,
mayonnaise
and I respect it.
Mushrooms taste like shit.
Oh no,
Whoa,
you're full of shit.
come on.
dude.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about food mushrooms.
I mean,
Well, I don't like
various
those.
mushrooms, but
Sorry, yeah.
I don't like those either. But yeah, the psilocybin.
What if you
mushrooms taste
sauteed
like
'em
shit because they
in
go
some like
shit.
olive oil or something. Do you still hate them?
Yeah, no, I don't like mushrooms.
Dude, sauteed mushrooms are delicious.
Some butter.
mushrooms, like I mean, like
Man,
they're not
some
the
butter.
grossest thing though. They're not like pickles, but
See, and I'm not a big pickle guy, but mushrooms, come on.
they're kind
Hey,
of.
there you go. I'm taking a
They're
road trip
kind
to
of like a
visit Dom.
weird, earthy, like.
Oh, they taste good. Dude.
I-
So the trick with
I don't like
those
the texture of them
mushrooms
either. They're like the weird, mushy kind of.
is
Like,
to put them in something. If you,
You've
if
never
you
had them, right?
can't
They're
palate
not
them easy.
mushy.
it's like
I
a
found the
spongy-
peanut butter is really
It's
good.
like a spongy mush. Like I don't like the
They're dry and
texture,
crunchy.
but also like the flavor. I don't like the flavor though. It's not like a super nasty flavor. It's just kind of like a. I'd rather not eat them.
It's pretty nasty.
It tastes like olive oil and butter when you do them right. Delicious.
Oh, I put it on pizza. Did you really?
No. I can always tell
A
if there's
really good
mushrooms on
one,
things.
Dom. I'm gonna tell you because I know you probably share your delightful treats. Carrot
sure I
cake. Carrot cake is a great one for like clumping up some mushrooms in if you have trouble taking them down.
Really, carrot cake.
Carrot cake.
What
It's
about
something about the
banana bread?
textures and things.
And then you get
Yeah.
to eat carrot cake too. It's two
Right,
things
exactly. Carrot cake's not too bad. Yeah.
with some like good icing on it.
I remember like the first time,
Oh, that sounds
one of the
great,
first
LB,
times
dude. I'll
I
tell you,
ate
that
some
sounds really
mushrooms
good.
in a non-nutritional way, and carrot cake was presented
Recreational?
with them. Sure. Recreational mushrooms. That's right. And yeah, carrot cake was presented with it, and it worked out really well. Because otherwise, I will admit they were kind of thick, and it was like eating cardboard. It was like hard to take down. You're like gonna gag and stuff. It was tough.
I know a guy who had them in a milkshake, and they weren't bad then.
I like the gag.
Okay. Like for the same delivery, or destination.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same
that sounds pretty good.
purpose.
I could see that.
Can you?
I got a D&D.
I venture to say if you puree anything, it's a lot easier to take it down. Let's be honest.
Oh, for sure. No. Actually,
I'm
you
still
can-
waiting
you
for
can turn it into
Soylent Green,
powder.
so I don't have to
You
eat
can turn it
it
into powder and make it like a tea out of them too.
Soylent
That's pretty
Green?
good.
You know, it's made of people.
Yeah, I
Oh,
do, but
you gotta
if
go
it's
with the
my
Soylent
nutritional
Orange.
tablet, then I'm gonna have it, and then I'm not gonna have to eat anymore. It's
No, you
awesome.
gotta go with the Soylent Orange because it's definitely not people.
How do
I
you
mean,
make
all I
that
know is
stuff?
Soylent Green is people. Like we've come to terms with that.
I got a D&D model to paint up tomorrow. I think
What one?
it's a dwarf. Well,
You starting a new campaign?
no, we've been playing one, but well, this is a dwarf warrior because they didn't have a dwarf rogue model, but I played dwarf rogue. But I
Just
was
paint a
looking
little cloak on him.
I was looking at this model. It's a dwarf without a beard. I'm like,
What the fuck?
I was like, did you guys?
Is it like the
the man-
Amish, where like maybe he's not married yet?
Amish dwarf.
yeah. So I was just like, weird. I'm gonna have to like,
Or maybe like a Mennonite
I'm
for
gonna have to get
LB?
some,
I don't know if
some
you guys have
green
Amish.
stuff and like mold
We don't
a
have
beard
Amish.
on
We have
there, I think.
Hutterites. They're similar.
I was gonna say in Manitoba they had Mennonites, which that was my first experience with them. It was pretty similar. It seemed like from a distance.
You know, it's like I
We
don't.
have Mennonites who are like Amish Mennonites, pretty similar, and then we have
there are
Hutterites
Amish that are
who
okay
are
with
like
machinery and.
yeah, Hutterites are like the Amish who are good with like yeah, we'll drive a pickup truck and we'll have tractors and we'll do all that stuff, but then
We won't own it, but
there's-
we use it, right?
but there's no internet and there's no like
Yeah.
anything else there.
So like accepting some of like the
It's-
industrial revolution,
it's-
but not like the
Yeah,
millennium.
it's accepting.
Yeah.
It's some
Okay, that's
technology, but not like computerized technology. Although if they're like, we'll drive a pickup truck, it's like that pickup truck has a computer in it, unless it's an old.
Well, it
pickup.
depends on the year,
Yeah,
right?
I was
Yeah.
like, if it's an old pickup, then no. But if they're driving, like a 2010 Silverado, it's got a computer in it.
That doesn't sound like an Amish thing to do, but maybe. I mean, I'm not trying to knock their vehicle choices or finances.
No, that was the the Menonorian. That's what it was.
The Mennonorians.
Mennonite. It might
I'd still
be,
watch
Manic.
it.
You should be on here. You should talk to us. You you have a cam. You can still come on here and
No,
talk
he
to us.
doesn't have a. He's at he's
Yeah,
house sitting
he
for his
still
parents.
has a microphone.
Well, he could come on the phone.
Yeah, fucker.
I thought that's what he said he was gonna do. I
That's
was
what
like,
he said he was
Manic will
gonna
be
do,
here in a
but he
bit,
missed
and then
out.
like he went offline.
Fuck,
I'm like,
he didn't
never
do it.
mind.
He hates us.
Oh, he's at his mom's house heating up all the leftovers.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's what you do.
That is what you do. Good job.
Like
Manic,
that scene
you
from
do
Grandma's
that.
Boy.
I get it. Hey,
Hi,
Said,
Abby.
fuck yeah, I'll eat you too. I don't know what you are, but I'll eat you too.
Yeah. Or is that what's that? What accepted? Like, what are you? All right, he's coming on. Look at that peer pressure doing its job.
oh, I'm good. I'm good at that.
It works
Ray
like a
knows.
charm.
Right, Ray?
Redline, were you serious about
Right,
getting rid
Redline?
of
Redline knows
PvP
too.
and high sec?
You're coming, right? Next weekend?
Yeah, but only super special exclusive high sec.
Oh, I
What?
can
So-
do that for you.
Here's the thing: if you nerf, I think there's ways you could pull it off, but at that point, it's like, at what cost? Like, what point is there to be there? If you nerf
Exactly.
it all to hell, there's no point
Man,
in
look,
being there. Sure,
let me
maybe you can
tell
learn
you.
the game a little longer, but that's just an extended, like, in my mind, that's an extended new player experience, which Drayden
Yes.
touched on. You could just have
Exactly.
a vulnerability period and have a normal player experience as a new player, and maybe just your first week or two, you just can't get ganked, which would get fucking gamed with a bunch of botting and alpha and whatever too. But
But here's the thing: what bots are gonna do anything with a week old character?
What? There's bots with 1 day old characters.
Right, but
Doing
what do they-
you
what do
took
they
all
do
sorts
with
of
those?
things.
If you took PvP away from high sec, you could automate literally everything that you do in high sec.
You would
There would be
autopilot
no-
Why did you wanna
right in
do
and
that,
out of
though?
Jita from wherever.
But
'Cause
in
the-
what?
Here,
You'd mine all
Like,
day.
anything
A
hauling.
basic frigate? You're gonna mine.
You could
in a-
run
in
all
a-
the
in a-
missions. You could farm all the missions.
Yeah.
You couldn't farm.
So you
'cause
would
if you're
it would
only-
be a fountain for LP,
if
which
you're
is
one,
broken.
No, here's the if you're 1 or 2 days old, what missions are you gonna do?
But
Level
see, here's
2
the
security.
problem. Here's the problem. You're still thinking of
Missions
this
that
from
are
a
paying-
new player experience, and that sounds all fine and good, and that's a great intention to approach things at. But then you got to remember, Eve players will min max and break everything, and so what's something
and-
that was intended for new players will get gamed by
I know,
older
and you
players.
talk about LP. I'm saying like to get LP, you gotta do faction warfare, right?
No, you could do missions, just regular missions. You
But
get
LP for
loyalty
missions?
points.
Okay,
Every-
but here's the thing,
every
like,
mission
you're
you
doing,
get loyalty
level 1
points
and level
from.
2 because you have to build up rep.
LP.
You have to build up rep to be able to go higher missions. By the time you're like 4 or 5 day invulnerability, whereas like what you're at level 2 missions making like 80,000 ISK per mission turn in.
If you're a new player. If you're not a new player, then you are min maxing and using injectors, accelerators, whatever, and you're going to game the shit out of it.
Maybe
That 100%. That's a reality of what will happen.
Maybe then you could put a thing like if you use a skill
And
injector,
there-
then it voids your protection.
I was going to say, and there's workarounds. Like
Yeah,
this is not a bad
it's like-
topic. I think it's
like
a
you only get your
compelling
protection
topic.
if you're doing if you want to use a skill injector, then just give a warning, a pop up warning like this will void your PvP invulnerability, and then
The reality
now
is
the bots
you
are
just
stuck
need to
doing level
remember
1 and level 2
anything that you
missions?
do to
Okay.
benefit
I don't
a
care.
smaller group, larger groups, or more established people, or etc. are going to find a way to game it.
I know.
So
that-
it does take a lot of thought. Like I said, it's a very compelling idea, and I do think it's worth just chewing on, even though I don't think they're going to take any of our ideas.
There's
Here's-
ways to game
here's
it,
my
but
take
I
on
feel like if you set it to like maybe prevent skill injector usage, then it's like what they're going to be bot mining full protection.
There's bots that do distribution missions at even low levels, and it's
okay,
insane.
but
Sorry, go
it's
ahead,
like-
LB. I know you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the game at its core is a PvP game, right? We all agree on that.
I think so. There's ways.
Everybody
yeah,
except
there's
for that
obvious
Twitter
ways to
guy.
play it non-PvP, but yeah, PvP is a solid foundation of the game. I would say.
Right? Everything is PvP. There is no solo. Everything is PvP. If we can agree on that, then the next thing we need to agree on is that the game is also built on a certain ratio of risk versus reward.
Agreed.
So if there is low risk, there should be low reward.
Yeah.
If
Sure.
there's high risk, there should be high reward. But there should never be no risk. There should always be some sort of risk.
I'm in agreement with that.
100%.
Otherwise, if there's no risk, there should be no reward. And if there's
Yep.
no reward, why are you playing the game anyways?
True.
Right?
Maybe. I see that, and I agree with that mentality full-heartedly. But I do see Dom's point that he made earlier in the fact that new player comes in. I understand that there's the boss, but the new player comes in, just started day one. They're like, okay, I'm gonna go fly out and go to this system and see what happens. Boom, they get ganked by some fucking troll. And they're like, and then they're like, you know what? Fuck this.
Hello?
game.
Oh,
Hello.
hello. How are you?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay,
Who's this?
You sound different.
that's it.
New phone.
is
Who
this?
dis?
It's Redline.
Redline.
Man,
Hey,
Colossus,
how you doing,
fuck.
Redline?
We got man.
I'm on a weird
wait.
headset thing, I guess.
You
Oh.
sound fantastic.
I don't know if you had more of that thought, Drayden, but what is a
Also,
new
I mean,
player
I- so-
getting? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so my thing is like, I understand people getting ganked on like if it's their first outing, the first few hours they're playing, and they're like, I want to try, and then someone ganks them, they're like, and they might get the mindset like, is this what this game is? Just new players getting ganked right out of the gate, and they're like, fuck this game before they even get interested.
But they're already protected from that because there is no ganking allowed in starter
Well,
in
systems.
starter systems.
There's no
And you don't get
gank
just
though.
ganked living in space. Like that's not a reality.
I know,
People
and-
gank things that are worth ganking.
I know, and that's the thing.
Every
like,
once in a while, people grief, but it's not super
yeah,
common.
and I get it. I'm saying the fact that of actual legit brand new players getting ganked in their first day or two is so rare. People
Very
don't normally
uncommon.
do that, and it's against the rules to go into the new systems and gank people. But just because it's against the rules doesn't mean it
Sure.
never happens. So maybe instead of like several days, what if it's like 1 day of invulnerability? No
I could
bots are gonna do
concede to
jack
that.
shit for 1 day, and if they're gonna like want to waste all the skill injectors to get 1 day of
Right, if you-
invulnerability,
If you're going to jump through all the hoops required
Whatever.
to
Like, I mean, like,
re-wipe
the number
characters
of-
every day, yes, at
the
that
number
point
of
you deserve
people
it.
and bots willing to do like it's not worth the investment of the skill injectors to even
Sure.
bother with that for the invulnerability.
But at that point, doesn't it still seem kind of arbitrary? Like, what are you doing on your first day that,
figuring
and then
out
even
the
still,
mechanics, the basic like
Right.
how to work to, how to do this, how to even finish a mission, like maybe give them a
What are
day
you
of
doing that you're
leeway of,
actually
like,
getting
hey,
You
like,
learn all of that in the starter systems where you
I
shouldn't
know.
be getting ganked.
right?
I know. I don't know. Like,
If you
I'm-
run off to low sec on your first
Well-
day, I get it. Like, but at the same time, that kind of teaches you what
Well,
low
like
sec
I said,
is. I
if you,
hope.
if you go
but
into a PvP zone like low sec or null sec, like the second you're gonna jump into a low sec zone, it should give you a warning like this will void your invulnerability, because
But
You
You
do
can't-
get a warning when you jump into low
well, you
sec
get
systems.
Sure.
yeah, you get a warning. It's like, oh,
But
this
I
could
think he's
be
saying an
PvP.
added
Like, if you
pop-up.
know that you have 1 day of invulnerability from PvP,
you
and
probably
if-
don't as a new player because you
well,
don't
if
have
they
much
would,
at all.
if they implemented that, I would hope that they would give a thing like you get 1 day of
Welcome to Eve.
like
Explore for the next 24 hours. and
even
you
in
will
high
be
sec you could
mostly
get
fine.
you could be attacked by other players potentially, but for the first day you'll be immune. But if you're gonna jump into low sec, then it'd be like this will void your 1 day immunity.
I feel like it's really arbitrary at that point.
Yeah,
What
one
value
day.
or what are you really giving
It's
to them?
it's one more pop up to read, and people hate that shit. So I don't know.
And
Maybe
it's
just don't even
not
do
enough
it.
time for people to actually utilize much. People who are just starting the game are not going to spend much of their first 24. Let's be honest.
And honestly,
Right.
If we
I
go
totally,
back to
They're
the,
dipping their toes in.
if we go back to the risk versus reward ratio, right? We already touched on it. It works for gankers too, right? Gankers are not going to gank something that's not worth their time
yeah.
or money.
Most of the time, there's a
to
couple
destroy.
of trolls that'll just do
Yeah,
it
For the
for
most
fun. But
Sometimes you'll just take a catalyst and blap a fucking
But that's-
shuttle.
that's
Who gives
rare.
a
That's-
shit?
sure.
Like,
that's the
that
thing,
was
that's
fun,
rare.
whatever. But that's like the one-off. Typically, a
It's not
gank is
sustainable.
something that's worth their
So-
time and money
Yeah.
to gank, right?
I have
So the
something to
people
say
getting
that I
ganked are
want.
not the
yeah.
1 day old player. They're the guys with like months, years
Yeah.
invested into the game who have ignored the fact that it's a PvP centric game, and have ignored the fact that there's a risk versus reward, and they've ignored all the mechanics of the game, and they think that they're safe because they've convinced themselves that they should be safe because they're safe in this other game and they're safe in that game. So why can't I be safe in this game? Because Concord is supposed to protect me.
Concord
Someone has
will
told,
just
someone
run-
has misinformed them that high sec is supposed to be safe, and then they get ganked because they've ignored all these things, all these indicators that tell them that they're not safe, and then they go and complain about it and expect the game to change when in fact it should be their behavior that changes.
I think that Concord should not be. Actually, first off, Manic, you were going to say something. I'll let you go first, and then I'll go to that.
I just want to say on LB's point about risk versus reward. I think you were on a trail of thought that was probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you were getting to the point where there's really no risk for the high sec gankers. They can behave that way with very little risk.
I kind of touched on that earlier. Yeah, the cost.
But in talking about risk versus reward, because Eve is a sandbox game where a lot of what makes Eve is the players define their own fun, and in a way the players define their own rewards. So how do you define risk versus reward in that context, where what would be rewarding for somebody may not be rewarding for somebody else, or a reward can be something completely intangible within the game itself, like being able to upset other players by ganking them. That could be somebody's reward. And how does CCP control that? They can't.
That's the thing. Yeah, you certainly can't even touch on that. Like, risk versus reward can only be an actual tangible equation of value and income.
And that works great in a PvE centric game, but Eve is not that. I was thinking about this the other day because Rick Javix posted a tweet, or he posted a blog titled "Non-Consensual PvP," and it was a good article. I only read it once, so I can't like completely draw on it right now. But it just got me thinking. Like, I understand there's people who have played EVE for years, like LB was saying. They've played EVE for a very long time, and they still demand, or maybe not demand, but they still expect a level of complete safety in the game. There's people out there who want high sec to be 100% safe, and then they can leave low sec and null sec to all the PvP people. And my thinking is, like, as you guys were saying before, PvP it's the fundamental core of EVE. It's what EVE was built on. It was built around competition between the players. So like taking PvP out of EVE, it's like having a Mario game without jumping, right? Like the core, that's the core experience of that game. So there's plenty of video games out there where you don't jump, but they're not Mario games. And there's plenty of there's plenty of games, there's plenty of MMOs out there. Some of them are even space or sci-fi themed that aren't built around PvP. They just don't have they're just not EVE games, right? So if you want, this is what I don't understand. If you want a game, if you want an MMO without PvP where you can play in complete safety, why are you playing EVE?
Yeah, and I agree, because like the whole I think the persona of EVE has been broadcast enough that a lot of people, maybe people that have no clue about it, I guess don't know, but I think that it's been broadcast as a PvP game so much that
within gamer culture, you should know something.
It's hard to believe that people going into this wouldn't know that there's the risk of it, but and also maybe portray, because the whole thing of like high security space, it's a safer space, you know, like there's consequences to ganking, but people see Concord as like, oh, they'll protect me. I don't know if Concord should be portrayed as the protectors as much as the Avengers. Not the Avengers, but
like Concord.
They will
Concord is punitive,
they will not protect
not
you from
preventative.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Unless you pull them, which I think is kind of a gray area that I think they backed off of.
There's
I have a real quick question though.
Pulling Concord intentionally to keep yourself safe, I think might be an.
I think they backed off of. I think they backed off of
it's
it.
Not?
I'm not gonna like sign up for it. I have a real quick question, because I think Rain and maybe a couple other people have done the. I don't know if Rain's still around, but the new player experience in the last year or so, maybe.
Yeah.
Do they still have the thing? If I recall, way back in the day, one of the last missions was basically, the new player missions, tutorial, whatever. One of the last ones was basically you just die, like you get blown up, and it's like, oh yeah, and that's
you
a
die
thing.
in the new one.
Yeah,
the Rift.
It's part of the intro.
So it's in the new one, and then they still have
in the new one where she's like, "You're going to die, but it's fine because you're immortal, and you'll just wake up on another pod. This is just a ship. You're going to lose a lot of them, and then you blow up. You sacrifice yourself to save the little civilian fleet, and you're hailed as a hero after.
That's the new one, though.
Yeah,
they also still have it in the career
one
agents too.
Where you dive bomb like a hive, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I remember that being a thing, but maybe it was just conversationally a thing. Like maybe that's not from the old days. Maybe that's a new thing.
Way back in the old intro.
But either way, doesn't that set the speed as a new player for? And now I know of all the different things that I'm doing. I know how to target, I know how to orbit, I know how to warp, and I know how to hit my auto. Whatever the things they show you in the new player experience. And also I know that I can die.
Yeah.
Like
now they give you a heads up.
Now, granted,
like Elvis said, they give you a heads up you're gonna die, and they tell you don't worry about it. It's fine. In the way back in the day, probably when you were starting, like the old one, I remember when I started, is you were doing a mission, and all of a sudden stuff showed up, and you're like, and I was panicking. I was like, oh fuck, what do I do? How does anyone beat this? And I died, and it's like, and after you die, they wait till after you die. They're like, oh no, you died, but it's okay. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's when Aura laughs.
I thought I fucked up. Like you're like, oh shit, I fucked up. Was I not supposed to die? How does anyone beat this? And then it's like, oh no, this is supposed to happen. It's like, would have been nice to know that beforehand. And now they tell you beforehand. That,
well, and there was still fun stumbling blocks.
Though.
Like you could shoot the station by accident, which was one of my early player experiences where I was just like, oh, why not? I could target all these crazy things. And I targeted a station while I was just outside of one and shot at it. And it was like, and now you're dead. And I was like, oh, wow, I was learning lessons real quick.
Yeah. So when I started playing, a friend got me into the game and told me just to skip it. Skip all that. You're not doing that. Fuck that. Come with me. I'll teach you how to play the game. So I never did those missions, right? So I think there's still people in the game now who suffer the same thing, right? Like they join the game and their friends are like, don't fucking do all that shit. Forget that. Come with me. I'm going to show you how to mine. I'm going to show you how to do security missions.
And that's got to be a better introduction to the game than anything CCP could develop. Like
That's
in
debatable.
In theory, yes.
Unless your friends don't know what the fuck they're doing either.
Right. And they're like, I'm
that's
going to
the
put you in a venture and put you on this moon, and you're now another cog in the wheel.
But even then, if you come into the game with your group of friends and none of you know what to do, you're still all learning the game together and you're bonding that way.
Well, in reality, if you
But
came into the
if
game
you-
as a new group of friends, nobody's going to tell you to skip the tutorial. You get one of you ran it.
Yeah. But if you come into the game and the friend that's guiding you through the game is saying like, you know what, this is bullshit that there's high sec PvP. War deck mechanics are fucking horseshit. Just fucking do this and do that and follow me and let's just mine and fucking we'll be in this corp and that'll be it. And then all of a sudden you get ganked and you're like, well, this is horseshit. I should be safe here. My friend told me that this is perfectly safe. And now I'm being ganked and now I'm quitting.
Yeah. I mean,
Whereas if you had done the fucking mission where you got blown up on purpose and someone was like, hey man, shit happens. Like,
yeah. I mean,
maybe you wouldn't have.
You
quit
can't
and
plan
got
for every
ganked.
contingency. There's gonna
Your
be
shit.
situations that people come into where there's like, this is fucked, and like, there's nothing CCP or anyone could have foreseen to counteract that. It's like there's gonna be people that come in and just don't like how open PvP the game is. Like, there's a lot. I mean, like, you look at
Well, like Dom said
WoW
earlier,
was a pretty bad
you-
example because WoW is actually very limited on PvP, but other MMOs have more PvP. But when it comes to EVE, the fact that you are open to PvP at all times, regardless of where you are, and essentially where you are determines what risk the other person has to attacking you, and that's it. There's gonna be people that get killed and they get pissed and they're like, "Fuck this, I'm out." But that's just gonna happen.
It would be nice if TCP, like, I don't know, triggered a fancy tutorial where, like, if you died, it's like, hey, looks like you died. Here's how to figure out what happens. And it shows you, like, here's the log to see the damage you took. Here's how to look at your kill mail.
Yeah.
Here's
Like
the people
a-
who killed you. Because, like
Like an academy
know-
video.
like, well,
If it- when
that, or just,
Clippy-
like, a
when Clippy
tutorial, like,
pops
when
up.
you die.
Dude, I used Clippy
Oh,
reference
yeah,
the other day
Clippy.
when somebody was talking about Aura and I couldn't think of the name. I was like, it's
Man,
Clippy.
Can we have?
They're going to tell you
Yeah.
things.
But, like, think about it, right?
What if
Because
it's
when you
Clippy
play
or
any
Clara?
game,
Clara?
and this happens all the time with, like,
Alright.
every single game, right? Like, you're starting a game, you might be going through the tutorial, or you're playing with friends, or you're doing something, but something crazy happens and you're dead and you don't know why. And you're just sitting there like, why did I die? I don't
That
get
would be
it.
pretty cool.
It told me I
Especially if
would-
it was intuitive.
Yeah, right? And
Like a
so,
little-
Well,
like,
like yeah, a
having
little video
boxes
pops
that
up. It's
touch-
like, so it looks like you've warped into a ghost site.
Right,
Here's how
exactly.
this works. And this is
Dude,
why
honestly-
you got blown up.
As far as like pop-ups and things, like that would be crazy if on your, I'm thinking of like achievements and whatever, all these little first time to do things, that would be pretty crazy if they integrated Aura in a more functional state where like every time you did something new, it was like, whatever, let's say you're just recording your efforts or your activities. And then afterwards, if it went bad, they told you about it.
Yeah, I just know I feel like that. Like when I play Final Fantasy, like at some point there's like a chat log thing that says why I died. And sometimes it's not intuitive at all. It's like the bad guy used this move and you're like, okay, well it just exploded everything. Why did I die? And then someone's like, oh, we hit the like enrage limit, which means after so long, no matter what, you die. Like, but I mean, like that's Final Fantasy endgame stuff. But having that as like a new player to say, hey, click here to see your chat log. You can see the damage they done. Here's why you died. Like they use this ability. Here's what that means. Like League, half the time I play
Couldn't
League,
help
I'm like, I
but
don't know
notice
this
you had
fucking
no
champion.
transversal.
I was
Yeah.
thinking about League because I remember there's a video I
Right,
watched.
You're like, there's this new character, and then you just explode, and you're like, why did that happen? They're like, oh, well,
Yeah.
they use this ability. I'm like, well, I don't know what that ability does. You mean it can just kill me?
There was an
Okay,
old
go on,
video of I'm a Cutie Pie. I don't know if you ever watched his stuff. Hilarious guy to watch. He used to be a professional. I think he played on TSM or something like that. Anyway, or no, he's on Dignitas. He was playing. He used to stream League all the time, and he was like playing, and like some new champion came out or something, and just like came out of nowhere, jumped in, just one shot him. He was 100% healthy, died in like half a second. He didn't forget. I was like, what the fuck? He just sat there. He's like, wait, where'd my health bar go? And he just sat there
Yeah.
and looked like surprised, like, what? Like,
Something like that
I was
for
healthy
Eve would
and
be
now
great.
I'm dead. What the fuck just
Of like,
happened?
it looks like, but like shit like that happens in every video game, and it would be nice if like Eve had something that says, "Hey, here's how you died."
Yeah.
Because half the time, I don't know if like even finding the kill mail makes sense to a new player.
I would hope
Like,
they
you get
put
a
that
notification.
in the tutorial
I mean, notifications
somewhere.
are pretty
Yeah.
prominent at this point, especially if you haven't disabled anything. You know, as a new player, you're not going to have anything
Yeah,
turned
first
off.
time
So
you die, it should
notifications
have like
are going
the
to be a
pointers.
pop-up.
Yeah, it should be the pointers
Well,
like
wouldn't
saying,
it be
But-
great if
click this and click
when you
this. This will
died,
show you
Aura,
what you died to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aura pulls up your kill mail and then shows you like the certain
I think
things
it'd
that
be
are
good
on.
to show you how
Like
to,
an after-action
is-
report.
not
This
just
is a
pull the
drifter
kill, but show
battleship,
you how to get
and
there.
it
though.
does this, and this is a fucking autocynthian lancer, and this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
why
And you should
shouldn't
stay the
shoot
fuck
this.
away
And
from them unless X, Y,
When
and
you
Z.
shoot this shows up, and that's why you're dead now.
So
Bye, Panic.
I just have a funny anecdotal thing that it kind of ties to this, I feel like, in the sense of like new player and teaching them that one, death is inevitable. And I think at some point they might touch on like, don't fly what you can't afford to lose or whatever, like somewhere in the new player experience. I don't know if that's a thing, but I'm sure it's at least prominent within the verbal meta.
It's
Um,
one of the mantras, I guess, if that's the word
so-
for it. But
One of my court mates is actually an older player. A lot of high sec, low sec, not a lot of null sec, and not a lot of PvP centric activities. Does a lot of trade and a little bit of industry and this, that, and the other. But recently we had a situation. He's a guy who likes to like put out, you know, buy orders like a big net and catch, you know, fun deals and stuff in obscure places, and also just keep his eye on contract markets and things like that. So he gets like fire sale capitals and fun stuff like that for pretty good prices here and there. And he mentioned recently he'd gotten some capitals and he was like, hey, you know, I will offer anybody in the Corp or the Alliance like a really good price for this, you know, if they're interested. And I'm like, yeah, but that's like way over the, you know, like over in Omaha from fucking, you know, Europe or something, you know, like what? No, that's not rational to fly it or anything. And he's like, yeah, but you know, I'd rather sell to our guys, you know, I don't mind giving them a deal, but I'd rather sell it to our guys. Cause I want to do right by people.
I
And,
used
you
to
know,
do that.
I'll be fine based on what I got it on. But what I was trying to explain to him, I was like, but first off, that's a bitch to move. For example, for this example, capitals, many jumps. It's a bitch, not even, you know, worth saving people money on. It's just so much stress and effort. But I was like, just flip it where it's at and make your money, because you got a good deal on it in the first place. Make your money on, you know, on the guy who buys it. It happened to be a capital and low sec, and then just keep moving. And he was like, yeah, but what if you know, some of these bad groups, you know, get it, that do, you know, do dread bombs on people and this, that, and the other. And like, we were kind of going back and forth, you know, let's say a snuffed or whatever. And I was like, but at the end of the day, ships are ammo. And if your enemies have nothing to fly, you don't have anything to shoot. So everything in this game relies on people just having things, and the all the steps that come there, you know, whether it's the PvPers or the industry people, you know, wave many steps back that like facilitated it. But like, these are all necessary functions within the ecosystem to make sure that we all have a good time on some level, right? Whether you're building the ships, whether you're blowing up the ships, it's all very necessary. So like, don't be afraid to sell ammo to the enemy, because we all need something to shoot at, and et cetera, et cetera. But I feel like that like blew his mind a little. Not to say outright, you know, he's been around for a while, but like it wasn't native to his thought to be like, feel comfortable to sell to the enemy potentially, or like strangers with strategic assets or something, you know. And I'm just like, no, like everybody needs ships to blow up, even if they're going to come shoot us with them, because then we also have ships to shoot at. And I don't know.
I mean, unless I could see like if you're, I guess some of the, here's the thing with the bigger lines is like, I know that there's like wars of attrition where it's like both sides are just gonna be losing AHACs and, you know, whatever the fuck, or just hacks. Not people don't use AHACs in a long time. They're gonna be losing ships left and right, and so your thing is like, can we replace our ships faster than them? That's what's gonna, you know, win the war, not, you know, how many we blow up type of thing. And at that point, you don't want to give the enemy's ships, but
I feel like that's a fairly specific.
it is.
Case.
That's in large scale warfare between big blocks. That's usually not a thing between your general alliances. So,
Like I said, the point I was trying to tie back to was like, ships are ammo, and players should become accustomed to that as early as possible, possibly via the tutorial, which
That's
I think
true, yeah.
they do on some level, being like, hey, you died.
Yeah.
That'll happen. Get back out there, Chief. And I'm pretty sure at this point they like give you a couple starter ships or whatever.
Ships are
Probably
just a
replace
little bit
whatever you
more
just blew up in.
expensive ammo.
But I mean, I don't know. Sure.
Depending
Why
on
not?
your ammo.
Well, I mean, if ships are ammo, then what's
I've always looked
expensive
at.
ammo?
I've always
Those are
looked
the
at
ammo.
every ship I fly. As I shoot it out of a gun. If it comes back, great. If not, it's dead.
Yeah.
Once I undock, it's dead.
I mean, there are other
If it
ships
comes
where
back,
you
great.
buy like a
But
Tech
I
1 ship and you
undock,
fit
I
it up,
assume
and
it's
like
gonna be dead, right?
the fittings you put on are about the same cost as the ship itself, and then you buy like
I just assume that anything I undock is not going to come
it's
back.
a 10
And
million
if it does,
ISK
great.
cruiser, and you spend 8 million ISK on like Tech 2 ammo and faction ammo and all this stuff to load it up, all the different types.
Man.
You're like,
Let me tell you what I did on fucking Monday.
oh,
So I started the stream and I see in my fucking item hanger that I have a 1v1 battleship filament. And I look at it and I'm like, oh, it ends on the 28th. And Monday was the 28th. So I'm like, oh, I can do this. So I go to Jita, I buy a Typhoon, a hull tanked torpedo Typhoon.
props! I love hull tanks.
Right? Here we
Love
go.
it.
Fit it all up, buy a bunch of expensive drugs, put a couple implants in the pod, undock, warp to the safe, right click, use filament. No, it's expired. It expired that
Wait,
morning.
filament is expired.
Jesus.
Why
So
do they
stupid-
expire?
It's because I
It's an
didn't
event
fucking read
filament.
it. I didn't fucking read it properly
It's
because
an
I'm
event
dumb.
filament, isn't it?
It's an event filament.
Fuck,
So
an
it
event
ended
filaments.
on the downtime of that day, not like
Why can't
Right.
they just
midnight my
give?
time, right?
Why can't they
Sure.
just be like, here's an event filament, it works forever, but you only get this many?
so then I
I
just
know people are
yeeted it
gonna
Because they're
save-
still creating,
people are gonna
they're
save
still
them,
creating
and
all
they're
those
gonna
events
use
and
like a
tweaking
year
them over
later.
time.
But
I feel like the event filaments are a pretty
I like
niche
the
group
abyssal,
anyway.
the abyssal type event things, sure, but I mean, if it's like a film, like, oh, this will allow, it's like a random warp filament. Let that shit work forever. Why the fuck does that have to expire? I don't care. If
So-
it's
Oh,
worth-
those ones don't. This was an event one. This is the Abyssal Proving Ground 1v1
Okay, so
battleship.
it wasn't a bit. Okay, so the abyssal ones I get.
Yeah, and it's just my lack of reading comprehension looking at the thing was like,
So what did you do with the ship?
this ends on the
You go
this
yeet it
ends on the
somewhere else?
28th, but it ended on the downtime of the 28th, which was what, like 14 hours prior to when I started the stream.
Did you yeet
So-
it somewhere else then?
Yeah, I yeeted it in an nullsec and then lost it to
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I saw you on our
Relatively.
Intel channels recently, so maybe
yeah,
over in
that's
Drone region.
that's where you got me. Yeah.
Maybe
Some fucking guy in a Vedmak.
I wasn't
showed up
there.
and That me and the Vedmak
I was
were, like,
mining.
50 meters away from each other. I'm hitting him with torpedoes and he's fucking slowly melting me with that stupid disintegrator. I'm like,
From 50?
fuck you. Yeah. Yeah. And then like Golem showed up and a fucking something else showed up. And
Yeah, as they do.
then I
Fucking
ended up
tagger honors.
in a blaster harpy
what do you
after
call
that.
them? Clinger honors.
So real quick, just to circle back, is there some part of the new player experience at this point that says something along the lines of "Don't fly what you can't afford to replace"? Because I think they've come a long way with some of those like
I haven't.
mantras, but maybe not that specific one. Maybe.
Honestly,
I know that it's been posted as like a CCP like Twitter post and things like that. Like here's some basic rules of Eve.
it's hard to say because I know that I redid the new player experiment or experience, not experiment. Maybe
Sure,
it's
we'll go with that
experiment,
one,
But the last time I went fully through it was a couple years ago, I think, with an alt, just to like see what I think like they redid it substantially, and I wanted to see what it was like. And then now this new one, I did the. Well, I saw the cinematic, which is mostly it. That's the thing, but this brand new iteration, I actually haven't done, so I don't know.
So I'm pretty sure
It
Rain's
should
done
be
it.
there, I would think.
I remember like Ashtarothi going through it. Do you remember anything like that, Rain, where like kind of touched on like don't fly what you can't afford to, or don't undock and what you can't afford to replace? Did it do
Not
any of
off the top of my head.
I don't
Okay.
remember it saying anything like that either.
Well, and Mannix mentioning that it said that maybe potentially in one of the
one
videos. Are those
Academy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
are
so-
those
but
pretty prominent throughout the tutorial process?
They don't play them in the tutorial. You have to go to them.
It's like an added thing.
They're,
trying to
they're
remember
a
how
thing
they
on their
show
website.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're really great videos, and they're actually really well done, but they're not part
If they're
of the
not-
new player experience. They are a thing that you have to go to CCP site.
Right. If they're not interwoven, then
Okay, they're in the
you're already
agency.
expecting too much of a player
They're
to
in
all
go
the
the
through
all
watching
the
videos.
academy
I like that.
all the
Yes.
academy videos are in the agency. I'm looking at
Do
them
they have
right
a
now.
point? I hope
And
they
it
have
plays
a pointer.
in the agency. You don't even have to leave to go to YouTube.
Right.
They're in
Right.
the
So
agency.
that's
Nice.
awesome. I hope
That is
that they
pretty
have a pointer in the new player experience saying, like, if you want more info on how to do all kinds of things in this game, click here and
Sure,
click
right.
here. I would hope that they would show you like how to go to the agency and watch those academy videos, because I think the academy is a super solid thing that CCP has done when it comes to new players and like learning about the game. I just hope that the fact that it's in the agency,
I'm super
excellent,
proud.
perfect. That's great. I just hope that they have a way to point new players to it so they know that it's
Right.
there.
Well, then again, I think that's one of those opportunities of like, hey, you just interacted with X, Y, and Z. Like anything of, let's say, you probably have to cover like 20 to 50 topics, because I don't know what all could be encountered as a new
they're
player.
constantly coming out with new
But
academy videos.
I
all
think
the
there is
time.
merit to being like, this just happened. Here's what you need to know about it. Whether it was I just died or whether it was I just entered
Yeah.
low psych, even if nothing happens, or I don't know. There's probably a lot of merit to a whole if then formula or whatever, some code going on in the background that's saying like, welcome to this shit. Let's tell you a little bit about it if you want to hear it,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And like it's a balancing act, right? Like you don't want to overflood the new players with stuff because they'll get bored with tutorials. They'll get bored with information.
Will they?
If they get bored with
Yeah, there
information,
is, 'cause,
again,
like,
this is not the right game for them.
Here's the thing: when I'm playing a new game, I'm fine with like some intro stuff, some tutorial stuff. Like, yeah, like show me like, okay, yeah, this key will do this, or like go to this menu and you can
Sure.
look at this stuff. But if it's like 30 minutes to an hour, and that's not even including the tutorial, like the academy videos themselves. I'm just saying, like, if it's like, and then this, and then this, and then eventually it's like, holy fuck, when can I play the game? Like, I don't want a 3-hour tutorial. I
That's
don't
true.
like. People have a limit
Well, like-
of the
like
time
most
they're
things,
allowed.
Eve,
They're,
I
they're
bet you
willing
if
to
they
put
put-
into learning the game.
I bet you if they put a setting in the menu like disable help prompts or disable tips
Disable
or
what
disable
prompts?
something.
There is one.
That's dangerous
there
early
is
on,
one,
but
but things
yeah.
like then they might miss stuff that's actually important.
Sure.
But the
When
things
you
like,
actually need it
I'm not
versus I've done
talking
this
about
100 times and I should have
Yeah.
looked at the pop-up, but I've done this 100 times.
Or
And then
maybe
I
like
died.
instead of a disable, like a sliding scale. Like, do I want all
like
the help
I'm
prompts?
yes.
Or do I slide it to the middle and it's only going to give me help prompts on like only if I blow
severe
up? Or like
danger kind of
if
thing.
I
Yeah.
slide it all the way to the left and it's never. I
I
never
mean,
get help.
honestly, you could almost do like there's
Why not
two.
do
There's
checkboxes
essentially
for
two
I
players
want
in this
prompts
game.
on this stuff and this stuff, not this stuff.
I feel like there's two
Because in the
players
beginning
this
you
game.
don't know what stuff
checkboxes,
is.
though.
Brand new players and players that are experienced in making alts. So I think that you only really need two sections of the slider. Like, I'm an experienced player making an alt, or I've never played this game before.
Well, and
Yeah.
just like
So
anything,
the
if
slider
you
is basically like how much help do you want? All the help? None of the help. And
Yeah,
then
I mean,
as
that's
you move it
basically
back
it.
and forth, like it's
Yeah.
gonna give you more prompts or less.
But
prompts.
the
I could have. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I was
Not
just
too
saying like
bad. Not a bad idea,
when
though,
it
dude.
comes to the, I'm saying like it's fine with the pop-ups, and you can always say like don't show me this again, or you can even turn the pop-ups off. That's fine. I'm saying when it comes to the new player experience and that kind of stuff, there needs to be like there's a balancing act. Like, you don't want to overload new players with too much info and too much tutorial and too much learning and too much, like, there's a point where they're like, I just want to fucking play the game. Yes, I don't know everything about it and I need to learn, but at the same time I want to play. I don't want to spend 3 hours on a tutorial. No one wants to do that. So there has and
Yeah.
like the academy videos are great as long as they point them to it and they can watch them in their own time, but I'm saying like the actual new player experience needs to be as short and concise as
Somewhat
possible
streamlined,
while
you're right.
still conveying enough information to get
Which is
them
tough.
through, and therefore that's what I'm saying. That's the balancing act. Like, what's too much?
This
shit?
is no leave the village, kill 10 wolves, come
Yeah,
back.
it's like where is the point where it's like you're giving them enough info to go forward, but not boring them with.
I don't know
too
if that's
much
a
crap.
possibility in this game.
It's a hard spot, and I'm
It's a
not
very fine line to dance.
like I said, I'm not a game dev, and I'm not going to pretend I know where that point is on the line.
Sure.
But there is a point on the line where that should be set.
And that's why they put so much effort into the new player experience, right?
Right?
'Cause
Yeah.
They're trying to figure all this shit out.
Yeah, take a stab at
Let's
getting more people.
so
Sorry.
next week is a new week, right?
Yeah.
Tuesdays
It always
Tuesdays
is.
are when patches drops, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys think that there's going to be a new patch this Tuesday? And if so, what is in it?
I thought we were tentatively going to see the compression patch on the 8th. And I think it was
Is that-
tentative.
I have no
but
idea.
It's
I
it's
thought
live
that's what
on
they
the
said.
Oh, is that
test server,
the
right?
compression is free patch?
Yeah.
Didn't one of
Compression
the like
forever.
blogs say it was the community beat say it was coming out on the 8th or something?
Possibly. I feel like I've heard the
I don't
8th.
know.
That's why I'm throwing this out
Yeah.
there. I don't remember where. But I think it was tentative, so that's why it was probably before the community beat or something. Because if they said it, then it's probably committed to.
I don't remember seeing it on a community beat. It's
I
not
don't
on this
think
week's
that's where it
community beat.
was. But I have heard
Yeah, I
the
don't-
8th thrown out recently, and when I opened,
I've
my
just seen people
calendar-
talking about like, oh, I can't wait for the 8th and the new patch and blah blah blah. But I've never seen
So-
anybody talk about what's in it. So compression,
two things.
That's one thing, right?
Okay, you're right. So compression, one thing, which is pretty big in a lot of
That's
ways.
huge, actually.
Well, no, it's tiny, but compression's confusing.
Well,
so
I mean,
get
like
that.
the change, like, the fact that compression is
kidding.
instant, that's massive.
What he means is compression makes everything smaller, and therefore it's a tiny patch.
But also,
God damn it.
so yeah, I apologize. I'm not a
Why does that
professional
shit always
comedian.
go over my head? I should be able to pick
It's
it up.
mostly open mics.
Nothing goes over my head. I'm too
That's
fast.
funny.
I'll catch it.
So the second thing,
I don't think you're Drax.
and maybe there's
not.
multiple things, but the two things that I know of that are maybe kind of big is the second thing. If I recall correctly, they're going to dial back or tweak the dynamic bounty system, BRM, whatever acronym you want to go with, to where it's back to the pre-levels of something, this, that, or the other. Apparently, they tweaked it, and I remember a few weeks back. I don't know if I don't recall if you guys touched on it much, but
Right. So
something in the code was, there was a ghost in the machine.
So what had happened was CCP's been taking things off the main server, right? Like the chat's off the main server, and now the dynamic bounty system is off the main server. It's on a different server.
Fucking clouds.
Which reduces the load on the main server, but the communication between the main server and this server that holds the dynamic bounty system was broken. It's been broken for a while. So if you've been ratting in nullsec, you'll notice that like nothing's really changed for a long time. Like nothing's gone down, nothing's gone up. It's sort of just sat the same, and no one's really said anything about it. And then one day they come out with a patch like, hey, we're fixing the dynamic bounty system. It's going to do this. And everybody's like, oh, what does that mean? And then the next day, everybody's fucking dynamic bounty
Bunch
system
of them
just fucking hit the fucking floor. And then one of the devs posted on Reddit like, hey, here's what happened. The servers weren't communicating. We fixed the glitch, and now
Exactly.
It's,
This is how it should have been because of
as
what you did.
intended. And people were like, "What the fuck?" Like you.
So
the solution now is that they're going to go back to before they fix the glitch, figure out where everybody's bounties
go back to those
DBSs
levels.
was, yeah, and then they're gonna update everybody back to where it was before that.
Here's the thing,
Then you can
because
fuck it up from there.
I don't think it was quite so cut and dry as that. I'm pretty sure that's probably the gist of it. But there was systems that were heavily farmed and this, that, and the other that weren't affected by the fallout of the fix. And that's where a lot of the confusion came in. It was like we were doing such and such based on the current known mechanics to where we could kind of maintain a BRM or whatnot and not just really, have our way with it. But then there was other systems that were just completely utilized, and it was almost an inverse effect as far as I gathered it, that some of these systems that should have been affected were not much, and they were at like a pretty respectable level, and a lot of the ones that were moderately used but commonly used or whatever, they were like, you screwed up all of our normal, we left the main staging and went and crabbed however many jumps away, and those ones are all screwed now.
Right.
So-
but nobody really knows how the DBS works. Like they've never revealed how it works, and no one's really been able to crack the code, right? And
I think
it's
some people
especially
have-
hard. It's especially hard because the two servers have not been communicating with each other properly. So even when you think like, I've got the solution. If I kill an oracle in this system every 72 hours, the DBS will stay flat, and I can just keep on ratting. And then the glitch is fixed, and all of a sudden your system goes, and shits the bed. Or if I don't rat in this system at all, it should buff itself back up, and then the system is fixed and you go back in there and it hasn't buffed itself up enough. So you're like, well, this is fucking broken, right?
Yeah. Overall, I hate to admit that I'm in pretty strong agreement with what I assume is a recurring opinion throughout the community. I mostly interact with Reddit, so I know that's its own little petri dish and cesspool. But
Hey, cesspool.
yeah. Glad you're still here, Ridley. I think ESS is cool, and BRM could have been okay with a little bit of tweaks here and there. I think that the ideas are not terrible. BRM, a dynamic bounty system, or bounty, what's it called? Goddamn.
Bounty risk modifier.
I had an idea on the bounty
Real-
system.
Real quick, I'm just gonna say one or the other works, but together and at the same time was incredibly cruel in my opinion. Like the one is like, hey, spread out, and then the other one's like, but stay hunched up so you can defend where like money's made. And so it was. They're very conflicting ideas, I think.
They were supposed to work in synergy with each other, right? If you ratted a lot, there'd be a lot of money in your ESS, which would attract thieves, which would encourage you to defend the ESS, which brings PvP,
which would help
drives your bounty risk modifier up, which means you make more money, which means the bank is fatter, which draws more PvP, which draws the bounty risk modifier up. It's supposed to be a cyclical system.
I was just talking to somebody about this. Is this that cocaine song? I do cocaine so I can stay up longer, so I can work harder, so I can.
But the problem is,
more cocaine.
you rat a bunch, the bank gets fat, thieves come in, the ratters dock up, wait for the thieves to steal what was in there and leave, and then they come back out and rat again, instead of going out and defending the ESS.
Do you think that would change if instead of having keys for the reserve bank, they just put the reserve bank like stash in the normal bank? Like had it filter out over time?
I don't think so, because if people had the ability to defend the ESS, regardless of the reserve bank or not, they probably would. And so if they're not, they're just, it doesn't matter.
Right, they either would or they
wouldn't.
wouldn't. It's a light switch.
So,
actually, thinking about it, you're right.
I think it doesn't matter how much money is in there and how much they're stealing. If the defenders don't think they can defend it, they're not going to, and so it's just not going to happen.
Right.
What I think would encourage people to defend it more is if the bounty risk modifier fluctuated more dramatically with PvP.
Yeah.
And like quicker. You know what I mean? So instead of waiting for downtime, it's like almost like it scans every hour and says, okay, yeah, your bounty risk modifier is going down because you're ratting. It's going down because you're ratting. And then somebody comes in and you go and fight in the ESS and it shoots back up to like 50% past where you were before when you started. People would be like, yeah, I'm going to go defend that because my bounty risk modifier is going to go up. But because it doesn't move, because you can't see it, people are like, well, it's not worth it for me to undock and go lose a Caracal or a Megathron or whatever to just try to save my ESS.
I don't even think it's just solely that. So here's the thing. When they initially announced it, right after they initially announced it, people were already cooking up the numbers of how many ships do we need to sacrifice to game our own BRMs. Whether it be T1 ships or whatever, what sustainable loss amount can we create by just shooting our own ships, alts, whatever,
no one's figured that out.
The system. Well, that's the thing. Like, I think they went a little heavy-handed to where you need a lot of PvP to bring back a lot of crabbing.
I have a quick question. Is the system based on number of losses or value of losses?
Nobody knows.
I mean, I think people have an inkling, but
so like if it's number of losses, you just like bring out like 10 rookie ships and lose them, and that might bring your ship back up.
It takes some substantial.
But they aren't worth enough to
bring one battle cruiser and it's the same thing.
Right, I think there is a value aspect.
It's the size of ship and the value of ship that's lost.
Okay,
determines what is going to move your bounty risk modifier. So the cheapest, biggest
ships you can get.
Right, but like I said,
there was people that were theorizing that battle cruisers were going to do it. So they were taking like unfit
cyclones or something,
and they were or cyclones or whatever, and they were just throwing them out there and shooting them and trying to drive their bounty risk modifier. But the thing is, when that post came out on Reddit where they were saying the server with the bounty risk modifier on it and the main server were not communicating properly, anything anyone was calculating with bounty risk modifier is null and void, because anything they're seeing happening on the server isn't really happening.
I don't think that was the
Those
whole
two
time.
servers weren't communicating.
I think that was only for the last few weeks, actually. I think the first like few months of the BRM ESS was actually working on the mechanic. And I might be wrong, but if based on whatever I recall reading, I think it was some sort of update or some sort of, we did a little, code change, push, whatever here or there. And they stopped talking for a little while, but we didn't catch it for whatever, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, whatever it was. But I don't think it was outright just this system never worked how intended. I think it was, we pushed something to the update or something and it didn't catch, and we just realized it a few weeks later. So if I recall, like the whole post of like, and so we fixed the glitch, and it was like, fuck, whatever. It was a recent thing. It wasn't like this is the way it should have been affected the whole time.
Right.
I had so you guys are also talking about the dynamic bounty system with when you putting bounties on players, and when you blow up a ship of theirs, you get a portion of the value of their ship's worth back.
Oh, that's not the dynamic bounty system, but sure.
No, that's completely different.
That's the old school bounty system.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the current bounty system. You get a portion of the ship's value.
I had
dynamic bounty system is the same as
idea, and maybe people have thought of this and they're like, that's not good. But I had a thought on that, but we can finish this and I'll get to that later.
No, go ahead. Spell it out.
So I don't know, random thought, might be a terrible thought. What, instead of just like randomly putting a bounty on a player, the reason with the new bounty system where like it give you a portion of the value of the ship is because it was gamed. Like this person blew me up, I want to put 2 billion bounty on them. And they just go blow themselves up in a frigate with an alt and collect your bounty. So now they just blew you up and you got pissed at them and they took your money on your bounty.
Yeah. It's dirty.
Instead of that, now it's like, okay, you put 2 billion ISK bounty on this person. It gives a portion of that for the ship value that they lose. So then they're not going to blow themselves up because they're only going to get a fraction of the cost back. So it's not worth them blowing themselves up. So it's only, but also it kind of diminishes like the incentive to go. Because like if they're not flying a valuable ship, it's like, oh, they have a bounty on them and they're in a frigate, time to go blow them up. It's like no one gives a shit. Like they're not gonna go.
Wait.
Out of
So
their way.
bounty system's garbage, right? What if we changed it and it was a pool, right?
I have an idea. I have an idea for a change.
Pulled the carpet right out from under.
Here's my idea for the change. Because the bounty system kind of sucks right now. No one really cares about it. It's like you blow someone up and you're like, oh, you got like a. Ronnie Hugo, thanks for the sub. You kill someone, and it's like, oh, I just killed them in a 10 million ship. I got like 500,000 as cool. What if
you guys are tracking the bounty system is gone, right?
Well, but here's the thing. What if you could make a bounty and contract it?
It is gone, isn't it?
Contract it to a person or to a corporation or to an alliance. What if you could do that? Like. It's not like anyone that kills this person gets a bounty. What if you'd be like, I am going to contract this corporation to hunt this person down because I'm pissed at them. And if they go and kill them, they get this bounty. And now all of a sudden it's an incentive.
I think that's kind of the kill rights selling thing, isn't it? Where you put it available and somebody can buy kill right.
But here's the thing. You have to have been gamed to get, you can't just get kill rights out of nowhere. What if you're like, I just don't like this person. I want to put a bounty on their head. Well, you can't just make a kill right out of thin air.
And an Eve that you should be able to just say, I don't like them.
So my thing is like, but also, now it could still be gamed because maybe you have this like shadow or this like shady corporation that's like, yeah, we're like bounty hunters, and you're like, yeah, be higher than, and they're like in cahoots with the person you're trying to kill, and they game your system. That could still, but hey, that's part of Eve, right? That could be a thing.
You're saying like
you got to find a legitimate bounty hunter.
Have a bunch of alts.
Yeah,
that have a bounty hunting group.
You got to find a legitimate bounty hunting group that wants to
Drayden, wait.
Your money,
here's a better idea.
Kill the person you're pissed at, but also the thing is like, but then they might be able to get a hold of the person like, oh, just fly out in a frigate, we'll blow you up, and then we get 10 billion, we'll give you 1 billion.
That sounds like even adding
What if-
extra
what if
steps,
there's
like the
sti-
whole thing with the bounty
What
system.
if there's
was
Okay,
still,
stupid.
what if there's still this
that's
part
still
of
a
the bounty?
terrible
Like,
idea.
okay, if you
Hold
kill
up,
them
hear
in
me
this
out.
ship, you get this. You could like set parameters.
Whoa.
I don't
What
know.
if-
It might be too complicated.
What if
Rain,
you
we're
had a
not
bounty pool?
we're not shaming ideas here. We're just
What if you had a
listening.
bounty pool and so people could say, I don't like that? Like you have multiple people say, I don't like this person. Whoever kills them and gets the kill mail presents that and says, hey, I killed your dude. Here was his rattlesnake. He was ratting. So I went out and did locators. The pool's 10 mil. Can I have some of that? And the players say, oh my God, they killed his rattlesnake. Fuck yeah, bro. You get 10 mil. So you put it in the pool, but the person has to present it in order for a payout. So if the dude's like, I'm just going to lose 200 rookie ships to get rid of that 10 mil, then like null and void. People are like, nope, don't care about that. Or let's say that he loses
Yeah.
a pod.
That
Let's
sounds
say
interesting, but also
That
tedious.
feels it feels a little
Like you're
too
introducing a
involved.
But it's more
tribunal to a
bounty-esque of
multiplayer
like you have a
game.
bounty board,
It's-
someone grabs it, says, I'm gonna go hunt this guy. They go out, take a fleet, hunt and kill him, and then they have to say, here's your prize. Like, here's the kill mail I have. What do you
But
think?
I think your system is gonna be more accurate in people getting the payout they deserve. But I think it's also
If
a
they
little more
get it at
tedious. It
all.
also requires people to be online to vote and all that stuff.
I was gonna
Where-
say, what if people
I'm
just
saying,
say no,
I
it's
want it
not
to
good
be
enough,
like-
and they get a bunch of free
I
kills?
want
out
it to be a system where they can set it and be like, I'm going to. It's almost like selling kill rights, but selling a bounty. I'm going to sell a bounty on this pilot for this much. But I mean, I don't want it to get too complicated. You can't be like, oh, but if you kill it in a frigate, you get this.
I think
or-
the only
or
way to
cruiser
make
this.
that effective is
I
one to
think-
one.
But
I
things that-
accept the kill you presented me
bounties
with.
aren't-
It's
maybe
not a-
people don't put.
can't be a-
Aw.
Maybe people don't put bounties at that much. Like, no one's gonna be like, I'm gonna give a 10 billion bounty to kill this guy. It's like, oh, they killed him in a frigate. They might be like, fuck this guy. 500 million or $1 billion is to someone that shoots this guy. You know what? There might be bounty hunting groups that are like, I'll take that, and they'll buy it. Or not even buy it. Like, what if it's like, well,
Honestly, at that point, I feel like it's more of a player
construct
construct.
because then you will have alt groups that will just take those contracts and do that. So
Yeah,
I think
See, I
that,
think players have already
I think-
constructed bounties for like
so instead of-
informal bounties,
instead of
and they'll
it
just
being
pay out
up
on
for-
kill mails.
instead of it being up
Why
for
hasn't anybody
grabs-
created a third-party tool for that called
I'm
bounty
saying-
board?
Yeah, well,
So-
I bet there is.
You say,
Remember-
hey, I'm gonna put some
I'm
misc
just
in,
saying,
and like you have a third party.
Real quick, LB, I'm saying, like, maybe make it to where like you could be like hire bounty hunters, because that would be actually a fun system in the game, I think. Because there would definitely be corporations that would actually just do, like, we are bounty hunters. We are good solo PvPers. We like use locator agents. We can find people. We'll kill them. And you're like, I'm gonna hire you to kill this guy that pissed me off. And if you kill him, I'll pay you $1 billion. And they'll be like, and maybe it's like this guy is like always in high sec flying bullshit like Catalyst ganking. Like if like this guy ganked my miner, he's always flying Catalyst in high sec. You're not gonna pay 10 billion like to have them kill a Catalyst, but you're like, oh, fuck this guy. I'll pay you 500 million to kill a Catalyst. They'll
I
like,
want 100 kill mails on this
yeah,
guy.
they'll be like, like, okay, killing a Catalyst, no problem. 400 or 500 million, easy. We'll do that. But it's like, okay, this guy killed me. He's usually like flying a fucking triple repped Myrmidon. He's a good PvP pilot. He fucked me up. I hate him. He always blocks my route into this. Find him, kill him. I'll pay you like 3 billion isk. They'll be like, okay, we
Like
can find that guy and make
Joe
you do that.
Bane. Like I don't like Joe Bane flying around in his
Joe Bane's in the chat earlier.
I know. If you bring me a kill mail of Joe Bane's Estero from in the next 2 weeks, I'll give you $2 billion.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like,
I feel
think
like this could be like a website, like a third-party
thing is-
website.
So
It definitely
funny you
could
should
be.
mention that. A couple months ago, we talked about a third-party role-playing website where people would create like campaigns for like factional warfare and stuff like that.
Yes,
And it was-
I remember you guys
Yeah.
doing that.
So why couldn't they dedicate a portion of their website to bounty hunting?
Like
go
you,
on the
like you could say
website.
Joe Bain in his Estero,
Yeah,
give
you go
like
on a
200
website, yeah,
mil
exactly.
as like a third party. Third party confirms the kill mail, sends it out. You could have like a committee of people, not just like one person.
You got to be careful with committees right now.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
mean-
it's an
I mean,
outright
like-
bad idea, but it's also inefficient in an MMO.
I think it
But
might
I'm
be a
just
bad
saying,
idea to
not
have
just one
multiple
dude
people
doing it in his spare
required
time.
checks
to-
and balances. I get
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
But-
you could have like somebody in EU.
That's
so
fair,
do EU
that-
bounty.
yeah,
But
sure.
I'm saying it might be a bad idea to require multiple people to be.
No,
to-
not
to
multiple,
cause
just
one thing to go
multiple
through.
people who can do it, who
Vetted.
can do a payout.
Yeah. I'm just
But
saying,
that in itself is a huge hurdle.
I
in this
would
game.
like to see-
Trust is a
'cause-
huge commodity.
I think in that system, I think it'd be more fun because you can put as much of a bounty on someone that you think they're worth to yourself to be killed. Maybe you're just like, I don't care if they're in a fucking Catalyst. This guy pissed me. I'm willing to part with $2 billion to just see that guy get fucking killed out of nowhere. He'll be like, "What the fuck?" Like his like their imagined reaction of them doing that might be worth any amount of ISK. So I love the fact of like people being able to sell bounties to specific groups and not just like put an overarching bounty on someone's head that anyone can collect, including themselves.
I
and
like
their own
bounty
alts.
hunter group idea too. That's
Yeah,
good
so it's
here.
like then you would have these corporations, and you know what would happen. These corporations and alliances would be like, we are bounty hunters. If you and you would have the ones
If
that are
the
like
juice is
shady
worth
and like
the
they might be a
squeeze.
little shady,
Right.
like in cahoots with the people you're trying to hunt. But then you
So
have
that website we talked about,
you would have the
the
legit
role-playing
bounty hunter
website.
groups that are like
the role-playing website would attract corporations that would role play as
yeah.
bounty hunters, right?
I just think that.
But
would
then
be
you could
fun.
you
It
could
would be
go
a
on
more
the, you
fun
could go
take
on the
bounty
website and you could
system
say
than
like,
what it's
I
saying.
want Joe Baines Estero. I want you to video it, and if he's streaming, I want the clip of it.
Yeah.
Right. So those will be the three requirements you have to collect the bounty. I want the kill mail, I want the clip from his Twitch, and I want you to record it with OBS.
That might.
And I want those. If I get those three things, I'll give you 2 billion ISK.
I mean, like, that could be a
So
part
then
of the
what
third
happens
party
when you
thing,
don't
but,
pay?
I mean, like aside from that, I actually just like
then
the
the-
in-game mechanic of like just being able to sell a bounty to a specific person, corporation, or alliance, and like
That's the thing is there
you
are
take
kill
care
rights
of the
that you
kill
can buy
and you
and
get
sell.
this payout, and the game can tell they killed them, they had a bounty on this, paid out, boom, and it would not, and you could do a thing where it's like your money gets put into a kind of like a like when you put a market up, it gets put
Escrow.
into escrow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Gets put in escrow. So it's guaranteed, so that it's not like you spend your money and I can't pay up. It's like escrow, and then if the person kills them, it automatically takes the money out of the escrow, and then it sends the person who put the bounty up the kill mail saying this dude died from the guy that you hired or from a person in the corp that you hired. I kind of like that idea because then you get to hire your own. You're not putting a general bounty on someone. You're getting
That
to
is actually
hire
kind of
a
interesting.
bounty hunter or hunters to go get this guy, and they get paid out. And so then there's an incentive for people to do bounty hunting.
So
because they're not getting peanuts like, we killed an oracle, we get 10 million. Cool. Split between 5
Here's
people.
the real quick
$500,000 each,
first.
or 2 million each, whatever.
Here's the preliminary problem: is that the bounty hunter cartel, which will arise, works with their victims. It
That
will
is
happen.
true.
100%
Yeah,
it will
yeah.
happen.
So that's
Is that
the
they
thing.
will reach out to the victim and they will say 70-30, what are we going to do?
That is true, but here's the
50-50,
thing.
whatever it takes.
That-
They're going to say, we're going to split this, and I'm going to look good on my deal, and you're going to look good on your
Right,
dying, and we're going to knock this out.
Right. So that would happen, but here's the thing: that would happen. But those people, the reputation would get out eventually because it would. You can't keep. That
I mean,
shit
it's not
secret.
hard to skirt that. You can fly a shit fit praxis that looks like, hey, I'm just Johnny going out there to stomp on
I
more
know, but
dandelions.
The groups that do
and
that,
friggin'
it would get
hero
out that-
over here came and conquered
would
me,
get out that
and
the
you're going to
bounty
pay
hunt-
him.
I know, but listen, the groups that are the bounty hunter groups that are doing that, it would get out that they're doing that, and they would get a bad reputation, and people would be like they're a shady ass bounty hunting group, and then you would get the fucking Mike Azariah bounty hunters that are like honest and shit. They're like, we fucking take our business very seriously. You want us to kill
Mike
someone? We
Azariah
fucking
bounty hunters?
yeah, like the
Mike
Azariah.
is-
Driving the
Bounty
school bus with the little orphan kids in the back.
That seems.
Oh my god.
yeah, so it's like
I don't know that he'd have bounty hunters.
dude, I hope he would actually start. They'd call them the Azariahs.
I
or something.
appreciate your
Azariah.
assessment of his honor,
The,
but orphans are not meant to be turned out as assassins.
so I'm just like, yes,
I
there would
think
be
it
people
should
that
be,
gain
though.
the system. There are people that don't, and them trying to hide their reputation. It would add a new facet to the game, like people trying to hide their reputation as liars.
I hear what you're saying.
Liars, and then people promoting themselves as honest bounty. Like, we don't give a fuck. If you want us to kill this person, we're gonna kill them. We're gonna use location agents, find them, kill them, and collect your bounty legit. And they would do that. And so, like, it's just another. I don't know. I think it'd be.
It's
fun.
a merchant gameplay. I hear what
I
you're
think
saying.
It'd be cool. I don't know. Like,
It's not terrible.
there
I
could
think
be
there's a
holes
lot
in
of
it, but
gray area, but it's not terrible.
I think it'd be fun. I want hired bounty hunters and not just a generic meh bounty system that we have. Because then
Like
you feel like
Ronnie's
you're giving
saying
you
in
money.
the chat.
You
I've said
hire
that
s-
for years.
You
This
hire
is-
some people
this
that
is
are
it.
legit bounty hunters, and the person's out like doing their gank shit and just get fucking ganked themselves. Like, what the fuck? And you're like, oh man, money worth spent. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy in everything.
Eve Pandora. That's it.
Is it?
All
That's
right, I'm gonna look that up.
that's the website. I'll give you the link. Hold on.
Oh man, we could, yeah. Like Seema said, we should do it and call it. We should just make it Open Comms Bounty Hunters and call ourselves Open Bounty.
I think it's a good idea.
it's
I
in
really
the
like
chat.
it.
Yeah, the Duders. The OCB, Open Comms Bounties.
Sounds like work. I don't want to do that.
It's a bit of work. I'm like, does anyone even know location agents? I don't.
Yes,
Like
they're
Ronnie
used
was
all the
saying, though,
time.
All right,
it would
Brandon,
have
you
to
have the
it would have to be
location
something
agents.
done. It'd have to be something done off the server because putting it on the main server would increase the server load, and that's not what we
Not
want to
that
do, right?
much.
I mean, you'd think so, but still,
It's also think of like a contract.
that's what they're going to.
it'd
That's
be
what
like
they're
a
going to, anyways,
market
right? They're trying to get everything off the main server. Like,
I know, but it'd be like a
Chats
market
off the main server.
contract in pending, and then it's not that big of a server. It's not like something that's calculated every second you go.
Things are calculated every second you go, Drayden.
It's like when a kill mail happens. I don't know. Maybe it'd be like check. Like,
here's
was this part of a bounty? Nope. Okay, so it's like one check extra. I don't know. What's up, Nazzle?
so
Nazzle Gold.
I could see linking it in the in-game systems almost like a courier or something where it's tied to one person, it's tied to another person.
Yeah, it'd be
we'll
something
check
like
it
that.
here and there, but it's not pressing as far as every tick or some odd. I don't know. I think it's a compelling idea. I think that it mostly works as a player construct.
We
If
just
they
have
can
to,
figure it out as a game construct, that's awesome. But I think it needs a lot of thought, like brainstorming.
Like I said, like
Because anything we think is a cool idea, people are going to break. And that's a sad reality. It's always going to happen.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like, how do you find the most fail safes? I guess.
Like I said, this is a spitball idea off the top of my head in the last
Sure,
30 minutes.
and it's not bad.
I thought it was fun. We'll just have to like see what Darwin thinks and see if he wants to code it into the game and make an executive decision on whether to do it or not.
he's not
Where's
even here.
Darwin, by the way.
I know he didn't even pop in. Yeah.
What the
I
hell?
was watching for that
Bullshit.
earlier. I was watching for it. So apparently you guys haven't been controversial enough for the last few weeks, and so they haven't like been assigning your CCP dev.
They gave him a
We
week.
I think
cut
you
our
need-
CCP dev?
What? That seems.
I think you need to like make some waves, and
They
that
gave
way
him
you get a
weekend off, and they didn't even
a
appoint him
resident
back
monitor, so to speak.
Based on what I
Bullshit.
saw on Twitter, I think they're doing the CCP Christmas party.
Even
Wait.
better.
Is that what they're doing?
yet. In March?
What is
Isn't
that
that
like?
what
Chinese
Convict tweeted?
Christmas times 2 or something?
I
Like
in
tweeted a
March?
picture of
Because
a
the
Christmas party,
restrictions
but
by
are
a
down.
month?
Restrictions
it
are
was just
down,
a-
so they can stay up.
oh yeah, maybe
Wait, Christmas in March.
Okay.
because they
Because the
couldn't have a Christmas
restrictions are
at
down.
Christmas, right? But now the restrictions are down, so they can have an actual.
Sigma says it's a Viking Christmas.
Oh,
So there was a lot of like plundering, maybe?
a lot of plundering and
I mean, I respect it. Sure. There was definitely mead.
do they actually have much mead in Iceland?
Probably not.
I feel it's a little cold
No.
for bees.
In Iceland, I don't think you'd have a lot of mead.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
a
don't
little
think so.
cold for bees.
You'd need bees and flowers,
Right.
and
And time and barrels or
they
reservoir.
have plenty of time, and I'm sure they have some
Totally
They
Yeah.
have
barrels.
more time than they need.
Both kinds, right?
The spice and the herb and the actual thing.
And
Herbs and spice.
exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
I really wish there could be a figured out way of the bounty system, and I think they already in the fact that they reiterated upon it this last time, let's say like 6-8 years ago or
they
whatever,
probably won't be messing
was a
with it
big
again.
step because there was no reason to have big bounties, and some people wore it as a badge, as a fun way to get on a billboard or just
They were
whatever.
used as harassment too.
And
'cause
Yeah.
on occasion,
players would
yeah,
get bountied and then have no idea why, and they'd panic and stop
That's fair.
voting them.
that is fair.
Which is funny. It's funny, dude.
That also fair. But at this point,
Some
because
new
of how
players, like, you
how
got a 10 million bounty on your head,
oversteered
everyone's like,
they've done it.
"What?"
Yeah, you have like alliance mates, and you like throw 100,000 in this bounty on them, and they're like, "What the fuck, man?"
That's
Of
not
course,
And then
good.
they
everybody
say
piles
on
in on it.
comms or in alliance chat, "What the fuck, man? Don't throw a bounty on me." Then now there's everybody in alliance is throwing 100,000 disc on this guy.
That's
Yeah.
not much.
Primary
Oh.
for the next 10 fights.
That's not much bounty. Like if you don't like the
Oh,
thing
it's
with
not,
the
but it
whole-
adds
It's not
up,
about
right?
yeah, it's not about
And
the
honestly, like, and that's what I'm saying.
Right,
Like,
let's say it was 10 bill every time.
the-
Like it's
but
it translates
That
to
was
an
my
action.
thing. The problem with bounties, like the payout on bounties, unless you're killing someone in a Titan, you're not really getting much.
Right in
But
this day
also,
and age,
if you're
and
killing
that's
them in a Titan, there's probably like 100 of you, and so yeah, it might be a 20 billionist bounty payout,
But
but you're all
also-
getting like 10 million.
People who
So-
overreact
It's
to
not-
having a
it's-
bounty placed on them don't understand how the bounty system works.
Yeah,
That's
I get
why
that.
it's fun.
I get that, but the thing's like
So-
that's what I was saying. Like the change to the bounty system in the way I was saying would actually allow a significant good payout. It's like, oh, you want to kill them, and if it's 100 millionist bounty, they're not going to be sending like 10 people out. They're going to be like, saying like, let's us two go get this guy. We could.
So
we
I
could
think there's a
blackmail and get
happy
100 we
medium
get
to be
50 million
found.
each for killing this one thing. Like I feel
they
like
used to have
it's
a very
more of
exploitable system.
gives
Now
an
now they have a
incentive.
non-exploitable
It gives
system.
an incentive, like more of an incentive, because at this point right
But
now,
not even
bounties are kind of
useful
like
system.
just an afterthought. It's like you kill someone, like, oh, there's a
Right.
bounty. I got like 8,000 is cool. The bounties just kind of seem like a joke to me. Like I feel like there needs to be something to make bounties actually worthwhile, but also not gameable as much. I mean, they still could be gameable, but like not gameable like they were in the past, where it's like whoever killed them get all of it, and it could be themselves, and that's what everyone did. Like, oh, put 10 billion on me, I'll just take your 10 billion.
Sure. I think there is a happy medium. I'm not sure that selling it off individually or on like some sort of limited scale is the fix, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I think
right?
it'd be fun though. You hire your own bounty hunters.
That's the thing, is
And
if
those
you put a
hunters
bounty on
fuck you
someone-
and, like double cross you, well then you hired the wrong fucking bounty hunters. Sucks to be you. You got scammed.
That's right.
That's just
That's
another,
fair, that's fair.
It's like
Yeah.
find some more reliable bounty hunters.
Yeah,
I
I
can
mean,
bring you
that-
in warm,
at least moderately fair.
or
Yeah,
I can bring you in cold.
yeah. Like you're gonna have scammers that pass themselves off as legit bounty hunters that are not trustable. But then, like I said, you will have groups that eventually,
If if the juice is
they
worth
will
the
build a
squeeze.
rapport, and they will be the preeminent bounty hunters in the system that are known as the honest bounty hunters. That were like, we're not going to go into cahoots and like kill this guy in a rookie ship and take your money. We will find this guy and kill him, and wherever the fuck he's flying, the more expensive the better, because we like our kill mails too. And we'll take your money for killing this guy. Like, you will find the bounty hunter groups that will be the legit ones, and those will be the prominent ones, and those will be the ones that people hire. And the fact that they do that legitimately, they're like, we require a little bit higher of payment because we are actually going to fuck this guy over. Well, at least kill them. So we're not going to take peanuts. You want an actual bounty hunter group that's going to kill this guy when he doesn't want it to happen.
So
You pay us a little extra. So like,
So
they'll
similar
make
to
more
how
money that way.
mercenary
it's like
groups
it will
function
create an
right now.
economy on bounty hunting. I think it's good. I don't know. I like the idea.
Right? Because like Noir Mercenary Group, which is called what? The Network now, I think.
I think so. Yeah, their alliance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because they have a reputation, they command a higher price than other mercenary groups, right? So the same thing will happen with bounty hunting groups.
You would
Anyways,
hope.
So we think that compression is coming on Tuesday. The adjustment to bounty risk modifiers is coming on Tuesday. That's what we think. Is anything else coming on Tuesday? Are battleship buffs coming on Tuesday?
Ooh, I remember him talking about it, but I don't know if it's expected that soon.
I don't know.
I mean, it's highly anticipated.
Is it live on the test
Our-
server? I haven't even been on the test server yet. Has
I
anyone
haven't
been on
I
it?
haven't touched on it. I know our alliance has already been cooking up a lot of silliness talking about it. So apparently, people think battleships are going to be like a new day. I don't personally feel that. I feel like they're going to be whatever it said, 50% better on this, that, or the other. You know, they're going to be noticeably different, but not like, holy shit.
They've buffed their
But-
mobility with the micro jump drive, but they haven't buffed their mobility like besides
Outright.
that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like micro warp drives aren't going to work any better. Afterburners aren't going to work any better. They're still going to be
Well-
big, thick bricks sitting
And
there.
they buffed their tank a
stationary in
little bit.
space. They buffed their tank. Well, like
By about
they're
50%.
supposed to get a roll bonus with 100% bonus to shield extenders, 50% bonus to plates, and then like I forget what the bonus is to bulkheads, 10% or something. It's small. It's
Yeah, I
small.
don't recall. I mean,
But that's all
Hull's
supposed
always
to
been
be.
pretty strong.
That's all supposed to be coming, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So, do we think
If
it's
that
coming
ch-
on Tuesday, or do we think that's later down the line? you think it's coming Tuesday? Battleship buff?
I was trying to leave the floor open just in case. I
was
don't
gonna
think
say,
it is.
I think so. I mean, wait. Yeah, I think they've announced everything they wanted to for it, and I don't see why they wouldn't.
I don't know that it's been talked about enough, so I feel like maybe it just hasn't been tested or out long, but that has not stopped CCP in the past, no offense. So
Has it been on CC? If it was on CC, I'd
I
say
don't know.
yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know
Oh.
because I
Like,
don't go on
I haven't
CC
heard
either.
much. I haven't heard much buzz around the testing of it. I've only heard the talk about the concept of it. That's where my concern is.
But I like Aurora was on Less Than 10, the podcast. I don't know if you guys listen to that one.
Not sure about that.
It's a small gang podcast, but the guys are really knowledgeable about PvP, obviously, since they're
Sure.
small gang
Yeah.
dudes, right? And they had CCP Aurora on the stream, and then Stitch Kaneland, who is a Reddit poster that not came up with like, but he's the one who proposed a lot of these ideas, and even CCP has credited him with the upcoming battleship changes, right?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So they were both on this stream with Less Than 10, and they both talked about the upcoming battleship changes. So I think they might be coming on Tuesday, personally.
Okay.
I think that would be great.
Oh, absolutely, it would. I think. Absolutely, I think.
Do you think the half reversal of strategic strike or surgical strike is coming on Tuesday?
Did they announce that as well? I thought
Yeah,
that
they
was
talked
kind of part of the battleship changes.
No, it's
also
separate from the
across
battleship changes.
More like
So
categories.
if you remember the surgical strike,
Vastly
change.
nerfed capital tanks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 50% resists were cut, right? Like, so your resists were like way down. And now they're talking about rolling it back. No, not 50%. That's drastic. That's crazy talk. Jeremy, wake up. I think it was like they reduced it if by 20%. Right? Resists were reduced by 20%. So now they're rolling it back halfway. So they're adding another 10% onto.
I don't think that one's going to be enough. We're still dealing with the convoluted industry and also just the very high cost, which is a result of the convoluted industry. I don't think that's going to be enough to see a lot of big ships brought back out.
Right. I don't know. The industry changes make sense to me, except for the faction battleships and the battleships.
Yeah.
Like the T1 battleships, right? Like
Right.
if you don't have a micro jump drive or excuse me, no, not a micro jump drive. If you don't have a Bastion module and if you don't have a fucking like a jump drive, right? Like if you can't bridge someone somewhere, why the fuck are you using all this PI that's the same as a capital ship,
Right.
which has like in the case of a dreadnought, a siege module, or in the case of anything else, a fucking jump drive that can go anywhere.
I agree. I think they should have left normal industry up
Okay.
to at least battleships, just regular T1 minerals, just leave it, whatever. After that, if you T2, if you make things slightly more complicated on various flavors, and if you balance around that, T2 is harder to get into, it's more costly, it's more this, that, or the other, but it's better in this, that, like if you balance around that, I think it can have merit. I think they should never have done it
But PI
basically at
and
battle
battleships?
cruisers and below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like it was PI they added the battleships, right?
PI and
PI,
some
gas
reactions.
as well, I believe.
Really? They actually like the T2 mats?
Yeah, so I'll
Like
tell you what I'm.
the armor the basic ones, right?
So right now I'm farming
Armor plates or whatever they're called.
P1 PI for battleships specifically. So like I have bacteria, chiral structures, oxygen, proteins, water, and they're all built into trying to get these fucking certain components.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that
I'm
like
trying to pull up the
T1 non-capitals are requiring PI or T2 or moon materials
Right.
at all. I don't like
I
that.
could see it capitals and above as far as T1 is concerned. I don't think that anything regular T1 frigate through battleship
Yeah, I
should
mean,
have
like,
been
if they wanted to adjust the
if
cost,
you wanted to increase the exactly, just
adjust
increase the recipe,
materials,
minerals,
just
whatever.
adjust the minerals, yeah, that are required to build them. I don't like the fact because now all of a sudden,
Here's
like,
the thing: a lot of
the
people aren't
miners
doing
now
any
have
of
to,
these
like,
new
have
activities,
PI
or not
alts.
at nearly scale.
Yeah, you can't just have like miners who go out and like mine shit and build battleships. You have to have PI alts, or they have to buy PI materials
Or gas
from the
sites.
market.
like I
A lot of new things
understand what they
require
were.
gas.
Yeah, I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to get more industrialists involved in the construction of things,
and maybe even add
right?
more of a
Because
market for PI people. Like now,
Right,
there's more
'cause the
stuff
way
to
it
use
was
PIs
before-
because
Because Fillmore likes
lucrative,
PI. That's right.
but-
if you think about like baking a cake, so before it was like if you want to bake a cake, you go out, you buy the box, you bring it home, you put in an egg, you put in some water, you mix it up, put it in a pan, bam,
Casserole
you got a
dish.
cake.
Oh,
And then if you wanted to build a much bigger cake, if you wanted to build a wedding cake, you just bought more boxes. You put a couple more eggs in and a little bit more water, and you built a bigger cake. But that didn't make any sense because in this case, the wedding cake is a Titan. So how can you
Right.
fucking just take a bunch of P1 materials and build the end game ship without
Well,
any
so it's-
additional
Yeah,
fucking
wait for more.
additional work to it?
It's
Right?
just, you put the little plastic columns between, and then you put the next
Right.
layer
So-
on there.
so the-
and then at
now-
the very
now
top,
we
you have to
put-
put the little
Now the plastic columns are the
bride
PI,
and groom.
and the gas is the fondant, and fucking like whatever else is the filling. So now
Sure.
when you go to build a wedding cake, you have to actually have more
I hate to
components than
admit it.
just the box of mix, the egg and the milk.
I hate
right?
to admit it, but I can appreciate that in that scope. Yes,
Yeah.
I see
But-
that for Capital
but-
Supers type.
There's no reason that you can't make a birthday cake still. Which is
Like
a
for your
battleship.
1-year-old, you're gonna smash his
Yeah.
face in it. It's just a 1-year-old.
Yeah,
It's
It's just a
birthday cake.
fucking battleship. Why can't I still make it with the box of mix?
I 100%.
It's not-
and-
It's not a T2 battleship. It's not a Black Ops. It's not a Marauder. It's just a fucking Megathron, or it's just a Megathron Navy issue.
Right.
And what Drakenov brings the point. Also, it's because they wanted battleships to be more. I remember them saying like we want battleships to be like bring them back. Like it's been hacks for so long.
Right.
We want battleships to be a prominent battlefield ship again.
Well, like everybody's saying,
And
they
like,
won't come back
what
if
he
they're
says,
still
he's like a
expensive.
Dominix and a Mar. Well,
Well-
Amar is a little bit higher price than Jita, but it's still a Dominix and a Mar 303 million. It used to be 176 million. That's almost double.
When
It's
I
a
bought
com-
when I bought that Typhoon in Jita, it was 343 million.
That's too
It's a
much.
combination of expense and ability, right? So not only are battleships comparable results to hacks. I mean, granted, they can go a little bit above on a handful of,
They can
of
get better
ways.
tank than hacks, but
Sometimes,
the damage
sometimes.
is comparable. The damage is
But
similar.
when you think about sig radius and mitigating damage, it's not necessarily
Risk of
take a bunch
bombs,
more
because they
damage.
can't dodge
It's I can
bombs and
receive more damage and absorb
Yeah.
it, not I can mitigate it.
yeah,
But all you got your assault damage controls at this point. You've got your sig, and then you've got the damage output, which is not
Well,
terribly different.
there's also maneuverability. Hacks
you
are
have-
way more maneuverable than battleships
Exactly. If you have hacks at anywhere near such a functional, I guess, just entry point, battleships are never going to find their footing again until hacks are not amazing compared to battlefield.
I feel
Battleships.
like
That's just
here's the thing. If the cost wasn't so much, because like you said, battleships have a better tank than faxes, or than
but they're
hacks.
slower.
No, not fax-
They're
sorry, not-
easier to
not-
bomb. They're
not-
easier
not-
to bubble.
Not a
They're-
better tank
like
than faxes. Better tank than hacks. They have better.
how
tank.
cheap would you have to make them to where people flew battleships more exclusively than hacks?
They're-
It would have to be significantly cheaper, and
The
I'm
thing is, like,
talking like battle cruiser prices almost in my mind.
Unless a significant change gets made in the meta, hacks are going to probably just be better than battleships. But the thing is, like, there are
All
certain. Here's the thing: battleships have a role. There are certain situations where you will use a battleship. It has a better tank. It has good damage. It's not
Does it?
great at hitting. Well, the battleships have decent damage, and they have a good tank.
No, I meant better tank, but sure.
Yeah, I think of battleships. Tanked up battleships are better than
Potential
tanks.
tank, yes, but
Well,
in practice, I don't think so.
The assault damage. So
Not
Al-
only assault damage control, but also
alpha
sig
wise,
radius and
hacks have
mobility.
the advantage of the assault damage control, and they allow a mitigation of damage until the reps can hold, and then often the reps can hold if you have a good logic wing. And so that's where the hacks have an advantage. Battleships are just reliant on their own just bulk tank.
Buffer, essentially.
Buffer and bulk tank until the reps hold before they die. But the fact that if you look at the EHP of a hack and an EHP of a battleship, a tanked up battleship will be higher than a hack.
Sure.
But like minus the assault damage control.
And again, that comes down to things like sig as well, though. When you're looking at strictly EHP, I'm no scientist here, and I'm gonna be
But like
very
shield hacks have been a
loud
thing.
about that.
Things
But
like mutants have a shield hack. Their sig radius is not tiny.
EHP is not a number anyone should hang their hat on.
Right.
EHP
it's
is
more
a
than just
silly
EHP.
number in the same way
EHP
that
is one
every time I hear
aspect.
somebody chasing cap stability, unless you're ratting, cap stability is fuck all. Please do not pursue cap stability. It's a terrible idea. If anybody's listening, nobody who's listening will benefit from
I feel
this message.
personally attacked.
Cap stability is a ruse and it's ridiculous. If you live long enough to worry about your cap life in a PvP environment, it's probably already gone sideways.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I mean, most
as far as
line
tank
ships
is
are not
concerned,
good
if
yet.
you're basing your mental metrics off of things like EHP, that's a fool's metric in my
I
opinion.
mean, unless you're using
EHP is a
lasers,
number based on resist calculations and HP calculations. It has nothing to do with mitigating calculations, which are your sig radius, your velocity, just the way you interact with the battlefield. Battleships get fucked when it comes to a battlefield
they're
if
slow
there's
and big and
anything that's
bulky and
slightly better
yeah.
than it.
Because they have no velocity. Their sig is
Hacks
huge.
hacks do great on a battlefield in
Even
a
armored
lot of
battleships
ways.
have a
They're not
decent sig
they're not
radius.
impervious, but they do great. And it's
Yeah.
broken in my opinion. And
That's
I like
why
hacks, but
that's why they're the meta.
well, and exactly that's what I'm saying. So if you
battleships-
want to push towards battleships, it's not about EHP. It's not about I don't know. There's a handful of things that I think that are missing the mark, and what it really comes down to is hacks need to not be the fucking Swiss Army knife for mid-level gameplay, if not high-level gameplay, as far as block warfare or large-scale warfare.
Well, I was saying, like,
They should have some strengths. They should have some very glaring weaknesses as well, and you should make that gamble. And that's where you can bring battleships back into the conversation. Is not that you can't have hacks be a fit-all scenario. And that's where they are right now. Sadly, they can fit
kind of,
so many scenarios.
They're the meta choice of ship. They are. And things like I wasn't saying that battleships can contend with hacks. I'm saying like battleships do have a role, but now making them more expensive and harder to build, it makes them less. It dwindles that role because
sure, absolutely.
Now they're more expensive and harder to make. So why would in the few situations you might use them? They might just not be worth using at all. And so why bother? And also, yeah, I agree. Like, hacks are the meta, and they have been for a long fucking time. And unless they all get nerfed into the... No, they don't have to get nerfed into the ground, but unless they get nerfed in some way that allows other ships to, step up, hacks are going to be... But that's always the
So here's the flip side to that.
When it comes to balance, real quick, when it comes to balance,
go ahead.
That's the fine line you tread, is that this thing is the best there is, and so that's what's in meta, and that's what everyone's using. And you want to change the meta. It's health. It's the thing. Like, everyone's like, oh, the developers are fucking the meta. It's like, it's healthy to change the meta up. You don't want the same shit for decades on end. You have to change shit up. So it's healthy to change the meta. That's why things are nerfed and buffed. The balance happens. But you can't... If you nerf hacks into the ground, that's not the answer either. You want to nerf them down to where they're not the ultimate superior above everything choice. You want to nerf them down to where, like, they're still an option. They're a viable option, but there are other options. And I'm, like I said, I don't know where that balance is, but
here's my thoughts real quick.
How do you do that?
So we've already touched on the fact that industry changes how they scaled a little bit, right? So it kind of dropped off after battle cruisers. T1 industry is the same up to battle cruisers. It's just regular minerals. It's very easy. It's very affordable. Barracks are still plenty good. I'm sure there's a few other maybe battle cruiser doctrines that might do well. I don't know of any off the top of my head outside of barracks. Sure.
Hurricanes?
Why not? Yeah, hurricanes for sure.
Hurricanes.
So here's the thing though. If you take it on what you were just saying, if you made battleships just a slight step up from battlecruisers in the natural T1 mineral progression, where battlecruisers is one of the last bastions of like affordability for like bang for their buck, if you will. If battleships were just another slight step above that, to where it was still probably either more affordable or comparable affordability to hacks, but I would say more affordable, they can do battleships can do crazy things when done correctly, and they can tank very well when done correctly, and they can apply damage really well, and they can do a lot of things. They can't do very many things at once, and that's great. That's balance in practice.
Vlad,
If you made battleships somewhere closer to the whole battle cruiser value as to like the game we play today, as you know, as they've changed the game, where battle cruiser is one of the last levels before you start getting into silly, either in the industry like inputs or like the amount of effort required, you know, just basically industry. But I feel like there's a lot to be opened up if you made battleships much closer to a slight step up from battle cruisers and not like faction battleships, capitals, whatever the value that they're kind of currently at. Where, in my opinion, battleships and hacks have very interchangeable roles right now. They can do a lot of damage. They can do a lot of tank. Not necessarily all at the same time, but they can do one or the other. And both of those roles can do one or the other pretty well. Now, if you make hacks a little bit more expensive and a little bit more convoluted because they're TCO industry and whatnot, it makes sense. And they can balance that in their own rationale as far as, you know, we can mitigate a lot of damage. We're very mobile. We can assault damage control, whatever, which I don't agree with assault damage controls, but it is what it is. Battleships won't come back into the meta unless you bring them to a more affordable rate than hacks, because those two ships are competing for a very similar role.
There's that as well, but I was looking at what Vlad was saying. He was speaking about a specific ship, the APOC, but and again, I'm not a balance expert, but here's the thing. What I think that one of the biggest detriments to the battleship's profile is its tracking, right? Battleships, solid tank, good damage application to larger targets. What's battleship's main weakness? Tracking smaller.
Do battleships have good damage application?
Like
Too large
against other big shit.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I'm like they
So battleships and up. Good application.
Yeah, like so battleship DPS is solid if they hit and not get glancing hits. So that's the thing, is like battleships fighting other battleships apply good damage. They have good tank. Battleships applying damage to capitals is decent. Battleships applying damage to cruisers and destroyers, and they pretty much can't hit frigates.
Right.
So
they can't do much against destroyers or cruisers.
Well,
like they're mostly.
He was talking about the APOC, but it's like if battleships had better tracking and they could actually hit smaller targets, don't fucking put them into like, you know, sniper mode, you know, where they can just hit everything and alpha even frigates off the field. I'm saying like, but if battleships could actually apply damage to hacks better, maybe they might have a shot at having a spot, not being the superior ship, but maybe they have a role all of a sudden to where, like, because essentially right now it's like, what do you use battleships for? Shooting big ships and other battleships. And so if the other side doesn't use battleships, then you're kind of dumb if you use battleships. Like, if they're using hacks, you don't use battleships. You use other hacks to fight the hacks. But
what if you
But what if they got more? What if they got more like tracking bonuses to all the battleships?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe
So what I'm thinking is,
they're good.
if application is the issue and if hacks are the meta, what if you make it so that T2 long range ammo doesn't have a tracking penalty to it?
Oh,
if you use it in a battleship hull.
No.
No?
Well, then hacks wouldn't be able to fight battleships, right? Which means the only thing you can bring to fight a group of battleships is more battleships.
But then you have a battleship meta.
Or T3Cs, or
like,
not
the thing is,
T3Cs.
like, I don't want it to like replace
battle cruisers, whatever.
I don't want to
Tier 3
replace
battle cruisers.
hack only meta with battleship only meta. So you don't want to make the battleships so strong that they're the only choice you would ever take on a battlefield. I just want to see battleships have a place.
Their day in the sun. They need to have an applicable place.
Well, right now they do have their place and their day in the sun, and that is you drop them on a citadel that you're defending, and you drop a fax in with them, and you sit there and you hold perfectly still.
Sure.
And you try and keep the fucking hacks away as long as you can until you're Citadel repair.
But like I don't want them to be like
It's
a
the only
one-trick
place
pony
I've
like
ever
that.
seen
Like, I
battleships
would like
use.
to see battleships have a flexible usage.
I think they can, and
it's
they
like,
used
it's like,
to.
I would like to see them like these are they could be expensive ships. Like maybe don't even reduce the cost, just like change the fact that they have better tracking or something like that, to where it's like now they're viable ships that they are expensive. So if you lose them,
You won't.
you know, it's like you could lose 2 hacks to one battleship and keep even cost-wise almost, maybe. But the thing is, like, they might be able to hold their ground on that level, whereas now it's like, you know, a fleet of well-logied Munins are going to annihilate a battleship fleet.
Right. But there's so many counters to a battleship fleet, right? Like
I was gonna
Guy
say I
was
don't
saying.
see it.
I don't know, like like I
Bombers.
said,
That's the thing. That's the thing. Is bombers, hacks. There's so many things that
Bombers.
will apply better to that ship that it cannot effectively apply to.
But I just want to see.
I don't
more
think you can
applications where
balance around
battleships
the
can-
battleship. Honestly,
I want to see
I think
more
the
applications
hack is
where a battleship
overpowered.
can
But
apply damage better. I don't know. Like it feels like
if it does, though, then
it feels like they don't track shit unless
So
it's
if you
slippery slope.
make
a
if
capital.
you make battleships apply better to cruiser sized ships, but they still don't apply to frigates,
Yeah.
then the counter to battleships becomes bombers. And the counter
Jaguar
to bombers is
bombers, whatever.
other fucking frigates, right?
Yeah.
So now you have frigate battles happening around battleship battles.
And I like that.
Is that
Which
more
sounds
or
kinda
less fun than hack versus hack?
More.
It does sound kind of
Right.
cool.
I like that
So-
because it requires counter to counter to counter to counter. It requires dynamic fleet setups and defenses and offenses.
Right.
I
As
mean, I
opposed
like
to
now
that.
just,
it's-
like,
I like that on paper.
Our
The
Munin
reality
fleet's
is that
better
nobody.
than their Munin fleet, or our fucking Eagle fleet's better than their Eagle fleet. You know,
How many people are flying a doctrine that will be actively disrupted at the drop of a hat? You're flying the most mitigating doctrine you can, which is generally Munins, Eagles, Serbs, whatever.
Right. But as soon as you
Try to
drop
cover as many bases you can.
as soon as you drop a battleship fleet on grid that applies to those T2 cruisers, now the T2 cruisers have to leave. But now the counter to those battleships is bring in a bomber fleet. And now the
Which is
counter to
pretty
those
cheap
now
and
you
easy.
bomber
dig-
fleet is bring in command destroyers or destroyers with defender missiles and frigates to
defender
kill
missiles,
the bombers.
also
before you
Dictors
fucking-
circling your battleship.
I mean, I
fleet
do
to
like this
bubble
chess.
Bubble up any bombers
Right?
that.
So-
This is what it should be as
because
chess.
if you
This
want to
is
launch
what it should
bombs,
be.
you got to be within 30 kilometers, and so
Because
you
right now
circle
the only
Outside is
choice
that-
you're
30
making
kilometers.
the only choice you're making right now is do I have enough Munins or do I want heavy missile Serbs or rapid light Serbs? Those are the two choices you're fucking
Right.
making, right?
I do think that there's merit to that. Yeah, I think
It
it's
requires
a very
more
fine line to walk
planning.
because it's hard to balance as many ships as there are in this game with that rationale.
Very true.
It's hard to make puzzle pieces outright in this game, in my opinion. I'm probably wrong, but
Right.
I think that's
But
the
if
case.
if we look fondly back in time, how many times have you seen like that amazing video of that one bomber FC who's just like gotten the perfect bombing run off and wiped out an entire battleship fleet and has turned
Well,
the
Red
tide of
team,
that battle?
go! Gold team, go!
And see, that's-
Yeah!
the thing with that is-
Fucking yeah!
Fucking
The thing with that
yeah,
is that's
boys!
still the case, and that's been the case as far back as we can remember. That's
Right,
not
but
a
now
new
nobody
mechanic.
brings battleships because why would
Sure.
you bring a battleship? They're too expensive.
Sure.
They don't apply and they're not mobile.
Yeah,
Right.
but also, Ackroth, you're saying
I
like,
didn't realize that's what you were getting at. I'm sorry.
I'm like-
that's
I'm just
that's the
like-
problem.
I was just saying, like, it's one thing to it's okay for a complex requirement of big battlefield tactics. Now, in small game PvP, you're not going to need. It's not gonna be like, oh, we got these 2 battleships gate camping this thing, and they're gonna bring a bomber fleet. We have to. When it comes to small game shit, it's small game shit. But when it comes to big major fleet fights of big blocks, that's when you have these. Well, we got A, but they have
People
B,
trying to build a
so
puzzle.
we need C, but then they're gonna bring D, and we
Sure.
bring E. I
The-
like that complexity as opposed to
I agree.
who
100%.
brings
I
the
agree.
most Munins and has the better logi. That's like
That's what I'm saying though
that's
too.
boring. That's boring.
I think that some of
And
the
then-
balance needs to be found in the cost and the effectiveness. So
True.
battleships
yeah, so
can't be
adjust
a
the cost.
sledgehammer. They can't just drop on everything
I understand.
and be the hammer.
Now,
Mobility
they-
should have an effect on them. Tracking should have an effect on them, as they should. You know, it's a fucking battleship. I do think that they need to be quite a bit more affordable just to even make their way back into the meta, and that's a baseline. They need to be vastly more affordable just to find their outlier uses. But
I agree.
I
And
think there is
also-
a happy medium between those two, which is actually really interesting to think about. Hacks and battleships are almost on parity on a lot of like thought process metrics, you know, not in actual practice, sadly.
Hacks are just
But
better, but
right, and that's the nature of this game benefits tracking and sig radius. Like those are major, you know, talking about transversal and things like that. There are a lot of ways to mitigate damage. There's only a few ways to apply damage, and it's more
tracking
difficult than
and,
not.
Range. Yeah.
If you have a fast ship that tracks well with a small sig radius, you're gonna win every time.
Right.
Gen-
And exactly. And you can make battleships affordable till the cows come home, but if those are still a reality where hacks are so effective at what they do, battleship metas will never be picked up because even if they're vastly cheaper, hacks will still be so much more functional in that situation.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Like I think there needs to be a little bit of give and take in that scenario.
if
Battleships need to be a little bit better, hacks need to be a little bit worse. Neither outright. And that's my
Right,
fear
right.
is that
And-
CCP oversteers a lot.
and that's
but-
what, and also I agree, Calico Jack. I agree. I've watched a lot of E videos in my day, and I don't think I will ever love any more than the Templeman, fucking videos. Well, with the exception, I gotta say that one Minmatar, for like, when they're having like the celebratory days of the year of each faction.
It
The
was good.
Minmatar one.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
Like
It was
Chef's Kiss. Wow. Like holy
it's talking
shit.
about like that. It was like a scope video or something from like a year ago.
Yeah, like I mean, like they had all the other races, and like the Galente was like some, oh, we'll fight against oppression.
Don't you invasive,
I'm the
those Galentes.
president. Yeah, it's like okay, sure. And
Those
the
were
Kaldari
heroes.
did their thing, and then Amar did their thing, and then you had the Minmatar, and the Minmatar was like this whole fucking cinematic of like showing the troubles of their people in the past, and then how they rose up above, and then all of a sudden they, like just the whole like rising chant of like we're the 7 tribes of we are Minmatar, bro, and then it goes into like the high. It's not High Lung, but it sounded like High Lung.
It's
music.
High
I
Lung.
remember that. Yeah,
The chant like whoa, bro, and then showing like the fucking like capitals and ships flying overhead, and I was like, why the fuck is this video so good and the rest seemed lazy? Not saying that the others were bad, but it's just like it was not that the other
So
videos
much
were
more
bad. It's just that the Minmatar one was so good it made the others look bad.
right.
But anyway, off track. I'm just saying, like, with like, you don't have to nerf hacks into the ground. Like I said, you don't have to buff battleships, and I don't know.
I think you have to do a little of each of those actually.
You probably
Not
have to do
into
a
the
little-
ground and not
yeah, a
outright.
little of each,
but
sure, a little of each.
I think
but,
you need to nerf hacks a little, and I think you need to buff battleships at least a little.
I agree with that. Yes, both of those.
Go ahead, sorry.
But I'm just saying, I don't want to make battleships the new like you have to use these, and that's I when it comes.
So
there's always a meta. There's always a meta, and using the meta is
100%.
the best option. But I like it when the meta has multiple top choices. That's the thing. Like, the meta does not
Sure.
have to be like a singular thing. So meta could be like, in this situation, hacks are great, but hacks are countered by this thing, which is the meta counter to hacks. But then the meta counter to that is this other. So you have you could usually you see
It's a puzzle, yeah, absolutely.
you don't usually see too many branches, but usually I figure most solid games have a triangle at least, where it's like these are the 3 best things, but each of them is countered by one or the other, and so you have to bring all of them or expect all of them, and therefore
Right.
you don't have a guaranteed like we have the best hack fleet, we're gonna win.
So
You don't have that. You have a risk, and the fact that the enemy has a counter to your shit, and so you have to bring a counter to that, but then they have a counter to that, and so it's like there is this whole puzzle piece set up to where it's a little bit more intricate than just bringing the better hack fleet. So the hack meta and it being so solid that it has been, and for so long, the things like the hack meta has been there. Like meta has changed in EVE all the time, but the hack meta has been there for like what 2 or 3 years now, at least.
for 10+ years now. Like hacks have been strong
Well,
for.
but then
They haven't always been the base thing, but
yeah,
they've
but
been
look at them.
long
I mean,
been the base
not
thing.
the same. The Fountain War Baltic Fleet was the creme de la creme. That's.
Do you remember how long ago the
Megathrones.
Fountain War was? Trade?
6-7 years ago.
No, I think it was about 10 now.
No, because I haven't even played for 10 years. Well, no.
What was
Oh,
it, like 2013, 2014? I
Oh
want to
shit! I'm actually coming up on my.
It might have been earlier.
I'm coming up on my 10-year anniversary. I started.
And me too.
Here's the thing.
In March 2012. So
I appreciate balance, and I think we all
10
agree
years are
that
coming
balance
up.
needs to
Ooh.
exist. A battleship is the peak of regular, quote unquote, like T1 ships, in the same sense of like you don't need a lot of specialized skills, you don't need a lot of specialized industry.
Yeah, but also
formerly.
there's been other
An
minutes.
Omega-
remember,
an Omega
remember
player
the
can fly a
T3
battleship.
The T3 battle cruisers.
Battleship should be a
Tornado
basic
and
normal
Naga
goal.
Fleets? Tornado sniper tornado Naga fleets. Those were a thing. When I
Sure, absolutely.
When I
And
started
those
the
are a
game,
thing.
that was the flavor. That's
That's not a main thing. You can't fly tornado fleets against battleship fleets.
well, I know, but
Like, good
when
luck with that.
When I came into the game, Crucible was the expansion which brought those T3 battle cruisers in.
And they're strong.
And those were the flavor. It's like you either brought sniper Nagas, sniper tornadoes, or sniper cormorants.
But again, we're circling
and that
back to
was your
mobility
fleet.
and
If you
things
didn't
like
bring-
that.
or slippery Pete's, because fuck slippery Pete's.
Which again is mobility.
Yeah, but
So-
that was the meta. The meta was not battleships. The meta was
Right.
not hacks.
No, I'm saying the meta was hacks for many years. And I was never saying the meta was battleship.
But then
Hacks has been the
was
meta
armor
off and
hacks,
on,
AHACs,
off and on
different-
since the
different
late
style of
2000s.
play.
When I got pretty heavy into nullsec PvP in the mid to late 2000s, it was hacks. At the time, it was nanos. I'm sure at least some people remember nano hacks. Yeah, it was
I remember
vagabonds and
nano
ishtars and whatnot.
battleships?
Nano hacks was broken, and it completely changed.
I never flew those because I didn't have the skills for it at the time.
You were a little bit after that time, if it sounds correct, from
yeah,
like the
but I
2012ish
didn't have
era.
the skills for them, so I was like flying like fuck you fleet. Like,
I didn't either. I flew
what's the
interceptors.
What's
for
the
most of
Tech
it.
One Galente sensor damping ship?
Yeah,
Celestis.
So yeah, so the
Celestis.
fuck
Yeah.
you fleet,
Fuck you
the fuck
fleet.
you fleet
Yeah.
Celestis.
Right.
Is, that's
Exactly,
What I
yeah.
was flying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm an Arazu fanboy. I love that.
Well,
that
Razu's
platform,
nice, but
anyway.
I was like,
What an ugly
so,
ship model. Let's just
I-
say
Hey, I don't
that.
want to talk to you right now.
Yeah,
It
I couldn't
is.
fly
Actually,
it
it is.
I couldn't fly.
My ex-girlfriend did me a illustration and painted it with like glittery paints and stuff. It was really cool.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
the meta has changed over the years. It has never been like hacks are the best thing and everyone
But
uses hacks.
Here's the thing, Drayden. You say
But in
that
the
it
last
actually
2 to 3
has
years,
been
that's
that.
how it has been.
No, it actually has been that for most of the last 10 to 15 years.
I don't.
It has
remember
drifted
hacks
and it has
being the
ebbed and
thing.
flows. Hacks have been the thing for most of the last 15 years.
When I was in the Fountain War,
They weren't
Yeah,
always the
Caracals-
outright thing.
Caracals and bombers is what we used.
Do you
up
guys-
until the last battle, and then it was like Rokes versus.
Do y'all remember that
Baltics.
3 or 4 years that Speeples was like the thing people flew because
Well,
they were
yeah,
the
Sweeples,
broken
that's
T3C?
not-
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
No, and I'm not trying to
then you have
pinpoint
the
this to the
Jacktop
same
fleets, and then you have
conversation,
the-
but it's a
you have
similar
the-
conversation. There are broken ships and there are things that are way overpowered for what they are. Battleships have never been that in my experience in EVE. Battleships have always had a role in EVE. They've never been the
I mean,
main
you had
thing
the
or the
roles where, like,
best thing.
I'm saying Baltex is what was used in the Fountain War against Napox.
That doesn't mean
Those
it's
were
the best thing or
main-
anything. That just means
those
it was
were
a
the
doctrine.
main doctrinal fleets of those two sides.
And again, we're talking about the Fountain War, which was like the early mid 20 teens, maybe 10ish years ago.
No, not even. It was like 7 years ago.
It was absolutely
7 or
not
8.
7 years ago.
I think we're talking about two different.
7
Fountain
years.
Wars.
7 years ago was World War B1. At this point,
No,
at
No.
where we stand today,
I'm talking
Well,
about
because
the
that was
Fountain-
2016.
I'm talking when
That's-
and we're in 2022, so
That's
6
6
years
years
ago.
Oh my
Like,
god.
we're getting
stop.
old. I'm sorry, Rain. I'm sorry.
I'm talking
No,
about
you're
20
right.
I'm talking about
It didn't
2014
feel good,
Perception of
but
I'm
time.
talking about 2014,
I know.
2015 Fountain War. That's like 7 or 8 years
I know.
ago. Like
I know the one you're
Fountain War
talking
was
about,
not
Drayden.
2015.
No, there's two different Fountain Wars. There's the Fountain War against Tess, and then there was the Fountain War when Goons was in Delve and all those fucking places, and then NC decided that they were going to come through Fountain to take out. And then there was a
Oh
fucking
no!
war
I'm
there,
talking about.
and
I'm
it was
talking about.
completely
I'm talking about when
one-sided.
Goons went down into Fountain to fight Test.
Yeah, that's
That's the Fountain War I'm
So-
talking about.
That's the
which,
real
but which
Fountain
one
War.
though? Because there was two of them.
That's the Fountain War. where there
Well,
was honey badger or whatever.
It
you
was
know, like
it was like
test in fountain
it
and
was
stuff, and like
CFC
I want to
versus Honey
say
Badger.
Sword Dragon like backstabbed
It
them
was-
and stuff. That was the
No,
beginning of
it
his
was
reputation.
It was before they became the Imperium. It was CFC versus Honey Badger.
Absolutely, it was.
Right.
6 VDT was the big like fucking last stand fight. I think.
You're thinking of the actual Fountain War, and
Yes,
I'm
the
not sure
actual
exactly.
Fountain.
I'm
That
not
was
sure
like
which one
8
you're
years
touching
ago.
on though.
7 or 8 years ago.
LB. What
There
was
was-
the other Fountain War you're talking about?
It was basically like a rehash of Fountain War 1. But like at the time fucking there was a bunch of groups in the South like Darkness and stuff
Yeah, I just remember
that.
like
The
Baltic
Sword
Fleet
Dragon
was
and
the
stuff.
thing that we won with.
I do remember
Yeah.
Sword Dragon in the South,
And-
yeah.
And Baltic Fleet was again in Fountain
Because
War
it,
2.
it was honestly called that because Baltic 1 always brought a Megathron because he didn't give a
Well-
fuck what the doctrine was.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm
I'd
bringing
like
my
to hope
Megathron.
we know what
And
the
then they made a
origins
good
of Baltic
Megathron doctrine. They're like, this is Baltic Fleet. And so
But
that was
so-
the main assault force we used. But as far as structure bashing, we used Caracoles at first, but we got annihilated in Caracoles nonstop. We lost so many Caracoles. But
If you're
then we
talking
started
about a
using
war
bombers,
where
and we started
darkness
doing
was
whole
in the
thing, like,
South
shoot
for
this
a Fountain
structure,
War,
and
that
if they come
was
to
the
stop
Fountain
us,
War.
we will
There was two of
sign
them.
over to this other system and shoot that structure in cover. And we just kept hopping between systems and bombers, shooting what you guys couldn't follow us in. Or
For the
not
initial
not
Fountain
but
War-
like what Tess couldn't follow us in.
For the initial Fountain War, I was a renter living in Kalevala Expanse.
Fuck me
And I
sideways.
Nowhere near
fucking-
Fountain, sure.
Right, nowhere near Fountain. I was involved in that.
But I'll
Fountain
go with
War.
it.
For the second Fountain War, I was in. Was I in TNT or was I in the Bastion? I was in one of those two groups,
TNT.
and it was moving from Delve down to Fountain to fight the same fucking people you fought in Fountain
up
War
to
1,
Fountain.
but it didn't go as the enemy had planned. As I saw it, the enemy as planned, because we just fucking kicked the shit out of them all the time, and
I don't know of
never
a second
fucking
Fountain
happened.
War.
it was very short,
Which
very
is the second
protracted.
Fountain War? What time
I
frame?
feel like that might have
Fucking
had a
name.
different name. If it got a
No,
name.
Like 2012, 2014, somewhere there?
No, I'm talking like later, a little bit later than that. It was right in between the end of the Fountain War.
Because
and
the
the
first
beginning
Fountain War
of-
was like 2008, right?
Okay,
Well, yeah, so I'm
The
thinking
second
of
one
I'm
was like
thinking of the one that
2012?
so Calico Jack said 6 VDT was 2013. Now
But
9
that's
years
the
ago. No,
second
it was
Fountain War,
later.
isn't it?
It was later in 2013. So I think it's like more like 8.5 years.
But
ago?
isn't that the
let
second
me look at
Fountain
my
War?
corp history. I'll tell you.
That's the second Fountain
maybe?
War.
But it was the first Fountain War I fought in, so it's the Fountain War to me.
Well, that's the one where I was with Test. Villy was with fucking Imperium, and he kicked my ass out of fucking Fountain, which pisses me off.
Well, 6
Then he
VDT
comes
was
back
the big
with
last
Tess,
stand. It was the big,
and he kicks me
it was the
out of
big
there
battle.
again.
We
I didn't like it.
It was where Goons and Test used to be allied, and then
Do
this
you
is
know
like when
who started that war? Do
who?
you know how that war started?
I don't know.
My corp.
Really?
We killed we ganked a FA, a Fatal Ascension freighter, and we wouldn't pay for it because we said fuck them.
That's what the whole war was.
That's
for?
what
What the
kicked it
fuck?
off.
See,
Because who
Trayden,
was,
I think
who
you're
was the
thinking of
leader?
like Montolio.
Yeah,
You're thinking of the
That-
yes.
that was-
you're
that was
thinking
the
of
animosity
actual
of it, yeah.
Fountain
I
War.
was literally just about to ask, like, who was the leader of
How
Test? It
long
that
ago
one guy.
was that?
Montolio, yeah.
So I was
That
at
was the Fountain War.
It was
This dude-
2013. It was later 2013, I think.
There's this dude named Phobos who he hosted Testival. It was called Testival, which was a big meetup
The
in
Testival
Big
Chicago.
festival, if
It
you
was
will.
in Chicago in 2013, I think it was. And Montolio and Matani were at this guy's house in the backyard.
I thought it was over some girlfriend dispute.
I tell
That
you,
was a different.
No, that's a different
that's
war.
a different
with
one.
Drogon and
These two,
Sword
they were
Dragon.
both at this
Oh,
party,
okay.
right? And they were, it
still
was
not sold on
fucking
that, but
icy.
sure.
It was funny. They did not like each other at that point. It was funny. I wasn't with any. I think Rafe and I went there just as Clueless Space Nerds. Right, we'd heard about this. Said, "Fuck, Testival sounds like a good time." I don't think we were in Test. We went and hung out there and watched Montolio and Matani. But they did not get along. It was fucking funny.
Yeah.
And then he ran off with their fun.
Well, at that point, I think Montolio was done. He was
Yeah.
just. And
He quit
turned
the
it
game
over to
and ran off
to
with
Buddha
their
Buddha.
money.
He turned it over to Buddha Buddha shortly after that.
Oh yeah, Buddha Buddha.
That was
That's
the
right.
second test
Yeah.
bigwig. He was at that party too. He was a nice guy actually. Buddha Boo was.
It's funny because like that was before I even went to eVegas. And like this is like where I was like, oh, we got a big war going on. It's like,
And I
oh,
went
this shit happened
2012
at some
actually,
Eve meet. I'm like, what the fuck? People meet up for this game. What the
Yeah.
fuck? And then this
Yeah,
and then
Drayden.
literally the
Wrap
next
your head
year,
around that.
I think 2014 is like where I went to Vegas. I'm like, oh, I get it.
Fuck.
Yeah, this is
I
actually
was
fun.
waiting.
This is
I was
actually a
waiting
fun
yeah,
for
the-
someone
I
to
was-
mention
I think
fucking
2014.
Vegas, and
Yeah.
here we are.
Oh,
Here
well,
we fucking are.
okay, but here we.
I'm so sorry about
LB,
that.
here we are, an hour and a half after the main show. We did
All right.
refrain
Legit.
An
the
hour and a
show
half
mention-
after the main show, yeah.
Legit.
To do what? What did we do? What did we refrain from?
mentioning eVegas.
And it was tough. They touched on they lightly touched
love
on NOLA
Vegas.
early on, but it wasn't
not
dwelling.
NOLA,
It was
Eve
a passing
Midwest.
statement.
We touched on Eve Midwest, which is next.
People
we
in
can-
chat mentioned NOLA. You guys
That's
might
next
not
Thursday.
have
Yeah,
mentioned
yeah,
Friday,
chat
yeah.
mentioned NOLA, but I was like, I know we mentioned eVegas like every time. It's either
You did good, kid.
It's either eVegas is coming up or eVegas was so good. So I was like, we
It
won't
is
do
a
that
fun.
this week. But I was
But
like, we
Drake,
have
is
to
it not a
mention.
fun time? It's a fun time.
I did say we
It's a-
have to
it's
mention
That-
Eve Midwest.
that's
because
100%
it's next weekend,
believed.
So again,
But
if
here's
you
the
guys-
thing: if you advertise eVegas for the 6 months leading up to it, and then you talk about it for the next 6 months, anyone who's not involved doesn't get any value out of it. And I say
and they
that because
also
I'm
kinda
personally
get tired
attacked.
of it. Yeah, they're like,
But-
I'm so fucking tired of this shit I didn't go to.
Are we
So-
talking
But it
about
also
next
makes me
Vegas
wonder,
already?
like,
I'm not.
how good is Vegas? And I've done a lot of fun drugs, but
It's fun.
I assume that's not the draw. It was just like, how good is it
Well,
that you guys
that's
are
what I like about
talking about it for 6 months before and then 6 months
You
after?
don't need to
it's
do
not
drugs
that
to enjoy
Calico.
Vegas. What?
That was the joke. I'm sorry. I said I've done a
Oh.
lot of drugs. I've had a good time as far as going to Vegas and or just doing silly things, but where it's like the main memory of your year to where it wraps around the whole year. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
no.
Like sometimes
eh.
people here's the thing, Rain. Sometimes people who do too many of X, Y, or Z drug, they just talk about like the last time or the next time, right? And it's
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. It's,
Oh,
I
it's,
see.
it's a cyclical
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, we were
I don't
getting
get
into a thing with that
I'm
where
sorry.
like every week we were either talking about the last eVegas or
It went
eVegas
pretty
is
hard.
coming up next year. So yeah,
and I appreciate that because you guys had a great time, and I think you guys did a really good time.
it was
like,
good, but
job
also
sharing it with
the thing
people.
is, like, the
Tell your
people that-
job to fuck off and just bum a ride and let's go.
Let's go.
yeah,
So I'll go to jail if I do that.
No,
Yeah. Well,
you
yeah.
will.
there's
Yeah,
that.
you will.
You
be,
could
actually.
you could
I
say
will.
you're
You
a
know.
no. You can come
will
into
go
the
to
U.S.
jail.
and say you're a refugee, dude.
I heard you were
Yeah.
a
I
trainer.
heard you guys don't take in refugees.
just say you're from.
Oh,
Kyiv.
that's not true.
Just say you're from Kyiv.
I
That's
think
not
Whatever
true.
comment I
by
have to
time
say
next
is not
Vegas,
safe for
all the
Twitch.
fucking shit will be fucking done. You'll
We
be
do
able to
take in
do this.
refugees, and you would be fast tracked to the beginning of the list because you're
Yeah.
a local refugee.
Dude,
Hey,
you
you
could
could be
drive
fine.
down to
It
my
counts.
house.
Yeah, you'd
I'll
be
be
fine.
like, I'd take in all refugees, and I'll just take it and I'll just drive you down. there.
Actually, did you know you can contact? I think you have to contact the state, like whoever your state government is, and you could say, "Hey, I want to house a refugee," and they might actually let you.
Oh yeah.
So here's the thing,
Can
though.
I house you
You
as
get-
a refugee?
LB, you can make it
Yeah,
into the
'cause
states
you could
with
get
no problem
paid.
at all.
For housing me as a refugee.
Holy shit! That's
And
Biden
then I
money.
can start my own barbecue restaurant.
Oh,
Shit,
fuck.
dude!
Oh,
Oh
fuck
yeah.
yeah.
You should.
This
bring
is the
your
story of how
fucking-
you guys both
You
started
should bring
winning
your
life.
bougie barbecue.
Whoa, let's
Yeah.
not get too bougie about it.
No, it's
Why
bougie. Have
not?
you seen the thing? It's a bougie barbecue.
I
It's
mean,
a
he makes
bougie
some
what
pretty
bougie
impressive looking
barbecue.
barbecue. I've
Whose
seen it.
barbecue's bougie? My barbecue?
Yeah, it's
What's
No,
bougie?
The
The
mean?
Pit
it's-
What's
Boss?
that mean?
The Pit
you get
Boss
the-
Pro
you get-
Series
you get the-
1150?
You get the triple BQ.
Like fancy.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it's fancy.
Super
as
fancy.
fuck.
It's got an app.
Why didn't you
Got
just
an
say
app.
fancy? You should.
I
just
like
say
the full
fancy.
name.
I would
Bougie
never
is
say
the bougie word
Yeah.
for fancy.
Also, Calico Jack. No, not tonight. I don't have a date set.
What's the matter?
I had an intervention with myself and told myself I need to stop doing that.
Oh, you know what? Next
It's
Saturday
like that
night,
meme of Drayden in the mirror being like, "Stop going to the strip club."
I need. It's like I
Drayden-
was spending
Drayden,
way too much
Rain
money
and
there.
Oh,
Delana
goddamn,
and I were all
Calico.
gonna go to the strip
It
club.
was-
He's
it
called you out.
It
Oh
was-
my God, we could go to the strip club.
We will. We should do that. Take,
was-
Oh
we'll
my
go
God,
take
dude,
pictures,
the
but we can-
lumber yard.
It was
Lumberyard,
an unhealthy amount of
no.
money I was
We'll go beach
spending.
Wait, what's
there.
the
Is the
other
old
strip
strip
club?
club
then?
called the Lumberyard?
Yeah, where real men go to get
Beach girls.
wood.
No, it's awful.
Oh,
It's awful. Actually, I know somebody
Oh.
got killed there. So I don't know.
What?
Is it?
Whoa.
Here's the thing.
I went with my
I swear to God,
sisters.
I
and it
tried-
was so
my-
much fun.
How
My
do
Wait,
you
cousin-
get
real
my
quick,
cousin-
Rain, is that not toxic masculinity to say
bad.
where
It's a
real
bad
men
place.
go to get wood?
How do
Yeah.
you get
Like,
killed
why
in
can't
a
everybody
strip
enjoy
club?
the strip club?
I have my cousin's
I don't appreciate.
boyfriend got stabbed outside that
How
club.
do you get stabbed in
He
a
got,
strip
because
club?
he fucking talked shit and got
By a
stabbed.
I mean,
knife.
weapons can occur everywhere in America,
I
Drayden.
know,
That's
but,
one of
like,
our
who the
freedoms.
Wait.
Who the fuck
There's
is
no
What's the other
safety.
strip club?
Who
There's
the
no
fuck
safety
is,
in
Beach
RL.
girls.
When
is
you
better
undock in America,
than lumberyard.
you have
Yeah.
Where's Beach Girls at?
you
who
have
is so mad at
accepted
someone
that you
else?
That's
might get
too far,
into
dude. We
to
can't
PvP.
Uber
It's not
to
consensual.
I'll
You
do it.
may encounter PvP as soon as
You
you,
have-
undock
Or we
in the
can go to
United
the- we can
States
go
of
the outer
America.
limits.
I
It's
have
just
I have a
topless.
question. Who is so mad at
drugs
someone
there.
else they stab them in a strip club?
I'm
Gangbangers.
scorn to anyone, I
How
guess.
does
I
that
You
don't
know, like
know.
when people
Gangbangers.
talk shit in Twitch
Incels?
chat? That's like what
But who
happens but at
talks
a
shit
strip club.
No, guys talking
Like, you know when like you see
Gangbangers.
someone streaming and some dude comes
It's
in
not
and he
male
starts talking
strippers,
I
shit,
know,
and then
but-
another dude's like, "Bro, leave my streamer alone."
But
That's like them,
Do people
and then
talk like
like one
that?
of them has a sword and
Right.
bans the other. That's like what
But
happens
here's
at
the
a
thing:
strip,
at a strip club, you're not going over like talking to other dudes. You're there at the strip club. You're
He's like,
there-
No, but
what
what
were you
happens is,
talking to the
Drayden-
dudes for?
you are
Here's what
talking
happens.
with the people that you're there with.
You would have
or
never
you're
had any
throwing
trouble with
money on
those
the
dudes. Why
stage,
were you talking to
Or you
them?
throw them in the stage and throw them to the strippers there.
Maybe
You're
he
not
just
talking
overheard
to
the
random-
conversation.
You don't talk to random fucking dude over at
Hey,
the table
Drayden,
over
what if I
there.
go to strip clubs
Why
and
would
also
you
want to
talk
meet
to them?
friends
You might
and
get
engage
you
with
don't
my
know.
fellow
Maybe
man?
you got disrespected. Who knows?
And then I got
Maybe
disrespected.
You know how many
Obviously.
Maybe-
times
I'm suggesting.
You
In the
walked into the
last-
strip club and started paying for dances to a stripper that
And
this
you
other guy was
drew-
like,
Yes,
"That's my girlfriend."
Venus
and
flytrap.
Well, then he should have
Right?
paid her more to prioritize
As
him.
you see,
Can I ask
like,
And
like
you
Ray
think
said
that's
in the
fair.
Twitch chat, when someone's
But does
throwing
he-
bits at a streamer and they're like, "No, I simp for this streamer."
There you
Oh,
go.
You're not
well,
allowed
but
to.
that- but then
That's
they should
my
Can I ask you guys
virtual
a
girlfriend.
question?
I've been tipping
Yeah,
the
go for it.
streamer since
I want to
before
know if
you
I'm
ever
being
came to this shit.
irrational.
Okay,
All right,
Yeah.
so this.
you are.
Okay, so
Well,
drag.
yeah.
Shut
Okay.
up. Okay. Okay, keep that in
I'll
mind.
be up ready
Go
for
on,
this
Drayden. Cough.
time.
Dominic, did you just post? You can't post that.
Why not?
Oh wait,
It's
there's
just
no
a website.
inappropriate.
Girls,
Right, there's
click.
no inappropriate photos.
I'm
on there.
clicking
It's
it.
just a website.
I
So
feel-
Checking off
I feel
is saying
obligated
people get shot for nonsense. Maybe stepped on the dude's $400 sneakers. So serious question. I was looking at some designer shoes and I found a designer pair of flip flops for like $350.
What?
Oof.
Fuck
Is
you.
Okay,
that
go
too
on.
much?
Go on.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is
Yeah,
that,
that's
so
way
like
too
I don't
much.
own. So in context, I don't own anything designer. Like all of my stuff
That
is
is
either
too
like
much.
it's
Designer
either like
flip flops
departments.
aren't a thing.
So,
That's not
so
a thing.
Here's
Don't
my
ever buy
honest
The
designer
designer
opinion.
shoes of the flip flop
Here-
style.
Here's my
Don't
honest
do that.
opinion. Do you really like them and you want to spend that much money on them because you really like the way they look and you want to show them off?
The way they
Kind
fit
of
or
want to
feel
buy
or
them
something.
just to
Then
say I
yeah,
have
then
designer
yes.
shoes.
Then yes.
Are they Gucci? Are they
No, they're
Gucci
not
flip
It
Gucci.
flops?
don't matter what
No.
they are. In
I will say-
in anything. Hold
Sorry,
on.
go ahead.
In anything you will buy, it's like one, can you afford it? Is the most important thing.
I can afford it.
Of course,
So
okay.
two, do you like them so much that you like the way they look and you like the way and you're like I
Feel,
want
fit,
to, I
etc.
like these and I want people to see them and be like, oh, those are nice. Like if that is worth the cost to you, then it's always yes, buy them.
Well, yeah.
I know
that's-
for
I
sure
don't care
I
about
would
my
buy
flip-flops 'cause I
and
wear
use them.
flip-flops like 10
I was
times
looking-
a year at tops. So I
Rain.
spend $10 on my flip-flops.
See,
Here's
I
my
go to the
thought.
pool a lot, like every weekend.
Yeah,
I
but
do
like
this.
if you're
What's up,
if it's a
Backroff?
thing that you're into and it's something you do and you want them, then go for it.
I
You
agree
don't-
with
you
that
don't need
sentiment. If
approval.
you can afford
I
it, if you have
think-
the means and you appreciate it,
Yeah,
sure.
you don't
Here's
need
my thoughts
approval.
though.
If you want them and you're okay with spending that price, then the answer is yes, get them.
Here's my thoughts. Shirts, very seen, very noticeable. If you like it and it feels good and it portrays whatever you want it to portray, all the better. It's it's
Yeah.
very
It-
prominent.
My opinion is-
Pants, sure, why not? Shoes, slightly less so. Not outright less so. There's a lot of high-end shoes and there's a lot of shoe culture in this world. At the end of the day, in my opinion, shoes are the most utilitarian of all the fucking things we cover our shameful bodies with, in that they get dirty and you walk around with them and they're a fucking tool. And if you're really diligent, then they can be blingy and really impressive, and more power to you. And if that's your culture, then by all means. I work with a handful of people that buy like really expensive like Jordan sneakers that are limited and stuff, and I don't get it, and that's fine because that's their interest. But
Right.
I can't keep my shoes clean because they're fucking tools. They keep your feet clean that you walk around in. So
Okay.
I get
More-
that. I
more-
don't get it.
My thing is
So
always
more
been,
context.
Yeah, my
So-
thing has always been
if you want to show off some
Do you
brands, like
want
show it off
them?
on something that
Well,
people
like,
see that you
my-
wear.
This is how I always like when I come to things that I want to buy. Here's what I think: can I afford them? Do I really want them? And do I like? Am I okay spending the money? Not that includes in the can I afford them, but like, can I spend the money?
Can I
and
rationalize?
Do I want that kind of flashy thing? If the answer to all those is yes, then yes,
do.
it's worth
you
the
do.
cost because
And that's your
you've
American
already
freedoms.
assessed the cost, and you're like, I can buy them and I want them. Get them. That's that. I mean, like, why wouldn't you? If you
Okay.
really want them and you can afford them, then
I want to
fucking-
give you guys more context to
get
see
them.
if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
What's
wait,
the
LB,
brand?
do you have
What
something?
brand are they?
It looked like it did.
I wouldn't. Flip flops to me are something. I wouldn't spend
that's to
$350 on
you.
flip flops. Right. If I was going to buy something designer that I would carry around, as a female or as someone who identifies as female, I would probably buy a purse or a handbag or something like that. If
Fanny
that's
pack.
something that I carried, right? Or a fanny pack. If I was
Sure.
whatever, something like that, where like I can wear it all year round. I can carry it around. It serves a purpose other than flip flops. Like, Brain, it snows where you live. How
That's
are you
true,
gonna wear
actually,
flip flops
yeah.
when it be snowing?
Okay,
That's not a
so
good idea.
hear me out.
Or
Or in
So
the
It's
limited
not
period where you're
snowing.
showing off your
Go.
feet.
So more
What?
more context, right? So the most of the other time, like, because I have friends who just buy a shit ton of designer products, and they will buy the heels. Now my thing is, and I looked at some of their heels. The heels are like $1,000. I wear heels. I wear heels to clubs. So think of like maybe not Bourbon Street, but think of like Vegas. Like, you remember
Sure.
Vegas and how sticky that floor was. So in my
Awful.
mind, I'm like, okay, if I were like going to weddings a lot, or if I were in some way, shape, or form, like if I did newsroom casting a lot, where you can see their shoes. Now here's the thing, it's a brand. I'm not going to tell you the brand, but so for further context, I literally
not?
cannot
Tell us the brand.
identify normal brands, right? So like Louis Vuitton's an easy one, right? They put LV on everything.
Gucci
What
versus
about
I
Louboutin?
literally never noticed. Gucci writes Gucci on everything.
What
Have you
about
guys ever heard
Louboutin?
of what?
Louboutin? Like with the red sole or whatever?
Well,
Have you heard of the phrase red bottoms?
Is it
I-
Versace?
I
So you
have.
look at a pair of shoes, you see red
Like
bottoms,
a
I know about
you know their
Louboutin.
designer
Bavarian?
brand, right? Is that
Well,
is that
no,
like
you don't.
What
But
if a
they can
non-designer
pass for
brand
it.
put red on
And that's
their
what I know
bottoms?
because I was raised by women.
What if like
no? Louis Vuitton actually has a copyright because I
No,
googled it. I was like, how can you get
Louboutin.
scanned? Louis Vuitton
They
has red
can't
bottom.
copyright
They
a
have
color on the
copyrighted.
bottom of shoes.
No, they did a lawsuit about it. They said
There's
Oh,
they're
sure,
the
there's a
only
lot
one.
of
something like that for sure.
You can't,
They're the
you
only
can't
one
that-
copyright red on the bottom of
Rain,
shoes.
there's a
Google it.
ton of Rain.
bet they
You
can,
can get
yeah.
I can Google
knockoff
it, Jaden.
high-end
A certain-
shoes.
You can,
That is
you
not-
can-
Yeah, those are all matte. Louis Vuitton is the gloss, red bottom. If the
No.
shoe itself is not red,
a
so if the
certain
shoe itself is red, who
material and
cares?
a certain pattern, sure, probably. But so if people try
So
to
that's the thing, right?
imitate
Like
the
I was
Louis
thinking,
Vuitton
Rain, are you trying to get
pattern-
some Louboutins? Because those
I
you can
was
get some
debating
knockoffs
on
and
it.
you'll be fine.
no,
I'm telling
no,
you.
I don't
that-
I don't want knockoffs. I'm gonna spend that much money. I'm gonna get real shit.
do your thing. If you
I'm
want to
gonna
do
get
it
great
and it makes you
value.
feel good,
But
then do
that
your
was
thing.
that was my thought. And you're like, oh, you're in
Louboutin,
Iowa.
very knockoffable. And if you choose, it's not as jankety as you seem to think, because I've been around a lot of shoes and a lot of women. I think you can
Right.
find some really good passable Louboutins. I'm just gonna say, if that's your vibe, I think you can get some very good passable Louboutins and feel good about
Yeah.
yourself while you stroll around in
Well,
vastly cheaper shoes.
I don't know. I was just debating it
Fair enough.
because I really like. I don't know. I just thought they looked cute.
No, I'm saying.
But I
If,
also-
and if you like them
Yeah.
and if you feel the value, then buy them.
That's what I'm saying. Like, don't worry about
I put them
Trading
on
validating.
like an
is saying-
Amazon wish
You,
list.
you don't have to validate anything, right?
Yeah,
If
do
you-
some
if
streams
you-
first and
if
be
you
like,
can
check out
aff-
my wish list.
If you can afford them and you really want them, buy them.
Yeah.
If you can
It's
afford
bad.
them and you want them, buy them. There's no other validation you need to go with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
In
what
my
if somebody
opinion.
else buys them for you?
In
Like,
my
come on.
opinion,
I think
it's
that's
like,
a good
it's
idea.
like if
Should I
I
just do
want
that?
something and I can
Christmas
afford it,
gift?
I
Ooh,
buy
will you
it.
buy me
I don't.
shoes?
I
I'll
don't
buy some
ask
shoes.
permission.
I'll buy
I
some
don't
shoes.
need other people to like get me.
I just
consent.
wanted. So I'm a super frugal person. I would normally never buy designer brand stuff. The only reason I considered flip flop is because literally all the flip flops in my life have been like $5 bottom of the shelf Walmart ones.
That's
because
what I get.
so here's
That's where-
here's where I wear flip flops. Right, I wear them to the pool and only the pool.
Where you
I don't
quickly
in the
take
summer.
them off to either be
I
in the
don't.
pool or not.
Yeah,
Rain,
and
you
I don't
should
wear.
get flip-flops.
That's
They
why I
kick
wear
ass.
them, and that's why I wear flip flops like 3 times
No,
a
no.
year.
Rain, do
So-
not buy
Fit
designer flip
flops.
flops, please.
They're good
No,
for your
no,
feet.
no,
and
If you
don't
buy designer
discourage
shoes,
her.
I understand it. Do not
Check 'em
buy
out.
designer
See, I
flip
don't want to buy
flops.
designer shoes because, like, if I'm thinking like Jordans or sneakers, heels, I'm gonna wear that out and it's gonna get destroyed. If I wear flip flops, I'm gonna wear them to the pool every weekend, 6 months out of the year for the summer.
I
But they'll
appreciate.
for designer brand, they'll last me 10 years because they're actually
Don't-
good quality. Like unless I'm
Um,
mowing the lawn with them or stupid
don't
shit.
discourage her, Akroth. I'm just saying. Like,
I'm
don't-
sorry. I'm
just because
trying to be
you
practical,
wouldn't-
but I'm not trying to outright discourage. You're right. I apologize.
Just because you,
I bet you we
wouldn't, then
spend
you don't.
stupid-
if you
stupid
wouldn't
amounts of
wanna
money on
spend
some
money
shit.
on flip flops,
We
There you go.
absolutely
Get
do,
those-
and that's
don't.
not what I'm
Those
trying to
kick
rail
ass.
against.
It sounds like she really wants these flip flops, and she
And-
just said she can afford them. So
I do appreciate that, and if that's how you feel, Rain,
That's my
I do
mom,
agree.
and my mom told me
Rain,
no.
Rain, you said you
I
can
do
afford
agree. If
them,
that's how
and
you
it
feel,
sounds
then
like you
go.
really want them. So I'm giving you that. Go fucking buy them. Just
My
do
thought
it.
with shoes is utility,
pull
and
the
I
trigger and buy them because it sounds like you
Well, that's
really
how I would
like
use them.
So
And
Like,
for more
get
context,
those flip flops.
I don't think they're going to be
comparison-
as quality as you think they are, but I don't think they're going to be bad
Right.
quality. So I'm not going to throw that
But,
out
like-
there because I don't have
I
that
might look
knowledge.
that up and actually see how long they
Get-
truly
I'm
last.
just going to say
Get
that.
those flip flops.
I do agree
I
that
s-
you should do what you want to do and that what you feel is
I
good.
spent
for
a
you.
lot of money on
That-
shoes once, and they literally lasted me like over 5 years. Most of the time, like
Oh.
Good
if you
quality
buy-
They don't
shoes.
last me that
expensive
long.
Shoes, they usually
Designer
last real
shoes are not
quick,
necessarily
Rain.
good quality
Yeah.
shoes, but they are designer.
What I
mean,
linked there
that's true,
though,
For
but-
comparison,
you want flip
I have
flops
a-
that actually kick ass and are good for your feet. What I linked there, those things kick ass. I'm telling
Fit
you.
Yeah, there
flops?
are good shoes that are
Good
high
flop.
quality, but not necessarily designer. And I think
No,
you
they're
could
not
do that,
design-
but
no, I'm
that's not
saying
the
those
same
are
vibe
good
you're going for.
quality.
So I get
Those are
that.
like for functionality. If you just want
LB, tell your thing.
functional flip flops that fit good, they kick ass on your feet, that's where you want to get.
Do they like accentuate all your toes? Because if
No,
I don't look
they
like
actually cut two
a
toes off.
hippie,
You
then
have
what
to
am I
cut two
even
toes
doing
off
with
to
my
wear 'em.
sandals or
I'm
like
looking.
footy feet?
I will say like
I linked it. I'll take care of
I
you.
will,
Rain.
I will
I've got
probably,
5
I will
pop-ups
probably
since
add
on
the
this
thing of
website.
like, you like them, you want to get them, but also like, are they comfortable? Because if you get them like, oh, these are so uncomfortable, and the last
That's
thing
real.
you want to do is like buy.
That's why I
So
linked
if
those.
I
Those
bought
are super
shoes and they were
comfortable.
uncomfortable, I would just
Yeah,
either
the
not
last
buy
thing
them
you
or
want to do is
return
like
them.
buy $300 sandals or flip flops, and then just be like miserable every time you wear them. So hopefully they're comfortable, but
Yeah,
other-
if they weren't, I'd just return
yeah. Other
them.
than that,
There's
like
no
I was
point.
saying, like
Yeah.
like you want them and you can get them, fucking get them. You don't
I-
need validation.
I appreciate your like durability and retainment aspect because like as flip flops, you're gonna wear them less, you're gonna wear them out less, etc. But also, are people gonna notice them anymore? Like you're not
That's-
gonna be wearing them
that's
so
my
much, and you're not gonna
People
be wearing
notice
them
red
around so
bottoms.
much.
I-
Sure,
People
they
notice
do.
red bottom.
When you're wearing them for the brief moment before you take them off to either get in a
Like-
pool or get your feet
Well,
wet, or
then
et
I
cetera, et
started
cetera.
thinking about it, and I'm like, if
Like
I
I don't
have
think it's as
$350
much
shoes
mileage
at a pool,
as high end shoes traditionally.
I mean, that's the thing. Here's the thing with my pants. Like, I wear a lot of jeans, although they are quote unquote jeans, but they're not like Wrangler jeans, like tough and stiff.
Look at you with your Ralph Lauren's.
No. I'm saying, hold on.
I'm kidding.
Here's the thing. They're not like Wrangler jeans with like they're tough and stiff. They are American Eagle flex fit jeans. So they're basically like what are those like flexi jeans that
Dude,
Sweatpants?
flexi jeans are weird,
that
and
women
I've
tend
just
to wear a lot?
recently become aware of them.
What's that material like
Like stretchy denim, like that kind of.
yeah, it's
Like it's
stretchy
that's
denim.
very weird.
What's it called? Like the pants that are made of those? It's
the
not
spandex skinny jeans. Skinny jeans have the stretchy stuff in them.
No, skinny jeans are like tight jeans. Like, no, it's like
It's spandex is its own thing.
no, it's not. They're not spandex.
They're
I
like
know,
they're
I'm-
not
I'm
100% denim, is what I'm trying to say.
There's a term for it.
It's a combination, sure.
There's a term for it. I'm trying to think. It's not.
Are you wearing some like hybrid pants with like their fancy like name? or
No,
something?
they're like kind of. They're slightly straight. It's not like spandex. Spandex you can stretch out to the window. These are-
Absolutely.
Wait, you
These
got
are not
those apple
spandex.
bottoms? Is
They're
that what you're
they're
saying?
No, they're
infused.
slightly stretchy.
bottom
They're
jeans?
infused
Yeah.
like,
with the fur.
With the fur,
They're not.
Goddamn, the whole club was
with the
looking at her.
whole club
No,
looking at her.
Fuck.
She
Don't
hit
make
She
me
hit the
call-
floor.
Don't make me call my sister and ask her what it's called.
Call your sister, Drayden.
No, I want to know.
It's
Call your sister right
like
now.
women have jean material. They're not spandex pants. They're not yoga pants, but they're like jeggings.
Jean material shorts. Are you
Jeggings.
talking about
Jeggings.
shorts?
So-
Jeggings.
It's a-
Okay,
Okay.
so
Jeggings.
basically there are men's jeggings that I got.
Dude, the fact that there's like elastic in my pants and I have a pair of jeans on right now. I bought a few pair of jeans
But I
within the
would
last
say
few
like,
months.
I don't know.
They're
They might
elastic.
not-
What the hell is this?
Here's the thing, like jeggings. I've seen jeggings, and I think those are a little more spandexy than these are. So imagine jeggings slightly more jean centric. That's what I got, and they're the most like my sister bought me a pair for Christmas like 3 or 4 years ago, and I was like, gee, because I used to be like, I wore khakis. That's what I wore. I didn't wear jeans. I was like, jeans are like tight, restrictive. Like, they have no room for movement. I didn't like them. And then she got me a pair of those. I'm like, I put them on. Like, oh,
Drayden, it's best if you wear fitting clothes. They they move better.
No, I wore fitting jeans, but jeans were like, even if they fit you, like if you
here or there, not
if
everywhere.
you move your leg the wrong way and they caught, like even if you have room to move,
I know what you mean. With like loose leg pants, yeah,
they stick. They stick, and you can't.
But fitted clothes,
you have to shift the leg up to like move it higher. But like these were like stretchy. They had room to move, and I'm like, holy shit, these are. One, not as abrasive as jeans, and two, I can move comfortably, and they're super fucking soft and comfortable.
I don't think they're as durable as regular
Gucci,
denim, but they are.
Well, and then after that, I was like, and now I've went online and ordered from American Eagle like 10 pairs of those jeans. That's basically all I wear now. It's like I used to wear like loose khakis and shit, but it's like those are just so fucking comfortable. So people are like, oh, jeggings are like what chicks wear. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Those are fucking comfortable. I'm wearing some fucking jeggings. I don't give a shit. So,
like I said, I bought a few pair of pants.
Is this your
recently,
argument for why I should buy $300 sandals?
I think it was actually.
I
Yeah.
can make
it kind of
it was.
like I said, it's like I was saying, like you don't, because people are like, oh, those are chick pants. Like you don't need other people to say, oh, it's
Reagan,
okay
those
to
are
wear
Redfoot shoes. What are you
like,
even doing?
It was my thing. It was like a
Them rich people
roundabout,
clothes.
long ass way of saying, wear what you want to wear, buy what you want to get.
Buy what you want to buy.
Don't get validation
Because I'm comfortable
from
all the
everyone
time.
else. You don't need people to tell you like, yeah, you should get those. Like if you want to get
Drayden,
them,
those are
fucking
so
get
much
them.
more functional than red bottom flip flops. But go on.
a completely different.
Drayden, they have men's red bottom flip flops too.
Yeah, you know what?
A
I don't-
completely
Of course,
different
Louboutin does.
scenario, if you
Listen,
will.
I don't
I have
wear
a
flip flops because I wear flip flops like 5 times a year, if that.
I love
shit.
flip flops.
I bet Drayden could afford some $300 flip flops.
Oh, yeah.
I wear flip flops only at the pool, and you know how many times that was? Actually,
A lot
none,
during
None
Vegas.
last year because I wore shoes to the pool last year, and I borrowed Mannix flip flops to go to the bathroom. If anyone,
As you do.
Every time I was like,
because
oh, I gotta
nobody
go to the
deserves
bathroom,
go
but I don't
barefoot
want
to
to
a
walk
bathroom.
in the bathroom floor barefoot because that's kind of gross. So I was like,
LB.
Manic, can I borrow your flip flops? And I like had to like tiptoe in them because my feet are giant feet, and like I wear a size 13 wide foot size, and he's like a size 11. So I just like put the
Fucking
big
Sasquatch.
toe.
Rain, they don't make a Louboutin.
I put the
I'm
big
sorry.
toe in there and just kind of like did like this weird awkward
Don't.
shuffle in
I don't
his
believe so.
flip flops to the bathroom.
Maybe for RuPaul's Drag Race, but I don't think so.
They have men's Louis Vuitton. I looked it up.
I
'cause
know,
they
I
have-
know. I don't
Yeah.
think
My
that
impression-
size. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah, he's got a big foot.
you
Which
could
you know
probably
what it
ask for a
means.
custom one.
You know what it means.
It means
So the
nothing.
equivalent of
It's a clown.
Rain's
Big socks.
$300 designer flip flops is my $2,000 GPU that's in my computer that plays
That's
a
true,
fucking
Dragon.
20-year-old MMO game that's not optimized. for
Nice.
this fucking GPU. That's the equivalent.
Right.
You like download this massive, or you buy this like $3,000 GPU, and then you're like, I'm gonna play
Yeah.
Minecraft, guys.
Wait,
Dude,
I
I've been
spent
playing
I
Minecraft.
spent like $5,000 building a gaming PC, and I'm playing fucking Eve.
I've been playing Minecraft. And I've
LB,
been
will
loving
you
it.
send me the download link to that GPU so I can download one too?
Oh, you
Dude,
can
I'm gonna
download
do that. I'm gonna tell
She,
everyone.
she
like,
just told me I could.
Who did?
Oh
Rain
shit!
just
the
said you
dog wants the
downloaded it.
GPU.
Well, download. Whoops, my bad.
Well, I know we're not talking about RAM anymore, but
Yeah,
I mean,
LB,
you might as well,
LB.
right?
I want to download for that GPU.
I'll send
mean,
you the
it-
link. You can download
Okay,
it.
Yeah,
I
just
on
send
want-
us
the
the
I
GPU.
links.
Can I get the
Look, I'm not
CPU
condoning it
and,
for the stream or anything.
can
I'm not
let
trying to
me
get you guys
download
banned.
your RAM as well.
Yeah,
Well,
just
Rain's got the RAM hookup.
PayPal me $2,000 each, and I'll send you the link for the GPU.
Well, look,
That's-
RAM already like gave me like a $75 deal on like 80
That's
tabs of
pretty
RAM.
cheap, actually. What if I send you like 2100 for half the RAM?
Circling back, Rain, if you can't find knockoff Louboutins, let me know because I will
Loubou-
point. I will point you in the direction of some people who will find you some knockoff.
Are you gonna
Louboutins.
find some dude who just like buys shitty flip flops
No.
and paints the bottom red?
Did you
I grew up
say
with only sisters and a
I think
single
that's what it
mother.
sounds like there.
I
Ray.
know a little bit about shoes.
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead
okay.
and just throw that out there.
Did
Actually,
know
I should give you
I know
guys
what
more
Louboutins
context.
are, and I was trying to throw that out earlier on.
did you say?
I should give you
Lou-
guys more context. So I didn't just spontaneously look up like Louis Vuittons, right? Like designer clothes. I had
Don't
actually
say
found a
Louis Vuitton.
website. I had actually found a
Was
website
it
that sold.
Dude.gay?
No, it was for
Oh, that exists.
it was for like consignment shopping, and like so I was
okay.
looking through some of it just to see like what clothes were there and like the prices, and then one had designer, and I was like, oh, interesting. And it was like, oh, designer shoes. I was like, I have no idea if this is legit. And then I was like, oh, red bottoms. And I was like, oh, I bet I could validate like Louis Vuittons. And they had actually a couple.
What?
Wait,
I was
Rain,
saying,
are you
what-
talking
what-
about
what if we get a
Louis
hold-
Vuitton or Louboutin?
Louis Vuitton.
You sound like you're saying Louis Vuitton, and I'm saying Louboutin.
Well, he's French. I don't know how to fucking say it.
So Louis,
Louis
Vuitton,
Vuitton. Louis-
LV, all
Louis
over like a
Vuitton is
friggin'
the- is the
person. So
designer.
Like
Louis Vuitton,
Louboutin or something like
Louis
that.
Vuitton is a
Vuitton.
vastly different designer
Red-
and
Yeah.
a
Red
thing.
bottoms. We're talking about red bottoms.
We're talking about Louboutins, and
Yes.
I've shown how gay I am for the last 5 minutes or
Wait,
so.
I'm gonna mispronounce
But I
it.
want to
It
make
makes
sure
it
we
better.
know what Louboutins are.
Louis Vuitton and Louboutin.
Louis Vuitton and Louboutin are vastly different.
Okay, so
Louboutin is the red bottoms. We're talking red bottoms.
Oh,
Louboutin.
Louboutin and Louis Vuitton.
I get mine from
Like
the
I
dollar
said-
store.
Yeah.
I'll
also-
out myself for a moment here, but
Also,
I want to make sure we're talking.
what if we got like a Louis Vuitton thing on Doot and just put a Doot label on it? Do you think they'd let us do that?
Oh,
I mean, you
Fucking
could probably
no.
get away with it for a little while before like a cease and desist.
What if we
So
yeah, like you know what? No one knows about Doot.gay.
make sure your shop
we could
profile
probably
is
sell
based
like
in China.
1,000 units and then they would never catch us. It's Doot.gay.
Just don't respect IP,
No one's
and
going
you're
to
fine.
Doot.gay except our fans.
I mean, you're probably fine.
Hey, our
like, all
fans,
day.
would you guys want Louis Vuitton knockoffs and just have it say Doot on it instead?
And follow up, would you like Louboutin knockoffs that are saying Doot on the top but are red on the bottom?
Ooh, Louboutin.
Think about it.
What if the
What if
brand
we
was
didn't
just
get
LB?
sued?
Louboutin, LB.
Louboutin, LBs.
LB.
Oh goddamn!
LB!
And then you can put them on Dude.gay,
Just what if?
and then it's good to go.
And he was like plausible deniability.
It's like a coincidence that the future didn't see coming.
These are legitimate LBs. Like I'm not sure what the confusion is.
We can make them orange bottoms or something, just to like shade,
Oh, yeah,
not
like,
quite
you know,
red.
that-
No, make it.
It was
blood
orange.
orange.
Actually Netflix red instead of
Blood
Louboutin
orange.
red.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's very
it's gotta
comparable.
be like it's gotta be fresh.
You're gonna get
Fire
sued by a
engine red,
whole
it goes
different
faster.
group.
People are like, oh, that's so weird. It's like it's fresh. They're like, oh, it's so fresh. Yeah. Look at these bottoms. Or blood orange. Fresh. And you sell it that way. You just like make it hype.
Blood orange is not nearly.
I've
red, so let's make that clear.
seen a handful of episodes
Magenta?
of
No.
$1 million
Scarlet.
deals
Scarlet.
or wherever that reality show is where they like it's $1 million Malibu
Crimson.
properties. And you know what? They make shit up and they sell shit and they make a bunch of money.
Look,
They
you
make
can
shit
print out
up.
1,000 shirts that say Supreme, and as long as you make it known that there's only 1,000, you're probably gonna.
Oh,
make bank.
but there's not 1,000. Supreme is like we have like what 4 shirts out, 5 shirts out.
That's that's a hot commodity.
That's
Dude, I have a dress coming from Supreme.
Oh,
I'm
you
so
have a
excited.
Supreme dress. Oh.
Is there pockets in it?
Actually, I don't
Dude,
think
did you?
there are.
I was gonna say, did you guys plan pockets? Because that's. I like that you
should
pointed that
cut-
out.
you
That's
should
a
cut and
brilliant
sew
idea.
Pockets and be like, yeah, there's pockets in.
No, I mean you shouldn't have to modify your own damn dress.
That's true.
What
you
if
guys
we
should have
made a
planned these
belt?
pockets.
What if
How
we
about
made
here's another brilliant idea.
what if we made a
we take a
backpack
belt.
thing?
We take a belt, we hang pockets off the belt, and now you can wear that belt with
Like a
any
fanny
dress that
pack?
you have. And now you.
Yeah.
I
have
actually think that's got a lot of like, I don't know, traction to it.
like a fanny pack is just one pouch in the front or back or side wherever you put it. But a belt with pockets on it
conventional
has a
fanny
pocket
pack,
on
but
each
what about
side.
like a future fanny pack? That's 2 pouches.
Yeah, but
Now
two
you're
different,
talking about
two
like a
different spots
utility
on a
belt.
belt.
That's a
I'm
front
talking
and back.
pockets.
That's an American
Pockets.
and a European fanny packaged.
I got my
Whoa.
I got my Dude.gay shirt coming. It'll be here
Wait,
before
you
the
got a
meetup next week.
Dude.gay shirt?
Dude,
I'm wearing it. For
Dude.
Dominark. So the
You mean
pool
dude.
area, or there's the hotel we're staying in has a pool, just so you know.
Yeah, La Quinta. Yeah.
Yeah, so bring some
Quinta?
flip flops.
I go barefoot.
What sort of
I don't
flip
know
flops
about-
would you wear if you were going?
I go
Red
barefoot.
bottoms.
I go barefoot.
I'm so
don't
sad
matter
I
to me.
can't make it. Damn.
What would you
I
call
wanna
them
Go.
if you found them?
Come,
Oh,
baby.
geez.
You got a
In
place
a-
to stay.
I know I have a place.
Does it have a
to
water
go.
slide?
Or-
I love you. I took the whole week off for you.
I
Drayden,
can't.
Drayden, just show up, dude. Like, you're not buying a
in
house.
the area
I
that needs servicing.
know. No, I am buying a house.
No, this market is shit. Wait till the
The
Russian
market
war
is
is over,
shit.
whatever the
You
fuck
wanna
they're
wait
doing.
Yeah,
till
Have
don't buy a
crashes.
house. Yeah.
That's for sure.
No.
I hate to admit, I've heard schools of thought from my coworkers who some of
Akrok,
them
you're
make more
coming,
money
right?
than me.
No, my.
To what?
I
Right to meet up. It's not very far for you, right?
You gonna come pick me up?
It's not that far, right?
I self
I
sabotage
agree.
myself.
It's not terribly
though.
far at
That's-
all.
that's
You're
the
gonna
Are
come
you
pick
in
me up,
where
right?
are you at? Dallas?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
No, that's pretty far.
No, I can't wait until my.
That's not very far at all.
I can't wait until
Yeah,
my.
I've
I'll see
done
you in the
it.
morning.
I've driven that before. It's not that
I'll
bad.
see you in the morning.
I can do it in a
and-
day.
Dude, we're gonna sing so many songs on the way back.
I'm gonna be in Lee Summit,
It's gonna be
Missouri
like
on
mock.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday, maybe I can come out to Charlotte. and pick you up.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Word.
No,
I can't take you home,
I
though.
self sabotage myself on the thing. So I.
What? Don't sabotage yourself.
No, I did already. It was bad.
You
Well, I
did.
had the dental work.
Look, if
Then I-
nothing else, I need to know that everybody in this fucking
I
comms
don't work,
understands the
then I
difference
put up some
between
credit
Louis
card
Vuitton
debt.
and Christian
I
Louboutin.
put up some credit card debt and some other things that I had to pay off.
Louis Vuitton.
And then the
Yeah,
last.
And
Don't
Christian
stress about it.
Louboutin.
Luggage.
We know you want to be here.
It's,
We will
it's
have a
been
shop.
It's been a
Definitely.
funny thing.
And
but
couches.
The last few weeks at the strip club has actually put me back a bunch of money.
How do you spell his last name?
Drayden,
Drayden, what I'm going to do
I've been
is I'm gonna
coaching you
take that
against
that.
for
LOU.
LB,
BOU.
Drayden,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
for Manic. I've got
BOU?
a badge for you guys.
Yeah.
One of the lanyards.
TIN.
I'm putting it aside for
I
you
will
to
LOU,
Louis
BOU,
Vuitton?
TIN.
I was if I
Just
drive
leave
out
them,
there,
MOUSE.
if I drive out there, I have to leave on Wednesday.
No,
I don't-
is it?
I don't think I can do that because if I drive out there Wednesday, I will arrive on
Louboutin?
Friday.
Yeah.
because it's a what like a
You leave,
20-hour
you
drive.
leave Tuesday night
Louis-
after work.
no,
Louboutin.
No,
You
I
get here
Wednesday
Thursday morning.
morning.
Sleep all day.
BOU.
Leave
You
Wednesday
sleep all day
morning.
Friday. We won't do anything till Friday
Christian
night anyway.
Louboutin. Okay.
I would leave there Wednesday morning and get there Friday night. I think.
Louboutin.
You could
Louboutin.
leave Tuesday night, be here by
Those are
Thursday
the
No, I
red
can't
bottom
midday.
shoes.
do that. No, I
they've
have
been famous for many years.
It's
I've
a
heard
work.
about
You still
them.
got to
I know
work.
too much about
You
shoes.
drive
I
like
didn't sign up for
7
this.
hours.
The
Just
fact
happened.
that I said I want to buy shoes and you guys were like, well, what brand? And then you all said red bottoms shows that the designer brand is recognizable.
I don't.
I didn't say
didn't
red
know
bottoms.
Louboutin
I
was
said
red.
fit-
Look, I
said
could buy
flip-flop.
some from this website.
I
said
thought
flip-flop.
red bottoms.
They
were
are
like
known.
50
$1,300
cent brand or something like
sneakers
that.
on here.
Happiness is the same price as red bottoms. It's literally an
Right.
Ariana Grande lyric. I expect you all
Just
to know that.
Rain,
Buy-
they are
buy
known.
buy the shoes, Rain. Do it.
I don't know who
You
that is.
you
Who's
do not
Ariana
need to
Grande?
spend a vast amount of money on
Don't
sandals
listen to
to
these
be known.
naysayers.
You
If
can
you
buy
want-
knockoffs and still be known. I
Don't
promise you.
listen to these.
I'm gonna no
naysayers.
look at these, right? So these I'm doing consignment, so they're cheap.
Consignment.
No,
Yeah,
tell
I'm
so
me.
you
buying
buy
them
them
off someone
secondhand,
else
so you
who
don't.
buy-
Right,
I'm just
Tuesday
saying,
night.
if
Someone
people,
buys it, says, "Oh, I don't want
Make
this
it,
anymore,
maybe.
but I still want to make money, so I just buy it."
if I was wanting to buy something, and everyone was like, "Don't buy that,"
Rain,
I'm
those
like,
are knockoffs
now I'm
already.
buying it because it's like
No, they're
don't-
not.
Don't tell people to not. If you
You
don't
can tell
want
because
it,
it has the red bottom.
no, if you don't want it, don't
You
buy
can
it. If
tell
you
because
want
they're-
it,
Hey,
buy it.
But before I buy it, I'll
Rain,
send it to
Rain,
you.
If
Rain,
you
if
whatever.
you want a
Rain,
kick-ass pair of
hello.
shoes,
This is
Honestly,
China.
it-
I don't
shush, shush,
respect
shush,
your
shush, shush,
intellectual
shush.
property
I'm
laws.
talking to Rain.
I made that thing
I'm
you were
talking
looking
to
at.
Rain, if
If
you
you want
want
a
to buy
kick-ass
it,
buy
pair of
this?
shoes on the square in the town you live in, there's a kick-ass shoe store, and they've got great shoes for great prices.
Like Vans
I
and,
know
like,
that. I gotta buy
Converses?
some steel toed from them.
Maybe some
I
like
don't-
Air Force Ones.
Oh, they have good shoes.
Are we
They
talking
have
about like
steel
Red
toes.
Wings? Like
I
good
need to buy
shoes?
steel toed for work.
They have good
I'm
fucking
just
shoes.
saying-
there,
You're
I'm
talking about
telling you.
steel toes. I'm talking about Red
Right?
Wings. Let's
Down
do
from
it.
the Cranberry,
Why are you
Rain.
talking about Red
cake
Wings?
Rain, Rain,
What's
Those
up?
are great steel toe shoes.
all right, so
Red
I've,
Wings are
12.
phenomenal
Oh,
shoes.
okay.
About 12 cupcakes.
Hold on,
from
hold on.
Cranberry.
They make
I have
good
two-
work boots.
I have
Hell
two
yeah,
things.
dude.
I have
I
two
bought
things.
stuff from there.
Rain, buy the shoes. Also,
Rain, if you buy Red Wings, like that's pretty hot.
also,
All right, dude.
Rain,
I
okay,
hear what you're
hold
saying
up.
about Louboutins, but
Check out
Red
some of
Wings
these
are
heels though.
legit.
Like
I have a big question for you, Rain.
what? What?
You
Ooh,
just
big
said you need some steel toes. What do you need steel toe shoes
Because
for?
when we
To
do
save her
when we do
toes, damn it.
inventory counts, we have to go into the plants at work.
Oh,
Yeah.
do
You
you have
can't
to go
walk
into
around a
you have to
factory
go in there?
plant
I
without
thought you
steel-toed
worked for
shoes.
like a bank accounting thing.
No,
No,
she
I
does.
changed jobs a year ago, Drayden.
Oh,
She's got to
Oh,
walk around the
she works
fucking
for a
warehouse
pre-
now.
I thought you were like
fucking
a
manufacturing place.
an
The places
auditor.
she works for made the tracks that hauled the fucking space shuttle.
Oh shit!
Oh damn,
Yeah,
that's pretty
Because
cool.
I was like, I thought you
Wait,
were doing.
really?
You know that,
I
Riley?
thought you were doing bank auditing.
I didn't know.
Wow,
I know
I
our
think it's fine now.
CEO
What the
used
hell
to
do
work
you
at
steal
NASA.
those
Place
shoes
place you
from?
work at, they made the tracks for the big machine that used to carry the
Yeah,
space
the
shuttle out to
crawler.
launch
The
pad.
What
crawler.
the fuck?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I
It's
know
awesome.
a lot about that
Yeah,
company.
the
You
big
need to do
crawler.
better for marketing.
Yeah, I know the crawler. The crawler's like fucking.
Yeah, the company that she works for used to make
Hey
them.
Dom, come do some marketing. Let me eat some shrimp.
Did you
first.
say Cruller? Honey Cruller?
The
Crawler.
crawler. The
Crawler?
crawler for like the.
Crawler.
It's like the
NASA
big
shit.
tracks. The tracks are literally like 20 foot across by like
Massive?
3 foot deep. They're
Yeah,
crazy
no, it-
big,
it-
right?
Yeah, haul it
It's
from
the company that
the big
Rain
tall
works for,
building
one of their
over to the
plants
I
made
beach.
them.
I think it's actually the biggest vehicle in the world.
Mhm.
It's massive.
It was.
I could literally get some of these cute ass sandals for $120.
It has tracks the
Rain-
size of an
Rain,
entire
I'd buy
semi
two.
truck.
Look, it's got a red bottom.
I buy two.
Rain, I bet you would look cute as hell in those cute ass sandals
for
for
sure.
$120
I agree.
versus
These aren't the sandals.
whatever the fuck
Oh,
else
these
we
are
were talking
scuffed as fuck.
Yeah,
Never mind.
about. Oh well, don't buy those. Buy the unscuffed
Scuffle
ones.
fucks.
Buy
Did you say
the
scuffle
good
fucks?
ones.
Is that what you said?
Scuffed as
What's a
fuck.
Wait,
scuffle
Say-
fuck?
maybe
They
like
have to
throw
post
some
pictures.
tie dye or something.
Yeah.
and
Is that
just
a
be
shoe?
like that was
Is
intended.
it called a scuffle fuck?
Honestly,
No, the bottoms.
The red
are
bottom will
scuffed.
still be
and
the
honestly,
same.
the thing is, like, it's like.
What are they gonna see
Drayden,
it for like a brief
where'd you
second
get
while you're
this
like
up? Where'd you get your
lifting
glass,
up your
Drayden?
foot?
Like, it's
Drayden, where'd you get your glass? To go in your hand right now. Where'd you get it?
downstairs.
That's a highball. Yeah.
Mine came from the Circa. Where'd yours come from?
Did
I
you
don't know.
steal that from the
I
circus?
did. This is
Nice.
Circa glass. Right here.
Fuck,
This is the one
dude.
I
You
was
stole
fucking.
that from the circus?
Hell yeah, I did.
He said,
I
"I've got
walked around all night with
cafeteria
this fucker.
silverware. Like, what do you use?"
I wish I had something.
brought
I
it
mean, like,
home.
I stole this from the downstairs cupboard, so.
Mine's
Well,
from
you
the
didn't
Circa.
steal it. You're gonna return it. Let's be honest.
No,
here.
mine's
Don't,
stolen.
don't,
It's never
don't
going back.
give the ending away
Okay,
like
Akros,
that.
I'm gonna
I'm
wait. Look
sorry.
at
I'm
these.
sorry. Look at
Don't
these.
give the
Okay.
ending- don't give
Now,
the
now I'm
ending
being
away.
consulted on
Don't
shoes.
tell
And I
me what
appreciate
I'm
this,
gonna
Rain. I do
do.
appreciate it.
Should
I have
feel
an
honored.
opinion.
Wait, are we
Do I
we
feel
doing
honored? I
shots?
feel honored.
We're doing shots?
Yeah, LB, that's
Oh,
the
shit,
flip.
you poked
No,
me. What
yeah,
was it?
that's the flip flop I was looking at, dude.
LB,
Wait, why are
why do
those
you
so
have such a serious
expensive?
looking face right now?
Probably Canadian.
What? Dry cleaning?
Oh, that's right off the website though.
Did he say dry cleaning?
Wait, where is this at?
LB,
Christian
why,
Louboutin.
why do you
Show
have such a
notes.
serious face? You're
So-
such a beautiful
'Cause
man.
I'm looking at other things that's going on in my
You're a
life.
beautiful man. I'm just telling
I
you
like
right
these
now.
shoes,
Oh,
Rain. I'll
those
say
are
that.
nice.
too.
Why would you not
See,
get
but like,
those?
okay, so you can see the red bottoms.
I see the red
I
No,
like
bottoms.
it.
it's barely red, but it's like you get the.
So here's the thing,
plaid,
though.
the plaid
I don't want to
pattern.
spend.
You have
I
to
do
know,
like
Rain, that this is
Oh,
so
man.
easy to rip
What
off.
if I made a
right?
Canadian designer shoe with a plaid bottom?
Mm,
Whoa.
how though? Like, how do I
It's a lumberjack
authenticate it?
red and black.
Rain, my mother walks around in a
Bitch.
fake Rolex, which is a high-end watch, which if you take to a watchmaker, they will tell you this is a knockoff Rolex because they know, because they're fucking machinists and shit. They
I
work
bought a
like
fake
wizard.
Rolex in Thailand for like $5.
My mother bought hers in like Malaysia.
Yeah,
or
I've been to
something.
China.
Exactly.
I've done that. My
Here's
Lady
the
Gaga
thing.
ski was fake.
China.
Here's the thing: when it comes to a shoe with a red fucking sole, at any glance, which is not right up on it as a jeweler, nobody's gonna know what your shoe is, and that's my big thing.
I
Ray,
never
why have
knew
you
that
not
Louis Vuitton was
first
You
red.
can
Yeah,
you can
that's
knock this
different.
off all day in a really fun
hell's
and
up with that?
tasteful way, and
That's
be
ridiculous.
like the belle of the ball, right? I
I
believe
thought
it. For
Louis Vuitton was innovative in their design. I did not know they were
Louis Vuitton
red.
is fucking silly. We're talking about Christian
I
Louboutin.
didn't know they were red exclusively on their soles of their shoes. Kind of
Louis
The
Vuitton
Ariana
doesn't know
Grande song,
anything.
okay?
basic if you
about
ask me.
shoes.
I mean, the shoes in general are cute. Like
Those are cute shoes. I agree.
just in general. Like,
I saw
not
the
looking at
shoes
price
you
or
posted, Rain. Those are nice. Get them.
I'm gonna keep looking.
That's not what she
I'm
was
saying,
talking
I'm
about,
like-
though. She was talking
But
about
see,
sandals.
I want a sandal. Like, I mean,
She
I
wants
could
a
wear
more
that
functional
shoe.
shoe.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Then
That's not a bad shoe, but that's not a super functional shoe.
Yeah,
At
I don't
least
want a
I don't know
heel.
what your day to day is. but
yeah, there's
heels are
a
not
strap
fun.
on the back.
I have to
You
assume.
have to like undo those to get in. Yeah.
What?
No, those are slides.
You
No,
have
they're
to undo straps on the back of that
Wait,
shoe?
no, Drayden, the latest one I posted.
Oh.
Oh, I was like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah,
Oh.
those are slides.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
She's talking about those heels. They're plaid.
I'm
like,
so
black and white
unknowledgeable
plaid,
about
monochromatic?
sand. Like, I have like Reef $10 flip flops that I've used for the last
phenomenal.
decade and a half of my life.
I bet you got super value out of those
Well, here's the thing. I've used them for the last 15 years. The only times I've used them.
for the last 15 years. You just told me.
30.
30 for 15.
30 times for 15 years, not bad.
How much did you spend again? $10. You said?
$10.
Oh, that's super
I don't believe
value.
you.
They
I don't think
broke
that's true.
last
Trading.
year.
Did anybody say you were sexy while you were out there?
No,
Okay, well then obviously, Rain. Let's.
but I
go
didn't
ahead
have
and
my shoes on.
spend
I
a
didn't
little
have
bit
my
more.
sandals on because they
I
broke.
think he's sexy. He's sexy.
I'm kidding, but
They broke. I used Mannix sandals to go to the bathroom.
I just don't see it. I don't see it.
He's a sexy
I
man.
don't know.
I'm too
I just-
utilitarian. I appreciate cute shoes, Raiden, and I don't want you to think I don't. But I don't see it there.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
What do you mean? Wait, what?
I said I appreciate cute shoes, and I don't want you to think that I don't, but I don't see it there. As
Oh,
far
you don't
as
think those are cute enough?
no, I mean as far as Christian Louboutin sandals. That's where I'm
They're
circling
not
back to.
Christian sandals.
Christian Louboutins. I'm not going to have
That's
this
his
discussion
name.
again.
That's his name.
Okay,
What's Christian Louboutin? What is that?
I thought it said those aren't Christian
That's a
sandals.
that's a
You can't
red
wear
bottom
those-
shoemaker that
You can't
women
wear
have
those,
cared
girl.
way
Those
too
are-
much about for about 15 years now.
It's like you can't wear those.
I'm gonna let you guys all know. I know who they are. I grew up
those
with
be
sisters and a
Satan
single mother.
shoes.
I know about
Who's
Christian
talking
Louboutins.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of knockoff products in
I
my
don't know
day,
what that is.
and they're fine, and
Damn,
people
okay.
enjoy them.
I got confused with
For
Satan.
much less.
It's fine.
Look, Drayden, all I want to see you out under the cabana in is some red bottom shoes.
Yo, I don't know if I can make it to Vegas this year.
Whoa, you dropping truth bombs?
Truth bomb, yeah. I'm gonna try NOLA, but maybe not, and probably not Vegas.
But if you buy a house, I think it would be all worth it.
The-
But I don't know.
Me
if that's
buying a
what's
house is the reason for that. Like, if I wasn't
I
buying a
get that,
house, then I
yeah.
could definitely make it. But
God, look at these 495, whatever that is.
Yeah, no,
It looks like a
it's-
Canadian symbol
no,
or
I
something.
Yeah.
got set back some money mainly for.
What do they call
dental
those
work,
up there?
So
Are those loonies?
now it's
That's
now
our
it's in
nickname for the
question.
dollar, yeah. A loon.
Yeah. But what would you call it at 495 scale? Would it just be dollars again?
Be like too many loonies.
Fucking too many loonies.
How
Okay,
many
sure.
rubles?
Oh,
So many fucking
a
rubles.
vast amount.
Like a half
many
million
months of
rubles.
salary. Like an assassination's amount of rubles.
Ooh.
It's rough. But think how hot you'd look at the pool.
I mean,
And I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah,
I would look so fucking hot in these at the pool.
I mean, it'd probably be pretty cool. But what about when you take them off and then you walk away from them and then they're not
And people
even
can
like,
look at my feet. I make money doing that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's just
So you
lean
pay for
in.
the fucking
No, I thought you
sandals.
found out.
Let's
you
just
can't
lean
do
in
that.
to make money off your feet if you give a shit, and then
What are those
buy
white
whatever shoes
spikes?
you want
You got the spikes on
any
your sandals?
juncture. Those
Wait,
do
say that
look like
again?
they have spikes
You got some spikes on them. That's
I like
on
them.
the like the
yeah,
straps.
No, the
Yeah,
spikes are good. That's like fucking.
that's the thing though. If
it's
you
metal.
go into
That's
those,
metal as fuck.
do me a favor and do like some hobby painting and paint those as like metal spikes, like the
No,
whole
don't paint
collars
them.
or
Just-
something.
No,
What?
just- no, don't
You're gonna
paint
leave
them.
them white?
Take them as white.
Those
Are you
shoes are boring as
metal?
fuck.
What?
I don't care about the red bottoms.
Oh,
The white spikes are not spikes at all. You should paint them with a silver craft paint.
the white.
though you're
here's
doing
the-
some
It's
miniatures.
a white see-through.
Make
the
them look
white
like a bulldog collar and look badass as fuck. And then you flip your heel up and then
No,
go,
you don't
oh
get it.
shit!
You don't get it. Like when you put your foot
Louboutins?
in it, the
And you
white.
say,
The white goes in,
get the fuck out of my
and
way.
then the skin tone offsets the white, and so the white shows up more, and it just shows up as like white spikes.
I don't know nothing about shoes, so
I don't
do,
either.
do whatever you do.
I pretend I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I don't.
I was being facetious, Drayden.
I
I
was
obviously
just
know
being,
too much about shoes.
I
That's
was
what I'm
being-
highlighting.
What do you
okay,
call it?
I'm going to bed.
Bye,
LB?
LB.
Why?
It's been lovely.
So sorry,
Has it
LB.
been?
I love
Sorry
the
about that,
shoe
LB.
conversation. Excellent.
LB, what
Not
shoes
bad.
are you wearing?
Look, LB, when you want to talk
I'm
about
wearing
shoes, come on.
some sandals I bought from Canadian. No,
You got
not
sandals on in the Great White
Sorry,
North?
no, I have sandals on the brain.
Oh.
It's some slippers.
Market
from-
tycoon.
You have
You're
like
a
military
bullshit.
Hold on,
boots,
let me tell
right?
you.
From Canadian
You
Tire.
got the
I
military
like the name
boots
of this.
on? Oh wait,
They sound
Like,
durable.
looks
those
like
are
Not red
moccasins.
bottoms.
Those are
but
moccasins.
It's also like a deck shoe,
That's moccasins.
but it's my slippers.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Certainly
a
covered.
Basement's
boat.
pretty cold.
It's a penny loafer.
Cost me like
Those are
$12.
moccasins.
12 loonies, if you will.
That's a great value.
Well, you
Why do
guys
we
know I'm
all-
going to the pool tomorrow too, so
What? You have a pool open tomorrow? It's like freezing.
indoor pool.
Oh, okay. I was like, shit. I mean, like, it's not.
Are you gonna wear? You gonna wear some
It's
red
not
sandals?
summer yet, but it's like
Here's my
out,
old shitty flip flops.
out here. It's
Old
still like
shitty
it's like
flip-flops.
30 degrees in the morning out here.
Rain,
so-
if you're gonna market your feet, don't worry about your flip flops.
Hey, Rain, we're gonna do a.
But if
we're
you,
gonna do
if
a,
you are worried about
bike
your
ride on the
flip flops,
26th
then
of
market your
March.
feet
Come with
first
us.
and pay for your flip flops
That's true.
when it's just an afterthought.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you say,
You know what I'm
Dom?
saying?
We're gonna do a
It's
bike
just a
ride on the
business
26th of March. You should come with us.
That's cold.
It's
It'll be
cold.
fine. Just wear some fucking clothes. You'll be fine.
Wear some fucking clothes.
Some of those like
Because
Look,
she's
Yeezys
doing
or
matter of
whatever
fact,
they are.
no clothes.
Rain, we're camping that night.
Nope,
Oh,
mm-mm,
that's
not.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 30 degrees. It'll be fucking.
It's like,
fantastic.
oh, Dom's camping. That's like mushroom.
Yeah,
peyote
it's
night.
fun shit, man. I'll tell you what.
Hold me
It's like-
I would
close.
Going
die.
camping with me. Going camping with me is a good time.
Yeah, it's like camping
Dom
overnight requires peyote at least.
Would you at least big spoon me so I don't like get a chill?
We hammock it, but I could. Set my
I mean,
teepee
I
up.
believe
I'd
you
set my-
could big spoon
I've
me in
got
a
a
hammock.
teepee. I've got a teepee. I'll set my teepee up for you, baby.
I just want to be
How do you say
nice
no?
and warm.
Teepee.
How do you say no
LB?
to that?
Well, how do you say no to that? How do you say no to
do you
my
say no to
teepee?
that? I don't know.
Exactly.
Sleeping in a teepee?
I got a teepee. Yeah, I fucking love
Wait,
myself.
Sounds
Iowa
fun.
has Tibet.
That sounds
in it?
incredibly
I thought
progressive
Tibet was
or
in China.
I
regressive.
fucking love my
I'm not
teepee,
sure.
man. I'm telling you what. I love
Those
that
are-
fucking good thing.
I just linked my shoes in the guest show notes.
Oh, that's an
They're
low. I
about
thought,
the
I
same-
thought it said Iowa Tibet. I'm like, you wear
No.
Iowa shoes?
It's about the same cost as some red bottom flip flops, but they're a little more.
Those,
But
Dirty.
I mean, like you can walk over.
those
like,
look like you
know,
might make it a little further.
You could walk over Chernobyl with that or something like that, right?
Everest.
You can walk to Chernobyl. I wouldn't walk
couple
over.
combat
You
zones.
can walk over Chernobyl. What about the?
And here's the thing: you wouldn't roll you wouldn't roll your like ankle, so that's big.
Absolutely
That's
not. no.
true. Yeah, you know, you can
That's-
take.
that's a
you
lot
can
of
take
utility.
The reactor full blown, not trip.
Don't sleep on that, Rain. Rolling your ankles, no joke.
There's the shoes
Oh
you need
my
to get right
gosh.
here. I'm gonna link. The shoes I'm gonna link the shoes you need to get right here. That's what you need to get right there.
Yeah, we'll see.
The Iowa edition, the Shimano fucking bike.
Look,
series.
if we're concerned about how people feel about us in a pool or beach environment,
Rain, you need a set of
then
these.
Oh,
let's
it's
work
not
with
for
all
other
of our other.
people.
Well, then if
It's
it's
for
about
me.
you, then buy them all day, every day.
Rain, did you look at those shoes I just linked you?
Those are dad shoes.
Those are biking
Oh,
shoes.
what do you got against
Your
those?
You
bicycle.
can't wear dad shoes. You gotta wear mom shoes.
Shimano. Those are fucking bicycle shoes. Iowa
What
version
shoes
of
we got
them.
here?
Because the only
serious?
place they sell sandals,
Oh, those
Shimano
are-
biking.
Those
the
are
only place they
just
sell sandals is
Those
Iowa.
are sandals.
Because we got the best biking community.
What are
in
these
all the United States.
sizes? These are European sizes.
I don't know. Fucktard sizes. I don't know.
I mean,
40, 41 to
what does that
48.
translate to?
Those are those are European.
idea.
Like
They're not
like,
cheap though. I mean, don't.
There's,
that, like a
there's no
millimeter?
men's 48 in U.S. sizes.
Probably not.
That would
But
be like a 20-foot long
That's an
foot.
advanced basketball player.
I'm sure they're European
Probably not
sizes.
a
With
20
the elephant
It'd be like a
tightness.
foot and a half.
Actually,
long foot.
Shimano's based out of Washington State. Why would they be fucking European
Wait,
sizes?
who?
That's weird.
Because that's
Shimano's
probably
out
a
in
Because they're
Seattle.
it's a
demographic at
Japanese
this point.
company.
yeah.
That's an answer.
Yeah.
They're based
Yeah.
in Seattle though, aren't they? I'm curious where
I think
No,
that-
they're based in Japan.
They're based in Japan.
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, you can ship them to Seattle.
I mean,
I'm sure they have a
They make-
stateside.
They
resident.
make bike parts, sandals, and fishing reels. So,
I-
I don't know.
That's
I'm
weirdly
super
specific.
sad.
They make the best bike. They make the
Find
best
what
bike
you're good at and
components
just
in the
lean
world.
in.
Go,
Shimano makes the best bike components in
I
the
wanna
world.
go to
Maybe they're from
Iowa,
Japan.
but
that
I
makes
can't.
sense.
Shimano makes a lot of good bike equipment. Yeah.
They do. They make the best biking equipment actually.
Maybe if
I don't
say
know about
could
the
get
fishing
work
reels.
off- Maybe,
You know,
hold on.
it is what it is.
Their fishing reels are pretty good.
Maybe if I see
I
if I can
believe
get
it.
work off, I might be able to go.
I
don't know.
respect the Japanese and their craftsmanship, which is why I'm a proud Toyota.
I'm here for you. I
times
support you in
multiple.
any way I can.
I will let you know. How about I let you know on Wednesday, Dom? If that's too late, I don't know.
You'd have to leave before Wednesday.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night,
What?
guys.
No,
Let me
Hey,
know on
LB.
Tuesday.
I
whether you're
mean, be
coming or
safe.
I thought it was on
Right.
Friday. See,
not. Yeah, but you'd have to
I'll be-
leave on Wednesday morning, so let me know Tuesday night.
If I
you're gonna
leave
come.
Wednesday morning, I get there Thursday night.
You think I'll be up
Right.
Wednesday morning? I'm not gonna be up Wednesday morning.
I know. If I leave Wednesday
saying
morning,
tell him
I
before
will
you
be
leave.
I'm saying tell me
there-
Tuesday night. Yeah, tell me Tuesday.
I will
Just
be
tell
there
him- tell him before you
Thursday
leave.
Night. I will be there Thursday night, and then that's.
Tell
Fri-
me if you're coming on Tuesday. I'll know.
Oh.
You'll know then because you'll leave
I'll-
Wednesday morning.
I will try. I don't know.
If you're gonna leave Wednesday morning and you can't tell them Tuesday night, what is your planning process? I'm just curious.
spur of the moment.
Ooh, I like
is
the
spur
Iowa.
of the moment.
What's that thing?
Yeah, no. My
Spur of the moment sounds cool when you first woke up on a Wednesday morning, and I appreciate your
does sound cool.
Here's my
adventurousness.
thing. It sounds good right now.
Adventurosity, I think the kids are calling it.
99% chance I can't make it, but I
You can do
will
it.
see what I can work out.
You can do it, man. I'm telling
You
you,
should
got a good
do
place
it.
to stay.
You should do it.
Ackroth, you should do it.
No, it's
My
the thing,
vehicle will not make it there in
You
healthy
don't know
shape.
that till you try.
I can make
It's
it
a
there.
Toyota, but it's in rough shape.
I can make it there
I
in
need
the
to do some
vehicle.
repairs.
It's not that. It's more of a.
I'm here for you, man.
Wait, are we still online? Oh, we're
Drayden,
still
you
online.
just told me
it's
you could
online.
drive for like 86 hours straight and
That's
you like
not
it.
that's not the issue. Anyway,
You were like, I alternate between podcasts and songs, and I do a little bit of dancing. You admitted, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you said you could do it like twice all day on Sunday.
well, I gotta close the stream.
Why?
Well, I guess
What do we have to?
You don't have to.
I don't know.
We
Is
should
anybody
watch some- we
judging
should
us
watch
at this
a show
point?
or something? We haven't watched a movie in a long time.
We have.
Who's
Well,
judging
I
us
watched,
now?
We watched some the Hobbit or the Fellowship of the Ring
Dude,
last week.
I've
I
been
wasn't here
trying
last
to
week, but I'm
continue
down.
that because I turned on the stream on my end and it was the extended, like the director's
Yeah,
cut.
I never
It's
seen it
fucking
before.
4 hours or something. It is solid.
I started-
and I've only made it like a third through,
I
and I'm just like,
started,
how much did I miss?
I started like 1 in the morning, and I didn't go to bed until like 5:30 in the morning.
There's
I'm gonna
so
find out
much
about those
there.
things,
But
I
I'm
only
down
ever
to-
saw extended on the second and third, I
I'm
think.
down.
Can't hear you.
Wait, who?
I should
Sorry.
know if I can get him.
Anyway, well,
Gotta
I was
try.
just gonna close it because it's getting late. I'm getting.
Let's watch something then. Come on.
I'm gonna watch something. We'll figure something out.
Where are you going? You got somewhere to go. You're going. Don't go to strip club.
No,
Stay
I'm not.
home
No,
tonight.
no.
Save your money and come to fucking my meetup. Come on.
Yeah, no,
man.
no. I'm
Hey,
not going
Ashrothi,
to.
how are you, buddy?
I'm not going to a strip club. I've already made a. That's why I normally.
He
wasn't gonna be able to
Ashrothi
go.
just joined us, so now our numbers are going to go way up because
Wait, Ash just came in?
Yeah, Ashrothi.
Now you have to continue.
You got to continue.
And here's the thing, Drayden. Like nobody's here to like question your choices in the last few months. You know, you've made your choices and you've had a good time, and that's what it is.
Did
That
but
being
honestly-
said, you deserve a house, and you're gonna put yourself in a house at some point.
No, but
And that's just what you gotta do.
No, my choice in the last couple months is why.
It's not about that.
Is why
It's not about
I'm
the last few months.
canceling trips, and that's why
Nah.
I'm not happy about it.
Don't be unhappy. You were happy and you had a good time. And
It
now
doesn't
you're gonna
matter.
have a good time moving forward, and you're just gonna knock out a house. You know,
It
it's what it is.
It was a dumb move.
Nah, man.
I like
No,
stripping.
they're
I'm
not shaming me,
him.
Draken.
I'm not
I'm
shaming
shaming
at all.
myself.
No, I-
There's no
support-
shame. There was enjoyable times had, and you assured me, Drayden, and I think I'm gonna take you for your word that you had a good time, and that's fine.
So I was trying to say, Ray, I'm off all next weekend. We should all next week. We should get together and go over everything like on Wednesday or Thursday.
I'm free all Thursday, so I can do that. Well, I say free. I'm mostly babysitting, but if you want to come into town, I can let you know my availability.
I come to town. Yeah.
Wait, Dom.
Yeah.
You're not free Wednesday though.
Why not?
Well, Wednesday you're coming to pick me up.
I'll be
We're
there
coming
Wednesday
back,
morning.
and we'll be
back
we'll
by
be
Wednesday
back
night.
by Thursday. Yeah. Okay.
no
Okay.
problem. No problem.
That makes sense. Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna call my boss.
I'll meet you like as close to the border as
I'm
possible.
serious.
but-
I'm gonna call my boss tomorrow. I say, hey, is there a vehicle you need me to pick up in Charlotte? If there is, he'll fly me out to Charlotte, and then we can drive back. You have to get home.
could be
though. I
fun.
have to get
Charlotte,
home.
North Carolina.
I've done that twice now. Yeah, that's
Oof.
where we
Wait,
our
you're
guy
gonna
who
fly
got,
to Charlotte and drive someone out to Iowa?
our
We're talking about
our
some
vehicle
real
manager. He's in Charlotte, North
unplanned
Carolina,
time
so
off.
he buys vehicles there.
Okay.
So I've had to
I
go out
was
there
like,
and
what
get my
the
vehicle and
fuck?
drive it back to Iowa.
That's an extension. I don't know.
I'm gonna admit that both my mother's birthday are this month, so my sister is trying to plan some sort of travel for my family.
Oh, you should come to
in the
Iowa.
So
next
you
few
should
months.
come to
Awesome
Iowa
down
next weekend.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna end up in Connecticut, which
We
is
got a
where my sister
casino.
lives. But casinos don't do a lot for me. I
Yeah,
like
we
my
got strip
money.
clubs.
Well,
We got me and booze.
Wait,
What's there to do in Connecticut?
then see my sister and my mother. And my
Oh,
nieces.
I mean, but
actually,
that they couldn't
which my
join
nieces
us?
are pretty cool.
What kind of strip clubs?
Good strip clubs.
Like,
I've only ever been to two, and one was actually going to a strip club, and the other one was visiting someone who worked at a strip club, which was a bartender, and they weren't stripping.
that's the downside.
But Overall, I'm okay.
I dance.
With it.
I dance there, so you know it's gonna be good.
I
right?
would take Connecticut over the strip club in the near future.
If I
Oh,
dance
can I
there, do
get your
get a
guys'
discount?
advice?
Absolutely.
So it's Delana's birthday this weekend. We should do
Oh.
shots to her. But she's
Yeah.
also going to be in Iowa, kind of like to celebrate her birthday. And her and I are probably like rooming together and all that. So like, I want to kind of treat her to something, but I don't really know what I should do. You know, like not like buying a present, but more of like, I don't know, something like
Something
go out
to
to
do,
dinner.
right?
Yeah, something to do, like go out to dinner. I don't know, manicures, pedicures. I don't really know.
When is she coming in?
Like late Thursday.
Are you picking her up at the airport, or is she driving?
Yeah,
in?
I'm picking her up, and then we're gonna stay at
Wait,
the
so,
La
so,
Quinta.
so,
Oh, Thursday night
so
you're staying
next-
Is there
next-
possibly
next-
like
so
an
you said
activity you could do?
So
Friday
next-
the
next
local
day,
area.
Like,
Friday
when
during
Iowa's
the day,
going
you
on,
guys should
that's
do
when her
like
birthday is.
do like a spa thing or something Friday during the day.
Spa would be,
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
I
Yeah.
was debating spa.
So
There's actually a
I mean,
cool place in
that's-
Altoona, right there where the Quinta's at.
Spa.
Can you
I'll
link
get the
it?
address for you.
Yeah, like a,
Okay.
Seriously,
a
it's
spa.
there's a good place
Spa
around
day is
town.
always nice. That's always a good
Sure.
way to go. I mean, I can't think of anything else. I'm not.
I was gonna say I don't want to naysay it because I don't have like an abundance of ideas. I think
don't-
that you could probably do something a little bit more like personalized or unique, but
We could
I
just
don't
get
know the
together.
local
It's
area
like-
or anything. Like I would say
Yeah.
if you guys like went
Sometimes
into
a
town
spa day is
and
just
like
nice.
went and had a day together doing whatever the local thing was, like aquarium, museum, whatever,
It's
you
called,
know,
it's called
gallery,
Signatures.
something.
It's called Signatures.
I think you could
Salon
find a
and Day
memory,
Spa,
but
Rain.
Okay.
Signatures Salon and Day Spa in Altoona. It's really good. It kicks ass.
I was also debating on like a museum or something like that. I just don't know. I'd have to ask her experience. I know she likes marching band stuff, so I wonder if like I could find like a marching band performing on
Oh.
Friday.
Would you want to go up to Iowa
sounds
State?
like a tall order.
Ames.
And I
They've
think
got-
that's very
they might have
specific.
something
How
cool.
often
Yeah,
does
it's very
marching
specific.
bands happen?
I could take her to Ames. That's not that far.
Where's Ames? What
Like I
is
said,
Ames?
Museum art.
That's like 20-30 minutes north.
I think there's some cool public spaces you could do.
Yeah. See, I like history museums, so like
Oh
Yeah.
anything history related, I'm like, fuck yeah, bro, sign me up.
I think there's some merit to that, and especially since both of you guys would be coming from like out of town, for example. But I don't know. I feel like spa is not terrible by any means. Like you could have a great
No,
spa
you
day,
just
and
said
you could
it's
do that.
terrible. You said
But you
my
could do that.
ideas are
You could do
terrible.
that in
I'm a
like
terrible
any
person.
city.
Thanks a lot.
Like it's not
Appreciate that,
very
crap.
unique or.
I don't know why you hate me
memorable, I
so much,
guess.
but thanks a lot. Whatever.
Oh my
Sorry
I
about
have
that.
to look.
guys.
Hold on, I have to look. How far is it? Des
She's not in chat, is she?
Moines.
Kind of want to surprise her.
Wait, there's a Des Moines, Washington? What the fuck?
Yeah, there is. It's right near Seattle. It's really
Yeah,
fun.
it's like right there. What the fuck? Okay, so Iowa. Directions. Car. What the fuck? Go. Where's the go button?
You know what might be fun on Friday?
What's up?
I don't know if it'll still be up and running or not. The fucking outdoor ice skating park. Because she's from Louisiana, right? She's never done
Oh
it
yeah,
before.
you're right. That might. Oh, that's so tempting.
I just don't know if it'll still be open. It should be. It's still open now. I'm trying to see if they.
Why is my phone not
On
working?
Fridays, it's open from 5 to 9 p.m.
5 to 9.
Yep.
Oh,
It's
that's
gotta
like when
be-
we're doing fun stuff.
I know it's probably because of the weather though, because of the temperature.
Oh yeah.
Is that one of
But,
those
hold
like
on.
frozen states things?
It's starting to not freeze here anymore during the day. So
That stuff's melting. Up to 60 the other day.
My phone is fucked up. Apparently, Google Maps don't work.
Not with that attitude.
No, it won't let me select a location. It's like, oh, this location. I'm like, yes.
Just turn it off and on.
And there's no accept button for route.
Just turn it off and on again.
Did it already?
Really?
Closed the app, reopened it.
I'm not talking about the app. I'm talking about the phone. Turn it off and on again.
Also,
Just restart the whole phone.
secondary, shut my phone off, rebooted it, same thing.
Okay, well then there you
Apparently,
go. That's all I've
Google
got.
Maps just won't let me set a finite. And I actually set a location here in Spokane, and it's like it won't let me set it, so it's fucked. But anyway, let me do.
At least yours is like nice and like talks like British
No,
lady
it's-
to you or whatever,
Well, no,
Australian
no.
or
I
something.
have Google Assistant on Australian.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
She's very nice.
I
have,
get that.
But there's no Sydney Blue Harbor voice for reading articles. But when I have it read an article, it is
Sydney
British.
Blue Harbor.
British. Oh yeah. I don't know. Like something about Australian accents. Like,
Here you go, Rain.
you know what?
Metro Sports Facility has indoor ice skating.
This just makes me think of the fact that
All
there was
day
like a
long on Friday.
Samsung, whatever the lady who orated Samsung something, like became a fucking porn meme or something. It wasn't, I can't remember what the Apple one was, but it was that version, Siri. Okay, it was like the Siri for Samsung, and it was like waifu Samsung shit. God damn it, people.
Yeah,
Real quick, Dom, can you get those Tibet GTX boots with like a red bottom? Like the Loas?
I have no idea. No, that was LB did that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I bet you could, though.
It's 21 hours. Okay.
Ah, fuck. There's no public skating on Fridays. That sucks.
Even the internet won't let me like lock it in. What the fuck?
Dom, can you guys not just like go out on like lakes and ponds and stuff? Like, does it have to be sanctioned, or are you pretty in like a pretty populated area?
Well, you have that. You have to have your own skates, though.
Well, I mean,
You have to?
If you go out on a pond, yeah.
Oh.
right, but I mean, like those are like borrowable, right? You know, people with skates, right? Everybody
I have
with that
skates, yeah.
skates. Maybe I hope. In the same way that like everybody in the South has like maybe like a 4-wheeler or a dirt bike or a horse or something. I don't know. Let's
Lots of
just
people
go with
here
it.
don't have skates.
Yeah, but you're like in the middle.
Oh.
I don't know. How
No, no,
close are you
okay,
guys?
Okay, it's saying here. Hold on.
The North is baffling to me, so
The
I'm
Brenton
just,
Skating.
I'll admit I'm just
Brenton
stepping
Skating
into the dark.
Plaza is opens at 12 p.m. So that'd be noon.
Where did you link this?
I haven't linked that. I'll link it. Hold on a second.
I'm lost.
That's a 22-hour travel.
There you go.
So that means I have to leave probably Wednesday night.
That's
If I
no.
went.
You have to leave Wednesday morning.
No.
Pick up Manic. You guys would meet up
Wednesday
like what,
morning.
8 hours
Get
in?
here. You want to be here Wednesday morning? Get here, rest up.
Wednesday
before-
night, I would get there Friday morning.
Yeah, if you have Wednesday morning, you'd be here Thursday night.
But
you
Wednesday
could get
morning, I
nice
have to
sleep.
take an extra day off work.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, so if I left Wednesday night after work, I get there Friday morning. I have to only
Right.
take Thursday, Friday off work.
You could sleep all day at my house, and then there you go.
I mean, because I figure Wednesday early morning, probably nothing's going on, because that's when early people are arriving. But again, I'm not promising anything. I'm just looking at options.
Sure.
But I have a feeling probably not gonna be able to happen because it's super,
very soon.
I mean, I may be the
I
service
get it, buddy.
manager
Don't
now,
worry about
but
Don't stress.
But you're
about
also the vice president now.
it. You
that's
are.
that's a title that doesn't.
You say that, but
It's just a
here's the
title.
thing, Drayden. I don't know if you ever watched The Office.
Like I am the service manager, but my
Here's the
older
thing.
brother is the main manager, and here's the thing: we've been backward because we've been getting filters from Korea, but because of the shortage of labor in LA, no one's there to unload the ships.
Struggle for logistics, yeah.
And so the thing is, like, we've
distributor
been
as well.
ordering filters for them, and we got back ordered like 1.5 months. Which is
So what if
bad
you
for
short
us because it's like,
the prison some filters? Like,
well,
do they
because-
deserve better?
Yeah,
I'm kidding,
because
I'm
the thing is,
sorry.
like, our whole business plan is like we rent water coolers out to companies, and every 6 months we check them. Once
Yeah.
a year we change filters, and so the fact is like the filters we ordered to get here at the beginning of January still aren't. Well, they just got here last week.
I'm 100% on point with that because
So
I'm
the things like
distributor
the
for
companies that
overseas shit.
expected filter changes 2 months ago still haven't had them, and we're behind 2 months on them.
Do they call a lot?
Some of them have. They're like, we haven't
Yeah.
seen certain. We complain. It's like we have no filters. Like
Yeah.
the shortage
When
of
people are
labor
like,
in
I
the
haven't
LA
got my thing.
dockworks.
And then you say like me either, and they're
But
like,
at the same time, it's like their contract with us is that we service them and change filters on the date. So it's like, regardless of the fact that we can get filters or not, like
it sounds like you need to
luckily,
write a better contract.
most of them don't
with a
know.
very
that we're late.
open-ended thing.
Things like most of the companies don't know we're late. They don't really care or keep track. But there are some that do. Like, when are we getting filters changed? And we're like, well, last month supposedly, but we're still waiting on filters. We don't have them, and so luckily,
I mean, that's a realistic, understandable.
luckily they aren't holding us
situation,
financially accountable, and like, well, we're not paying for our shit until we get the stuff that we're supposed to be providing. So it's been a hairy last 2 months because it used to be like we'd order filters, we get them a week later. Now it's like we order filters and we might get them 2 months later.
Right.
So now we're having to like order, well,
overstock.
We might, it's like we might need like 4 cases of each type of filter, but let's just order 10, and hopefully that will last until we can get filters again, because it's been a fucking nightmare. And
order 20.
We've gotten one style of filter for a bit, and we got caught up on those, but there's been one style of filter for 2 different types of models of cooler, and we've been behind on them for like 3 months now, and we just got them in now. And so the thing's like, now we can start catching up on those, and me and the other maintenance guy that I manage are like gonna have to like work overtime to like get that shit caught up. And
play
so
catch up,
taking a week off of work next week, I might be able to weasel it in, but it might just be one of those things where it's like, yeah, you have PTO to use, but like we really can't afford. The thing is, like, I could force it if I wanted to, but the thing is, like, it would really screw us over, and so I might just not feasibly be able to take time off.
Do what's best for you, obviously.
Yeah, like, so it's like I want to go and I want to do it.
No, I can appreciate that.
But there's
obviously we're gonna make
there's 2 things. One is the work thing, which is minor. Like, I could probably get the time off if I really forced it. 2 is the fact that I have been dumb with money in the last few months, so
that's fair. Now, obviously, do what's important and best for you. I'm sure you can make it work, and you can,
I'd love to
wrap your head around it.
I would
I also work for a distributor that's
totally
like at the mercy of overseas suppliers, so our like lead times in the last, I'm gonna say 6 months to a year have been just fun, and that like I'll get back to you. And then you can't get good answers back or anything either. So you're like, every time they call again, you're like, yeah, I'm checking up on that.
Yeah. I mean, like, my thing is like, I have the time off to do it. It's just, I don't know. It's like, I could probably do it either way, but I don't know. It's going to be tough to convince my brother to let me go. And then also it's just
Say it, bro.
tough. If I
gotta go.
I mean, yes, I know Dom will let me stay at his place, and that will save me a shitload of money. But even saving that much money, like, I've been really stupid with money.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Don't hurt
I get
yourself
that.
to do this. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, even on top of that, saving that much money.
I'll make you feel bad about it, but that's just me being a dick.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. Like, I get it, but it's just one of those things where it's like,
if it was easier, like, sure. But if it's a stress,
right?
Exactly. That's right.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was really fucking dumb with this trip.
If it's a stress,
the last couple
of
months was a joke, but at the same time, it's like it was really fucking dumb of me to spend the amount
my
of money
sadness. My sadness is that I know that Vegas is still probably 6+ months away, maybe ish.
Do you think you can make it this year?
See you, Dom.
I don't know. That's the thing is I'm like I don't have abundance of savings, and I'm not on a great trajectory. I'm on an okay trajectory.
What about something
So
like? Did
That
you make it
was
to the
my thing.
Midwest maybe
I
in the summer?
actually had a good savings, and I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
What
in the
about the
last
summer, Drayden? If we did another meetup like we did like in, I don't
in the
know,
last 2
after NOLA,
months, I've been to
or
the
the
strip club
or the
5
weekend
times, and
before
I've probably
NOLA, or the
spent like
weekend after NOLA,
$4,000 there.
combine them together maybe.
Drayden, what the?
I'm dumb. I told
How
you I was
much?
dumb.
It's worse than like our bill at that Barry's.
wait a minute, Rain.
Yeah.
We're not
Hey,
here to
Drayden,
judge Drayden.
How much money's left in the open comms thing?
Oh no, I didn't spend any open comms money. I spent it
Maybe you should.
out of my own personal
Use
money.
that to come to fucking open comms.
I don't spend
Open
open
comms
comms.
is.
I told you I don't spend
no,
open
no.
comms money.
Listen to me.
Drayden,
It's
he's
not
talking
my
about
money.
going to the
The open
events,
comms
like
is
meetups.
It's not my
sponsoring
money.
this
It's
meetup.
the show's money, and we spend it.
Yeah.
for
But he's
show
talking
shit.
about going to the meetups, like
This
Vegas or
meetup
something.
is sponsored by Open Comms.
I
Right.
know, but
He's not talking about
So
going to
you
a
should
strip
use
club or
That
Open
doesn't
something.
Comms
He's
mean
talking
money to
like
about
come
meetups.
here.
sponsored by Open Comms.
Fuck
Spend
that.
all
That's
the
what
money
it's
on
for.
Drayden's bills.
That's what it's
It's
fucking
not
for.
all the money, but if you can offset or
For.
mitigate,
Rain?
right?
Right?
It would be a lot of
Yeah,
it.
you should do it.
No,
I
that's
think
not fair.
let's talk to Manic and then talk to LB. I
So
don't think it
if
is fair.
Drayden, if you
I
don't
think it'd
spend
be
the money,
better if you
does
had
it
two
like
fucking
does it
Open
stay in
Comms
like
people at this
high
fucking meetup.
interest accounts or something? Like, are you
So
benefiting
it
somewhat
stays
how
in a
greatly
PayPal.
for not
so,
using it?
So all the subscription money that comes in from Open Comms channel
Sure.
goes into a PayPal that I don't touch until here's the thing, because it's not my money.
Until you
It's the
need to go to
show's
Vegas.
money. It's
And
the
I'm not saying you spend it all to go to Vegas, but what if you mitigate?
No, I don't
while
spend it
you're in
on
Vegas?
myself to go to Vegas
He
at
didn't
all.
spend
What I
it to go to
spend
Vegas
on, so
either.
here's
That's what I'm
what we-
saying. Use this money to do these fucking
Here's
meetups.
what
We should
spent
do
on
a
last
meetup
year.
in.
Last year we spent it was $900 for all the Vegas shirts that we bought. So
I spent $900 shirts.
There was 70 shirts.
And you spent $900?
That's
It
about
was.
I'm gonna
right,
do
yeah.
some math real quick. I'm not gonna be judgmental, but I'm gonna be a
No,
little
no,
It
Seven
judgmental.
was,
shirts
it was
are
like
at
it was like
25,
20
$40
bucks a
pop,
shirt or
yeah.
something like that, roughly,
That makes sense. Yeah, I could see that easily.
or like 50. It was 16, 15, something like that per shirt.
I'm just saying, Drayden.
Yeah,
This
it's
is part of-
roughly
this part of the Open
$13 a
Comms
shirt.
thing is
That's
doing
not
these
terrible.
I think it was a little less.
That's
It
not
was,
terrible.
it was like
Places, too.
$16 or $17 per shirt. So it
That's
might
not
have been-
crazy.
It might
I'll
have been
go
less
with
than 90. So, but we brought a bunch of shirts. So it was $900. It was about $900 per shirt for the shirts, and that was like 60 or 70 shirts or whatever. And then I bought cabanas with it for a couple days. That was
Yeah.
about
As
$400
you
or
do.
$500.
That's a
And
greater
then-
comms community.
And then we
effort.
used, I think, at the Vicky's bar for some of the Blue Balls drinks. I think we used like about I had like 150 left for that.
But
so,
around.
so there was like $1,600 in the Open Comms wallet, and we pretty much spent that on shirts and drinks and cabanas and stuff like that. So that's
good.
what
Okay, good.
That's the thing.
That sounds exactly how you should, though.
well, right.
Absolutely.
just gonna
That's what,
say.
that's what I'm saying. Like I don't take the money in the Open Comms wallet for my money. It's not my money.
No,
Well,
but you should.
And I
take
don't
it-
think anybody's
spend it on the
suggesting that
fucking
you
meetup.
take it
I-
outright for your money.
Open Comms needs a bad guy now, Drayden. Just take the money, dude.
No.
Oh,
so
wow.
here's the
Oh,
thing.
we
So
do
it's
need
like,
That's a whole
bad
new
guy.
story arc.
like,
Okay,
it's
I'm
like
invested.
I am the
Let's do it.
producer / treasurer / president.
Oh, but
of Open
what if you're
Comms.
what if you're the conflicted character a little
But
bit too?
here's the thing: it's like all the money that comes.
Drayden,
into
you're
Open
already at the
Comms-
top, so you gotta fall a little bit to
I
be
know,
able
but
to
here's
have
the
a
thing, all-
redemption
well,
arc.
I already
Yeah,
did.
exactly. Like you're gonna redeem yourself. It's gonna
But no,
be.
so all
God,
all
the
the money that comes in
radiance.
through Open Comms, I save. It's one of. I was the treasurer.
Drayden,
back,
if you don't, if
I'm
you
gonna
don't
give subs right
go
now.
out on
Back-
the ball of
back
fire,
before-
like you can't come back.
back before BC died, I was the treasurer of Open Comms. So I am just.
What are
it's
you, an
like-
accountant?
Yeah, so it's like I keep track of the money. I watch it and I see where it goes, and then when it comes out
And
to
then I
a
judge it.
meet, I will. It's like, okay, we're going to the meet. We're using this money for this thing and this thing and this thing, and I keep track of like how much money we got, where it goes, and what we use it for. And I don't use it for my own fucking bullshit because it's not my money. It's the show's
We're not
money.
suggesting
So
you use it for bullshit.
Astronaut
I
Eve,
hope
I don't
that's
use it for
clear.
my
Actually
cost.
coming on
It's
Tuesday?
like this is not money for my hotel and my food and my. It's money
I don't-
for Open Comms, which is Open Comms swag that gets bought. So I
agree with that.
recompensate
I agree with that.
And then also it's like Open Comms like getting this thing and we're having this event and we're buying these drinks. That's what the whole point of the
I
thing
wholeheartedly
is for.
agree with that.
So that
and
we
I
don't
do
have
agree
to
with
spend our
don't
own
make it
money
like a
on the
private
bars.
travel fund. I do agree with that. That seems very
so
cut and
it's
dry.
like if I want to go on a vacation, I'm spending my money for that. But
Sure,
I'm not spending
absolutely.
OpenCom's money.
But this is
OpenCom's money
OpenCom's
is for
event.
It's a
OpenCom's
supplement
expenditure.
in this situation
OpenCom's money
based
is for,
upon the show.
group
OpenCom's event.
spending. It's like, hey, OpenCom's is here. Let's buy some drinks.
And
That's
that-
OpenCom's wallet stuff. But if I'm flying out somewhere, that's my wallet.
Dom, were you saying something to me a second ago? I'm sorry.
I was asking Astaroth that so the patch coming
Astaroth.
Tuesday for sure has the battleship changes are coming for sure. That's what I was trying to ask him. He would know.
He's in what channel?
He's in our channel. He's not. He's not. In
Oh
comms.
yeah, he's
just listening
yeah. I
to
see
us.
it now in
Yeah.
text.
Oh, Astaroth. I don't know. I know you don't not anywhere near here, but Random McNally might show up this weekend, next weekend. So I'll tell him you said hi.
Random alley, I like it.
What do
Never
you
gets
mean,
lost.
might? He better come.
He's got some family issues, so hopefully.
Oh, okay. Man, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm just saying, my expenditures out
coming for
is
sure.
not
Sonar
just.
Guard's coming for sure. Rafe's gonna be there. Orb will be there. Kegden will be there. Mia will be there. There's 6 other people who have RSVP. I'm not sure who they are. And I've got about 10 other people that are just random people I invited that I don't know.
Nice.
Are they all in the Discord?
No, most of them don't even know what internet is.
Oh, okay. Jeez. I know my mom and my dad might join.
They're coming Saturday, right? Or are they coming
Yeah, Saturday.
What, they're going to the
Not
meetup?
Friday, they're coming Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Drayden, you should have come.
Now,
Drayden,
Drayden,
I could
to-
get
Go
my
hang out
aunt
with
and
the
uncle to come
fam.
too.
Rain, be nice.
hang
To
out
be
with the
fair,
fam.
to be fair, we all live within 10 miles of each other, so it's not like it's
Peer
a big deal
pressure.
for us to do this.
But yeah, but
No.
Drayden has like an obligation. You guys
No,
got
it's-
engaged on
it's-
that cruise.
Delana's
actually.
coming.
like,
Delana's coming.
it's not
that
even
says a lot
that.
right there. Yeah.
Like, I'm not even lying. It's honestly like the bullshit.
Pukin's
I
gonna
spent
be here.
that I shouldn't
Sonar
have.
God.
That being said, these cameras are vastly fucked up. How's that going?
Oh, let me fix that real quick.
Milpucky's coming. Drayden, Rain from. He's
Drayden, I
coming
think-
for sure.
Obviously,
Okay.
don't dwell on the source of the funds or how to utilize the funds. It makes sense and sounds like the intention of the funds is merch for one, very
Yeah, but
very
I mean,
comfortably,
Like the
100%.
OpenCom's
Like
funds
there's
is
no question.
Still waiting
And
on
then the
Rain to
secondary
fucking
is like you
RSVP.
said, like
He's
doing
done that.
cabanas or
The
something like
OpenCom's
that, where
funds
it's
Did I
it's a
RSVP?
greater community
There's
thing.
no
No,
issue.
you
Like,
can-
listen, the OpenCom's.
Damn.
I don't
have
want
a
to
problem with
encourage
that.
you to like whatever corrupt your way
No,
into
no, no.
this.
My
That's not my
no,
intention.
Like I
My
said,
only thought is your housing market is absolute garbage. Wait till it crashes. It's not going to crash in the next year,
I can't-
or at least it's not going to crash
it's
in
gonna
2
keep
weeks.
going up. That's the thing. Is like,
I feel that
No,
way
it's gonna
too,
crash.
but I've had a
Oh,
lot
it
of
It
won't.
always does.
no,
I've had a few people recently say that it's not
it-
actually going to come
It
down
is.
much.
So
Really?
I don't know if it's true, but
the
I've
actual
heard
like
it.
rate of rise has slowed, but it is still going up, and there's no sign of slowing in
There's-
the next
The
several
one
years.
thing you have to watch
That's the
right
thing,
now
there
It's gonna
is
keep
signs.
going
is the
up. So
interest
the
rate. You wanna get
earlier
that
the better
as
right now
possible.
to buy a house. Like, it's overpriced to buy a house right now, but buying it
There
now
is
is going to
signs.
be
It's not
better than
sustainable.
buying it in a year, and it's going to be better in buying a year than buying for 2 years. It's going to keep going up steadily. It's not going to be what it was before skyrocketing, but it's not plateaued. It's just slowed.
I don't
its
think we're
rise.
still on a steady slope.
It's
I
yeah,
think
it's-
there
it's on
is
a
a
slope
hiccup.
up still.
No, I don't think we are. I don't
no,
think it's a steady slope.
No, it's still.
I think there is a
here's the thing.
hiccup.
Double wide trailers in my area are selling for $275,000.
Yeah, today. Yeah,
You-
everything's
you live
fucked.
in one of
That's
the most
double
up-and-coming-
wides.
Drayden,
years ago,
a
those-
2000 one of the most up-and-coming
2003
2
places
years
Honda
ago,
in the
those
Civic.
were
States right now, too.
$80,000 for a double wide.
A 2003 Honda Civic is like, let's say, like $8,000 right now.
That's
like
a car.
It's ridiculous.
Housing has raised more
No,
than car
that's
markets.
bad.
The
It's
car
same,
scarcity
It's the same
is
scale.
fake. car
Isn't- no,
scarcity, or
that's
not
not
car
true.
scarcity, house scarcity is fake. Car scarcity
House.
is real scarcity, yes.
Car scarcity
There
is
are
real.
enough houses
House scarcity is
to
not.
house every single person in the United
Correct.
States.
Not
So therefore, they
here.
are not scarce.
Not
No.
here.
In the
Coeur
United
d'Alene,
States,
Idaho, though,
it
is
is
one
a
of the most
fake
up and coming
inflation.
places right
United
now in the
States,
United
though,
States,
but
so.
up here is the fastest growing area.
And that's fine.
One of
And
the
if-
fastest growing areas in the entire
And
US.
there could be housing made as rapidly
it may have
as it
dropped,
needs
but
to be.
last year, Kootenai County, the county I live in, #1 highest growing county in the entire United States.
Still doesn't justify why the housing is inflating
yet-
that much.
Because there's
Because
not
they're
enough
doing it
houses.
everywhere.
Fuck
There
you
is
and
not enough
added a bunch of
housing
billionaires.
to house the people buying house. And here's the problem. There's a bunch of people moving up here, but there's also a bunch of developers and investors moving up here, and they're all buying housing.
They're playing the system.
up like
and
They're
you're gonna
playing
get
the
crazy
fucked.
because like
You're gonna
housing
get
is
fucked.
cheap. If we buy it all up, housing prices
It's not
rise,
cheap.
and then
It's
we
cheap for
sell the
developers.
people for profits.
And it's going to crash at some point with that strategy. It will crash.
Might.
I think
What
it will
happened in
hiccup.
08? What
But
happened
here's
in
sounds like
08?
the amount of
That's the thing is
08,
we're not quite in the
80s.
same. We're not in the quite in the same.
you would think that,
Petri
but the
dish is
amount of
08.
people leaving the big
It's
cities and
different in
coming
the
up
aspect
here,
that there are corporations, but you also have to realize there's foreign agent corporations because a lot of land
also
is
not
being bought
propped up-
by China.
It's
And
not being
once you
propped
start
up quite
realizing
so
foreign
instability.
nations are purchasing land
It's-
where there's not actually people living because they want to invest, somewhere along the line regulations are going to change and suddenly the price of land
it's
is
not
and
that up
property
here,
is
though.
going to
Here's the thing.
plummet.
Up here,
No, it will happen.
up
It
here, there is
will
tons
happen.
of land. That's a problem for like cities with
go with
limited room for growth. Up here, Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls specifically, and Rathdrum and all this stuff. Unlimited growth room, unlimited, and
No, it's always
the
limited.
amount of
There's the-
room
yeah,
for them
there's
to
this-
grow.
It's going to
unlimited.
crash.
It's not crashing. It is.
Yes, because that's what happened with
not
Zillow.
crashing doesn't mean will not crash.
There is still tons of people moving
Zillow,
up here.
yeah.
Zillow
Here's the
Zillow
thing.
tried to do
Housing
the same
prices up
thing.
here
They bought
have-
a shit ton of stuff and now they're going
way
under.
overextended.
No,
It is going to happen.
Here's the problem. Housing up here has doubled in price, which for people that normally
Drayden, it's not just there.
But
It is
what she-
literally across the United States. You need
What
to look
she's
at this
saying,
bigger
yes,
picture.
is
know,
correct.
But hold on,
It is
listen,
everywhere.
Listen, but housing up here has doubled in price, which people living up here locally with the wages people make are like, holy shit, that's so much. But compared to everyone else in the country, the doubled price is like, oh, that's cheap. It's like,
It's not.
oh, that
And
house is
it's not-
400,000. That's cheap as
Drayden,
fuck.
that's not an anomaly. That is going
Yeah,
on
no,
all
it's
throughout
like-
the nation
it's like-
right now.
That is everywhere.
Housing up
And
here,
like she said, Zillow had a huge scheme, a literal huge scheme where they were using their actual stock income money. They were using their capital investment from their stock price to just buy real estate outright. Like on a real
Yeah.
sick level. They were buying things for way over asking price and they were just buying things outright for the last couple of years. And they still are to some extent, but it's obviously cooled a huge amount.
not here. Though.
I'm not going to say it's not sustainable. I don't think it
Real
is,
estate
obviously.
still
I can't
growing
imagine that it
here.
is.
It's still going up.
For the moment, in your particular area, and I'm not saying that anywhere in
Significantly.
America is on a downturn, but hear this out. Those are not real world market prices. Those are short-term
also- I
prices,
don't
and that
have-
will not just stay on a fucking incline. And I feel like the way you're talking about it for this moment, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're talking about it like it's just going to keep going straight up, and it's like, no, that's not real.
Straight up. It's
It's
slowed
not gonna
the-
nosedive, but it's not gonna go straight
slowed
up.
The
It's-
rise, but it's not going to dip down.
I think it might though.
It's
Drayden, do you
slowed
think
up.
that there's a lot of people in America who want to end up in Idaho, like as their thing? And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to talk shit right now, but
Oh,
I'm
no,
just saying
no.
that's not like a realistic outcome for metropolitan.
There
areas.
has been a massive.
it's real
increase.
and it's real.
You would think not, but there's been a.
I know
massive
from like
increase.
years ago, like Boise and things like there's trendy neighborhoods and there's reasons to go up for cost of
No.
living and this, that, and the other. But it's not like as far as real logistical set piece
Like I said,
metropolitan areas, that's not going to be one of the major
Kootenai
ones.
County.
It's not Denver and it's not the Texas
Kootenai
cities.
County
It's
was
not
one of
gonna
the
happen.
highest growing regions, population-wise, in the country.
Sure.
What's
There's
your
tons
and why
best
not?
of
internet
people
speed?
moving up here.
What's the best internet speed you can get in your county?
What's the
It's
best
bad.
wage you
It's
can get in
actually
your
bad.
county?
Like, there's TDS
If
Fibers.
it's bad, hot take. If it's bad, nobody's going to move because remote work
TDS
is
Fiber
required.
is
It
solid.
is garbage.
TDS Fiber is solid, but then outside of areas that have TDS Fiber has moved into a bunch of areas, so most of them are covered. But some of the new build areas are Spectrum only, and Spectrum kind of sucks. Now,
I hate
here's
to
the thing.
admit, but I don't think
For
work
most-
from home is
for-
going to stay.
Spectrum
for
is
much longer.
fine for browsing websites. Spectrum sucks for gaming, where it's like when
Not
latency-
gaming. I'm talking about employees who need to VPN into their company's network
Oh, then
to
they're
do
fine.
work 8 hours a day.
Then they're fine.
No, are they
that's-
okay, or are they going to lag if a spreadsheet has more than 1,000 line items?
No,
That's
no,
much
no,
easier than streaming
no,
or
the-
gaming. Let's be honest.
Bandwidth
Are you
is,
sure?
Bandwidth
I am actually
'Cause
sure.
I've watched
I
lots of companies say that, and it doesn't do well.
I
bandwidth
play
is-
with a lot of spreadsheets myself.
No, hold on.
But
bandwidth is fine.
that being said, I don't think that's the
Latency-
concern here.
Bandwidth is fine. So when you're loading spreadsheets or sites or even like a streaming video, it's fine. Bandwidth or no latency. So online time specific gaming.
Not gaming. You have to think of like businesses.
Well,
I
that's the comparison:
know.
is gaming versus shared
Because
access
gaming
to
is
a
like
spreadsheet
now,
or a
like,
database.
this second. Whereas like if you're loading up databases, I just need data. Give me all the data.
Because
Boom.
I have really good stuff for streaming, both me streaming Netflix and me streaming as in I'm broadcasting to Twitch, and I still have struggle with my internet connection for my VPN.
Yeah, but
And
you
a
know
lot of
it's wide
companies
sites, right?
will struggle.
Netflix and Twitch and streaming sites they have a buffer, and that can protect lag. But when it comes to like League of Legends or so online gaming, like you have an input, I need the input and result now and back to me instantly. That is where latency has a problem, because like you can send all the packet data you want bandwidth wise, but if it takes too long to get back to you, now you have latency and now your game lags. But as far as just when it comes to like,
Talk to me in business terms, because like I literally don't care about League. I care about engineers and
Okay,
actuaries
so
and
laten-
financial people
laten-
processing
latency is like-
claims or underwriting. I know what latency is. Explain it to me in a business term. Because
So
if people are still
business-
trying to VPN into work and you don't have the best connection up there because not everyone can get fiber, nobody's going to actually move there because they're going to pay a shit ton of money and be like, damn, dude, this internet fucking sucks. I can't do my day job. There's no airport, so I can't
No,
fly to
that's-
work, so I'm going
so-
to move out.
Okay, so latency doesn't matter to people that use the internet for their day job.
Right.
It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, that's not.
Latency
That's
only
not a
matters
same
for online
conversation at
gaming
all.
or stuff that needs results right now. Like, I sent a command, I need the result now. That's
If they
what
have
latency
stable
cares about.
internet, that will be able
If
to
you're
survive.
like, here's the
That's
data
It
for this
won't,
different
because
conversation.
I've been in stable internet, I've been in good
Yeah.
internet, and I've been in bad internet, and not all of it works for computers, or not for
But
computers,
here's
for
the thing. So
businesses.
if you're like,
No,
I
I'm saying
just
stable
need-
internet, whether it's good, bad, or stable or good, even bad on a rare day is very functional for business. That's a
Yeah.
reality.
So
That's 100% reality.
See, I've been working
Businesses
in that
will go
for
with
2 years,
bad.
and it's not.
They would
if
prefer
you're like-
stable and they will appreciate good. But
Like my
they
coworker
don't falter unless
doesn't
it's
have good internet, and
always
so she
bad
just
or
doesn't work
often
from
bad.
home.
But she might have
That's
a
a
bad
very unique
overall
situation.
connection.
No, because
and
it happens a lot.
she might have a bad connection
that's
as opposed to
widespread
bad
enough.
latency.
To change the
So,
entire
I'm
system.
not
Because
talking about
if you-
latency. I'm talking about people having stable connections where they consistently do work in a VPN situation for business.
I don't think we're gonna have to worry about that very
Right.
You
far.
100% do. That's what the build back better, whatever the fuck that bill is, because America's infrastructure is fucking garbage.
But
We
that's the
noticed
thing
that
is like
when
we have
businesses could
plenty
not
of
work
flaws.
from home and when
We have
kids
plenty of
couldn't do
flaws.
school.
I have a solid
And
connection.
that's not my concern right
So
this
she-
moment.
she-
and I don't
So
She
my
think
has-
that's
concern, if you're
conversation
trying to
right
buy
this
a
moment.
house and you're like, oh, we're one of the biggest booming places. Yeah, when
But-
people realize they can't do business up there because of
If
the
you're
VPN
in one of the
situation,
biggest booming
garbage.
places, you will find good internet because that's how
But
actually
hold
The
on, hold on.
infrastructure's up to date, and we all know America's
The
infrastructure is
difference
garbage.
between latency
It's not necessarily
and connection
garbage,
are
it's
two
not the
different
best.
things. So you can have great connection and bad latency, and as far as business is concerned, you're probably fine because latency is
I'm not talking about latency, Drayden. Stop.
no. You just
But that's
what
the thing
you're
is I think
hold
you
on, what
are
you're just
actually-
explaining sounds like a bad connection, but decent latency.
I think you
or
are
decent
talking
latency,
about
but
latency.
So here's the thing. So
Isn't latency just your ping to the servers? Because nobody really
it's
cares about that if
how
you're in the
fast-
same
it's
general
how
area.
fast back and forth
Yes,
your
the
server
ping.
connects.
You're
Yes, the
talking about
ping.
doing Zoom
Your
meetings, things like
connection
that,
and
like
your
work from home and
bandwidth
things
is
like
how
that.
much-
If you have shit latency, it doesn't work.
Yeah, so
If you have a
Latency is
shit connection, it doesn't
vastly
work either.
important. No, shit connection
No,
can
it's
bridge
different. It's
across shit latency.
So listen. So your connection is like, how stable can I connect back and forth? If it's interrupted all the time, then I'm gonna have a bad connection. I'm gonna like have a bunch of drop packets, a bunch of shit I have to resend. That's bad overall. But here's the thing: latency is how long does it take for me to send a thing and get it back? Now, if it's like 150 milliseconds, that's really bad for online gaming. That's really bad for shit that requires stuff very fast. But as far as just overall
Tolerable
just bulk
for
load of
Zoom
data,
streams
it's fine. It's
and
fine.
corporate
Doesn't
meetings.
matter.
Yeah.
But your bandwidth is like, how much can I send at a time? So like, if your bandwidth is really high, but your latency is shit, that means that you can send a lot of data and receive a lot of data. And as far as work is concerned, that's usually like, I need data for like, business files and videos, all that stuff. That could come across in almost an imperceptible high level, no problem, because you have high latency or high bandwidth. Latency, though, generally for business doesn't really matter, because like, okay, so it takes an extra second for me to receive this shit, but I receive a ton of shit at once, and so I get all the shit and I don't even really notice a lag. But when you're gaming, it's like when I click my mouse, if it takes half a second for that mouse click to go to the server and back to me, it's like I click a mouse, wait, now my guy moves. That's shitty, right? That's shitty internet for gaming. So latency for gaming is really bad because it requires instant access to it. Like, your latency is really bad if you don't have instant response to your commands. But work-wise, you're just like bulk processing data back and forth. And so like the fact that it's like delayed by half a second don't matter, because you're getting a shitload of stuff all at once. So you're getting all the
It
data.
does matter. I've had to work on a server in the UK. It does matter.
But I mean, like, if you get your data half a second later,
Comparatively,
does it ruin your shit?
It was
No.
I click on something and it took 5 seconds for whatever I clicked on to show text. So for me to approve something, to click a
Then
button
that's a
to
bad
approve,
connection.
it took 5 seconds.
That's not a real concern in a business sense, but it is in a gaming
Yes,
sense.
it is
Yeah,
in a
in a
business
gaming
sense,
sense, it's
because
really
we
bad, but
worked
in a
and
business
spent
sense,
thousands of
okay, I
dollars
have
to
to
fix it.
wait.
Wait, Rain, was
Then it
5
works.
seconds the difference between making the thousands of dollars or not?
Yeah, it saved time. And because
No,
that was 5
I
seconds.
But did
appreciate
you not make the sale
over
because of
scale.
that click?
Did it change
I
the
don't make
equation?
sales. I'm an expense department.
Did it change the equation? It took longer, but did it change the equation?
Yes. Okay, so I spend 5. So I have to click on this thing. I have
Because I also do billing.
100 clicks a day.
That's my thing.
100 clicks a day, 5 seconds each.
I
500.
appreciate that.
How
That's
many
what I
minutes
do.
is that what I'm wasting? Right?
I can appreciate that, and I appreciate
That's
network
just
connectivity.
a click. That doesn't include typing. That doesn't include formatting. That doesn't include editing.
I actively appreciate what you're saying.
So
I
it
don't think
matters.
that. I don't think that. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I don't think it actively changes the equation.
But that was me working on something in the middle of the United States to the UK. But there's also the infrastructure problem.
So my company is the North American distributor for a UK supplier. I'm natively. I'm very intertwined with such a concept. I'm not going to say I've experienced the exact same thing as you by any means, but very similar.
I still don't see why you guys are pushing back on the infrastructure of Idaho or anywhere else in like bumfuck nowhere America that's not like a major city hub is not going to contribute to the housing crisis.
No,
I think
no,
it's
Not going
similar,
to
but
contribute to the
I think it's
crash
similar, but
when
different.
everyone stops living in places that have shitty infrastructure.
No.
I think it's similar but different.
I wasn't getting at the fact that I was saying that Idaho has it. We're pretty much limited to Spectrum right now, which has.
You have one provider. Is it fiber?
It's not. Well, the second provider, which is fiber, is moving in and taking over. So TDS Fiber is starting to take over, but it's not in my area right now. But that's the thing, is like I wanted to get into that because TDS Fiber has good latency, whereas Spectrum has shit latency. And for businesses, that doesn't matter because they're like, we have the bandwidth.
Well,
we
then
can
what's
still
the?
send
I'm
it.
not talking about business. I'm talking about residential areas with people working at home. Business internet is 1,000 times different.
But people working at home with Spectrum are still fine. The slight difference in latency is not a problem.
I'm
for,
not talking about that,
professional work.
Drayden. We just need infrastructure that supports people trying to do shit from home.
Oh, then they can do that with Spectrum.
Because a
no
laptop
problem.
cannot do a lot of processing power, and if you have issues connecting to wherever you're VPNing to, is going to be a huge issue.
There's no VPN. I'm saying
That's how you work with a business.
okay, but Spectrum's
Wait,
provision of internet is perfectly fine for business. I don't like Spectrum because the internet latency is shit. So I want TDS Fiber because it has half the latency, if not better. I'm like, when I connect to shit, I'm at 127 ping. TDS Fiber is 50. And that might seem like, minuscule shit. Like when it comes to business sending data over here's a spreadsheet or here's whatever, that's not going to matter to them. They're going to get the shit almost instantly anyway because the bandwidth is high enough that they can just get all that information
files,
pretty
emails,
close.
whatever.
But when it comes to gaming, which is split second requirement, latency does matter, and 50 millisecond ping does actually matter between I feel like I'm lagging and being slow to I feel like when I click it actually happens. So
I think you're all crazy.
it's a gaming.
I mean,
more as opposed to a business thing. Businesses, Spectrum is perfectly fine for them here, no problem. But TDS Fiber is way better for gaming. Also, TDS Fiber is for some reason cheaper, so it's cheaper internet for better internet. That's what I want, as opposed to Spectrum being greedy motherfuckers. They're oh, this is all you got? Well, let's fucking upcharge you if you want internet. So.
I'm sorry, but I agree. Up to the minute, up to the second response time is not necessary for enterprise applications.
Yeah, they just need data transfer. Data transfer, it's fine if it gets there half a
You
second
will literally
later.
wait, and you will be frustrated, and you will make a noise or tap your finger or whatever.
But how often
as
are you
people do?
I got this file.
When
10
you're at work,
seconds.
you're on the clock, and you will
Often.
wait while something
But
happens.
it's this is a 3 gigabyte
This is not-
file
this is
sending,
not the
and
same
it got here
conversation.
3 seconds later. That's no one's
It
gonna
is
complain
super
about that.
noticeable, yes.
3 seconds later.
Do you guys
for-
not work remote with people?
No, I don't.
I
I
have.
work physical with people. But
My
I just know
experience,
that
it was
in
literally just.
gaming, latency is live or die by the latency. In
I'm
business,
not talking gaming, I'm talking business.
the
Residential people working for a business attempting to do their jobs.
in business, it's more bandwidth than latency.
Are-
I think.
I was gonna say,
focused.
are you suggesting how much data are you sending, Rain?
I don't do a lot of data, but I mean, I'm also doing, actually, I can sometimes do a lot of data, but we have engineers, and it's they can't really work from home and do engineering CAD systems. I've worked with actuaries where we have to use a grid system. And so if they are processing things, they need a grid to run it. Literally, one of our models took 24 hours to run. And then when they open the spreadsheets to do their analytics, which have to be done daily, that's a huge issue of being able to open it, to look at it, to analyze it, and then to send information back.
I feel like it's not the giving or sending your information there. That it's more of the processing on their end, which is more
It's
the
both.
which is more
both.
the
I feel like that's
CPU.
actually mostly on the processing side.
That's more
It's
CPU
both.
focused than their internet
I
connection.
agree that it is a combination of both. I don't think it's vastly
So if you
one
live in a
versus
city,
the other.
so I lived in Cedar Rapids, right, with the actuaries. So if you didn't live in the city and you had to do that day to day, you are wasting company money. And a lot of times you're wasting the company money. They're either going to ask you to move or they're just going to terminate you. And so when people are like, oh, everyone's moving in this area, and then there's like the best they can get is like 100 upload or some shit, and it's like some super jank connection, which is like super spotty all the time. Like, you ain't getting any fucking work done, and you're gonna relocate. Plus, it's also just in general frustrating. Like when I talked about how my team of like 20 to 30 people took us 5 seconds just clicking on something for the computer to be like, hey, you clicked here. Here's some information.
How-
Not loading, not anything. Just literally like click like, oh, can you do a drop down? I clicked my mouse here. Let me see the cursor. Like literally anything.
How quick was it at the office?
Instant. It was like if you're sitting at home,
So-
no internet on a laptop or like a Word document.
So why not try it from the office?
Because our servers were in the UK.
I mean,
Oh,
if it was
okay.
instant
Well,
from the office, your
no,
servers.
no, in the office. I
Wait.
thought you meant because we did move it back to our office.
Servers from the
Okay.
UK. That's
But yeah,
gotta
and
be
That's what I'm
at
talking
least
it was the
minimum,
same no
like
matter what.
250
And so then when you add a
millisecond.
VPN on top of that, it becomes
So-
1,000 times worse.
If it's the same from the office versus at home without the VPN, because obviously you're adding layers,
And it
Then-
got worse with VPN.
then what's the frustration? I
But
mean, if you're
if you
VPNing,
The thing's like if you're going to
I
the
assume
UK,
there's some sort of
the
sensitive something where
latency to the
your
UK
work is
and
asking
back
you
is
to. but-
Everywhere, as far as I know, with work has a VPN. You don't connect to a internal work system without a VPN.
Okay, it's true, but like, you're saying like you were connecting to the UK. The UK, like you have to go across the Atlantic pipeline under the ocean. Generally, unless you're going like satellite internet, which is actually
It takes a few
also very
seconds.
slowly,
It's,
it's like
it's pretty impressive.
generally generally really fast latency to the UK and back is like 250 milliseconds, which sounds low, but when you're used to 50 to 80 normally, it's like that means like it's gonna take 5 times as long to load shit than normal. But that's latency. That's going across to the other side of the world as opposed to
Literally latency.
yeah, that is where latency is a problem because it's so far away. Yeah, fiber optic. But when you're gaming, I don't like the fact that like here we have, a latency of when I'm connecting from North Idaho to Chicago, which is where the League of Legends servers are, 107 millisecond. That's really high for going, 1,000 miles away? That's really high. It should be lower, but it's because that apparently Spectrum is like, we get cheaper rates going through these different data hubs, and so we send you across probably down to like LA and then over to Denver and then down to like, Houston and then up to Chicago instead of like from here to Spokane to Minneapolis to Chicago or something like that. It's like there's faster routes, but they don't make money there, or they have to pay more money to use those routes, and therefore the whole fucking internet shit is dumb. It's a money business when it comes to speed for response times. I don't know.
I mean, I think you're mostly correct.
I hope so. But
Science hour.
it's not science hour. I don't know as much about that shit, but I know that
Here's the reality.
The latency I have is way higher than it needs to be.
Work from home is not going to be here for much longer.
Yes,
I
it
don't feel
is.
great
What?
about-
I can't wait for
I don't think it
Starlink
is,
to be,
actually.
like, fully operational.
Like 70% of employees want some sort of work from home system.
Absolutely, they do.
Whether it's 100% or hybrid.
Absolutely, they do.
Starlink.
Whether it's going to be there or not is the question.
Well,
And-
people
and
can
I don't
continue to
believe it
lose
is.
employees. They're going to 100% continue to lose employees.
Starlink.
Right,
It is
do you,
the workers.
do you think
workers
that
have the
America's going to
power.
continue to lose employees for the rest
Oh,
of the next few years?
100%. Oh, yeah.
Do you actually
a
think
Yeah, if Google says, hey guys, everyone in the office now, Google's going to
Google
lose a
is a
shit
very
ton of
big company.
employees.
Google is not the biggest
And they're
company
going to
in
lose a shit ton of employees and they're going to have
Alphabet.
to pay.
Google is not
Alphabet's-
nearly the largest employer in America.
Alphabet's pretty.
They don't have to be
big.
the largest.
No,
They
no,
do not
but
have to be the largest. You have to.
they
You just have
absolutely
to know
don't.
the
But wait,
workers
wait,
have
what-
control of the
The
situation.
workers do
Why
not.
would- why
They
would they
actually
lose
Yeah,
don't.
they
something?
do.
Why would
That's
they
why
lose
the
employees?
minimum wage,
Rain,
not the
they
minimum
do
wage, but
not.
that's why
I'm
entry level
sorry.
job prices are going up. Like, have you been paying attention to the news at all?
I absolutely have. I
Workers,
live in
it's
this world that
going
you
up.
live
A
in as
lot
well.
of people
Some
have been
prices
leaving
are
their
going
jobs with their shit.
down, but
They're going to places that
tech
pay more and treat them better.
tech
Work
Some
from
people
home is
have.
one of those.
tech jobs are
Some
going
people have.
up. Honestly, I have a friend that just left one basic tech job and just went to like a more internet supplier job, and he's now making like $48 an hour starting with
That's good
benefits. So I was like, fuck dude, like can I start there? He's like, do you have he's a software engineer, he's a programmer. He's like do you know how to use these languages? I was like, no, I don't know how to use those languages. I was
That's
joking.
a community college course or two away.
No, I'm like, he's always been a super nerd, but
I'm kidding, but
yeah, no,
you know, it's
he
not
went
terribly
to
unattainable.
school for and the thing's like,
That's the
he's-
reality, but that's what I'm saying.
he's just
Between what
building-
Rain and I are saying,
building,
there's this and there's this.
Yeah, no,
A lot of America is not going to be able to work from home. A lot of America will literally go back
I
to
think-
quote unquote normal, and I hate to admit that because
I think
Rain, I am
There
a
is no
big
normal
promo-
because normal has changed.
I think
I hear what you're saying,
propaganda.
Rain. I hear what you're saying, but that's a fucking tagline.
I
Let's
think
be
more
honest with
people-
ourselves.
Yeah,
I think
and it's a
we
fucking
are not-
corporate propaganda tagline.
And that's
There
fine,
is no.
but at
There's
the
a
end of
new
the day,
normal. There's no
Rain,
going back.
I'm not championing any of those causes. At the same time, I am being realistic. This is not a
Yeah, me
fucking
too.
revolution. This is not a revolution, Rain. This is not.
So,
It is
sorry.
because 70% of
If
workers
you
wanting to
believe
work
it
from
is.
home and people quitting. Yeah,
And
Oh,
they wanted
yeah.
to. And let's see how it
a
plays out
lot
over
of
the next
people
few
want
years.
to. They're tired of shit.
So
If
he,
you
The
think
next-
that
next
everybody's
trend
going
is
to just start
ghosting.
working from home in the next few years, I don't believe it's unattainable.
People
I
have
don't think
already worked from home. That's
don't
the
think
thing.
it's
You have to pay
attainable
attention.
for
For
the
the
next
last
few years.
2 years, people
Rain.
have worked from home.
I'm not saying it hasn't been a reality
Anyone
or
that can
attainable.
work-
I don't think it's attainable over the next few years in the reality of people
Well,
going back to whatever they consider
so,
to be the quote unquote normal.
so
This will not remain as easily or as outright as it is right this moment.
Hold
If
on.
you
So-
don't
so-
appreciate that or agree with that, that's fine. But I do not see that as an easy outcome.
Okay, so real quick, my thing is like
that's on you.
anyone that
I
does
mean,
their
that's
job
just
on
my
a
opinion,
computer
but sure.
can definitely work from home.
A lot of people can work from home.
No.
It's not unattainable. I
So-
wholeheartedly
no,
agree.
No, hold on. So anyone that can do their job on a computer can definitely work from home.
That's not outright,
The majority,
but most
of,
people,
so the majority of people in the country,
most people can do their job on a
cannot
computer.
do their job from home because the majority of people, their job requires physical interaction with something, whether it be a machine, whether it be with other people, whether it be with mundane.
Here's the sad
world,
reality of it
like-
is whether you
so
think
there's
your
like- it-
fucking
like
bosses or the corporate machine or whatever will
Like
relieve
my job,
you
I can't do my
of
job from home.
people
I
coming
can't go
into whatever
fix-
they control them as.
I can't. Go
That's the
change
sad
filters
reality.
And fix a water
Rain,
cooler from
the
my
revolution
house.
is not today. I apologize. And I do believe and I
It is
hope
though.
for.
That's what has been happening.
It is not. It is not.
That is why you have trash entry level jobs that nobody really wants to work, paying $15 an hour. Because
$15
everyone's
an
like,
hour is amazing money.
That was amazing
No, it's
money
not.
for
It's
me
just
back
barely
in the day.
That's what I'm-
livable in many
That's
places.
what I'm highlighting. It's
Like,
not. This is not the
nowadays-
revolution.
Yeah,
I
nowadays
believe that we are
is.
on the cusp of
The
a change.
pandemic helped it.
Rain, I believe we're on the cusp of a change. This is not the new day.
I
This
It
think-
is though.
well,
This is why you have the mass exodus of people and like termination rates as lowest as possible because people are like, we can't lose workers. Everyone is leaving. We did layoffs during the pandemic. Now we can't hire. Everywhere is looking for work, and it's all these dumbass fucking boomer brains going, "Oh my god, nobody wants to work anymore." It's like, no, nobody wants to be treated like shit and get underpaid, and that is
Rain,
what is
I
happening.
hear what you're saying. The reality of that is that it's fucking fast food grocery stores and a handful of other places.
No,
That's
it's
not the-
everywhere.
No,
I had
it
fucking job
literally-
offers in a week
literally is
with my
not, though.
industry.
Well, and that's great. And if you get a great offer, then you should absolutely take it. That is not the reality, in my experience, for the vast majority of America.
I think,
We are close, and I think we're on the cusp.
for-
I do not disagree that we're on the cusp.
I think
I do
for
not think
jobs
we're
that
quite there.
require a certain education or knowledge,
I hope
might
we're
be a
there.
little
I would
less-
love to be there, and I would champion for it.
I think
I
those
don't
are
think
getting
we're
paid
there because I
more,
think
and those are
This is
getting
a
sought
fucking
after more.
broken
but, like,
system, and people are going to put people back in the place that they determine
No,
that
it's
they
a broken
deserve.
system
people
and it's
that
falling
are-
apart. Because
people
you
that-
realize
is-
middle management isn't needed.
it-
You also realize CEOs don't need to be paid 10,000% more than
Rain,
the average
I hear
Joe.
you. People do not hear you. I hear you. People do
They
not
do
hear
hear
you.
me. You think I
No,
just go
they
out there
don't.
and I just sit in like my
Rain.
room going, fuck
Rain.
capitalism,
But you
fuck
have a
corporations,
degree,
fuck
Rain,
going
and
to
yet-
the
know how to
office,
do
like
shit.
all
Here's
by
the thing.
myself?
I
You
hear
think I
what
just
you're
don't pay
saying.
attention?
I hear what
But
you're saying, and then
you-
tomorrow
Rain, your
a
job
CEO will be paid a
cannot be
$30
done by someone
million
that has
bonus
just a high school diploma.
because the people don't necessarily agree with that. A lot of people do, and I'm not saying the world doesn't as a whole concept, but it's not the overarching opinion. Like that it's just not.
Hold on.
That's not a reality quite
I'm going
yet.
to interject
It's
and
moving
say
towards
that
it, and
Yes,
we're building
it is
momentum.
happening.
I'm,
It is
It's
happening.
moving
Thinking everyone's going
towards
to go
it.
back in the office and just sit and paper push while some shitbag
I
screams
think-
at them all day, like, is not going to go back to
I'm
that.
going to interject.
I think we
and
should
say
revisit this in about 6
that,
months to a
I
year.
want to interject and say that.
Sure. Is that
and
what
I
you
don't
would have
feel
told
great
me?
about it.
Is that what you
Rain.
would have told me 2 years ago? Because it's still happening.
No,
hold
that's
on.
not what I would have told you 2 years ago,
Can,
Rain.
can I say?
I'm not saying this has anything to do with the pandemic. I think this has all the things to do with
No, the pandemic
fucking
showed us
broken-
a lot of what we could have
the
done
fucking
that people
broken
denied for years.
system. It doesn't matter. We're gonna go right back into a
Can-
90% broken system. We're gonna mitigate this much because we realized, oh, we've done this for so long, but we could have done it slightly different, and it would have mostly the same
can-
results. Vastly working from
can
home
I-
and things like that.
Can I mention?
And they
No.
will, they'll give an inch,
It's not going
and
back.
the corporations will take
Can
a
I
mile.
mention a real quick thing?
Rain,
not going
that
back.
is over optimistic. I'm sorry.
Or
That
not.
is
No, it's
over
not.
optimistic.
That is my pessimistic side.
That is over optimistic.
I
I'm
want-
sorry.
No,
To
it's
make
not.
a
That is my
point.
pessimistic view.
Hello, can I make a point?
You can try.
Okay, so please stop.
I'll listen. I'm sorry.
There is a difference between knowledgeable and skilled jobs and manual labor jobs. Rain, your job? People that have just fresh come out of high school or didn't go get a college degree, they can't just jump into that job that you have.
Yes, they can. You can train anyone for my job.
They have to know math. They have to know
No,
economics.
they don't.
They have to know shit.
No, nope. My job requires none of that.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure when I jumped into a job, I don't know fuck all about economics. I bet I would not know what the fuck to do when it comes to auditing shit.
Auditing is all interviews and paper writing.
I don't know.
I also find it really insulting because we have a lot of people who do manual labor at my place of work, and
Not
it is
saying
highly
manual labor
skilled.
is
It is
down-
highly skilled, and that's
I-
entry level.
I am not downside. I do manual labor for my job. I'm not shitting on manual labor. I'm just saying, like, there are a bunch of jobs that are very technical and require specific knowledge and experience, and you can't just have people like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna go take that job. They can't. Like, there's a lot of jobs like we don't do on-site training of the educating you how to do this. You need to know this information, and we can train you like specifics of this technicality, but you need to know knowledge of this field. There's a lot of jobs like that. And so there's a lot of unqualified people for those jobs, and they can't just take those jobs. Those are the higher paying jobs. And the thing is, like, those are higher paying jobs because they require that technical knowledge. And so I don't know where I was going with this, but I'm saying, like, there are jobs that are like, this is a manual labor job, or this is a job that doesn't require specific technical knowledge, and we could train you on site, and we'll get you going on there, but it's a lower paying job. So
I think it's super insulting, though. I mean, I get like technical knowledge for sure, but I think all jobs require some sort of training and skill
all
and
jobs
effort.
do, even fast
Absolutely they
food
do.
jobs. I'm not saying
Yeah,
fast food is shit. I was
100%.
like, I've worked in fast food jobs. I didn't know what the fuck to do until
100%.
until
You
someone
have to
told me
train
what
people
to
to do
there.
a job.
I've worked in fast food. I've worked in
And
video rental sales.
In
I
my
didn't know how to work
experience,
in
a lot of
computer until
labor
someone told me
jobs
how to
pay
work.
better than sitting at a desk jobs because of the amount of either labor or knowledge going into it, like
I'm-
actual experience, which you were just touching upon.
I'm just
Not
saying.
not outright. I'm not talking about like
The reason you
we're
should
not going
have
to touch
lower,
on IT or something.
Someone
But you know what I'm
running
saying? Like there are a lot of
analytics
manual
for
the reason
labor
you should have
or
lower paying jobs is because it takes less time to train a person. Right. So if it takes you
not
8,
outright true
or
though.
less
but if
effort.
it takes you 8 hours to train someone and you can pay them lower wage, like high turnover, etc., then that's why it's lower paying, right? If it takes you
There's
800 hours for someone, you want to dedicate that
True.
time to them, but then pay them enough and treat them well enough to keep them there. Now that doesn't mean the people who have high
but now
turnover
you're
jobs should be
talking about
treated like shit.
specialized. You're
Right,
talking
right,
about
right. Yeah,
specialized.
I
Specialized,
agree.
but like
That's not
anything, right?
that's not a same conversation.
I agree.
I'm not talking about specialized. I'm talking about like the scale, right?
You just said
They have
800
one-
hours.
Yes,
Well,
8
that
being
is called a
1,
specialization.
800 being 10. It's a scale.
That's an example. So I agree. If
and even if it's an arbitrary number, you're talking about specializing in something versus being able
No,
to
I'm talking about a
approach and-
scale, right?
and
Okay,
sit in
fine.
something.
Maybe it takes you 100 hours. They still get paid more than the dude it takes 8 hours to train.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? If it takes longer and a lot more effort to train you how to do the work,
sure.
You want
then
you
you
want to
should
try
and
and
will
keep
be
them
paid
around
for a
with
job that is gonna
benefits
pay
or
you
whatever.
more. Like if it's something you can be trained over a weekend,
The reality
then
is
that's probably going to be.
our country has not seen some sort of awakening. I think we are on the cusp of it, and I think we have seen a glimmering of it. I don't think we've seen the active steps of it.
I think it's just.
I don't know. I see it. Maybe you're just
There
not paying
are
attention because I see it and I
it's-
see it happen.
Maybe
It's
I'm
where
just
the
not paying
value in the
attention, or maybe
economy
we
is.
just have different perspectives on
It's-
this.
it's
I'm going to
honestly-
go
There
a
have been a
little bit.
lot of
I'm going
like
to go a little
unions
bit
and
more
strikes.
generous with this because I think maybe either of us could
I
have
think it's honestly where the
potential
economy is.
rightness.
Like honestly, like where is the economy booming, or where is there money to be made? And if you have a hand in that, you get a percentage. Then that's
well, I don't know about that, Drayden. You're a vice president, so
that doesn't matter. Like I'm a vice
You-
president
where-
title only.
where the economy is thriving.
I
and
don't make.
You're high enough. You should see
I'm not a fucking
percentage.
rich person.
You can
I'm
tell
not-
where it's thriving because you can pay attention to people when they
like,
post their
there's
profits.
vice presidents that make tens of millions of dollars a year.
I'm
I
giving you a hard
don't.
time. I'm sorry.
I make like
I'm
what,
just-
45,000 a year. Vice president, but 45,000 a year.
But you're on the
How
fast track.
much does your company make? How much are our profits at the end of the day?
I don't know the numbers. Probably 100.
But you have access to them because you're a vice president.
So I
hope.
make 45. My brother makes about 50. I'm like after we have 5 employees. After all overhead is done, I capital we probably make 10 to 20,000 a year capital. So we don't make a ton of profit, but we make sure that all of us employees are paid as much as we can be without going under.
Well, then that's all that matters, right?
Right. So the thing is, like, I don't make a ton of money, but our company is not like some super rich fucking gold mine.
Sure, that's fine.
We make a
Not a
decent amount of
conglomerate.
profit, but we also turn that profit into our own employees'
Reinvest it, right.
salaries. So it's like 80, like probably 85 to 90% of the profit our company makes is employee salaries turned over. So
Well, in general,
We're-
that's what it should be,
yeah,
right?
so
if you have
we
a
are not
profit,
a
that should either
company-
be invested back in your people or should be invested into the business to grow.
Yeah,
So like
it's
research and
we-
development
we-
or whatever.
Right,
We
right.
make a good amount of profit, but we make sure that that profit is, reaped by the people that work there. We don't make a ton of capital to expand, because I mean we expand at the rate that we can, but we're not
Sure.
trying to be greedily some company that's
Right.
like, oh, we're gonna gobble up all the profits and buy this and buy that.
You're not the greater Northwest, water
It's a
supplier
family
outright or
business,
whatever.
so we
I-
just
yeah,
wouldn't do it
100%.
anyway.
I get
So
it.
It's like we're all family, except for the guy that's under me. He's an employee that I manage, but we also hired him at basically he was surprised
A
that when we
nominal
hired
wage?
him. He's like, oh shit, everyone else offered me this. Like we offered him $250 more per hour than what anyone else would offer him. And we're like, oh, we were afraid that no one would work for us because there's a short of labor. He's like, fucking A. I'm like, I'll fucking work here for that. So we're like, okay, cool. If you're happy with the wage, we just want someone to work here. Because
Here's the thing. I've worked in restaurants and bars for most of the past 15 or so years. I'm in a company at this point, and I earn a salary and the various things that come with it. But I don't see it. I don't see some sort of labor revolution at this moment. I hear the bitching and moaning,
and it's mostly, in my opinion, of like right wing folks that I work with, which like nobody wants to work anymore. You know, that whole fucking nonsense. And I'm like, look, I agree wholeheartedly. Nobody wants to fucking flip burgers for minimum wage or less because people want to give them part time and not give them any benefits or this, that, either. I embrace and feel that to my core, 100%. I don't think that we are in a revolutionary moment because I don't think that America's there yet. I think that you have to have a little bit tougher times to see those kind of circumstances. But I do believe, and I hope to my core, that we're on the cusp. I think we're getting near where we're like, people deserve better. And I 100% believe that. I think a lot of us deserve better, and I think we should be paid more for the various things that we do. I don't think we're there yet. I don't see it. I see a lot of people bitching and moaning about this, that, or the other. And like I said, mostly it's like people don't want to work anymore. And it's like, well, if you want to pay them like $7 an hour and you bitch about when they mess up your order here and there, they didn't give a shit because they had to do 86 orders that hour and your order was 12 cents of their wage or something, you know, like whatever, you know, I'm just pulling that out of my ass, but I'm telling you, like, they had no reason to care about that situation. They were just running and stressed and whatever, you know, like that's their existence. But I don't think it's there.
See,
I know we've made strides, and I think we've made pretty good strides, but I don't think infrastructure is there as far as American internet, because we're pretty fucked and beholden to lobbyists and the way they've kind of fucked our infrastructure as far as internet capabilities. But I don't think the powers that be, in the sense of capitalism, are ready to just relinquish people, and we're seeing that actually right now, where they're, you know, dialing back mask mandates and things like that, and they're like, hey, you know, let's bring everybody back to the office, and people are just having to go. We're not all in California. We're not all in like any sort of tech job. Some of us are, and some of us are more remote than others, but a vast majority of America cannot work remote. And that's not a reality for many people yet.
Yep. The ones that
So-
can, I think, already are, and the ones that can't.
Yeah, the ones who've been working remote since the start of the pandemic or whenever everyone kind of went remote, like the ones where they could feasibly for their jobs or whatever. As far as I know, most companies are giving them the option to work from home.
Yeah,
because they know if they don't, they can't.
Why even like have an office and bring them into the office when they can do all that shit? at
Real
home?
estate
Like,
is
what's the
expensive. I
point?
know for one of my old work, it was like $10,000 a month for each employee you kept in the office.
So that's a funny thing,
so
is that
they
I've heard
realize, like,
some
what's the
companies
point?
bringing people back because they're locked into
But
leases.
when it comes to like manual
and so they're like,
labor
we're already
and
paying
manual
for
jobs,
it, and
you can't
that's their rationale.
But
can't-
I've
And
seen
it's silly,
so
but I get it.
You can't.
I've
work
seen all
remote for a
over the
lot of
U.S.
jobs, though.
people closing businesses, like whether it's like a franchise or a mom and pop shop, like restaurant, whatever, because of the lack of work, because people are tired of being screamed at by Karens all day for less than $7 an hour, the minimum wage, because
Right.
you get tips or whatever. But then I've also seen a lot of so McDonald's here in my hometown is like 14 an hour starting, and they offer benefits to everyone. And so it's stuff like that where they are saying, you know what, we have to compete in some way. If we want to have employees, I don't care if they're a high school kid, I don't care if they're a 40-year-old, just like whoever, like they need the employees, so they're going to offer benefits and perks and stuff, and up the starting wage, even though like Iowa it's like $7.25 or whatever.
I can appreciate that. I haven't seen great strides like that where I'm at, but I've seen
So,
similar-ish.
Go
around
look
here,
at the news,
it's
because there's
pretty
been
much
tons
all
of strikes.
13 an
John
hour.
Deere went on strike, and they got because John Deere would
didn't-
go
I-
in hiring and
I meant
firing
strides,
phases.
not strikes, but yeah.
No, I know strides, but like John Deere went on strike and has made good progress there. Starbucks employees are starting to go on strike, and Starbucks employees get treated like shit.
Sure.
And so
I am
And
very
so-
much
so
a
here,
proponent
it's
of
like
unionizing, and I think people need to start treating Americans better and whatever, you know.
It's
try to treat
almost
the labor.
impossible
I mean, it's-
now up
people
here
are
to like
making-
find anywhere that will pay you minimum
I don't-
wage. Like
I don't think
up
we're
here, it's
there
like
yet.
minimum
Like,
wage.
I
think
think
is
we're
like
close.
minimum
I
wage.
do
I think
think
is like
we're
$8
close.
an hour, but like you will not find anywhere
$7.25.
hiring for less than $13 to $14 an hour up here. Because
But at the
anyone
sad
hiring
thing
for
is,
minimum
Drayden,
wage,
at the
no
end of the
one work-
day, 13
no
and 14 bucks an hour is still like a struggle.
I know
Like, that's
I know
real
it's low, but I'm saying
struggle.
like minimum wage is like $8 an hour. No one would ever work for you for $8 an hour up here.
People
all.
do though. sadly,
not
that
here.
is a reality. And
People don't. I've
and
seen
maybe
lots of
that's not.
businesses go under where they
Minimum
don't
wage
adapt.
is $8 an
And
hour
that's
up here or
fine.
something
That's
like that,
fine.
But like, if you
And
are hiring
fast
for
food
less
companies
than 14 an
are
hour,
struggling,
no one's
and
gonna
people
work
are
for you,
bitching about
period.
like, well, nobody's working, and they don't want to show up and deliver my food for whatever fucking
they
poverty
won't do it. Like,
wages.
if you were
But
hiring for
that
$14
it
an
still
hour,
is a
you
reality. We're
might
not
get an
quite there
employee.
yet.
Hiring for $12 an hour, no one will work for you up here. Even though minimum wage is like 8 or 9.
That being said, I think we are close. Like
So
we
minimum
are
wage
getting
is
to
no
the
longer the-
aspect of like that's not sustainable.
I'm just saying, like,
and
minimum
that's
wage
mostly
is
based
the-
off the housing market.
Minimum wage is the
That's
legal.
between housing, like buying and even renting. You cannot comfortably rent or buy a house in today's market based on any of those wages, even with the accelerated wages, in my opinion. Like with the,
I know.
I even say accelerated. You know what I'm saying?
The
Like,
housing market has outstripped the economic income. That's true.
It's,
but I'm just saying,
it's
like,
completely unsustainable currently.
The realistic hiring wage has outstripped the legal minimum wage. That was what I was trying to get at. Is like,
I think
don't know what
there's
it is, but
still
in-
so
in
many places
Idaho,
getting away with it. And
Washington's
like I said,
higher,
I'm
but-
background of like restaurants and bars, so I know that a lot of those
Washington-
places basically can pay you $2.13, and you're relying off tips. And they put up a nice friendly
Not now.
sign, which I say friendly, it's bullshit, that says,
No, but
be patient with the people who chose to show up today or whatever. And it's like, that's bullshit.
But
you're shitty, and
even
you
those
should have paid
places-
us a living
even those
wage.
places, I'm
but-
saying, like, minimum. I don't actually know what the minimum wage in Idaho is, but I know Washington is
It's
like,
$7.25
The
at a
federal
minimum.
minimum wage is
That's a federal minimum
$7.25.
wage.
Just use federal
that's
minimum wage.
federal.
Unless you
I
are
would bet
wait
Idaho is
staff
that,
or
but
bartender, where
Washington
you
is
can
probably-
be paid
Yes.
$2.13
I
plus
think
Yes,
tips.
if you get tips, it is under that.
It's
yeah,
$2.13
tipping
plus
position
tips
tipping position. No,
for
tipping
fucking like 30 plus years now. It's
tipping
bullshit.
in Idaho is $3.50
Literally
minimum
my
for
entire
tipping,
life.
But so I know that's lower, but Washington is higher than the minimum wage federal. But also, like I said, if you try to be like, oh, hiring for $12 an hour, no one's going to apply up here. Everywhere up here, it doesn't matter what fucking job it is.
So is
You're working.
my question,
for
I guess, at
least
that point
13 to-
is
13 to
everyone
14
happily employed?
I don't know if they're happily, but I'm saying $13, $14 an hour is the
Are they-
minimum.
are
you
they
can
at
hire
least
someone.
employed?
If you want to hire someone for less than that, you'll never get
Because
employees.
at the moment and I think we're kind of tapering off, but like there's not terribly much longer that people will be either paid by the government or able to live off of not gainfully employed, not going to a day job every
What
day.
state are you in? You're in Washington?
The what?
You're in
Idaho.
Washington, right? Or Idaho?
I'm in Idaho, but I'm close to Washington. I'm so close to the border. I'm in both basically, but
Idaho unemployment rate is 3.1.
that's pretty low. Yeah, I mean, like Idaho. I don't. Here's the thing with Idaho. Idaho.
The
a
U.S.
lot,
is 3.8 for comparison.
a lot of the
And yet nobody wants to flip my burger.
A lot of the unemployment stuff came with COVID closures. Idaho was probably one of the most staunchest, like, let's pretend COVID doesn't exist. And
Also,
we're
wait,
not
hold
gonna
up.
close
Akroth,
any
you said
places,
something
and we're
about
just gonna,
collecting
like, not require any
collecting
kind of
government
mandates.
stuff. Unemployment is something you as an employee pay into. So
Right,
you need
no,
to
I
keep that in
understand
mind.
that.
It's not people surfing on
I'm not-
government benefits. It's
That's
no,
not
I'm
what
just
I'm
just
suggesting at all.
clarifying too. Yeah. I
I
just want to make
appreciate
sure.
that. I actually got laid off during the housing crisis back in like 2008,
Yeah.
2009.
And so like if
that
you
was
ever hear
something I
someone,
struggle with as a person, and my mother talked me out of it. She was like, "You've been paying into this. Like, do not, be ashamed to like, declare for whatever unemployment, etc." But that's not what I'm suggesting at all. I'm saying the aspect of
I've seen that
subsidies
argument,
and
though, yeah.
no, and I can appreciate that. I'm sorry.
That's all
I'm
good.
just saying, and I actually don't think that's been quite some prominent thing for quite a while now in most places. I know that a lot of states like voluntarily repealed it and whatever, and whatever. I don't necessarily have a great opinion on it, but it's I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't see it quite yet. And I try to be very practical where I can. I've been in service industry for many years. I happen to have a somewhat comfortable job now. It's not the greatest paying job, but somewhat more comfortable. But I don't think society is quite there yet. And I think a lot of people would love to be there. I wholeheartedly think a lot of people would love to be there. I would love to be there.
I wish I could work from home.
Absolutely. And yet,
Change your career path.
but Drayden, you couldn't change those prison water
There is
filters
no
if you were
career
at home.
path I could take
And
up
that's
here
the
that
reality.
would pay anywhere close to what I'm making now without going to college for like 4 to 5 years.
It would
Well, that-
cost
and
more
that's
than your annual
disappointing.
salary to go to college for 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, I
know.
agree.
Yeah, it would. That's the thing. It's like I
But-
make more than I actually make more than the average salary in Idaho with a high school diploma. If I was to try and change career paths and go to something else, one, I probably just wouldn't get hired because I don't have the education or the qualifications. I
Well, you
basically
would,
have the
because nobody
qualifications
wants
of
to come to
manual
work now.
labor. So like honestly, with the qualifications I have, I would probably qualify for working for like
Drayden, I Googled
$67 per hour less than what I'm making now. But
Drayden, wait. You're gonna be so mad. I googled not highest paying. Average employee at Idaho years a yearly salary of $44,000. But then I googled hourly. The average for wage is $28 an hour, which is $58,000.
that's
So
bull.
you'd be
That's
making
not,
more
that's
money
bullshit.
for
No,
hourly.
that's bullshit. No one makes
Is
that.
it these fake Google statistics?
That's either fake
I mean,
or it's
yeah, I
averaging
mean-
the fact that like there's the super rich like Richard Simplot that's a billionaire because he's like the potato guy.
I think
So-
taking a single source, I think you need to
Like
validate
that,
it.
that's actually
I've just
bullshit.
been googling. These are like
Um,
recruitment stuff. So
aside from like owning or managing,
And we'll
a
sell you the
business,
moon, too.
I make more than most people, even most quote unquote career jobs. Like I'm making more now than my mom did as a teacher after 15 years of teaching.
Which is not saying a lot because they're fucked.
Right, because teachers are fucked. But I'm saying like
It's glorified
there's
daycare.
a bunch of
and I
people that have
feel
been
bad
working in
about
their field
that.
for 20 to 30 years, and I make more than them because I just do. So, and that's also without like now. Yes, there's software engineers that make more than me because I don't know how to fucking I know how to use QBasic back in the day, but no one uses that shit nowadays. Like if you don't know, what are the fucking languages nowadays? I don't even know.
C
You
plus
literally just talked about
C++ is
QBasic.
a one. No, not
Drayden, when we were children, and we are in our
C++,
30s now, when we were literal
C++
children, people are using QBasic.
I want. It's not Fortran. What's the one? It's like it's C++ is the big one.
Java.
No, Java's kind of basic.
We're talking
Java's
C++.
old.
I know a lot of
Python's
places.
Python's plenty old.
Python, yeah. Okay, so Python. That's the big
Python's
one now.
plenty old though.
Yeah, but it's still
It's not
one of the-
anything new.
It's still one of the better ones today. Python and C++ are like the two big ones still. QBasic was
They're
old
intertwined,
shit.
yeah.
QBasic was old.
QBasic
the-
is like DOS old. That's why I was
yeah,
questioning it. I was like,
Python is super. Yeah, it's like I thought Python was like pretty state of the art, like modern, but I mean it's not new, but like Python is Python. If you're doing like Eve is on Python, I think, and a bunch of other games are on Python. So like if Python
based
is
on
what
Python,
you use, C++ I think is what is used. for a
Python
lot
is
of, like,
pretty archaic in
Uh,
the current.
I think C++ is used for a lot of application shit.
C++ is one of the more advanced scripts, like languages, as far as
Oh,
robustness.
they're training languages. Okay,
It's
this is
very.
I thought
very
C++
advanced.
is still used for like a lot of like just general data applications.
Oh, you
it's
can
pretty
absolutely
solid,
use it
pretty
for that, but
easy.
it's
It's
C++
pretty solid,
is
easy, and
very
like,
broad.
simple to go with. But Python is like, if you know Python, that's what you want to do for like newer age programming.
No, that's
But
I'm gonna blow your
I don't
mind.
think that's gonna be the case.
Most businesses have old archaic stuff sometimes still. So even if you know the old languages, you can
yeah,
still keep.
like I said, C++ I think is still super common because it's used for a lot of applications, just text.
most
and
languages
data.
are actually based on
Text
it,
and
yeah.
data entry shit. C++ works perfectly fine, and everyone knows it, and it's cheaper and easier to use. Python is like, oh, you want the top age, new shit gaming or new shit CGI?
Drayden, we're
Python.
talking about a 20-year-old game. Based
I'm not
on
talking
Python.
about Eve. I'm talking about
I'm just saying, but
new
don't
shit.
refer to Python as though it's some cutting edge thing. That's not the case.
No, everyone in chat is saying Python is the new shit.
I don't think so.
Everyone said that Python is the new shit. If Python
Is it the
what
new
everyone-
shit 20 years ago? You're talking about the age of the internet, and 20 years ago when this game was developed, this game has always been Python. CCP, Eve, has always been Python. And I'm not saying it's a terrible language.
I know.
Like,
I'm
we've
just
done
saying,
amazing things with this game. We've set world
I'm just saying
records. We've done all sorts
all
of cool
your brand new games and all your
Python is cutting edge. People are even the chat is trying to like, is Python cutting edge? 20 years later plus?
Yeah, it is. I'm saying all the new games are built on Python. The brand new cutting edge, top of the line games right now are built on Python.
Are they?
They are.
Which ones?
I'm just saying, hold on. Let me see if my buddy.
Just give me a few.
Let me just see if my buddy is online.
Just Google EVE Online Python, hope a dev blog pops up.
Mark isn't online. I would say if my buddy Mark he's a software engineer. He uses Python. He was telling me that Python is like what
I believe
everyone uses
Python
right
is robust and powerful.
now. He was saying Python is
it
what
cutting
everyone
edge?
uses nowadays.
I don't think so.
He's like, C is used still.
Is it outdated?
Java
Probably not.
C and Java are outdated a bit, but he was saying that Python is like the common, just like Python is what is. If you're not using Python, there better be a good reason you're not using Python.
It wrapped around the competition and
he's like C++
constricted it.
is solid, Java is solid. They're old, but they still work. And so if you're using something simple and you just need a simple thing, you can use those. But Python is what you're going to use for new shit. If you want new shit that works and is like top of the line, Python is your gig.
And CCP started Eve with Python 20 years ago.
It's a post Java. Yeah, so I'm not saying Python is like made last year. I'm saying
it was a great choice.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking. Like it sounds like it was a great choice, and it was
a new language
like,
that just got made. I'm saying
a lot of forethought.
Python is what people are using for current stuff.
Like how the moment you guys start talking about coding, we have like 10 new viewers. Like talking about it. That's actually super wholesome.
Python was used because a lot of younger devs prefer it. Okay, well there's that. That's what
those
Ash is
damn
saying.
dirty kids.
Because it uses convention-based organization, kids love this. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a coder. The last coding language I messed with, that I knew what the fuck I was doing was QBasic. That's like fucking 30, 40 years old.
Very
did
old.
mess around with Visual Basic and C++ in high school, but I never got that deep into it. And then I stopped doing programming after that. So I have some super ground level basic knowledge of a couple languages and some basic overall just generalization of like how a language might want to compile things. But other than that, I don't fucking know any new languages at all. So
if you don't fully understand the language, then you give it a lot of credit.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. If and then. Programmers know what I'm talking about.
See, Asher is like C++ and Java peers like myself love us some brackets. I love the double slash because then I can put whatever the fuck I want after that.
Put some notes. Yeah, I feel that.
It's like you can't go wrong. You put two slashes and nothing is wrong after that.
I actually just wrote a short novel, a little bit of poetry, but nobody has to know.
Yeah.
It's in the comments. Yeah, I get that. I've written a bit of code. I'm sorry, Rain.
Whenever I run queries,
whenever
I run queries, I always like add code together or whatever, add the query together, and it's always like missing right parentheses. So I just slap on a shit ton of right parentheses, so I stop getting the error. Then it breaks anyway, and it makes me mad.
Like a shit ton? You shouldn't add a shit ton. Just add as many as
yeah, but it's easier to delete it if it keeps running for
If it asks for one, you put one.
Yeah, just put one.
Syntax is important in coding.
It's so annoying.
It just wants that one parenthesis.
You gotta do it right.
Rain.
It's always at the very end.
Rain, just be gentle with it.
just nudge it along.
One time I ran a query and I told it to run on like a week's worth of data, and it pulled like 100 million results. And this is on my small company, so I'm like, so I'm fucking broke, and I'm
That's
probably
why you're
crashing our like
you-
general ledger system.
You're talking about bandwidth and latency. It's not the latency. Your bandwidth got used up because you just.
I like running obscure reports myself.
100,000 gigabytes of data. That's like quintabytes.
Yeah, I got really mad
nah,
and canceled it.
I mean, probably not.
Those are text-based documents.
Those are imaginary.
Which
They
is
don't
fine.
exist yet.
No, they're not imaginary. They're just not.
What do I do
open
for
to
a living?
anything.
I work on water.
They're not even like gigabytes. Those are kilobytes. Text and data is very easy to call up and display.
No, not a janitor. I work on water systems, but
He's a water janitor. That's
I'm
right.
a water janitor. Sure.
I'm sorry. I was
Probably answering Marleaf, who's asking what we do.
That's what I'm saying. I work on water systems, drinking water systems.
What do you guys actually do for a living?
No, not a plumber. Like drinking.
I'm actually a pipe specialist.
Like filtered drinking water systems.
I'm not actually a plumber, but
I
it
mean,
sounded like
I
a
guess
cool
like
title
we
for
do
it.
plumb them into the building's plumbing, so I guess I do mess with some plumbing, but I'm not a plumber that like fixes plumbing, I guess. But
I'm a parts distributor.
Agroth, we're talking about the work revolution. Listen to this one. This is a
you
story
got?
from today. It says, I once watched a colleague who had just returned to work after maternity leave highlight every email in her inbox and press delete. When she saw the look on my face, she shrugged and said, if they really need to talk to me, they'll find me.
Yeah, that's the story of my cell phone. What's the revelation here?
Oh, that was her work email.
I mean, but I feel that, and I've lived that.
I really want that same energy, but I also like to collect information.
No, you'd be fine. You can put those emails somewhere where they don't interact with you, like mark as read, essentially. And
Oh, yeah.
not have to give them any merit. But you could also collect their information. I am a big proponent of mark as read. My company does a lot of work emails of CCing people, and it's a small company.
How many people?
I'm gonna say 25 to 30.
damn,
Oh, that's annoying.
I think we have like 5.
It's not huge, and there's a lot of, in my opinion, and granted, I'm gonna say a quarter-ish, maybe a third-ish of the the food chain, but it's there's a lot of redundant and just unnecessary emailing, and it's ridiculous.
This is old Kahlua.
Which is fine.
Is it fine?
I mean, it's fine. They keep paying me. I keep showing up.
Oh,
It's
I
fine.
meant the Kahlua. I meant is the Kahlua fine? It's old.
Oh, I mean, it's coffee-based liqueur. I'll agree with it if it's
Okay, like it
that's
says
how we're gonna
refrigerator
go.
after opening. It's been in my desk for like 5 months.
Did you open it?
Yeah.
Oh, well then do not drink that Kahlua, please.
Okay.
Are you drinking the Kahlua right now? I
I'm
can't tell. You
drinking-
just
I'm-
you just put something to your mouth.
I mean, I drank it last week. It's fine. And
I
drink
forgot
it.
to get a
You'll probably be
refill.
fine.
Forgot to get a
If-
refill. Now it's like 2 a.m.
I've been drinking it like every other week for the last 5 months. It's fine.
So the
Like,
thing about it too is that's a small fraction of your cocktail. If you think about it in
Oh
like
no,
a
it's the only
mathematical
thing
way,
in the cup.
you're drinking solid cups of Kahlua.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
it's better
Really?
than nothing.
I mean, I agree, but I could also pour a glass
It's
of water
kinda
like in my
coffee-ish.
bathroom or my.
It's not bad actually.
You're drinking spoiled Kahlua and you're
It's not
rationalizing to me right now?
spoiled. Is it? Do you have to?
Has alcohol in it. It can't spoil.
Whoa, no.
Oh, it
'cause-
absolutely can, Rain.
No. Alcohol needs to be 160 proof to be sanitizer.
Right.
Oh no.
That's not the
140
case here.
No,
That's a
it's
mixer.
80. Is it 160? I thought it was like 70. Well, it's got
Kahlua will not.
Alcohol
mitigate.
is alcohol.
No,
No,
that's not how that works.
It has to be a certain concentration, or else it doesn't effectively work as a. Because I remember, because people were asking.
Do the hydrogen peroxide test. Like, get a cut on your hand or
No,
your arm
that
or
don't
something,
matter,
and then
'cause
put it in. And
most
if
of
it
the
burns and stuff, like hydrogen peroxide.
No,
it's-
that don't matter because hydrogen peroxide is usually like the hydrogen peroxide you buy at the store is like super low concentration. Don't fucking matter. It helps get some things clean, but it's not a super good concentration because it's usually 3% top. And it's stabilized, which helps because the only thing that stabilized hydrogen peroxide means that they've done something to it to prevent it from breaking down into water and O2 gas. And it helps keep it in, because generally when you have hydrogen peroxide, it will just break down into water and oxygen. But they do something to stabilize it and keep the bonds stable. And it does slowly break down, but much slower. So I don't know what they do.
Usually it's in a sealed cap container.
Well,
your
it's still a cap container, but still, it would still break down inside.
No, I understand.
And
I'm
that's
just
why,
saying.
that's
You're
why they
mitigating
stabilize it. I don't know what the
passively.
fuck they do to it. I don't know how they do it, but it does slow the process. Instead of it breaking down very quickly, it breaks down very, 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 very slowly. But that's why when you get I use the Colgate 3% hydrogen peroxide toothpaste, and that's a stabilized hydrogen peroxide. But still, when you open the cap, the first little bit of a couple drops of just water come out, and that is up until that point from its production, the slow amount of breakdown of the hydrogen peroxide into water, and the oxygen gas has already vented out because it's not an airtight container. But hydrogen peroxide as a disinfectant is nice, but not guaranteed. But you also don't want to use high concentrate hydrogen peroxide because now if you use that, you're gonna chemically burn yourself. Because it will. That's a strong base at that point, and it will burn away the fats in your skin and dissolve. It's basically, it's like it will do the same thing as an acid, but just technically different. Instead of adding a hydrogen molecule to your skin and changing its composition, it will rip hydrogen molecules from your skin and change the composition. But similar thing. It will rip your skin apart and break you down.
So you're saying if I want different skin, just play along?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, so it's you don't want to use constant because you can get I think high concentration hydrogen peroxide is 26%.
That sounds like experiencing.
Yeah,
new
26% might not sound like much, but that's very concentrated hydrogen peroxide and will burn the fuck out of you the second you touch it. Also. So that's why they use 3% with disinfectant and the stuff you use in your ear or just general disinfectants, stuff like that. You can use an acid to negate a base, but so here's the thing, Drakenhoff. This is one of the things I was very. Should I put my glasses on or the?
You probably should.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. It's like 2 a.m. What the fuck?
Let's see, Rain. I have some science to talk
19.
about real quick.
Night, Rain.
Have a good night. Where are my glasses? I don't know if I can put on the whole.
I mean, it's not necessary. It just seemed fun.
You know what? I'll just put
If it
on
was
some
easy.
safety glasses. I don't know why there's safety glasses in my desk, but I have them.
For safety. That's why you have them. That's the whole point.
I have lab coat, but I don't want to get it on right now. But anyway, so all right, Brainiac wants the lab coat. Do I get the lab coat? I get the lab coat. Give me time.
Do what you got to do. I'm trying to be supportive, but I also think it's ridiculous, and I feel the need to say that out loud.
All right. Wait, where'd you go? Oh, there you go. I found the right.
I'm still here,
glasses.
sorry.
I found the right glasses. So I can be adequately smart. I did it. Yeah. All right. So
There you go.
what was it about? Oh, hydrogen peroxide, and also the fact that Draco was saying a base is just as deadly as an acid. Well, deadly depends on the acid or the base, how strong it is.
Dangerous.
So the only difference, they are both equally strong. So some people might think acid sounds worse than a base. It's not. And generally, when it comes to organic compounds, they're almost just as bad. Can be, depending on the compound. Because oils can actually potentially break down better in bases than others. Because oils tend to potentially have Anyway, let's get past all that. So essentially what an acid is a proton donator, and a base is a proton acceptor. That's the best definition. Some people might think like, acid is a thing that has an extra hydrogen and attaches a hydrogen to things. That's one way to think about it, but doesn't always work that way. And same as with a base. Generally hydroxides are bases, which are OHs, which have a negative charge and want a hydrogen as best they can to make themselves turn into water, H2O. And so they're a proton acceptor. And so there are, and I'm not super knowledgeable on the super advanced or differences of a lot of acids or bases, so I'm not gonna go into that because I'd be talking to my ass. I'm not gonna do that to you. But so general acids, you see a lot of things like hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, stuff like that. Those are very common strong acids, and they're generally ones that have a hydrogen atom, hydrogen proton actually, because they're usually ionized, and they dissolve in the water, so the hydrogen proton dissolves off away from the rest of the acid. So hydrochloric acid, you have a hydrogen proton goes off over here, and you have the chlorine atom goes over there. Or sulfuric acid, you have the sulfate ion goes over here, and the hydrogen over here. So same thing, depending on the stuff. Anyway, that being said, there are times where I want to find the comment that Drakenov said. So use an acid to negate a base. That is generally true. But there is one instance that I've actually find a very interesting thing to look at, and as much as I've looked at this, I don't actually fully understand why it happens. It's called Piranha solution. So is when you essentially mix sulfuric acid and concentrated sulfuric acid. So it has to be like, not your just general low molar shit. It's like concentrated sulfuric acid and also very concentrated hydrogen peroxide, like 26% hydrogen peroxide, and I think I don't know the molarity, but probably close to 16 molar sulfuric acid, but it's 80 or 90% sulfuric acid. You mix those together, and should I explain molars? Simple explanation.
The teeth in the back of the row?
So a mole is a number. It's a fixed number. It's I want to try and remember. I think it's 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd, if I'm correct. Yeah, so Drakov, it's a specific number. I think it's 6.022 or maybe 6.122, I can't remember, times 10 to the 23rd. Big number. That's how many. So that is a mole, and a mole is a specific number. So the thing is, a mole is this is how many things. So when you look at the a molarity of an atom, 1 mole of an atom is 6.022 or 6.122, I can't remember, times 10 to the 23rd atoms. That's how many things you have. And so that's when you look at the periodic table, the molar weights, the molecular weights that they have there, like, you know, like hydrogen is roughly 1 kilogram. It's not exactly because of the different isotopes in concentration. I'm not going to get into that, but essentially 6.022. Okay, cool. Thank you, Ashtarothi. I wasn't sure if it was 6.022 or 6.122. I knew it was something 6 point something 22, but it is times 10 to the 23rd. Now there's more exact numbers of that, but anyway, so that is how many atoms are in 1 mole. And 1 mole of essentially hydrogen, which is generally 1 proton and 1 electron, but like the electron is like negligible in weight, weighs 1 kilogram. So essentially, generally 1 kilogram of 1 mole of hydrogen is almost a kilogram. And so that's where you get the weights in the periodic table. And essentially they go on like, you know, protons and neutrons weigh about the same. So like for every proton and neutron in the atom is how many moles of that atom it weighs in kilograms. And a mole is, you know, so that number. Anyway, I'm off track. I got sidetracked. Sorry with the molarity. So the molarity of, so let's say 12 molar hydrochloric acid, which I think is like as about generally as high, as concentrated as you usually get with hydrochloric. That means there's 12 moles of hydrogen chloride per liter. So 1 liter of hydrochloric acid, 12 molar, means that there's 12 moles of hydrogen chloride in that water dissolved. So I got off track with that.
No, you're fine.
Back to what I was going with. So Piranha solution is very concentrated sulfuric acid and very concentrated hydrogen peroxide. And I don't fully understand why it works like this, but when you mix them together, you have to slowly mix them together because you can cause an explosion with not like a boom, a fire explosion, but like an explosion of solution, like, you know, like imagine like over boiling, over bubbling, exemplified to really just like blast all over yourself. And then that's bad news because this is one of the worst, most corrosive things to organic material you can get. There are super acids that compare with it, but this is kind of crazy stuff because it loves to break it down. And this is the weird thing because you're mixing an acid and a base together. So you think like they just cancel each other out and neutralize each other, right? No, they do not. For some reason, these two things do not do that. And they will break down. So the acid breaks down organic material. And then the hydrogen or the, what do you call it? Shit, my brain's having a fart right now. The hydrogen peroxide. The hydrogen peroxide side of it, it breaks it down, and then the hydrogen peroxide bonds with it too, and so it makes CO2 gas. And so that's what it is. The acid breaks it down into carbon and burns all this stuff into a gas, and then the hydrogen peroxide breaks the carbon down into water and oxygen and vents that off. And so they basically like reciprocate each other into like just venting off CO2 and oxygen gas and breaking organic material down into like the gas it's venting off. And so it basically like clears itself out and neutralizes itself very quickly, but then it's still just as potent as it was before. And then you have to like add more of either sulfuric acid or hydrogen peroxide concentrated to keep it going, but it's essentially like a self-sustaining reaction that as long as you keep adding certain parts of it, it will just keep itself pure as a Piranha solution and just like break down organic material and vent it off as a gas and just keep going. and it's fucking scary because there's been like you see experiments where people like just dropping a hot dog and it just essentially dissolves the hot dog into carbon gas, CO2 gas, and oxygen, and then just clears itself back up to a clear solution ready to dissolve the next thing in it. Piranha solution, look it up on YouTube. There's probably better explanations than I just gave, but fuck, it's fun and scary. It's actually one of those things like, like most acids, like if you throw sulfuric acid on someone, they're not going to melt like, Indiana Jones Nazi guys in the Ark of the Covenant where their faces are melting up. You're not going to see that. Even super acids don't. Super acids will cause some like, burning, and it'll hurt. They'll scream probably, and like you'll see like some sizzling and stuff. But like you watch the strongest acid ever. I forget what it's called. It's like antimonic something acid. Fuck, I forget. Antimonic fluoric acid. I forget, but that's like one of the strongest acids ever against organic material. But it's not like what you think. Like I've seen videos like where they take it and they drip it on like chicken legs, and like you see some like steam and some stuff coming off.
But does it like melt the bone?
It does not. It would
Okay.
if you put the chicken bone in a vat of it, it would eventually melt it down and like eat it away. But like it's not like when you think of like this is the most strongest super acid in the world, like millions of times stronger than sulfuric acid, like strongest concentration of sulfuric acid, like you think like, oh shit, that's gonna like just melt right through my bones. No, it will burn your flesh and tissue, and it will hurt, and you want to like wash it off as fast as possible. Like it's not going to like melt you in seconds. If you got dumped in a vat of it, you probably would die soon. But it's not as strong as you would think. Piranha solution, even though it's technically not as strong as some of those acids, has a very similar effect and almost a faster effect when it comes to it. Like piranha, that's why they call it piranha solution as a nickname, is just because of how aggressive and fast the dissolution of organic material happens in it, and the fact that it can just keep going as long as you just keep feeding it more concentrated hydrogen peroxide, because that's most of the thing that gets used up is the hydrogen peroxide. So you have to like feed it more of that, but once in a while a little bit more sulfuric acid. You just keep it going, and you just keep dissolving where the fuck you want in there. If you want to break down not saying you should ever murder people, but if you want to dispose of a body, that's the stuff you want to use.
Sure. But just don't do it like in your bathtub or whatever.
Just don't.
Breaking Bad episode. I just remember like the whole body falling through the floor. Like it was like episode 1 through 3. It was real early on.
Yeah, like it's hard to say because like I don't.
Hydrochloric acid.
I don't know because like
burns right
most
through a bathtub,
bathtubs are made of like either ceramic or
like a plastic or polymer or something.
Or what's like the? It's not a polymer, like
fiberglass.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure how reactive that kind of stuff is with it, because obviously like glass is not reactive with what do you call it, piranha solution. Although that's the thing, with certain acids and certain compounds. Piranha solution, one of the most aggressive decomposition things for organic material, not reactive with glass. You can put it in glass all you want, it'll just be stable. Certain acids are generally, most acids and bases are fine with glass, like they won't eat it, but some of the super acids will etch glass. That's why I want to call it like antimonic fluoric acid, or something antimonic. I think it's like penta-antimonic or something, hydroantimonic.
Sounds like something.
It has antimony and fluorine in it. It's antimonic fluoric something acid. That's one of the strongest acids in the world. Of the super acids, those are the big ones. it will actually etch glass. Not super fast. This is you think it might just etch glass instantly. It doesn't, but it will over time, and therefore they can't ship it in glass because by the time it gets to you, it will have eaten through the glass, eaten through the package, eaten through whatever the fuck the truck it's on, the plane it's on. So you can't do that. But one of the things it does not eat through is Teflon. So, and you would think Teflon is like one of the most least reactive and least compoundable things out there in existence, and it's essentially carbon with a bunch of fluorine on it, surrounded by it. So like your Teflon pan is just carbon with fluorine, and fluorine is one of the more stable things out there, and the fact that it's bonded with carbon gives it that one, because it's one of the lowest ends on the carbon or on the elemental table of contents. Things want a valence full shell, which means they want 8, essentially 8 full electrons. Fluorine has 7, so it just needs one more electron. But when atoms share an electron, they kind of take it as themselves. So carbon is like, I have 4 valence electrons, and I would like to take 4 more to fill my valence shell. Fluorine is like, well, I only need 1. So fluorine's like, how about I join on this side? Another one's like, how about I join on this side? And so you have 4 fluorine atoms join on each side. And then they're like, cool. Fluorine's like, I got 8 now. And you get on all 4 sides, and the carbon's like, I have 8 now. So there's almost no reactiveness out there that atom wants to take. And you can have chains of Teflon. That's what they call it. So it's essentially carbon chains with the outside all filled with fluorine. And it like very much wants to just stay with itself and not want to react with anything on the outside. And that's why nothing sticks to it, essentially. That's why Teflon is so stick free, is like everything is just like, I can't bond with that. I can't stick onto it. I don't want to touch it. And the Teflon is like, I don't want anything to touch me, and I'm going to repel it with electromagnetic force. So think of it like 2 negatives or 2 positive magnets they want to push against each other. That's essentially what Teflon does to everything in existence. So even the super acid of antimonic fluoric acid, whatever it's called, still doesn't want to bond with Teflon. And so they make a little plastic container of Teflon reinforced plastic, and that's where they put the acid in. But they still put it in a bunch of pouches, and you can't get it unless you're a licensed chemist with a bunch of privileges, and they still ship it to you in like a super protective container and all kinds of shit. And I think you can only get it from what the fuck is that company? It's like some super company that only does chemical shit for privileged people. I actually have a Now Red shirt. Now Red. This is the shirt I have on tonight. This is like
sort of like Bayer or
not Bayer, but so Now
like
Red is a
3M,
chemist
somewhere in
YouTube
there.
channel. I love the guy's channel. He actually has access to that company. I can't remember what he actually tries to use as little as possible. He likes to do a bunch of chemical reactions with stuff and like from general everyday things you can find
Dow
like,
Jones
in the store and stuff.
like Dow
and-
Chemical.
No. It's like
I feel like Dow and Bayer are like huge.
no, it's not though. Hold on.
That's fair.
I'm curious. I have to look it up. It's not like Seneca, but it's something like that. Seneca. Not Acme. No, not over the top. It's not Acme, but they basically only let certain licensed people, because they make chemicals that are like, super dangerous all the time. And they're like,
Sure.
we're not going to sell that to people except for people that are licensed to like
Just
use that
coyotes.
shit. It's generally like labs and science institutions and stuff they sell to. Fuck. I'm curious. I have to look it up now. Give me time. Fuck. No, it's not on these lists. It's not Bayer. Bayer and DuPont are what I'm seeing a lot, but that's not what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, DuPont. That's the one I was thinking of earlier with Dow.
It's not Sabec. It's not Sabec.
Is this actually a large chemical company? Some sort of like Archer, Daniels, Midland, or like a Monsanto?
It's a big company too. Fuck. How did I not know it? I've seen it a million times on his thing. He tries to not buy it whenever he can, but I've seen other YouTube channels that people that just buy it from them because they can. He's like, oh, I need this compound. Oh, the cameras are fucked up. Sorry.
It's like trying not to use Amazon as best as possible.
It's kind of it's like
Which I do.
oh, I want to make this thing. Amazon has it, but you know what? I don't want to use Amazon, so I'm gonna order this halfway thing from not Amazon. Although no, take it back. He's like, I want to make this thing that Amazon just sells, but imagine if only Amazon only sold to certain people with a certain license, and you couldn't generally get it as a regular person. He's like, instead of just ordering that from Amazon, because that'd be easy, I'm going to take this shit from Walmart and Safeway and do this chemical composition and mix them together and get this shit instead myself, instead of just buying the shit from them. That's what
Pretty
he does.
cavalier.
Yeah, so he's basically like, this company that only sells certain things that you normally can't get, he's like, I'm going to make it myself. But there are like once in a few whiles where he's like, I just don't have a feasible way to like synthesize that myself, so I actually just have to buy this from that one company. And I can't think of it. It's like the biggest one. It's I think it's in Germany. That
Bayern Munich.
It's not Bayern.
I'm trying to think.
My God.
Bayer's big there though. What is it?
It's a German company. It is a German company.
You got your Pfizer?
It's not
What
Pfizer.
What else?
It's not Medics. Fuck. How is it this hard to find? They're like one of the most common hold on. Let me look up Lab Supplier German company. Man, I wish I knew. I can't think of it. The second I hear the name, I would know it. I mean, I could go to NowRed's channel, but I would have to look through like, the fact that he doesn't really use that company very often. I would have to like look through a shitload of videos to find it.
Right.
Does no one in chat know it? Like, it's a German, very limited chemical
Throw me a
compound
fucking bone
supplier. Here's the thing. I think it's German, but maybe it's Swiss or Austrian. I don't know. Super acid supplier. Let me look up that. Now I'm going to put it on a list. Okay, so I just looked at fluoroantimonic. That's the fluoroantimonic acid is the strongest acid in the world, quote unquote. So not antimonic fluoric acid, but fluoroantimonic. But this thing, the quote unquote strongest acid in the world is the strongest acid in most cases, but there are certain circumstances where
as far as what we know of,
not true. The way, because of how chemistry works, there are certain compounds in certain circumstances where, like this, the fact that it's the strongest acid in the world doesn't mean it eats everything.
Sure.
The stronger an acid gets doesn't mean that it's just gonna eat anything.
Well,
you
so
put
some
it in.
things have like innate resistances.
Right. There are certain things that will just not work with it. And so that's why, like Teflon is the strongest thing against this acid. That's why they put it in Teflon containers. But there are things where you could put this acid on it and it's like, it works against it. But then other acids might be better against that because of the way that their chemical composition works. And they just end up bonding stronger. It all goes down to whatever the electromagnetic bonding goes with the compounds of the acid is. But now that I know the name of the acid, maybe I can find where to find it and get put on a government list.
Right, pretty much.
Bunch of scam sites, I think. Fuck. I really wish I. Oh my god, it's gonna bother. I can't find it, but it's gonna bother me until I know it. It's such a simple name too. It's not like Acme or anything like that, but it's something simple like that. Okay, super acid will dissolve anything.
Acetic acid, strong acids, thus given only diluted reasons.
I've seen this video. This guy does get a container of it. Maybe I can see where it's from.
Synthesizing nitrophenols and other substances. It can be said that out of these acids concentrated because even when it's spilled on latex or nitrile gloves, it leaves marks. And if you drip such an acid on your skin, you may end up getting a chemical burn.
Yeah, like it'll melt. Yeah, it'll melt chemical like lab gloves. It'll melt those and burn them too.
In chemistry, as well known to many pH scales, without water admixture, proton and sulfur is quite. Besides, if you pour a simple molecules, which is
he didn't show it coming out of the package. God damn it, that's not what I want. I will not stop until I find it.
Hey guys, this is not a clickbait.
Oh, this guy! I've seen this guy too. This guy does show the package.
This is that very first video about the strongest acid in the world on YouTube. Is that true? That's much better. And
alright, here's the intro. I think he shows the unboxing next.
So guys, one of the viewers of my channel got to the point when he told that
starts with an A.
That if you need instruction on how to open a can, you'd better stay away from chemical reagents forever.
Not an H, it's an A. Al something. Yeah, all their packaging is like
The
done the same
film
way.
that came out of the can tells us that the reagent is not packed properly, so we need to
He's like, a fume came out of the can, which tells us the reactant is not packed properly. It's like, you got the strongest acid in the world and they didn't pack it properly? Yeah,
be even more
reach in there
careful
and grab
now.
it, dude.
Fluorantimonic acid inside the
Right.
can is packed in the same material the can itself was when I got it.
Show me the label! I want the company.
There is a styrofoam color on the bottom.
I'm trying to pause it to see. Oh! Oh! Aldrich. Aldrich. That's the company. Sigma Aldrich. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. Yep. Okay, found it. I finally. Oh, it took some looking. I got it. I did it. I'm doing some more drinking of whatever the fuck, Kahlua. Yeah, I'm drinking Kahlua for this. Sigma Aldrich. That's the company. You can't order shit from them unless you have a certain chemist license and you are associated with certain labs. Certain YouTubers. Now Red, the guy with the shirt on, he is not a professional chemist, but, well, he is because he makes money on YouTube now, but he apparently went through enough chemistry courses and has enough chemistry knowledge and presented himself preferably to Sigma Aldrich that he can get substances from them, but he generally tries his best to never order from them because, like, he likes to show chemistry of things that, like, this is it's funny. It's like, this is stuff you could do at home, but don't do it at home. Because I know what I'm doing and you fucking don't. So don't do it. That's like his thing. But he's like, but that being said, let me show you how you can turn like Drano and laundry bleach and this pesticide and mix them together and then boil them in a titration and then do a what do you call it? But they do the vodka. Distill. You do a distillation, and then you like take this and put this other chemical in it, and then you filter it off, and then you do this, and then you like freeze it, and then you add this thing to it, and then you separate it with this acid, and then you break this off, and then lo and behold, you have grape like soda flavoring, and I'm gonna make a soda stream and inject that in it. Tastes like grape soda. I made grape soda from drain cleaner. He does that kind of shit. It's like, you're brave, man. Like,
sure.
Interesting. It's actually really fun to watch. But yeah, he not from drain. He did turn lab gloves into grape soda, and then he also took like diamonds because they're carbon.
And drink them.
Yeah, he did. He actually did drink them. So he took like it's like scrap diamonds, so they weren't too expensive. But he took like
sure, you can also
$200 or $300 worth of like scrap diamond bits, and he put them in a tube and vaporized them. But the vapor went down because it's carbon, because diamonds are carbon. So they vaporized into carbon, but then also bonded with oxygen, so they turned into carbon dioxide. And then he went and forced them down into a canister. So he made carbon dioxide gas out of diamonds and then put them in a soda stream and pumped it. So he's like, this is just, club soda made from
like
diamonds.
order.
He's like, I'm drinking diamonds right now. So he's like, this is the most expensive soda water anyone's ever had. It was great. Loved it. He does all kinds of cool shit like that. But so he has food chemistry, and then he also where he turns like weird shit into edible or drinkable shit. But then he also has like things where it's like just taking random shit and just like, I'm gonna turn this into this because I need this chemical for my lab experiments, and this is the best way to do it. So I'm gonna like take this and that and this metal, and I'm gonna put this in it, and like some cotton swabs and shit like that. He just like does fucking chemistry shit. I love watching. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't understand the chemistry behind it, but it's fun to watch.
It's fair. I got mesmerized today by a video of someone like restoring an old candy machine.
Oh,
like it was just a patinaed old, piece of equipment that was mostly like cast iron pieces or whatever, and they broke it all down and put it down to pieces, and then they started like sandblasting and polishing and whatever, and then they powder coated. And it was roughly 10 to 15 minutes, and I was just stuck to the screen. Like watching someone break down something, polish it up, whatever, clean it up, grind on it, get rid of the oxidation, and then like powder coat and whatever. It was amazing. I was like, wow.
I love just watching people do something like that. Like I said, like there's one where he took literal cotton balls, like something you used to like remove makeup or whatever, and because those are made of cellulose, organic material, he turned cotton balls into actual cotton candy by adding some sugar, and then he took the cotton balls, broke them down through various acid
that's interesting
breakdowns to then add some sugar, and then put them. He got a cotton candy spinning machine, and he put his like certain cellulose sugar mixture that he like went through like 5 or 6 different chemical compounds to get to, and ran it through the thing, and actually made cotton candy out of it.
Which, if you ate, which is probably fine, but you're also eating cotton.
He ate it, yeah. He's like, it tastes
not
kind
just
of
sugar. Why?
I think it was his the fact that because what he made, I think it was glucose, and the cotton candy machines are meant to work with sucrose, which is table sugar, and glucose is like plant sugar. Similar but slightly different molecules, and therefore it doesn't work the exact same way. And so it was similar, but it's like the heat was too much, but he had to heat it up enough to like get it to spin out. But by the time he got it to spin out and actually worked like cotton candy, it kind of got a little burnt. So he's like, it tastes like cotton candy, but a little burnt. But other than that, it's cotton candy. It's edible. So I like that shit. I don't know. Fucking science. Fucking chemistry. Chemistry is like my favorite science.
Fucking chemistry.
Well, astronomy is probably my favorite science, but chemistry is my favorite other science. I like watching people do shit that I would never know how the fuck to do. And then they're like, "Oh, this is what I'm doing." I'm like, "Yeah, cool."
Totally.
Sure. I mean, like, thumbs up. I don't get it, but I like seeing it happen.
Sure.
There's one. I love the one where he made uranium glass, which actually surprised me because so he was like, he wanted to make like a uranium glass which glows under black lights green. It is radioactive, so you don't want to carry it around. It's mildly radioactive, so it's fine, like having it in a house. I think he stores it in a container when he's not actively using it, but like in short amounts it's fine. It's not gonna like cause cancer or anything like that. It would take like days and days of like direct exposure to have any kind of like potentially harmful effects. So like the fact that he's around it for a couple of minutes once in a while is fine, but it does. He got a Geiger counter. It does actually give off radiation in an amount that you don't want to be around constantly. So he's like, if you were carrying this in your pocket all day, it might cause a radiation burn on your ass after a few days, type of thing. So and potentially skin cancer and shit on your ass as well. But radiation glass, it's kind of neat because it's clearish, but it has a slight green color to it. But then you put it under a black light, and I don't know what it is, but something with the radioactive decay going through the black light actually causes it to glow green. So it's like a bright green, cool glow. So there are people that have uranium glass heirlooms and stuff. They stopped making it back like 40 or 50 years ago because it was technically radioactively harmful. So they stopped making it because people used to like carry that shit around and be like, "Oh yeah, it's like cool looking to glow," and then they didn't realize that that could kill you though. over
It's
time.
very sought after, like.
But nowadays, people are
Tupperware
like,
or
"Oh yeah,
whatever.
it's cool, like having it as an heirloom." Like, they have it
Awesome.
off in a curio cabinet, and as long as you're not standing in front of the curio cabinet like day in and day out, it's fine. Like, very very minute radiation, but it does have it. But yeah, so he wanted to make some. So, but here's the thing that surprised me, is he was like, I was just gonna get uranium ore on the internet and then just refine it, but apparently YouTube bans that practice. And I was like, wait.
Wow.
So you can. It wasn't the fact that he couldn't order the uranium ore. It's the fact that he could get that off of like eBay. But the fact of taking the raw uranium ore and refining it into a usable uranium substance for the glass was the illegal part. It's like, what the So you can actually get raw uranium ore on eBay, apparently, not illegally. You just can't show how you refine it. That's the illegal part. That's cool. But what he did was he got some depleted uranium ore, which was, he didn't have to refine that. He just had to do a different method of breaking it down, but he could still use it or something like that. So interesting. The fact that you could buy that shocked me in two ways. Like, one, you could buy raw uranium ore online without any kind of special restrictions, like literally off eBay if you wanted. And two, you could also buy depleted uranium ore, like, which is what they make like super armor piercing shells and stuff out of in the military. You could also buy that off of eBay without any restrictions. So, America working as intended. Although he lives in Canada, so maybe Canada working as intended? Who knows? North America working as intended. Good stuff, though. Anyway, it's late. I don't know. I'm not going to synthesize uranium this late. Are you sleeping sitting up? He is. He's sleeping. Oh, yeah, she's sleeping. Yeah, I think he is. Oh, he closed it. Okay, he's not that sleepy. All right. Well, that's it. You know what? Gotta take the glasses off. Gotta take the lab coat off. It's time to go to bed. No more science pretending. But fuck. All right, I'll put it on. Anyway, if you do like chemistry, I will recommend go check out Nile Red. Like the River Nile, Nile Red. Look them up on YouTube. They're actually a really cool channel. He does videos very spread out because it puts a lot of time and effort. Some of those videos take like a week or two to actually, synthesize what he's doing. But honestly, if you just like look through his catalog, that he's been doing a lot of shorts lately, but like the shorts are like, interesting, but his long, like 20-30 minute long videos of like him processing stuff, really good. So go look at Nile Red, I would say. Go back through, the last several years. Like, he's been doing some really fun stuff. So I'd recommend. Sorry, hiccups. I'd recommend it if you like chemistry. But anyway, okay, so I can kind of answer that. So, why are physics and chemistry considered different sciences? They have interrelations. They are different. They have interrelations. So physics is the workings of fundamental forces. So electromagnetism, strong and weak nuclear forces, gravity, things like that. Physics are the workings of the general universe on things. chemistry is the workings of atoms and molecules and ions and stuff with each other. So chemistry is very much, I mean, yeah, I would say chemistry is almost entirely focused on electromagnetic interactions between atoms and molecules. Whereas physics is that plus everything else. So chemistry, I would say, is a portion of physics, but physics includes the strong and weak nuclear forces, which is like, so I don't, so strong nuclear force I know a little bit better than the weak nuclear force. A lot of times, and this is the hard part, is so when you hear about those, they're almost always included together, and they're like the strong and weak nuclear force. And like I'm like, okay, but what's the difference between the two? And it's actually hard to almost find that out. So what I found is that the strong nuclear force is almost the easier one to understand in layman terms. Like, I mean, I don't know the actual science. I don't know the math or anything behind it, but like, as far as a general explanation, the strong nuclear force is easier because so all your fundamental forces have a particle associated with them. So like a subatomic particle or a not a fermion, a boson, bosons. So that's the thing. So particle physics, there's bosons, and bosons are essentially like force carriers, is what they call them. So you have the electron is a boson. It's also a fermion. There's some of them that overlap into different things, but the electron is the carrier. Or no, sorry, not the electron. My bad. The photon, the light, electromagnetic light carrier. So photons is like visible light, but also other electromagnetic spectrums like radio, infrared, ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma, all that stuff. Those are all that energy is all carried by photons, and those are the force carrier for electromagnetism, which is, magnets, opposite positive attracts repelling forces, and those are carried by absorbing and emitting from electrons. So that's one force. That's electromagnetic, and that is the main force in chemistry. Is electromagnetism. So like you have protons and electrons, and those interact positively and negatively with each other and cause ionic bonding, molecular bonding, causes atoms to bond together, push apart, bond. So that is your main force in chemistry is electromagnetism. So photons, even though it's just visible light, they're not a physical particle, they have no mass, but they do carry an energy, and those are the main reason that chemistry works the way it does. But then you have the strong nuclear force, and those is the carrier is the gluon, and the gluon is essentially protons and neutrons and stuff like that are held together. They're essentially like a combination of quarks. So if you've heard of quarks, they're more subatomic than subatomic. So you have protons and neutrons. Those are made of quarks, and they're generally made of 3 quarks, a combination of up and down quarks. So I forget, but I think a proton is 2 ups and 1 down, and a neutron is 2 downs and 1 up. But I could be wrong on that. It might be vice versa. I forget. But the gluons hold those quarks together, and they also hold the neutrons and the protons together in the nucleus of an atom. So the strong nuclear force is what essentially holds the center of an atom into place. But also the parts that make up the center of the atom, it holds them together to make them a subatomic particle. So that's a strong nuclear force. And then gravity is one of the other basic forces. We actually don't know what makes that work technically. We know gravity works, we've seen it, and we understand it fairly well. We have a bunch of there's Newtonian physics, but there's also Einstein physics and all that stuff, and then quantum physics that kind of help explain it a lot, but we still don't have any kind of proof of a force carrier particle for it. There is the graviton, which is a theoretical particle that we've just given a name to. Like, whatever makes gravity work, we're going to call that the graviton, but we haven't proven that it exists and we haven't found it. But we just assume that there's a graviton and that makes gravity work. So that's still in the hunt in physics. They want to find that. And then the last one is the weak nuclear force. And that's the one I know the least about. It's a little weird, and I've tried to look it up, and it's still kind of like alien to me. But so you have beta decay. And that's where the weak nuclear force, the weak nuclear force is what causes beta decay. Now, how it works, I don't know. But essentially, let's say you have a proton. When it comes to like nuclear decay, like, like you have a nuclear element like uranium or something like that, and they break down. So essentially, when things like that break down, they are changing elements, and essentially, an element is defined by how many protons it has. So, uranium, I don't actually know how many protons it has. Uranium-235 is like weapons grade uranium, and 238 is what is the most common one. But that's so when you have the numbers like that, that is the combination of how many protons and neutrons. So 235 has less neutron, because the things like the number of protons for an atom is the same. Like oxygen. Let's go hydrogen. Hydrogen is one. Hydrogen has one proton. If there's one proton, it's hydrogen. Doesn't matter how many neutrons there are. Most hydrogen has no neutrons, so it's one proton, sometimes generally one electron, but if it's ionized, no electron, but no neutrons. So it's one proton, and that's hydrogen. But you can have one proton with one neutron, and that's hydrogen that is twice as heavy, because neutrons weigh just as much as protons, but there's no charge. And there's no more protons, so it's still hydrogen, even though it's twice as heavy, and that is called deuterium, specifically. And that's that's the whole heavy water thing we went into a long time ago. But then you have tritium, not tritanium. That's something that Eve made up. But tritium is hydrogen with 2 protons, so it's 3 times as heavy. Tritium. So stuff like that. So it doesn't matter how many neutrons there are. That just makes an element heavier, but the number of protons determines the element. So oxygen, I want to say is 8 protons, if I'm correct. Yeah, because it's hydrogen, helium, and then oxygen is 6 across. So so oxygen has 8 protons. So it doesn't matter how many neutrons there are. 8 protons, it's oxygen. So when you get down to uranium, which is I think in the 90 something, it's like 90 something protons, I can't remember. So there's 235, which means there's 100 and some odd neutrons, but then you go to 238, and that just means like there's 3 more neutrons in that, but 235 is much more reactive, whereas 238 not so reactive. 235 is weapons grade, that's much more reactive. You throw neutrons into that, and it will much more spontaneously break down and shoot off more neutrons, which then hits more 235 atoms, which then breaks them down. And then very quickly, if you get that into a criticality, very confined spaces, that's when you have a nuclear explosion. So I don't know where I was going with this. So weak nuclear force. So when you have those breakdowns, those are like essentially neutrons flying off from the nucleus, but sometimes you have breakdowns of uranium into plutonium or neptunium. I think it actually goes neptunium and then plutonium and then back. I can't remember. But that essentially, so to change elements from uranium to plutonium or to neptunium, you have to change the number of protons. So how you do that is neutrons can have an electron inside, and they also have an anti-electron, which is also called a positron. It's essentially an electron with a positive charge instead of a negative charge. And so what these neutrons can do is they can shoot off a positron. Boom! There goes the positive charge. So it's no longer a proton. It's, it lost its positive charge, which it was a positively charged proton, so it lost its positive charge. So it doesn't shoot off a you would think like, okay, maybe the electron is still there, and so it's negatively charged. No, it's now neutrally charged because it was positively charged. You get rid of the positive charge, neutrally charged. So now it's a neutron. So it basically shoots off a positron. It also shoots off generally a neutrino when it does that. Now, what kind of neutrino? There's like, there's like regular neutrinos, antineutrinos. There's like tau neutrinos and muon neutrinos. I don't know enough about those. I don't know what ones it shoots off, but excuse me. So essentially, a proton will shoot off a positron, often a neutron, or a neutrino, sorry. And those are neutrally charged, so they don't take any charge with them. They just are energy, like, pew, shooting off. So now the proton loses its positive charge, becomes neutral. Well, that atom just lost one proton. So now it drops down on the elemental periodic table. And that's where it usually goes from, like, uranium to neptunium, I believe, if I'm correct. And then weird shit happens all. So, but anyway, long story short, I've been going on rambling, but I don't know how or why, but essentially the weak nuclear force is what causes. So that's called. That's called beta decay. So when you lose a positron or an electron, and you like lose some basic element out of a neutron or a proton, and you shoot it off, it's called beta decay, and it usually changes the type of an element that it is, and the weak nuclear force causes that to happen. How? I don't know. Why? I don't know. So that's of the four fundamental forces, that's the one I know the least about, but for some reason I know that whatever it is, that is the force at work when that happens. So when you have radioactive decay, it's the weak nuclear force causing it to happen. But so that was a long explanation, probably roundabout, may not have made much sense, but that's how it is. Big SC2 fan. StarCraft 2? But I don't know. I love it. So anyway, yeah, so long question short. What's the difference between physics and chemistry? Physics is the study of the fundamental interactions of matter and energy all together, whereas chemistry is much more focused on the electromagnetic interactions between atoms and molecules and ions. So chemistry is a section of physics, specific section of physics, whereas physics is the overarching, like, how the forces of the universe work, and chemistry is much more focused on matter and its interactions with itself. Yes, physics is what causes chemistry. That's true. It also involves a lot of math, and I'm actually not good at math. I'm good at, like, reading a bunch of physics and chemistry summaries and synopsises of, like, this is how this works. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. The math behind it, over my head. I couldn't tell you. It requires a lot of, like, calculus and all kinds of, like, linear shit, linear algebra and all that stuff, and I don't know that, but I can look at and read a bunch of, like, summaries of descriptions and be like, this makes sense to me, even though I couldn't prove it. I don't know the math behind it, but, like, explain it like this, I get it, kind of, hopefully. So yeah, I don't know. I like science. I love this stuff. Yeah, no, you're not being a dick, Dragon. Listen, Dragon, I love the question, like, because I know some people get tired of like the oh my god, fucking, you know, like LB was like, oh my god, science talk, Jesus Christ. But it's like I actually I like when people ask the questions, and if I don't know them, I don't know them, and I don't pretend. I don't try to pretend that I know what I don't know, and if I do explain stuff, I try to explain it in the way that I do know it, and I could be wrong, but I actually do like the science questions, because if I do know somewhat of an answer to it, I'm like, oh, I know this one, I know it. So, you know, I get a little excited about that. So yeah, so like little questions like what's the difference between physics and chemistry, that turned into apparently like an almost hour-long discussion. So there you go. But that being said, I don't know. It is a little bit late. It's 1 a.m. I don't know. People gotta people gotta do their stream how they do it, Ronnie. You know, I don't shit on that. One last question. All right, what's the question? Yeah, okay. Oh no, okay. Drakenhoff, I actually like that. That's a very pretty simplistic. I mean, maybe not technically exact, but pretty simplistic and fairly accurate answer. Yeah, it's almost like, you know, engineering and, you know, science, where it's like the thing where you know, like people are like, oh, Bill Nye is not a scientist. He went for an engineering degree. It's like, what do you think engineering is? It's applied science. It's applied science to the real world. If you think like Bill Nye didn't go through a shitload of physics and science classes to get where he was, you're crazy. So it's like when the shit he's talking about, which is basic, you know, most of the stuff on the Bill Nye show was like, you know, physics and chemistry 101, or at least 102 or 111, you know, fairly simple entry level chemistry and physics classes. And it's like, if you don't think he took those classes and could probably teach them at this point, you're crazy. So the fact that you think that he doesn't know what he's talking about just because he's not like some, you know, PhD level astrophysicist does not mean that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's a very smart dude. He is, you know, everything he talks about, he knows what the fuck he's talking about more than me. But so yeah, chemistry is kind of like an applied. It's not the only applied science, but yeah, chemistry it's an applied science of atomical and molecular interactions, although not fully, because, you know, when you go into chemistry, it's not fully like, you know, like when you start getting into like, you know, nuclear physics and I guess that's kind of chemistry, but I don't know. It's now I'm questioning my own knowledge of the definition of chemistry at this point, because like I feel like chemistry is much more the applied science of molecular interactions as opposed to nuclear physics, which are much more like, you know, subatomical, and like if we apply this energy to this material, it's much more focused on the weak and strong nuclear force. Like I was saying, like the weak and strong nuclear forces ripping apart atoms and, like, you know, shooting a neutron into a uranium atom, which will then cause it to like break down, beta decay, break down apart, shoot multiple neutrons out. Because that's the thing where like why nuclear reactors work the way they do. So you have uranium 235, and you shoot a neutron into it, and it has a chance. And the slower the neutron is going, the more likely it is to split that atom up because it hits a neutron in there. And I don't know the exact process. I actually did look it up. And I knew a little bit more about it, but I forgot a bunch of it. So off the top of my head, I forget the exact process. But it essentially hits it with a neutron, and then it breaks down and shoots off 2 neutrons. What that exactly does, I think it's like a neutron hits, turns U-235 into like U-236, you would think, but then U-236, I thought it goes into like U-238, but I know it turns into like Neptunium, which means it would need 1 more proton, I think. So it's like a neutron hits and what, shoots off an electron, which then turns one of the neutrons into a proton. I can't remember. You'd have to look it up. But essentially, regardless of what's happening in the atom, a neutron comes in, hits the uranium-235, and then that splits off and shoots off 2 neutrons. So essentially, for every time you have a neutron reacting with the uranium-235, you're getting 2 neutrons shot off. Well, excuse me, those 2 neutrons can shoot off and hit 2 more uranium atoms, and then those shoot off 2 each, so now you just shot off 2 and you get 4 neutrons, and then those 4 neutrons hit 4 other atoms, and those shoot off 8, and so it's exponential, right? That is where you start getting a runaway reaction. That's called criticality, where you when you essentially have enough neutrons, because the uranium-235 or 238 also, 238 decays slower than 235. 235 is much more reactive with decay, which is why it's weapons grade, quote unquote. It's much more of a lower concentration. So I think it's like when you have a bunch of uranium, I think only like 5 or 6% of it is U-235. Most of it is U-238, which is much less reactive. Slightly does decay, but it's kind of mundane and you don't really want it. But in a nuclear reactor, like you basically take it and you take what you can get and you put it in there. And so most of it's U-235. Doesn't work very well. But the U-235 that you do have in the rods is the good shit that you want. And so that decays. And that's where you have the heavy water as the coolant. Which heavy water, like I said, so you have deuterium, that's hydrogen with a neutron. So it's hydrogen that's twice as heavy because it's 1 proton and a neutron instead of generally 1 hydrogen. So H2O is 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen, but you have 2 hydrogens that have a neutron each. So it's heavier than normal H2O with 1 hydrogen each. So that's why they call it heavy water. The reason why heavy water works better in nuclear reactors is because it absorbs it doesn't absorb neutrons. Sorry, that's what it is. Because normal water will absorb a neutron, I think, if I'm getting this right. But you don't want that. You want neutrons to reflect back into the rods, because that causes more reactions. It causes more criticality. It causes more energy to be produced. So you want heavy water, which will have neutrons hit it, but not absorb the neutron and shoot it back. But also, when that happens, it hits and shoots back, it reduces the energy of that neutron shooting out. Because that's what I was saying, like, the slower the neutron's going, the more likely it is to react with the other uranium in the rod. So you have uranium that breaks down, shoots off a neutron, boom, going very fast, hits this water, reflects back, slows down. Maybe it passes through the uranium, doesn't react because it's going too fast. Hits the heavy water on the other side of the rod. Boom, slows down even further, comes back. So the heavy water causes like ping pong reaction of the neutrons a bit more. Now you do lose some. Like some of the neutrons just go, they don't react with water, or they bounce off and go off and you don't get them back. That just happens. But with the water, you do get this like reaction, like reflection of like boom, 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 and eventually, every time they bounce off a heavy water molecule, they slow down. They call it a moderator. So the heavy water is a moderator. it slows down the neutrons and eventually gets slow enough to where like they're not going to pass through the uranium rods. They're going to react. They're going to stick onto those uraniums and then cause a decay, and boom, now you have a reaction. And that shoots off more neutrons, and boom. So you have this whole thing of like it doing this thing, and that's where the heavy water helps cause more reactivity. But it also is water, so it takes the heat from the rods, like, and it will steam, and so you get the steam going through the turbines, causes the turbines to turn, which have copper coils up in the thing, causes energy to be produced. So that's where you get the energy generation. But then you also don't want the rods to go over the top. Like, you don't want the reaction to like get out of control, because the heavy water helps increase reactivity. But if it gets too high, then you start having too hot of shit. And then you get like the voids. If you watch the Chernobyl show, you get the steam voids that increases reactivity even more. But then you have the control rods. And the control rods are usually made of things that absorb neutrons. So if the reaction starts getting too intense, starts creating too much heat, increases too much power, more than you need, you start dropping the control rods down, and those start absorbing they're often made of like boron or other materials that absorb neutrons. So like when a neutron hits them, they'll just take the neutron and just keep it, so they won't reflect it back. So when you have a reaction like, oh, we're going to split off 2 neutrons, and those 2 neutrons can come back and make 4, but what if those 2 neutrons shoot off and you keep one over here? Well, now you only have 1 neutron, so you only get 2. You don't get 4. So you stop the exponential growth of the reaction, and therefore it slows it down. So that's what the control rods do, and they essentially absorb the neutrons and keep them from reflecting back into the fuel rods and causing more reactions than you want. That's why the control rods, when you want more power, you pull the control rods out, which absorb less neutrons. You have more reflections back in from the water, more reactions, more heat, more power, more steam, faster turbine turning. But then it's like, okay, we have too much power. Let's slow it down. You put the control rods in a little bit more, absorb some of those neutrons, slow the reaction down. That's basically a very simplified version. They're a little bit more complicated than that, but that's a very simplified version of like how nuclear reactors control their reaction rate and control their heat and control their power generation. Fuck, I meant to go to bed a while ago. Now we're talking about nuke shit. Let's go into that. So yes, nuclear power is very safe. That's the misconception. A lot of people are like, oh, nuclear reactors. Oh, but what if it explodes like a nuclear bomb? It generally won't do that, and especially nowadays. Nuclear reactors are like one of the safest power generation reactors that we have, and that's the misconception. Is people are like, oh, but nuclear waste. It's like there is nuclear waste. There is decent ways that we dispose of it. It's not like we're just like storing barrels of like, glowing green goo under the ground. That's a misconception. So nuclear rods that are spent are still nuclear reactive, and they are still breaking down, but they're not breaking down at a fast enough rate to make them efficient rods for fuel to generate power. They're not going to so when spent rods are out, they are still radioactively decaying, just not good enough. They're not fast. They aren't decaying fast enough to make them worthwhile. So, but they are still decaying fast enough that it makes them not healthy to be around. So what they will do is there's big pools of water, and I think it's not heavy water that reflects the neutrons back. It's normal water, right? So normal water is better at absorbing neutrons. And so they essentially submerge them in regular water. One, it keeps them cool, so they won't overheat. And they are not reactive enough to like boil the water in the pools, but also they will start absorbing the neutrons and reducing the radioactiveness of the rods. And I think I don't know that, I can't remember the exact time, but they submerged them for like months and months, if not years on end, before the rods eventually become to a point where it's like they are very not, they're still radioactive. They're not inert, but they're close enough to inert that we can take them out of the water pools, and then we put them in safety containers and then bury them. So yeah, we are burying, nuclear material that is still radioactively decaying, but at such a slow rate that it's, under a mountain. There's always people like, oh, but what about the wild? It's like, they're in containers under a mountain and they're very mildly radioactive. They're not going to cause three-eyed fish or cause deformities in people. That's safe disposal at that point. But yeah, so as far as nuclear waste disposal in modern times, it's safe. Now, here's the thing. Nuclear waste disposal back in the days of, the 50s and 60s and 70s, when we were like figuring out nuclear shit, was not so great. They didn't take all these newer safety measures. I actually live, far enough away, but like the Hanford Reservation in southeastern Washington, that actually is where all the plutonium was, so weapons grade plutonium was made. And essentially that's, weapons grade plutonium was made through reactors, not generating, like these were not reactors that generated power. They were reactors that were specifically used to react U-235 or U-238 and U-235, and specifically react it down into, and I think it took multiple things. They reacted like plutonium this, and then uranium back to uranium this, and then like plutonium, neptunium this, and then uranium this, and then back to plutonium. And I think I want to say it's plutonium 240. I don't know the exact number, but so weapons grade plutonium, that's where, and the majority of the uranium did not morph into that. It was a smaller percentage. So it was like 5% of or something like that, of the fuel rods they used turned into plutonium, weapons grade, and they took that, and that's what they made the nuclear bombs and missiles and all the shit that we have. So pretty much all of the nuclear plutonium that we have in our thermonuclear weapons. And that's the thing, is like everyone's like, oh, but what about hydrogen bombs? Well, hydrogen bombs are still use plutonium and uranium. Actually, like uranium-235 is a pretty big part of it. Plutonium is a thing as well. So quick lesson on the original nuclear atom bombs. So essentially you have this ball of uranium, although plutonium is, let's go with plutonium. Plutonium is like the better one, more reactive, worked better. So let's go with that. But you have this ball of plutonium. It's radioactive. It's decaying. Very slowly enough. Not super slow, but slowly enough. But it's not decaying enough to like cause super criticality. That's what we call it when you have like a runaway reaction. So there's criticality in a nuclear reactor that gets shit going, that gets power generation. You have like enough of a reaction that it doesn't run away, but it's hot enough that it boils the water and causes steam. So that's criticality. But super criticality is what they call in nuclear weapons, and that is where you have this almost instantaneous, like there's so much generation of neutron decay that blasts out and hit, and like regardless of how fast the neutrons are going, like the things like this, I was saying like the heavy water slowed the neutrons coming back in, which made them react more often. But the thing is, like, when you have it decay fast enough that there's just unimaginable numbers of uranium or neutrons blasting off, it doesn't matter if a small percentage are reacting. That small percentage is enough that it causes a runaway reaction with the rest, and it just instantaneously just like blows up, and that is where you have a nuclear explosion. But the only way to get that is like if you compress the plutonium or the uranium tight enough together that it gets so tight that the decay that's happening is so close together that it can't, the neutrons don't escape. They actually just stay combined and hit each other, and then just like boom. Now you have that supercriticality very close. And so the only way to compress that nuclear material is to, what they decided was like, we're going to have a circle and we're going to have normal explosives around the outside, but they had to like design it because you have a sphere, and the way by thermodynamics that you have like explosions that go in an arc, but that doesn't hit everywhere at the same time. It hits certain parts, but then other parts are, so if you have an explosion that pushes in on certain parts but not others, well, you're going to have an explosion of escape on these different areas. But if you have an explosion going out in certain times and then focus back in from the sphere of the shell, and through thermodynamics of a sphere, it all comes into the center at the exact same time, it will compress that core tight enough, and then it gets it tight enough that it causes supercriticality, and then boom, nuclear explosion. That's what the atom bomb was. Hydrogen bombs are pretty much similar, but they have to they need more energy, because atom bombs are fission. It's, you know, uranium and plutonium breaking down and causing fission and exploding in massive explosion. But hydrogen bombs are causing actual fusion of hydrogen. So it's not just fission, it's fusion. Much more energy in there, much more energy release. So, but to get enough energy to get the reaction started, you need a atom bomb. So essentially they use the atom bombs as a primer, which then, so they're more elongated. So the atom bombs are more spherical, and then you have the atom bomb on this one side, essentially, that will go nuclear explosion, fission, which will then cause, but then it's encased in a oval spherical thing, which then you have like hydrogen and other essentially more uranium, which is then going to explode and cause more thing and even more energy, which then causes enough energy that causes actual fusion of hydrogen in the outside shell to go off, which then causes even more. So it's essentially like a chain reaction. You're using a atom bomb to start the reaction of a bigger atom bomb, which then starts the reaction of a fusion bomb. And that's a H-bomb. And that causes, like, you know, exponentially much more larger explosions. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so long story short, so all the plutonium used to make not just the atom bombs in the 50s, but also the H-bombs in the 60s and 70s, all that uranium was enriched in the Hanford Reservation, which is about 150 miles from me. It's like a 2-hour drive out there. I actually go out there all the time. And it's, back in those days, they were not the best at safe securing the nuclear waste from the plants. They actually just put them in mine carts under the ground, like, you know, 10, 20 feet under the ground on like underground rails, and just shipped them over and just stored them that way. Not a very safe thing to do. And there actually was a collapse on one of those rail things, the tunnels. They had to collapse, and like some radioactiveness came out, and they're like, oh shit, yep, this was something that we fucked up back in the 60s for, and yeah, we had a little bit of a release of radioactiveness out here. So I actually, it's funny because like I do like a water cooler company, but we actually have water coolers with a company that does essentially taking old Hanford Reservation radioactive metals and shit just laying out in the desert that was not properly disposed of, and they take those and properly seal them, and then bring them back to their facility, and then scrub them down, decontaminate them if they can, and then they can be disposed of properly. And if they can't decontaminate them, they store them in proper lead containers and then dispose of them, properly at that point. So that's an interesting. It's funny because when I go there, it's like they have like nuclear warning sites all over the fences and stuff. I'm just like, I hope I'm good. Yeah, let's get in here and do this. So I don't know. Good stuff. What was the original question? Fuck me. I get sidetracked so bad. I don't know. I think I answered it maybe. Dirty bombs. So dirty bombs are nuclear weapons. The thing with dirty bombs, I don't know if I can. I don't think I know enough about to explain accurately. So I'll just say I know the short of it is that they are not super high yield explosives, but they do cause a shitload of radiation fallout. Normally the fallout, well, not all of it, but a lot of the fallout is like when it's detonated closer to the surface. You have radioactive material because it explodes out. Like the things like when the nuclear explosion happens, not all of the material, reacts. So you have a bunch of radioactive material that shoots out, goes through the explosion, down into the ground, up into the air, and then also through all the material in the ground. That's the thing. The big thing is like the radioactive material gets put into the sand, put into the dirt, all that stuff, and then that goes up in the air, and then that falls out. And so the things like you have all this like dust fallout that comes down that is now very radioactive because unreacted material that didn't break down and explode is now in that dirt, in that sand, in that water, whatever the fuck is coming down, and it is now decaying, and it's still there, and it's going to decay for a long time. It's like it might seem like okay, but it's very minuscule amounts, but it's like very minuscule amounts on massive scales adds up to a lot, and therefore you have, and then it's like it might seem like it's microscopic, but microscopic is still a shitload of material that is constantly decaying and could decay for, tens, hundreds, if not thousands of years still. So the fact that you have that spread over all the area, that causes radioactive fallout. So the fallout is not just like radiation in the air, it's radiation in the dust in the air that's now falling down through the atmosphere, going up in the atmosphere, and then falling down hundreds of miles downwind. That is where you get your fallout. Dirty bombs are, I don't know why they're more dirty, but essentially I think it's that they're less reactive. I think that's the point of a dirty bomb is like it's reactive enough to cause a nuclear explosion, but not reactive enough to like react most of the material in the bomb. So a good chunk of it reacts and explodes in a nuclear explosion, but a much larger portion of it compared to other bombs is unreacted and goes up in the dust and the shit in the air and then comes down, and so you have tons of radioactive fallout compared to a normal bomb. And I think that is what a dirty bomb is, if I'm not wrong. This is Nuke 101. I don't know. Like, I hope I'm not wrong on this. This is me talking off the top of my head. So, like, please don't take this as like actual scientific fact. Double check my work. I could be wrong on some of this, but I think I'm right on a lot of it. I still have half a glass. I feel like I should probably talk about something. I don't know. I actually don't even need glasses. I swear because I like them. Let's see. Maybe text. I mean, that's the thing. Like 10 kilograms is big, though. So when they talk about the weight of a nuclear weapon, you hear like kilotons or megatons. That's the explosive force of TNT equivalent that they use, which is not exactly accurate. It's about as accurate as they could possibly think of. But the things like, a 1 megaton nuke is essentially that's 1 million tons of TNT explosive. So if you piled 1 million tons of TNT and blew it up all at once, that would essentially be that equivalent of force. But it's not exactly that. Because, and also, the other thing that's a misconception with nuclear explosions is like the force as it increases does not necessarily increase a 1-to-1 scale. So if you have a 1 megaton and a 2 megaton, the 2 megaton does not necessarily mean it's twice as big of an explosion as a 1 megaton. It's twice as much force of an explosion, but the explosion radius and the explosion area and the fallout distance, that's not twice as big. You don't just times the distance by 2. It's actually less than that. But the actual, so they're just going on the estimated, and that's the other thing. There's no accurate, measurement of like what it was, but they go on the estimated of like what the outward force was of the explosion. But yeah, so like the things though, it does not take that much plutonium core of a warhead. Oh, sorry, hiccups. To cause a huge explosion. So like you're saying like 10 kilograms of uranium. Not even weapon grades or plutonium. The thing is, like, when you look at some of these big ass nukes, like a lot of the more common ones, like back in World War II or just after, like you have like the Devil core or whatever they call it. It was a core for a nuclear weapon that actually had it didn't explode. Obviously, not you would know about that, but like there was some weird instances with it where I don't know if it was mishandling. I can't remember, but like there were accidents with it involved where like they were using that core, either adding it to or removing it from warheads. I can't remember, and it caused the death of several people on a couple of different occasions. I think. I don't know if it was from mishandling or less than knowledgeable amounts of radiation expended. I don't know, but anyway, so you have these like cores that are like this big. Now plutonium is very fucking heavy. I mean, lead is heavy, right? Well, uranium is like almost twice as heavy as lead. Not quite, but pretty close. So I mean, like, and plutonium is actually technically a little heavier than uranium by a little bit, I think. So depending on, I don't know, it depends on how many neutrons, because they're only like 2 protons apart, but if they're multiple neutrons, so they're very close. But like, so you have a core like this, which you would think like even a heavy metal might be like 10 to 15 pounds. That's like 7 or 8 kilograms. Well, if you have like a 10 kilogram core, that might be about this big. That's like that's about the size of like the Hiroshima bomb. That tiny little thing. So it's like 10 kilograms exploding is, kilotons of TNT with a force. So I can't believe we've gained listeners on it. We're not talking about Eve. I'm just talking about random nuclear science shit that I kind of barely know this shit of, but I have to finish my drink before I go to bed, though. Oh. Oh, so I'm on the wrong thing. I'm not Acheron. I'm Drayden. That's right. but the radioactive stuff itself doesn't explode. It just spread. That's not true, Akira or Ronnie. That's not true. So the radioactive stuff is what explodes when a nuclear bomb goes off. So like when the explosion in the container then forces all. Not in a dirty bomb. I think it. So the thing is, like, I think a dirty bomb is because a dirty bomb is not a conventional bomb. A dirty bomb is a nuclear bomb. I think it's just a lower yield nuclear bomb. Unless I'm wrong, I could be wrong, but I think a dirty bomb is a low yield nuclear explosion that could be much higher yield based on the amount of material that's there, but it's a low yield explosion that then shoots a bunch of super radioactive material all over the fucking place. Which causes a bunch of irradiation. So I could be wrong, but as far as I know, I thought a dirty bomb was a lower yield nuclear explosion that had a shitload of vaporized, essentially radioactive material that it just blasted into the atmosphere and the surrounding area that then causes high radiation fallout compared to a normal bomb. But again, I could be wrong. Yeah, well, okay, so there are nuclear bombs, small scale nuclear bombs. There weren't actually that many made. One was the I want to call it it wasn't the Frog, but I know the U.S. made a artillery launched nuclear warhead, and they only tested one. They tested one. There's a video, you can watch it. It's all over YouTube. You can watch it. I think they tested one, but they never used it. I don't know. I want to say it's the Frog, but I could be wrong. It's not called the Frog, but it was something. Yeah, the gun nuke. Yeah, it's like, you see like the people up on the hill. They launch it, and all of a sudden, like, poof, you see like a nuclear explosion going off. That wasn't a dirty bomb though, and that was actually like I think one of the smallest nuclear devices ever made. Generally, aside from that, all the nuclear warheads were made to be dropped from planes or ICBMs later in the future, and then we had the even more ICBMs that were what was the one that it split into like multiple warheads? I forget what it's called. There's a name for it. MIRVs, the MIRVs, MIRV. I forget what it stands for, but the MIRV warheads would like go up on one missile and then split into like, a dozen missiles, and all the warheads would come down in different places and almost be, they were so small they would almost be like untraceable and uncounterable. And I know that we had those first, and Russia was very upset because they're like, that's not fair. And then I think they eventually developed some, and they're like, now it's fair. So I don't know. I think the scariest thing that I've heard, I mean, the things like further development of like nuclear and thermonuclear weapons has kind of subsided in the last couple decades, which is good. But the one thing that I've heard that now Russia has that actually is a little scary, I think they call it the Poseidon warhead, and it is basically a unmanned submersible, like automaton piloted vehicle that is essentially like the size of a small research submarine, like 40 or 50 feet long, and it has essentially an unlimited range because it uses a nuclear propulsion, and it is self-guided, and it will hide itself down in trenches when it can and close to the seafloor when it can, and it can essentially drive itself around the entire globe and then launch nuclear warheads off of it into coastal areas. That's fucking scary. So it's essentially like something that Russia can launch from, like, if they want the North Sea, and then it just shows up on, you know, like a month later on the coast of LA and just fucking nukes California. Like, fucking impressive engineering, fucking scary application. I don't like it. I mean, that's what they say it does. That's something that Russian. I mean, Putin claimed it a couple months ago, or so, this is like way before the Ukraine shit started happening. But like, you know, Russia basically like claimed that they like, oh, we have this thing that does this now. It's like, does it actually work effectively like that, or is it what they're saying it does? I don't know, but they say they have it. They say it works. Scary shit. I don't like innovative nuclear attack stuff like that. I'd rather just nuclear weapons didn't exist. I mean, that there's people like, oh, but that opens up more pretense for war, conventional war. That could be true, but at the same time, it does close the pretense for annihilating tens of millions of people in an instant. I don't fucking like that. See, I don't know, I don't really want to get into the Ukraine Putin stuff because I'm not politically savvy enough to, like, you know, really have an educated opinion on it. So I don't really want to turn the stream or the chat into a back and forth on that. So I'm gonna hold my tongue on that. But I mean, for what it's worth, I really don't like what Russia's doing, and I'm totally in support of Ukraine. So that's my stance on that, but I'm not going to really go into the details past that, but that is my stance. I still have a little bit of drink left. Any other science stuff? I could always just put on some chemistry videos. I like those. Although there's it's funny when we ended the open comp show, there was 10 people, and now there's 20 since I started talking about physics. It's The Who. No, I you know what? There's a time and place for The Who. We'll fall back on that at some point. Not tonight though. I do like The Who though. The Who is fucking If The Who could bring peace, who couldn't? Who could? I'm actually tempted to like just put on some now red stuff, but at the same time, it's like I don't know if I do, because like I feel like, is that not stealing his content? Like just playing his shit on this channel without his permission? I don't think that's allowed, so I'm not gonna do it. I would love to, and I think he would like the recognition, but I don't want to like steal his shit. I would just actually recommend you watch Nile Red YouTube. It's really good. Nile Red, Nile, like the Nile Africa River, and then Red. It's fucking good. Taylor Swift, To Calm Down. That's a good song. I'm not a big fan of Taylor Swift, but that song's not bad. Not that I don't like to. Well, I mean, like she's not my style of music, but you know what? I love Swift. CCP Swift, and he swears by her, so you know what? Goddamn, I'll give a thumbs up to Swift. See, the other thing, speaking of nuclear stuff, it's one of those things where I have this bad habit. I don't know if it's a habit. Probably a learning disability is what I call it. Where it's probably why I had such a hard time, you know, retaining a lot of this stuff in school. But I'll learn something. I'm like, oh, it's so good, and I will have it in my head. And then if I don't constantly use it within, you know, the same week, it's gone, or at least a good portion of it's gone. And so I constantly have to like reteach myself stuff. I'm sure that's not super uncommon. I know a lot of people also have that, but like for me, it's like really bad. Like my short-term memory and even long-term memory is not good. So there's a lot of stuff where it's like, I'll learn something like, oh yeah, I got this. And then the small details, I'm like, I just learned this shit 5 days ago and I can't fucking remember it. So damn it. And then I'll like go and relearn it. I'm like, oh yeah, that. And then like 3 days later, I'm like, fuck, I forget it again. So it's kind of one of those things where I like learning stuff. I love learning. Like some people, they don't like school. They don't like learning. I love learning. I want to learn as much as I can all the time. But it's like I'll learn stuff and I'll forget it, and then I'll learn it again and I'll forget it. I'll learn it like dozens of times over. But you know what? That doesn't stop me from rereading shit. With the Chernobyl thing, so. I know Chernobyl was a thing in the news recently because Russia took it over, but I think there was like some reports of like damage, but I don't think so. I think that was more of like the other nuclear reactor that was taken in Ukraine, but I don't think Chernobyl actually, the sarcophagus suffered any damage. Excuse me. So I think that's all good, but aside from the current events, the Chernobyl, like what actually happened back in the 80s, I've read up on that and learned it several times, and I'm still like I have to go back and figure it out. But man, so that is a thing. Like, not gonna lie, like Scott Manley he has an excellent video on Chernobyl. Now the show does a really good job as well of what happened. Apparently the show does a better job than most documentaries on Chernobyl as far as what happened, but Scott Manley's video takes what was done in the courtroom in Chernobyl, spoilers I guess, but if you haven't watched it, the show's been out for years, so if you haven't watched it yet, sorry. Still not even that big of a spoiler, but in the courtroom, the doctor explains in fairly layman's terms, essentially like why the reactor exploded or why it went into criticality and blew up. But then there's a video of Scott Manley's. If you haven't watched him, I mean, you should. He's actually he was Eve related for a long time. Now he's very Kerbal-esque. And then also just now space news related. So you should probably just watch him anyway, because space is awesome. But Scott Manley has a video that I think it's a 6-part playlist. You look at this playlist thing, there's like a 6-part thing on Chernobyl, and he goes into like very detailed, like not just what happened at Chernobyl, like how nuclear reactors, I think it's called Going Nuclear. That's the thing. So he explained a Chernobyl thing, but also like going nuclear, like how this is why I know where a lot of my information comes from on nuclear reactors, because he does such a good job of explaining it that's able to be picked up without knowing all the math and all the shit behind it. So he does really well. But so Chernobyl was an interesting thing. So how I was saying basically like how so you have the rods that start putting out neutron decay. I don't think they used heavy water at Chernobyl, so I think it increased reactivity. I'm not sure. But then you have it caused they call them voids. So essentially it's boiling certain pockets of water within the fuel rods hotter than the rest, and those create steam voids, which then get hotter and hotter, which cause the hotter the fuel rods get, the more reactive they get. And so it kind of is like a running reaction there. But also you have now there's other stuff in place based on the fact that they lowered the power beforehand. I don't remember exactly why that fucks with shit, but it did. But essentially, like, at the last point, it's like you have these steam voids. They're getting super hot, so it's starting to like heat up the fuel rods too much, and it starts a runaway reaction. And that's why when they stalled, because when they stalled the power, it caused xenon gas to build up, which apparently like stifles the reaction of the decay of the rods. I don't know why it does that, but it did. So you have to watch his thing on why it does that. But then it started causing these voids, which increased the reaction, but it wasn't being measured at first. But then it all of a sudden started shooting up the reaction. Like, boom, too hot, too much reaction, way too much power being generated. They're like, oh shit. So they hit the AZ5, and that is supposed to plunge the control rods. So the control rods are essentially these things that are around the fuel rods, and they come down, and they are neutron absorbers. So they will absorb the neutrons and slow the reaction down because they prevent the neutrons from going back into the rods and causing more nuclear reaction and decay and heat. So the control rods are supposed to slow the reaction and kill it. So just plunging all the rods down into zero, like all of them. It's supposed to like just like swamp the reactor and just slow it down to like almost nothing, right? The problem with Chernobyl is that they had this super hot, almost runaway reaction, and the rods are mostly boron. I think they were boron, and boron will absorb a lot of neutrons, but the tips, for some reason, were graphite. And graphite will absorb neutrons, but for some, I forget the exact reason, but like, if the reaction is super high, they will actually very quickly, initially, cause a spike in reactivity. And so when the reaction is going over the top, and then you are like, oh shit, panic, flood the rods, flood the thing with control to drown the reaction, you have this like these graphite tips that hit first, and they spike the reaction on top of what's already over the top, and that's where boom. It was not a nuclear explosion, but it took a over hot superheated reactor and just sent it through the roof, and it exploded. And you had like, and that's why that reactor blew up. So essentially it blew up because the way they were doing the testing at the facility was done wrong, because they were supposed to slowly lower the power output and then test it. But what they did was they didn't lower the power because they're like, we need more power for the city. You have to provide power, so we can't lower the power before your test. It was a mistake in the design of the RBMK reactors, but the big mistake was also that, like, if they actually just did it properly and didn't keep the reactor up to level right before the test, if they actually slowly lowered it and then did the test, it probably would have went fine, and no one would have known that the RBMKs had that flaw in them. So it's one of those things, like, it was a terrible disaster, but at the same time, it did uncover the flaw with those reactors. So maybe it was good, because all the other RBMK reactors eventually got updated and swapped out with the graphite tips on the rods. So who knows? Like, terrible disaster. A lot of people die from it, but maybe that disaster happens multiple times elsewhere, and maybe even more severely. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a good thing. It's one of those, like, who knows? But yes, that was the graphite tips was what caused that. And it's like, when runaway reactions happen like that, they can happen in an instant. It's not like, oh, it's too hot, like like, it's not like a boiling pot on the stove, like, oh, it's too hot, let me just pull it off. It's like, it can go from like too hot to blowing up your entire reactor building in a fraction of a second. Like, that shit happens fast. And so the fact that the graphite tips were there, that was the flaw. It was not researched enough to know that was a big bad idea. Anyway, you know what? I gotta go to bed. I also really have to pee. So, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm gonna go to bed. I will catch you all next week, and we'll have some more discussions on Eve. And you know what? If LB and them will allow me, maybe some more nuclear talk. I don't know. Bye, guys. Have a good night.